Chapter 1. Go Marry the Buddha, System Activate. The jade rabbit hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. In a modest dwelling on the outskirts of Rome City, Yibei parked his small electric scooter against the courtyard wall and proceeded into the living room, yearning for a refreshing drink. However, upon his gaze landing on the coffee table at the center of the room, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and the hairs on his body stood on end. For there, lying ominously on the coffee table, was a marriage certificate. This certificate, crafted with ancient artistry, boasted a surface of satin adorned with golden threads intricately stitching dragon and phoenix patterns, exuding an air of opulence. Yet, its hue was not the traditional vibrant red, but rather a sinister blend of blood red and dark crimson, evoking an uncanny dread. I distinctly remember incinerating it to ashes not long ago. How can it have reappeared? Yibei's expression darkened slightly, his brow furrowed in concern. It seems this world truly harbors spirits. As a traveler from another realm, he had resided in this world for over a decade. Initially, he believed this realm to be akin to Earth in his previous life, given the historical and technological parallels that suggested a parallel existence. Yet, to his astonishment, a few days prior, while celebrating the completion of his novel during a trip to Yachting, he stumbled upon this ghostly marriage certificate in his lodging. Upon discovering his own name inscribed upon the document, he initially dismissed it as a prank. Thus, he carelessly discarded the certificate into the trash bin of the rental. However, upon returning home that evening, he was unnerved to find the marriage certificate once again resting quietly upon his coffee table, instilling a sense of horror within him. In a panicked frenzy, he hastily disposed of the certificate into the outdoor garbage bin, only to find it inexplicably restored to its original position upon his return, as if it had never been disturbed. Yibei discarded the certificate over a dozen times, whether into rivers, cesspools, or even incinerating it to ash just moments ago. Yet, it remained intact, returning to his home each time. He had reviewed the surveillance footage of his residence, revealing no sign of any intruder, only himself coming and going. This ruled out the possibility of a prank by another. I must truly be targeted by a vengeful spirit. Yibei's countenance was grave. He glanced at the time, noting it was already 10:30 in the evening. Seeking the counsel of a sage at this hour seemed impractical, for he was unfamiliar with such figures. Moreover, the specter could strike at any moment, leaving him little time to spare. The certificate indicated that the union was to take place at the stroke of midnight, which, in modern terms, was approximately 11:15 p.m. Only an hour remained. Once the time arrived, the ghostly bride would surely arrive at his doorstep. I must seek refuge at Shenyang Temple, Yibei resolved instantly, rising with purpose to prepare for his departure to the temple. Shenyang Temple was the nearest sanctuary, the largest within a 10-mile radius, bustling with monks and flourishing with incense offerings. If this world harbors spirits, surely there must be deities as well. Yibei placed his hopes upon the unknown deities, a choice that, albeit unwise, left him with no alternatives. He hastened into the courtyard, mounting his small electric scooter with urgency. As he turned the key, the display illuminated, revealing a mere bar of battery life remaining. Fortunately, my sister is not home otherwise. This meager charge would be utterly insufficient, he muttered with a wry smile. Recalling his younger sister, who was still in university, he retrieved his phone and swiftly composed a message. Jilan, I found a job in your city and will no longer be at home. When your break arrives in a few days, please refrain from returning. After finalizing the text, he scheduled it for delivery at noon the following day and pressed send. Even if this vengeful spirit were to take his life, it was unlikely to linger here for long. As long as his sister stayed away for these few days, she would remain unharmed by the malevolent entity. With that thought, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and rode out of the house on his scooter. Moments later, he approached Shenyang Temple, but a sense of unease soon enveloped him. The familiar sounds of chirping insects and singing birds had vanished entirely. Even the dogs, usually stirred into a frenzy by the light of his scooter, were silent, creating an eerie stillness that made Yibei acutely aware of the sound of his own heartbeat. A thick fog began to roll across the fields, its hue a sinister crimson, ominously peculiar. Within a minute, the fog obscured the moonlight, reducing visibility to a mere few meters. The foul odor emanating from the mist assaulted his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea and a dulling of his senses. Moreover, this dark red mist coalesced into a viscous fluid that clung to his body, as if it were sentient, attempting to seep into him. This unnerving sensation raised the hair on his arms. Suddenly, a cacophony of eerie gongs and drums echoed from the distance, the sound sharp and grating like nails on glass, accompanied by the mournful wail of a swona, reminiscent of a funeral dirge. As Ibe looked up, he discerned through the haze several blood-red lanterns, casting an uncanny light. This ghastly illumination enveloped a crimson bridal palanquin, carried by figures with faces as pale as parchment, moving stiffly and rapidly toward him. The ghostly bride has arrived. Ibe's muscles tensed, his heart racing, his voice barely a whisper. The marriage contract clearly states the midnight hour, yet it is only 10 o'clock. Truly, these are the ravings of a ghost that cannot be trusted. A wave of despair surged over him, crashing against his very soul and leaving him breathless. He hastily twisted the throttle of his scooter to its limit, racing toward Shengyang Temple. Ha ha ha! Groom, you might as well stop fleeing and return to marry my lady. A shrill voice, akin to a death knell, echoed behind him. Simultaneously, the marriage contract, previously left behind in his home, materialized in his hand. It seems I am truly ensnared. Ibe gazed at the contract, his countenance darkening in an instant. However, he did not discard it instead. A sudden thought emerged in his Mindo way to rid himself of the ghost bride. Mere seconds later, Ibe rushed to the entrance of Shengyang Temple. He hastily abandoned his small electric scooter and fervently ascended the steps. Yet upon reaching the top, he discovered that the gates of Shengyang Temple had been firmly shut. The eerie sounds of gongs and drums from behind grew ever closer. This is bad. Ibe's complexion darkened considerably. However, as his peripheral vision caught sight of a merit box beside the temple gates, that fleeting idea resurfaced in his mind. If you are so eager to marry, then go and wed the Buddha. Ibe promptly tossed the marriage certificate into the merit box. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for offering a wife to the Buddha. You have met the activation conditions for the system. The Divine Yin Division system is now binding. 2068. 100. Binding successful. System. Ibe was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice in his mind. He was exceedingly familiar with systems, as he himself was a novelist who had crafted various functional systems. I never expected to bind a system indeed. It is a standard feature for transmigrators. Hope surged within Ibe. With this system, he should be able to turn the tables on the ghost bride. Just as he was about to explore the system's functions, the voice chimed in again. The novice gift pack has been successfully delivered. Would you like to open it? Yes, no, Ibe snapped back to attention, his eyes sparkling as he declared, System, open it for me. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the novice gift pack. Reward 1. The 9 Yin Spectral Merit Sutra. Reward 2. The position of the Yin Sovereign. Reward 3. The title of County City God. The system's voice resonated in Ibe's mind consecutively. Then, several beams of golden light surged into his consciousness, along with an array of information from the system that elucidated the significance of these rewards. The 9 Yin Spectral Merit Sutra was the supreme method practiced by the Yin Sovereign, capable of enhancing strength through merit and consolidating a higher divine status. As for the title of County City God, it refers to the well-known deity of the city god. Although this was merely the rank of a county city god, it still possessed unimaginable powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. After all, any divine position is recognized by heaven and earth. For instance, the city god wields authority over banishing ghosts, providing protection, curing ailments, controlling weather, and discerning good from evil. Truly, they traverse the ethereal realms, safeguarding the living. Practitioners encountering demons and malevolent spirits must address them as Lord City God. These 2 rewards are complementary and sufficient to fill Ibe with joy. Yet, what astonished him even more was the final reward. The Novice Gift Pack actually contains the position of the Yin Sovereign. From the information transmitted by the system, Ibe learned that with the attainment of the Yin Sovereign position, he was unequivocally destined to achieve that esteemed rank. As long as he existed, no one, even those with formidable cultivation, could ever grasp the authority of the Yin Sovereign. Only he could consolidate the authority and divinity of the Yin Emperor. The Yin Emperor is he, and he is the Yin Emperor. In the next moment, Yi Bei turned to gaze at the blood-red palanquin slowly approaching him, and despair no longer lingered in his heart. From this moment forth, the roles of offense and defense shall be transformed. He could feel the immense power surging within him, cleansing and fortifying his very essence, enhancing his corporeal form. Most importantly, the divine authority was currently reshaping his soul, rapidly transforming him towards divinity. Should this transformation succeed, he would wield divine power, command the winds and rains, vanquish spirits, and exorcise malevolent entities from his abode. At that time, the ghost bride would be but a fleeting thought in his hands, her life and death entirely at his whim. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached with alarming speed, swiftly ascending the steps. Finally, the crimson palanquin halted before Yi Bei. The blood-red lanterns cast an eerie glow, illuminating the surroundings with a ghostly light as a foul stench permeated the air. At that moment, an elderly woman clad in modern attire stepped from the palanquin to stand beside Yi Bei. Her face was a pallid canvas of deep crevices, adorned with garish red blush and lipstick, creating a disturbingly grotesque visage. Hey, son-in-law, please step aboard. Her laughter was a sharp, raspy cackle, reminiscent of a night owl's screech. Her gaze toward Yi Bei was fierce, her emerald eyes glistening with a ravenous hunger for flesh. She yearned to indulge in the feast before her. The other bearers and the drumming spirits also regarded Yi Bei with greedy eyes, for the mist always consumed hearts and souls, leaving the remainder of the flesh for their indulgence, hence their palpable impatience. Yet, under the scrutiny of these numerous spirits, Yi Bei exhibited no sign of fear. Step aboard? Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. Sensing the divine power coursing through his being, he took slow strides towards the palanquin. The ghostly matron observed his calm demeanor. Feeling an unsettling peculiarity, this son-in-law seemed entirely different from those before him. For this son-in-law bore no trace of fear upon his visage, awakening a foreboding feeling within her. As Yi Bei drew closer, she could not help but take 2 steps back, her sense of impending doom intensifying. At that moment, the ghostly matron could no longer resist the urge to flee. However, just as she turned, Yi Bei's composed voice resonated behind her. Wish to leave? Perhaps you should stay. These words ignited a full-blown panic within the ghostly matron. Run. Flee now. She was now certain that failure to escape would lead to her dire demise. In the next instant, her form erupted into motion, transforming into a peculiar shadow that slithered into the darkness with serpentine swiftness. Her thoughts abandoned the ghost bride entirely. The ghost bride within the blood-red palanquin sensed the matron's hasty retreat. Suddenly, her blood-red eyes flared open, bewildered as she gazed in the direction of the fleeing matron. The other spirits surrounding the palanquin were equally perplexed. However, in the next moment, they seemed to grasp the reason behind the matron's frantic escape. For Yi Bei merely raised his hand slightly in the direction of the ghostly matron, a colossal spectral hand, measuring a yard across, suddenly manifested above the head of the ghostly old woman, who had already fled 100 meters in an instant. This ethereal hand emanated a golden radiance, suffused with an overwhelming divine authority. The ghostly old woman, previously swift in her retreat, now felt as though an invisible mountain had descended upon her, rendering her utterly immobile. No amount of struggle could avail her. Give me mercy. Spare my life. Trembled the old ghost's voice as she gazed at the immense spectral hand above her, pleading for clemency. With a resounding thud, the colossal hand clasped her form, akin to seizing a mere mouse, and with a gentle squeeze. In an instant, the ghostly figure of the old woman was crushed, disintegrating into a black powder that dissipated into the air. Concurrently, a golden light, visible only to Yi Bei, surged into his forehead. Yi Bei's brow arched in surprise. Is this the power of merit? Before he could finish his thought, he sensed the 9 nether merit scripture within him beginning to stir, gradually enhancing his divine strength. Moreover, this fragment of merit power, once refined, slowly descended into his sea of consciousness, coalescing into a small point resembling a tiny egg. Is nurturing the 9 merit golden body. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, a sense of anticipation blooming within him. Outside the door, the ghost bride and the other spirits beheld the recent spectacle with expressions of sheer terror and bewilderment. Fear took root in their hearts, prompting an immediate retreat. The cacophony of ghostly instruments was abandoned as the bearers scattered, leaving only the blood-red palanquin standing forlornly in place. With a flick of his hand, Yi-Bei summoned the earth beneath to morph into numerous hands, which, in the terrified gazes of the fleeing spirits, pulled them into the ground, thereby erasing their existence. "Darling, spare me. I am willing to serve you like a beast." A delicate hand parted the curtain of the blood-red palanquin, revealing the ghost bride, who descended slowly, displaying a visage of unparalleled beauty. She bowed towards Yi-Bei with a coy demeanor. This appearance wielded immense allure over an ordinary man, with few able to resist such temptation, perhaps even exclaiming, "What a gift from nature!" Yet Yi-Bei, being divine in nature, could perceive the true grotesqueness of this specter and detect the overpowering stench of decay. With a swift motion, Yi-Bei stepped forward, traversing several yards in an instant. He extended his hand, seemingly intending to caress the ghost bride's face, which elicited a glimmer of hope in her, making her believe that Yi-Bei would accept her. Thus, she hurriedly leaned towards him. However, Yi-Bei, upon witnessing this, displayed a cold smirk. "A mere female ghost dares to seek my life?" With the status of the Yin Emperor, even devoid of any cultivation, this ghost bride could not harm him in the slightest. In the ghost bride's astonished gaze, Yi-Bei's finger pointed at her forehead. With a resounding explosion, her head shattered instantaneously, and her entire ghostly form swiftly disintegrated into dust. The surge of merit, thicker than all the previous malevolent spirits combined, surged into Yi-Bei's brow. Yet, before Yi-Bei could savor the exhilarating sensation of his divine power expanding, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a malevolent spirit. You have earned a signing-in opportunity." "Congratulations, host, for your inaugural defeat of a malevolent spirit. You have received an additional signing-in opportunity." Chapter 3. The General of the Sign-In Shackles opens the Divine Residence. A total of 2 sign-in opportunities? I wonder what rewards I shall receive. Yi-Bei exhaled gently, causing the surrounding ghostly energy and thick fog to dissipate in an instant. Subsequently, he communicated with the system in his mind. "System, initiate sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. 10 Underworld messengers. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. General of Shackles. One of the deputy generals under the city god. The General of Shackles and 10 Underworld messengers." A smile graced Yi-Bei's face. He had been lamenting the lack of manpower, and now fortune had come to his aid. With a mere thought, he called upon the General of Shackles and the messengers within his mind. In the next moment, a minuscule fissure appeared in the void before him, from which streams of black light surged forth, gradually coalescing into 12 distinct figures. The foremost 2 figures were the General of Shackles. The general was characterized by bulging eyes and sharp fangs, exuding a fierce demeanor, adorned with a golden circlet, clad in a crimson embroidered robe, and wielding a golden shackle. The other, known as the Lock General, also wore a golden circlet, but was clad in a blue robe, brandishing a silver chain. The figures behind them were the Underworld messengers, dressed in dark garments, wearing square official caps, with standard weapons such as the soul-devouring blade and the soul-capturing bell hanging at their waists, and holding soul lock chains in their hands. Their attire bore resemblance to ancient constables, yet their aura was entirely distinct, for although they did not belong to the ranks of deities, they remained spectral beings, endowed with the might of the divine. "Salutations, your majesty." The General of Shackles and the 10 Underworld messengers bowed in unison to Yi-Bei, their voices resonating with a somber timbre. "Rise. Follow me to establish the divine residence." Yi-Bei gestured with his hand, and then set off along a narrow path towards the southwest. "Yes, your majesty." The General of Shackles and the messengers rose and silently trailed behind Yi-Bei. The spectral beings required a place to reside. With his position as the city god, he was able to establish a divine residence in a location blessed with incense offerings, providing a sanctuary for these spectral beings. As for a suitable location, a modest city god temple lay within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius of his home. Although somewhat dilapidated, it still enjoyed a reasonable amount of incense offerings, making it ideal for establishing a divine residence. In mere moments, Yibei arrived at the humble city god temple, which spanned merely 20 to 30 square meters, far from grand. The interior housed only the city god and a few other deities. However, the temple's incense offerings were substantial, with rows of incense sticks placed in a massive censer within the shrine. Fruits, candies, and even chickens and ducks were abundantly offered. A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Yi Bei's eyes as he gazed upon the small city god temple, noting the abundant aura of incense that enveloped it. It was indeed rich in incense energy, sufficient for establishing a divine residence. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Bei immediately immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness, directing his divine energy towards the divine seal that represented his authority. In the next moment, the city god seal gradually manifested above the temple, beginning to absorb the unclaimed incense energy like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. In less than half a minute, the spiritual energy within the city god temple was swiftly depleted. Subsequently, the divine seal shimmered with resplendent gold. "Open, divine mansion," Yibei murmured. In an instant, the divine seal crashed down, causing the ground near the temple to tremble violently, and thunder rumbled across the sky. The very fabric of the void seemed to shatter beneath the force of the seal. This overwhelming display of power compelled the spectral beings behind Yibei to recoil several steps. As Yibei lifted his gaze, he beheld the divine mansion materializing at a visible pace amidst the fragments of the void. Within scarcely a minute, the entire mansion had been fully established. It was complete. Yibei retracted the divine seal and stepped within. Upon entering, he found the mansion, predominantly black in hue, to be relatively modest in size, equivalent to 2 basketball courts. Yet the architecture exuded an air of authority. 2 stone sculptures of exotic beasts flanked the entrance, and beyond the grand door lay a hall designed to discern the virtuous from the malevolent spirits, along with various study rooms and more. The walls were adorned with depictions of fearsome apparitions, making it a small yet comprehensive court of law. On the main seat of the hall, a black robe embroidered with images of malevolent spirits awaited, presumably the official attire of the county city god. With a mere thought, Yibei donned the robe, immediately feeling its formidable protective power. He then turned to the spectral beings who had followed him inside and calmly stated, "You shall reside here within this divine mansion henceforth." "Thank you, your majesty." General Jia Sual and the spectral beings bowed in unison, taking their positions on either side of the grand hall. Yibei then proceeded to the rear chamber. Upon discovering a study filled with numerous books, he began to peruse their contents. Meanwhile, not far from the city god temple, 2 young men in their 20s approached the temple. One, a black-clad man with a buzz cut named Chi Hung, spoke to his companion, Shu Yun. "Once we eliminate this ghost, we can enjoy 2 days of respite. How about we take our girlfriends to see the pandas?" Chun Shuyun, sporting silver-framed glasses, nodded slightly in response, "Sure. But let us complete the task first. Although this mission isn't particularly challenging, we must exert ourselves to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Ghosts possess diverse abilities. This one may be D-grade, but if its powers counter our ghost hunting techniques, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation." His expression grew serious as he spoke. Chi Hung rolled his eyes. "Come on, brother, don't be such a pessimist. Rest assured, I brought along some talismans from Qingyang Palace that will significantly mitigate the repercussions of the ghost's revival. If this ghost proves troublesome, we can summon our own spirits to confront it." With that, he produced 2 yellow talismans from his pocket, shaking them in his hand. Seeing this, Chun Shuyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The resurgence of ethereal entities within one's body serves as the ultimate strategy for these practitioners of spirit control. Should they manage to evoke these entities at a minimal cost, the likelihood of their failure becomes nearly non-existent. Engaged in casual conversation, the duo continued their journey. After a brief minute, they arrived near the city god temple. Chi Hung turned to survey the remnants of incense and candles outside the temple before speaking. Though this city god temple is modest, the offerings appear quite robust. It may indeed possess some efficacy. With that, he made his way toward the temple. Noticing the incomplete incense sticks nearby, an idea struck him. He turned to Qin Shuyun and exclaimed, "Shuyun, come quickly and light some incense to beseech the city god for our protection, ensuring we accomplish this mission smoothly." As he spoke, he retrieved a lighter and ignited 2 incense sticks in his hand. Qin Shuyun furrowed his brow, then offered a wry smile, stating, "In this world, what divine beings exist? This is mere superstition. With the resurgence of the supernatural and rampant spirits, if there were any deities, this world would not be in its current state. The divine only resides in legends. While there are records in the texts of Taoism and Buddhism, they are but figments of imagination. After all, practitioners have sought the traces of the divine for millennia without success. The only force capable of combating spirits resides within us, the ghosts we harbor. The legacies of Buddhism and Taoism in our dragon country cannot exterminate these entities. They merely serve a supportive role. Therefore, cease your fanciful notions of divine beings." Upon hearing this, Qi Heng swiftly drew Qin Shuyun closer, a playful grin adorning his face. All right. I did not come here for your sermon. Quickly light that incense. We are pressed for time to confront the spirits." With that, he thrust the incense into Qin Shuyun's hands. Reluctantly, Qin Shuyun accepted it, and together with Qi Heng, they bowed in reverence and planted the incense into the ground. As the incense smoldered, wisps of fragrant smoke ascended. Meanwhile, Yi Bei, who had been engrossed in reading within the divine abode, detected the scent of incense. At this hour, someone is offering incense? Yi Bei thought, his consciousness already merging with the statue of the city god. He then lifted his gaze toward the 2 individuals presenting their offerings. Chapter 4. The Spirit Master Offers Incense. General Jia inspects his domain. However, as his gaze settled upon Qin Shuyun and Qi Heng, his brows furrowed sharply, revealing a flicker of fury within his eyes. For he was a deity, capable of perceiving the malevolent spirits residing within these 2 individuals. Moreover, these spirits were even more formidable than the ghostly bride. How dare these wicked entities possess human forms and approach a deity to offer incense? Were they audaciously challenging the divine? Yi Bei's bao aft, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he prepared to strike down these oblivious fiends and rescue the 2 before him. A colossal golden hand, its aura carefully concealed, materialized above their heads, poised to eliminate the malevolent spirits without alarming them. Yet in the next moment, Yi Bei discerned a glimmer of golden light hidden deep within the inky blackness of the spirits above the 2 men. Could it be the radiance of virtue? What was transpiring? Murmuring to himself, Yi Bei concentrated more divine energy into his eyes, scrutinizing the condition of Qin Shuyun and Qi Heng in detail. Eventually, he grasped the true nature of their predicament. The spirits within them were, in fact, being suppressed by some means. They were not mere victims of possession, but rather spirit masters who commanded the malevolent entities. Furthermore, the presence of the golden light of virtue on their bodies indicated that they had performed numerous good deeds. They were evidently individuals dedicated to vanquishing spirits and saving the common folk. Upon understanding the situation, Yi Bei willed the immense golden hand above their heads to gradually dissipate. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyun and Qi Heng remained utterly oblivious. After finishing their offerings, Qin Shuyun straightened his back, adjusting his silver-framed glasses, and turned to Qi Heng, saying, "We completed our offering. Let us hasten to slay that ghost before it claims more lives." Qi Heng nodded eagerly and replied with a smile, "Absolutely, brother. I will light another pair of candles to illuminate the city god's statue, and once done, we shall depart." With that, he retrieved a pair of candles from beside the city god's effigy and began to light them. Qin Shuyun shook his head in silent exasperation, but chose to remain patient, standing still as he awaited his companion. Just then, as Qi Heng was inserting the candles into the ground, he glanced up at the statue and was taken aback to see the eyes of the city god seemingly move. Surprised, he quickly turned to Qin Shuyun and exclaimed, "Shuyun, quick! Look, the city god has manifested." "Huh?" Manifested what? Chen Shuyan asked, turning with a hint of skepticism. Qi Hong rushed to his side, gesticulating excitedly. Just now, I saw the eyes of the city goddess statue move. He's watching us. Chen Shuyun was left utterly perplexed. The eyes of a clay statue can move? Surely you jest. I believe you are merely hallucinating. With that, he firmly grasped the still excited Qi Hong and began to lead him away to prevent further outbursts. I'm not lying to you. You must go and see for yourself. Alas, why do you not believe? You must trust me. The city god has indeed manifested. As Qi Hong was being pulled along, he gestured animatedly in an attempt to explain. Yet, Chen Shuyun paid no heed, allowing the words to drift in one ear and out the other. Eventually, growing weary of Qi Hong's incessant chatter, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from within Chen Shuyun's being. With a swift motion, he unleashed a multitude of blood-stained strips of cloth that bound Qi Hong completely and sealed his lips. Subsequently, the remaining crimson strips lunged forward, ensnaring the nearby trees before retracting abruptly, propelling them forward with the agility reminiscent of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Yi Bei, his consciousness inhabiting the statue, observed the retreating figures of the two. He then opened his divine eyes, surveying the surroundings. Piercing through the darkness, he discerned that numerous locations were suffused with rising ghostly energy, the air thick with the stench of malevolence. Indeed, this world is far from tranquil, teeming with malevolent spirits. Yi Bei mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He then withdrew his consciousness back into his corporeal form and made his way to the main hall. Upon encountering the 10 specters standing resolutely on either side of the hall, he addressed them. There are numerous vengeful spirits within our jurisdiction. General Jiasul, you and your 2 companions will patrol the area. Upon discovering any malevolent entities, you are to eliminate them immediately. Upon hearing this, General Jiasul promptly replied in unison. We shall obey. The specters bowed respectfully to Yi Bei before following General Jiasul out of the divine abode, heading towards Shangha village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Shuyun had arrived in Shangha village with Qi Hong bound by ghostly strips. Let me go, please. Qi Hong protested, struggling fiercely like a slippery eel. Observing that they had entered the village, Chen Shuyun, with a thought, released Qi Hong. The bloodied strips gradually retracted back into his form. Regaining his freedom, Qi Hong took several deep breaths and brushed off the dust from his attire, only to begin hurling invectives. Chen Shuyun, you rascal. You could have at least given me a warning before binding me with your wretched strips. And gagging me, too. Disgusting. A faint smile graced Chen Shuyun's lips as he retorted, What compelled you to proclaim that the city goddess' eyes had moved? I thought you had been struck by a ghost. It truly moved. If I am lying, then I'm a dog. Qi Hong insisted. Chen Shuyun, surveying the surroundings, noted the pervasive, ghostly presence within the village and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Hengzi. It is time to fulfill our mission. We have reached the 3rd group of Shangha village, where ghostly activities are rampant, having claimed many lives recently. We must locate and eliminate them tonight. Upon hearing the word mission, Qi Hong's expression turned serious. He surveyed the village, noting the numerous areas thick with ghostly energy, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact locations of the malevolent entities. He then inquired, Shall we search for these spirits separately or together? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shuyun made his decision. Let us search together, but it would be prudent to exercise caution, one remarked. Having spoken, the 2 entered the village and commenced their meticulous search for the presence of malevolent spirits, inspecting each dwelling with diligence. Due to the haunting, most of the villagers had vacated, leaving only a handful behind, resulting in a profusion of abandoned homes. As practitioners of spirit taming, the duo effortlessly traversed the rooftops, facilitating their exploration. In instances where they encountered occupied homes, they would knock on doors, presenting their credentials to gain entry for their investigation. However, after a lengthy search spanning most of the day, they remained empty-handed. There is but one last family to the east. Once we conclude there, we shall turn our attention to the western area, Chen Shuyun stated, his brow furrowed, as he approached the door to knock. Moments later, they discerned footsteps emanating from within. leading them to believe the homeowner was about to emerge. The pair promptly produced their identification, ready to present it. Meanwhile, atop the roof of the modest dwelling, Lu Xiaoye concealed herself within a cement water tank, her hands pressed tightly against her mouth, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Through a narrow crack in the tank, she observed a figure clad in a black funeral garment, its visage grotesquely decayed, meandering about outside. The figure intermittently twitched its nose, as if attempting to catch a whiff of some elusive scent. Chapter 5. The Fishing Green-Faced Demon, the Spine as Sword. This ghastly entity lingered for quite some time, and upon failing to locate any prey, it turned its attention towards the staircase, intent on descending. At that moment, Lu Xiaoye exhaled in relief. Fortunately, her grandmother had once advised her to hide in water and extinguish the flames with it to evade malevolent spirits. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been discovered. Deep within her heart, she felt an immense gratitude for having narrowly escaped calamity. She resolved to leave this place by tomorrow. Staying any longer was out of the question. Previously, she had dismissed the existence of such apparitions, but after witnessing one with her own eyes, her skepticism had utterly vanished. She then slightly shifted her position, peering towards the staircase to ascertain whether the specter had indeed departed. After scanning the area meticulously 2 or 3 times, she finally perceived that the ominous figure had vanished from the rooftop, allowing her heart to finally settle. It must have gone downstairs, Lu Xiaoye murmured to herself. With utmost caution, she turned her body, preparing to glimpse the situation below through a gap on the other side of the water vat. However, as she pivoted, her countenance drained of color, and her body trembled involuntarily. For there, in the crevice of the vat, a pupilless eyeball, glistening white, was fixated upon her with unwavering intensity. Lu Xiaoye could no longer restrain herself, covering her eyes and letting out a piercing scream. Tears of terror cascaded down her cheeks. I have found you. Fresh blood meal. The raspy, ominous voice of the corpse-draped specter echoed malevolently in Lu Xiaoye's ears. It slowly lifted the wooden board that covered the water vat, its eye, devoid of pupils, locked onto her, with a mouth full of jagged teeth. Its decayed and elongated tongue slithered forth, coiling menacingly towards Lu Xiaoye's neck. Just as despair enveloped Lu Xiaoye, a bloodied strip of cloth shot forth from below, akin to an arrow released from its bow, piercing towards the specter. With a sharp sound, the entity was impaled, and the crimson cloth extended further, binding the specter tightly before yanking it downward with force. Thud! The hardened ground of the courtyard was dented as the specter's form crashed into it. You vile creature! We have sought you for so long, and have finally found you. Chun Shuyun stood in the courtyard, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he looked down upon the struggling specter. Simultaneously, in a dilapidated coffin within a grave on the hillside behind Lu Xiaoye's home, a ghastly figure with ashen skin and a grotesque visage suddenly opened its eyes wide. Someone is assaulting that old demon. Hit him. It seems a fish has taken the bait, the delectable flesh and blood of the demon controller. How I long for it. Its sinister laughter reverberated within the confines of the grave. In an instant, it sprang forth from the shattered tomb, leaping down the hill towards Lu Xiaoye's home. Meanwhile, in Lu Xiaoye's courtyard, Qi Heng approached as he observed the old specter ensnared by Chen Shuyin. The gaze directed at the specter was fraught with disdain. His grandparents had fallen victim to such malevolent entities, instilling in him a deep-seated animosity towards all spirits, a desire to eradicate every last one of them. Do not struggle. Allow me to grant you a swift end, Qi Heng declared, extending his arm towards the nape of his neck. Gradually, he grasped his own spine and, with a sudden jerk, a peculiar sound echoed as muscle fibers tugged. In the next instant, a blood-dripping spinal sword materialized in his grasp. Embrace your demise. Qi Heng swung the spinal sword towards the head of the old ghost in shroud, its lack of agility overshadowed by its formidable might, capable of slaying even the most bizarre of foes with a single blow. However, just as the sword was about to sever the head of the old ghost, a massive boulder crashed through the courtyard gate behind him, propelled by an unstoppable force, hurtling directly towards him. Bang! Qi Heng's body was forcibly hurled back, colliding against the wall, which caved in upon impact. Hengzi! Chun Shuyun instinctively focused his thoughts, and a crimson strip of cloth extended from his body, swiftly pulling Qi Heng to his side. Fortunately, it was merely a physical attack. I am quite unharmed. Qi Heng observed the dent in his chest gradually restoring itself, sighing in relief. Seeing that Qi Heng's injuries were not severe, Chen Shuyan too felt his worries ease. The two of them lifted their gazes towards the entrance, and through the veil of night, they beheld a towering, grotesque specter striding towards them, its height exceeding 2 meters. The creature, cloaked in a ghastly green hue, displayed menacing fangs and emanated a chilling aura. Its AC-level green face ghost. How could such an entity be present here? The faces of Chun Shuyun and Qi Heng darkened in an instant. As mere D-level practitioners, they were now confronted by a foe of a significantly higher caliber, flooding their hearts with a sense of despair. Instinctively, Qi Heng pressed the emergency contact button on his person, calling for assistance from the headquarters of the Ghost Control Bureau in Rongqing. Meanwhile, on a rural road outside Shangha Village, General Jia's eyes glinted with a crimson hue as he gazed at the surging malevolence ahead. The ghostly energy is rampant. There must be a wicked spirit nearby. All Yin officials, heed my command and follow me to vanquish it. Yes, General. A sanguine glow enveloped General Jia's form, shrouding the Yin officials behind him as he vanished into the ground. A few seconds later, Qi Heng and Chun Shuyun, who had pressed the distress button, received the voice of the Ghost Control Bureau operator through their earpieces. Chun Shuyun, Qi Heng, what urgent matter prompts your contact with headquarters? Upon hearing the operator's voice, Qi Heng promptly replied, we have encountered AC-level green-faced ghost. The location is within Shangha Village, where we are executing our mission. We request immediate support from headquarters. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a brief pause on the other end of the phone. Then, the voice changed, revealing that it was their superior, Captain Lu Shan of the Ghost Control Bureau. You must evacuate immediately. I will dispatch a B-level ghost handler to deal with the green-faced specter. Upon hearing this, Qi Heng and Chun Shuyun felt a twinge of retreat. Just as they contemplated withdrawal, however, a noise emanated from the rooftop of a nearby building. Qi Heng turned to see Lu Xiaoye crouched atop, peering down at the unfolding situation. Her face was ashen, her eyes vacant, clearly rendered speechless by fear. We cannot retreat. If we do, the remaining villagers will perish. Qi Heng clenched his teeth in determination. He then addressed Captain Lu Shan on the line. Captain, there are still civilians here. Shuyun and I possess the talismans of Qingyang Palace and can perform the resurrection of the specters one more time. Please send assistance swiftly. Within the Ghost Control Bureau of Rongqing, Lu Shan pondered Qi Heng's words for a moment before replying. Qin Xiangfeng is in your vicinity. I will notify him at once. You should arrive within 10 minutes. If you can hold out, then hold on. If not, retreat. The number of ghost handlers was scarce. There might not even be one among every 10,000 people. I implore you to prioritize the greater good. Preserving your lives is of utmost importance. After hearing Lu Shan's directive, Qi Heng and Chen Shuyun remained silent. They exchanged glances, both turning their attention to the green-faced specter lunging toward them. They understood fully that, even if they could resurrect the specters within them twice, they would undoubtedly be unable to last for 10 minutes. Yet they had to endure. With resolve, they affixed the Qingyang Palace talismans to their foreheads. Resurrection of the Vengeful Spirits. Chapter 6, A Swift Strike. General Jia erases the will of the malevolent spirit. A surge of dark energy erupted from their bodies, enveloping them entirely, causing their flesh to decay rapidly while their strength surged exponentially. They charged toward the oncoming green-faced specter. The clash between the apparitions was thunderous, shattering the courtyard and collapsing the walls. Despite the revival of the malevolent spirits within their bodies, granting them considerable power, they remained at a disadvantage. The intensity of the confrontation caused the talismans from Qingyang Palace to deplete alarmingly fast. In a mere moment, the talismans had completely burned out. Continuing to sustain the revival of the malevolent spirits within them would cost them their very lives. Seeing this, Qi Heng gritted his teeth and said, Shuyun, Take that girl and leave first. Once she is safe, come back for me. Chun Shuyun frowned at these words, exasperation evident in his tone. Hengzi, do you take me for a fool? If I leave, you will undoubtedly perish. We are brothers. Will you have me betray you? If we must die, let us die together. However, before he could finish, Chi Hung's hoarse voice cut through. Hurry and go. I fear that I may lose my reason and be compelled to attack you. Upon hearing the unusual tone in Chi Heng's voice, Chun Shuyun turned to look at him, and his heart sank in alarm. Chi Hung was now a shadow of his former self. His skin had begun to melt away, blood dripping from his body, while bone spurs protruded grotesquely from him. He extended a hand resembling a claw and seized the nearby old ghost clad in a funeral shroud, shoving it into his mouth. He was a monstrous apparition, a true embodiment of horror. Typically, the revival of a malevolent spirit consumes one's lifespan. But Chi Hung's current state indicated a complete surrender of his flesh and soul to the spirit within him, all for the sake of acquiring greater power. This was the ultimate technique of a spirit master, a method that could only be employed once in a lifetime. Damn it! Hengzi, are you out of your mind? Stop this immediately. Chun Shuyun, usually so composed, could not help but curse. The crimson strips of cloth within him surged forth, attempting to envelop Chi Hung and halt the complete revival of the malevolent spirit. But in the next instant, Chi Hung's spiky hand effortlessly tore through Chun Shuyun's crimson strips. He lunged directly at the green-faced specter, and the two beasts engaged in a brutal struggle. Hengzi, witnessing Chi Hung, bloodied and dismembered, Chun Shuyun's eyes widened in despair. It's futile, utterly futile, even if you unleash the malevolent spirit within you. You are no match for me. You are too weak. Weakness is the original sin. The green-faced specter grinned, its mouth full of sharp teeth, derisively mocking him. And what if I were to join forces? Chun Shuyun's countenance was shrouded in inexplicable fury as countless strips of cloth erupted from within his being, spiraling towards the green-faced ghost in a desperate attempt to ensnare it. He too sought to offer flesh and soul as a sacrifice to the malevolent spirit dwelling within him, in exchange for formidable power, vowing to vanquish this green-faced specter. However, the green-faced ghost merely grinned and remarked, "Blood offerings pose no threat to me." With a mere flick of its wrist, it effortlessly shredded the blood-soaked strips that coiled around its formidable form. Even at your utmost, you would scarcely reach the C rank. Futile endeavor. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a painless passage into my inner sanctum. The green-faced ghost nonchalantly repelled the duo's attacks, its laughter echoing with arrogance. Mere seconds later, the two found themselves utterly exhausted, unable to withstand any further, reduced to helplessly watching as the malevolent spirit within them feasted upon their flesh and souls. Despair and anguish spread across their visages. Observing this, the green-faced ghost chuckled darkly. "Little spirits, do not resist. You are also my sustenance." It approached, extending its hand to grasp the throats of Chi Hung and Chun Shuyun, intent on consuming them. Yet in the next instant, its arm halted mid-air. Thud, 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 an unhurried cadence echoed, drawing ever closer. Each step seemed imbued with some arcane power, causing the green-faced ghost to tremble with trepidation. The overwhelming presence felt as if it were binding its very form, rendering it immobile. A low, beastly growl escaped the green-faced ghost's throat as it exerted every ounce of strength to escape, but its struggles proved futile, its body unyielding. It could scarcely even turn its head, engulfed by an abyss of fear. At that moment, Chun Shuyun and Chi Hung raised their eyes toward the source of the footsteps, and beheld a tall figure clad in black, a sword hanging at its waist, entering through the courtyard gate. The expression on this figure's face was eerily calm. Upon reaching the side of the green-faced ghost, it slowly drew forth the long blade from its waist. In a flash of dark steel, the once mighty green-faced ghost was decapitated in an instant, its essence shattered into black dust, dissipating into the air. Throughout the ordeal, the green-faced ghost had not moved a muscle, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Witnessing this, a tempest of astonishment surged within Chi Hung and Chun Shuyun. leaving them incredulous at the spectacle they had just witnessed. The C-ranked green-faced ghost, a malevolent entity capable of slaying countless lives, had been reduced to the status of an insignificant insect before this formidable presence. Extinguished with a mere flick. Not only was escape impossible, even the slightest movement eluded it. What monumental power was this? As the duo grappled with their astonishment, the figure's long blade slowly pointed in their direction. Instantly, a primal fear, born from the depths of their souls, spread throughout their bodies. Even the malevolent spirits raging within them fell into silence at that moment. However, in the next instant, a sense of relief washed over the two. Being killed would be preferable, sparing them the agony of having their souls and bodies consumed. Their fate was already sealed, and enduring prolonged torment was less desirable than a swift end. A merciful death should be a cause for gratitude. With this thought, they willingly closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Meanwhile, General Jia turned his gaze towards the distant scene where the Yin Chai pointed their blade menacingly at Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan, a slight frown creasing his brow. It seemed the Yin Chai mistook these two for malevolent spirits. Consequently, his lips moved imperceptibly as he conveyed a message through divine power to the imminent attacker. They possess merit and are not under the control of malevolent spirits. Do not slay them, retreat. The Yin Chai paused in surprise, casting a peculiar glance at the two before turning away from the courtyard. After transmitting his divine message, a glimmer of divine light flickered in General Jia's eyes as he inspected the interior of Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan. He discovered that the malevolent spirits within them were devouring their flesh and souls. Even spirits under control could retaliate. It was best to erase their sentience. Thus, General Jia extended his hand towards the two, a subtle gesture across the 100 meters of void. A beam of crimson divine light surged forth, piercing the center of their brows. The malevolent spirits, which had been consuming their souls and flesh, instantly ceased their actions. The previously avaricious and malevolent gazes transformed into a vacant, mechanical stare. Having completed this act, General Jia turned to depart with the Yin Chai. The two, initially resigned to their fates, suddenly felt the pain in their souls and bodies vanish entirely. The malevolent spirits within them had fallen silent. What transpired? As they sensed the peculiar change, they slowly opened their eyes, only to discover that they had been released from the resurgence of the malevolent spirits and had returned to their normal state. Moreover, they noticed that the powerful entity that had slain the green-faced ghost was no longer in the courtyard. Upon raising their eyes to gaze outside, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. The formidable presence that had just vanquished the green-faced ghost was now bowing respectfully to a figure clad in a red robe, whose back was turned, rendering their visage indistinguishable. Chapter 7. The Disturbance at the Ghost Control Bureau. Behind the individual clad in a crimson official robe, there trailed 5 figures dressed in dark garments. This. Qi Heng was rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before him. Meanwhile, Chen Shuyan quietly adjusted the specialized recording device at his chest. Once the enigmatic beings had departed, Qi Heng gradually relaxed. He then turned to Chen Shuyan and inquired, "Shuyan, who exactly was that entity resembling a ghostly figure? Moreover, if he is already so formidable, what does that make the one in the red official robe? What manner of identity and strength does he possess?" In response to Qi Heng's barrage of questions, Chen Shuyan did not answer immediately. Instead, he continued to gaze at the retreating figures of the crimson-robed official and the spectral beings, only regaining his composure once they had vanished from sight. He exhaled deeply, a cloud of breath escaping his lips. After adjusting the silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, he remarked, the ghostly figure wore dark garments, wielded a Yin fireblade, and carried a soul-settling bell. I have encountered such imagery in ancient texts of Taoism before. Upon hearing this, Qi Heng, filled with urgency, pressed, "What is it? Spare no details, please." Chen Shuyan inhaled deeply once more and replied, "Yin Chai. They're the spectral beings responsible for collecting souls in the Underworld." Having uttered these words, Chen Shuyan's gaze drifted again towards the direction in which Yi Bei and the Yin Chai had disappeared, murmuring softly, "They truly resemble Yin Chai." Could it be that the underworld genuinely exists? Upon hearing the term yin chai, Chi Hung was left in a state of utter shock. It was not until several seconds later that he erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I knew there were deities in this world. It must be because we offered incense to the city god earlier and became his devotees that he sent the yin chai to assist us." Observing Chi Heng's exuberance, Chun Shuyan shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, "I too wish that deities were real. If they truly existed, the world would not be in its current state." Simultaneously, Lu Shan at the headquarters of the Ghost Control Bureau in Rongqing had overheard the conversation between Chi Hung and Chen Shuyan. His earlier silence was due to a desire not to distract them during their confrontation with the specter. Now that the dust had settled and the green-faced ghost was vanquished, he was compelled to seek clarity on such a sensational revelation. "Chen Shuyan, you mentioned that the entity who dispatched the green-faced ghost resembled a yin chai, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Shuyan affirmed with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan was immediately exhilarated, urgently stating, "Has your supernatural recording device been activated? If so, please bring the device back at once. I must view the uncompressed, high-definition footage." In response to Lu Shan's fervent tone, Chun Shuyan replied, "Understood. We will return to the headquarters immediately." Upon speaking, vibrant crimson ribbons erupted from his body, enveloping the agitated Chi Hung, and then swiftly racing towards the outskirts of the village. In the tranquil mountain hamlet, the spectral enforcers clad in dark garments patrolled their territory, ensuring no malevolent spirits were at play. The dogs, which would typically bark furiously at the slightest disturbance, now wagged their tails and lowered their heads upon seeing the figures of the enforcers. Meanwhile, Yi Bei sat at the main seat in the grand hall, gazing upwards as golden virtuous energy descended from the heavens, which he effortlessly absorbed into his consciousness. Delving into his mind's eye, he observed the golden speck at the center of his consciousness, which had grown slightly larger. The 9 virtue golden body, when would it finally be conceived? Yi Bei furrowed his brow slightly. He then sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength, a direct effect of the virtuous energy. Patience is key. One day, I shall cultivate the 9 virtue golden body and wield the authority of the Yin sovereign, ascending to that exalted position. Yi Bei exhaled slowly, banishing the anxiety and distractions from his mind. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the malevolent spirit. You have earned a signing opportunity. System, initiate the signing." He had scarcely finished speaking when the system's notification resounded instantly. "Signing successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Pure Yin Spring." Note: the water flowing from the pure Yin Spring is a pristine, liquefied essence of pure Yin energy. Both spirits and Yin deities who consume it can enhance their cultivation, and it facilitates the solidification of ghostly forms. The pure Yin Spring is indeed a remarkable boon. Yi Bei marveled. He then directed his gaze towards the small pure Yin Spring hovering before him. With a mere thought, he placed it in the courtyard outside the grand hall, transforming the ground around the spring into a modest pool. Instantaneously, streams of water composed of pure Yin energy gushed forth, filling the pool. Yi Bei approached and scooped up a mouthful of the pure Yin water, feeling the invigorating essence surge into his being, slightly elevating his cultivation. "Quite impressive. This can be bestowed upon my subordinate, General Jialuo, and the enforcers, enabling them to enhance their prowess more swiftly." Shortly thereafter, General Jialuo and the enforcers returned to the Divine Manor after their patrol. With a casual wave of his hand, 10 streams of pure Yin water floated before them. After their patrols, they may freely partake of the pure Yin water to boost their cultivation, but be warned against overindulgence, for it may destabilize their ghostly forms. "Thank you, Your Majesty." General Jialuo's face brightened slightly. Such a resource would indeed be immensely beneficial to them. The enforcers, however, displayed extreme excitement, for they had scarcely consumed the pure Yin water in the past. To their astonishment, Yi Bei now permitted them to partake daily, filling them with unbridled joy. In the conference room of the Ghost Management Bureau headquarters in Rongqing, Chen Shuyan and Chi Hung sat at the end of the table. In the foreground, the core members of the Rongqing Ghost Control Bureau occupied the other seats, including 5 or 6 B-grade ghost tamers. At the head of the table sat Director Lu Zhang. At that moment, the large screen in the conference room displayed video footage recorded in the devices of Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan. After the video had replayed several times, Director Lu Zhang finally raised his head and inquired, "You previously mentioned that the entity resembling a ghost messenger initially intended to kill you, but later abandoned that intention. Do you know the reason behind this?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyan and Qi Heng fell into contemplation for a moment before shaking their heads in resignation, saying, "Director, we do not know." Throughout the encounter, that mysterious entity never uttered a single word, leaving us unable to analyze the situation. Captain Lu Shan also nodded in agreement. Having pondered for quite some time over the reason why the ghost messenger chose not to harm the two, yet he remained perplexed. The other B-grade ghost tamers exchanged glances, sharing the same sentiments of confusion. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Director Lu Zhang shook his head and remarked, "Just because you did not hear anything does not mean they did not communicate. There are countless ghostly entities in the world, many of which possess unique abilities. For instance, there are ghosts that can kill through radio waves, or those capable of lethal sound attacks. It is possible that the entity resembling a ghost messenger has an extraordinary ability that allows it to communicate in other ways, hence your inability to hear it. Based on your accounts and the content of the video, I deduce that a superior entity among the ghost messengers intervened to prevent them from taking your lives." Chapter 8. Is there really a divine being in this world? The decision of the imperial capital. Upon finishing his words, Lu Zhang's eyes turned pitch black, and a chilling aura began to emanate from him, transforming the entire office into a ghostly realm. "Do not resist. I shall probe the malevolent spirits within you," he declared to Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan. Soon after, tendrils of dark energy, under his command, surged into the bodies of Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan. The dark energy coalesced into small, serpentine forms, darting towards the locations of the malevolent spirits within them, encircling these entities. Furthermore, several of these serpents, controlled by Lu Zhang, tentatively attacked the spirits inside the two men. However, the malevolent spirits displayed no reaction whatsoever, remaining in a dazed, almost mechanical state, offering no resistance to the onslaught. Witnessing this scene through the black serpents, Lu Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. The malevolent spirits within you are not merely dormant. Their consciousness has been obliterated. He stared incredulously at Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan, his body trembling slightly. S-grade. The figure you encountered, clad in the crimson official robe, is likely an S-grade entity. For an A-grade spirit cannot erase the consciousness of a malevolent spirit. As he spoke, his complexion paled further. An S-grade is a terrifying existence capable of toppling cities and annihilating nations. Most incidents of small nations being wiped out on Blue Star were, in fact, caused by S-grade malevolent spirits. Even our Dragon Kingdom has faced outbreaks of S-grade entities, during which several cities were devastated and countless civilians perished. Moreover, no fewer than 10 A-grade spirit tamers lost their lives in those battles. Yet we cannot vanquish that S-grade spirit. We merely manage to bind and suppress it. Each year, A-grade spirit tamers and adept practitioners of Buddhist and Taoist formations are sent to reinforce the seals. One can only imagine the horror of S-grade malevolent spirits. S-grade malevolent spirits? Is it possible that the events of the past are about to unfold once more? Why has such a terrifying spirit resurfaced? Is Rongqing destined for destruction? The B-grade spirit tamers looked alarmed, engaging in fervent discussions. At this juncture, Qi Heng spoke up. "Esteemed seniors, it may not be as dire as you think. Before we went there, Shuyan and I paid a visit to the city god temple. I suspect that the figure in the crimson robe is none other than the city god himself. A divine being." Divine being? Upon hearing these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Could divine beings truly exist? Was there a realm of the dead? Were there indeed unofficials? Was the city god real? Yet, we have never encountered any evidence. The B-grade spirit tamers were abuzz with speculation. At that moment, B-grade spirit tamer Qin Xiangfeng rose and proclaimed, Divine beings do not exist. For millennia, the Buddhist and Taoist sects have sought them in vain, and we spirit tamers have searched for a century without finding a trace of their existence. We must abandon the illusion of divine beings and remain ever ready to combat malevolent spirits. After all, it is through the blood and sacrifice of spirit tamers and the Buddhist and Taoist sects that we have managed to prevent our dragon kingdom from becoming a haven for malevolent entities. Very well. Chi Hung lowered his head in a moment of embarrassment and murmured. At that moment, a notification appeared on Director Lu Zhang's computer. Upon clicking to connect, the large screen in the conference room suddenly displayed the image of a figure clad in a Zhongshan suit. This figure, though his hair had turned gray, exuded an aura of authority. The think tank of the imperial capital had analyzed the events surrounding the Incha incident and tentatively assessed that the suspected divine entity posed no malice towards us. However, we have previously encountered malevolent spirits masquerading as deities, so we must remain vigilant. The optimal course of action regarding this suspected divine presence is to prioritize observation. Director Chun has firmly concluded that the best strategy is the 3 no's and 1 observation principle. The 3 no's entail no contact, no provocation, and no disclosure. Our personnel must refrain from provoking or engaging with this entity, and we must not disclose this matter to prevent any disturbance that could lead to catastrophic events. The 1 observation mandates continuous monitoring of this presence's movements, with timely reporting to enable the think tank to conduct a more detailed analysis of its subsequent actions. Should there be any signs of change, we can swiftly initiate an emergency response, mobilizing National Class A Spirit Tamers to suppress the entity with all available resources, ensuring that past tragedies do not recur. The aged voice resonated throughout the conference room. Lu Zheng, Lu Shan, and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the think tank of the imperial capital had considered matters far more comprehensively than they had. After the elder shared additional details, he concluded, stating that given the significant potential crisis in Rongqing, the director had decided to dispatch a Class A Spirit Tamer to alleviate some of your burdens. Furthermore, this Class A Spirit Tamer hails from Rongqing, bearing the title of Ning Xian, and is the foremost disciple of Qingyang Palace. It is anticipated that you will get along harmoniously. The following noon, Yi Bei prepared several home-cooked dishes at his residence. Although he no longer needed to consume grains, subsisting solely on incense, he still relished the taste of food. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his phone buzzed with several WeChat notifications. Before he could respond, he received a phone call. Upon checking, he saw that it was his younger sister, Yi Zhilan, calling. As soon as he answered, her anxious voice came through. "Brother, where are you now? Are you in Yacheng? Hurry back to Rongqing, return home." Hearing Yi Zhilan's words, Yi Bei immediately recalled the scheduled message he had sent the night before and forgotten to retract. However, he was puzzled as to why his sister was so anxious after learning of his plans to go to Yacheng. He replied, "What is the matter? Is there danger in Yacheng?" There was a brief pause on the other end before Yi Zhilan responded, "Brother, do you believe in ghosts?" "I do," Yi Bei answered. At this, Yi Zhilan sighed with relief. She had been worried that Yi Bei might not believe in the existence of spirits. Subsequently, she continued, "All right, if you believe, then brother, you must heed my warning. Numerous places in Yacheng have recently been plagued by malevolent spirits, resulting in many fatalities. You must not venture there." Yi Bei set down his chopsticks, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired, "How do you know there are ghosts in Yacheng?" To his knowledge, his sister was attending university in Jiang province. How could she possibly be aware of events in Yacheng? "Brother, the truth is I am not an ordinary person. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a direct disciple of Qingyang Palace, specializing in formation techniques. Alas, I cannot explain it all over the phone, but I will return and tell you in detail. In any case, the Ghost Control Bureau in Rongqing has invited me to serve as a special consultant on formations in recent days. So I have decided to forego my studies and return to Rongqing. I will share with you the secrets of our world then." After exchanging a few more words with his sister, Yi Bei ended the call. As evening approached, the sun began its descent. Just as Yi Bei prepared to head to the city god temple, he suddenly sensed a wisp of incense drifting into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a voice of supplication resonated in his mind. "City god, I beseech you, save my granddaughter, I implore you." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Bei's thoughts stirred, and his spirit instantly connected with the statue, allowing him to survey the scene outside the temple. At that moment, an elderly man, stooped with age, knelt before the city god statue, fervently bowing and murmuring prayers. Tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, a manifestation of profound despair. This elderly man appeared to be named Wang Jiansheng. He seemed to frequent the temple, often engaging in charitable acts. He even purchased incense and candles for the temple, enabling others to pay their respects, which contributed to the temple's thriving incense offerings. Yi Bei recalled having seen Wang Jiansheng tending to the temple during his previous visits, weeding, dusting, and painting the statue. Such dedication had elevated him to a sort of caretaker of the temple, marking him as a benevolent soul. The city god's duty is to reward virtue and punish vice, and it would be prudent to investigate what had befallen his granddaughter. Observing the elderly Wang Jiansheng, who rose after kneeling for several minutes, Yi Bei manifested a portion of his divine power and discreetly followed him. Chapter 9. The Girl Who Lost Her Soul. More than an hour later, his divine incarnation followed the elderly Wang Jiansheng to the First People's Hospital. Upon entering the hospital ward, they were immediately met with a voice filled with reproach. "Old man, where have you been? Were you not supposed to buy some towels and toothbrushes? Why did it take you several hours?" Yi Bei looked up to see a woman in her 60s, Wang Genxing's wife, Yu Tsuehua. A look of shame crossed Wang Genxing's face as he handed her the towels and toothbrushes he had purchased. He then explained, "I went to the city god temple to pray for Jia, hoping the city god would help her recover swiftly." Upon hearing this, Yu Tsuehua's anger flared. "Oh, you foolish old man. Did I not tell you to stay away from those temples? If you had insisted on taking Jia to that temple fair a few days ago, would she be in this state now? Woe is me, my poor granddaughter." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she began to strike Wang Genxing's shoulder in frustration. Feeling somewhat guilty, he did not dare retaliate, only letting out a helpless sigh. He had always been fond of attending temple fairs. After taking his granddaughter to one, he discovered her shoes were missing upon returning home, and soon after, she fell into an unconscious state. He suspected her soul had wandered off and sought the village shaman to call it back, but to no avail. Just as he contemplated taking her to pray at the city goddess shrine, his son and daughter-in-law returned. Both were skeptics of the supernatural and believed their daughter was merely ill, hastily taking her to the hospital. "Mom, don't blame Dad. Jia is sick, not soulless. This is not Dad's fault," Zhao Lianlian interjected, pulling Yu Tsuehua away from continuing her assault on Wang Jiansheng. Meanwhile, Wang Qinggong, their son, sat silently by Jia's bedside, holding his daughter's hand, his eyes filled with sorrow. But the hospital cannot determine what illness Jia has. I suspect it's because this old man took her to those unclean places, causing her to lose her soul. Alas, heavens, please save my dear granddaughter," Yu Tsuehua lamented, tears flowing freely. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Zhao Lianlian felt a flicker of doubt, though she had never believed in the supernatural. Jia's inexplicable unconsciousness, despite a thorough medical examination revealing no issues, had shaken her resolve. Doctors affirmed that her daughter was physically healthy, yet her organs were mysteriously failing. Many top specialists had shown interest in her condition, convening several times to study it, yet no progress was made. All the family could do was watch as Jia's life gradually ebbed away. In that moment, even this staunch atheist felt the stirrings of a desire to seek divine intervention. She now fervently wishes that divine beings truly exist, for that would mean salvation for her daughter. Yi Bei cast a glance at this sorrowful family before striding towards the hospital bed. He then turned his gaze to the pale-faced Wang Jia, a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old. He was familiar with her. She was a generous, cheerful child, full of laughter, though not intimately acquainted. After observing for a moment, Yi Bei furrowed his brow, realizing that she was missing a soul and a spirit. No wonder she lay in a deep coma, her body gravely weakened, with her organs slowly deteriorating. The soul governs the intellect, while the spirit governs the body. When a soul is lost, one may become foolish. Yet the loss of the spirit leads to dire physical ailments and extreme frailty. Moreover, if the spirit remains absent for too long, life itself is at risk. With this thought, Yibei extended his hand and grasped the air, causing a strand of Wang Jiajia's hair to sever and gently float into his palm. Utilizing this, he should be able to trace the whereabouts of her soul and spirit. Having said this, Yibei's divine energy began to dissipate into the air. Subsequently, his true form, seated on the sofa at home, gradually opened his eyes. Within his palm lay a slender, yellowed hair. In the next moment, golden divine energy surged, igniting the hair in a slow burn. Wisps of green smoke did not dissipate, but instead coalesced in the air, forming a mirror. In that mirror, within a dilapidated, deserted classroom, Wang Jiajia's soul and spirit curled up in a corner amidst a pile of refuse, seemingly evading something terrifying, her head buried between her knees. Too frightened to look out, it appeared that a dreadful presence lurked outside. Yibei's brow slightly furrowed at this sight. Her soul and spirit seemed ensnared by some entity. Furthermore, he could sense not only a haunting aura within the classroom, but also an overwhelming resentment and the stench of blood mingled with the essence of the living. Evil spirits were likely preying upon individuals in this school. Upon inadvertently wandering into their midst, Wang Jiajia's spirit had become terrified and hidden away. With a thought, the green smoke dispersed and the image vanished. His corporeal form transformed into golden light, disappearing from the spot and reappearing in the divine palace. He surveyed the scene below and addressed General Locke. 30 miles to the southwest, there are living souls ensnared by malevolent spirits, and these spirits are consuming the living. General Jia, take the Yin officials and exterminate these fiends, bringing back the souls and any survivors. Yes, Your Majesty. General Jia and the Yin officials bowed respectfully before exiting the divine palace, their forms transforming into black mist and vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, outside Nyoto village, 2 specially modified off-road vehicles traversed a rugged mountain path. Remarkably, these vehicles were moving at an extraordinary speed, exceeding 80 miles per hour, showing no signs of slowing even as they passed perilously close to steep cliffs. Inside the vehicles were the spirit hunters from the Ghost Management Bureau of Rongqing. Due to their ability to control malevolent spirits, even the most novice of exorcists are scarcely fearful of physical harm. It is precisely for this reason that they dare to drive recklessly along the mountain roads, unafraid of the potential for catastrophic accidents. The driver, Qi Heng, navigates the treacherous path, while Chen Xian occupies the passenger seat. In the rear, Qin Xiangfeng gazes out at the tumultuous waves crashing against the cliffs below. As the vehicle rounds another bend and the river vanishes from sight, Qin Xiangfeng turns his attention back to the front. Suddenly, he inquires of Qi Heng and Chen Shuyan. Your prowess should have reached sea level by now, has it not? Qi Heng, momentarily distracted, nearly veers the car off the cliff upon hearing Qin Xiangfeng's voice. Ha ha, indeed, we have surpassed that level. Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Qin. Qi Heng replies, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. Chen Shiyun also turns to Qin Xiangfeng, offering a smile as he adds, it's merely a stroke of luck that the spirit within us has lost its consciousness, allowing us to exert our full capabilities. Chapter 10. The Sinister Eye and the Heart-Devouring Ghost Child. Qin Xiangfeng nodded in agreement upon hearing the words. Typically, a ghost master cannot fully harness the power of the malevolent spirit within, unless they allow it to completely resurrect. However, Chen Shuyun and Qi Heng possess the extraordinary ability to achieve this without any detriment. Alas, if only the malevolent spirit within us were stronger. Had it been an A-grade spirit, we would have already attained A-grade prowess. Qi Heng sighed, expressing his disappointment. Hey, Hengzi, your insatiable ambition is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Have you not yet found satisfaction after breaking through a significant realm? Chen Shuyan retorted, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangfeng gazed intently through the windshield, lost in thought as he murmured an A-grade. His current obsession is to ascend to A-grade and seek vengeance against the spirit that caused the demise of his wife and child. Moments later, the voice of Qi Heng echoed in his ears. Captain Sheen, we have arrived at the entrance of Nyoto village. What are next steps? Upon hearing the voice, Qin Xiangfeng finally regained his focus. We have arrived. Let's disembark. He took the lead, and soon, 6 ghost masters from both vehicles followed suit, stepping out behind him. Among this group, he held the highest cultivation, having reached B grade. Although he could not rival Captain Lu Shan, he was nonetheless one of the most formidable individuals in Rongqing. After alighting, he did not rush into the village, but instead positioned himself at a vantage point at the village entrance, peering into the depths of the village. At that moment, a remarkable transformation occurred within his eyes. The pupils within his eyeballs rapidly split, multiplying into countless tiny pupils that filled his entire eye, instilling a sense of dread. This was the ability of the malevolent spirit within him, the sinister eye. It possessed the power to perceive the distribution of ghostly energy and to create intense illusions that could ensnare both humans and spirits within a phantasmagoria. The concentration of ghostly energy is most potent within the elementary school of Nyoto village. We must surround it and ensure no spirit escapes. Although the villagers have largely evacuated, numerous other villages remain in proximity. Should any spirits elude our grasp, the surrounding villages would inevitably suffer. Understood, Captain. Qi Heng and Chun Shuyan nodded in unison. They then followed Qin Xiangfeng's lead into Nyoto village. The entrance was not far from the elementary school, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the school's vicinity. The area occupied by the village school was generally small, with low walls that allowed them to directly observe the scene within the schoolyard. Possessing the sinister eye, Qin Xiangfeng could perceive more clearly than the other ghost masters. At this moment, he discerned the swirling ghostly energy surrounding the last classroom on the second floor of the Nyoto Village Elementary School, indicating that the spirit was indeed within. Furthermore, he could also sense the presence of the living. In the penultimate classroom on the second floor, the presence of the living was exceedingly faint. Observing this, Qin Xiangfeng furrowed his brow. Subsequently, the eerie illusion expanded, concealing the essence of everyone around him. He led the group directly into the primary school. As they ascended the staircase, they discovered dark crimson bloodstains and scattered bones, an overwhelming stench assaulting their senses. However, as practitioners of spirit taming, Qin and his comrades were undeterred by such gruesome sights. Yet, upon entering the second floor, their pupils dilated in horror. For there, upon the corridor floor, lay the heads of children, wide-eyed and lifeless. These children appear to be no older than 5 or 6 years. Additionally, a hunched, malevolent spirit seemed to be playing, treating the children's severed heads as a football, kicking them about in a grotesque display. Witnessing this, the previously calm demeanor of Qin Xiangfeng transformed into one of fury. These evil spirits were indeed more beastly than animals. These children, who once had bright futures, were now mercilessly slaughtered by malevolent entities, their bodies desecrated even in death. Suddenly, a child's head was kicked to Qin Xiangfeng's feet, colliding against his calf with a dull thud. He looked down to see the terror etched on the child's face, and his rage surged, seeking vengeance. In his eyes, countless pupils glimmered with a sinister green light. In an instant, the spirit that had been toying with the child's head fell into the illusion. Wounds materialized upon the spirit's form, and in mere moments, it disintegrated into black ash. Its soul shattered. After dispatching the malevolent entity, Qin Xiangfeng turned to his companions, declaring, "Qi Heng, Chen Shuyan, you two are responsible for escorting the survivors from the penultimate classroom. Chen Feng, Li Xianyu, Lu Shi, follow me as we hunt down the remaining spirits." With that, he charged toward the final classroom, moving with purpose and without hesitation. Upon entering the last classroom, he beheld a half-meter-tall, ghostly infant perched on a desk, ravenously devouring a bloody human heart, blood cascading down its body without a care. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 other spirits lurked nearby, waiting like hounds for the infant's scraps. The classroom floor was littered with chunks of entrails and bare bones, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Enraged by this sight, everyone shouted for blood. "Kill!" Qin Xiangfeng growled, his voice hoarse, and lunged at the heart-devouring ghostly infant. The other 3 members of the team surged toward the remaining spirits. The ghostly infant possessed B-class strength, comparable to Qin Xiangfeng, yet its abilities were utterly restrained by him, forcing it to wail helplessly within the illusion. Meanwhile, witnessing his comrades struggle against the remaining spirits, Qin Xiangfeng swiftly ensnared them within the illusion as well. In but a fleeting moment, all the malevolent spirits were vanquished, leaving only the ghostly infant to struggle in its anguish. However, as the wounds upon the infant multiplied and its spectral form grew increasingly translucent, a remarkable transformation occurred at the center of the school's playground. The once even ground began to swell visibly, forming a colossal mound of earth, reminiscent of a grave. Soon, tendrils of soil spiraled upwards, converging toward the epicenter. Within mere seconds, a towering figure, composed entirely of earth and standing 2 zhong high, materialized at the heart of the playground, surpassing even the height of the teaching building. This apparition bore an eerie visage, possessing 2 heads and 4 arms. Yet, 2 of its arms and 1 of its heads appeared stunted, as if still in the throes of incomplete development. Qi Heng and Chun Shuyan, who had just led the surviving children out of the school, beheld this spectacle with wide eyes, unable to fathom the reality before them. What manner of monstrosity is this? Qi Heng swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he sought to mask his terror. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them, as if a single finger of that monstrous entity could extinguish their very lives. Who is harming my children? A voice, resonant as a great bell, reverberated throughout the campus, causing the classroom windows to tremble. Chapter 11. The Fusion of the Ghost Infant and the Ghost Mother. Amidst the tremendous commotion, even Qin Xiangfeng, who was intently confronting the ghost infant, sensed that something was amiss. He exited the classroom and stood in the corridor, gazing up at the colossal creature at the center of the playground. A chill surged up his spine. To his astonishment, it was a B-level entity. How could such a formidable ghost be concealed here? Gritting his teeth, Qin Xiangfeng growled softly. Such a powerful ghost could potentially cause casualties in the tens of thousands. If this monster were not vanquished today, the surrounding towns would face dire consequences. The destruction of Rome City itself was a distinct possibility. I can only stall for a moment. I must contact the headquarters in Rome City immediately. As Qin Xiangfeng pressed the emergency button on his person, a red light began to flash in the communication department of the Rome City Ghost Control Bureau, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the office. At that moment, Captain Lu Shan, upon recognizing the call from Qin Xiangfeng, rushed over to answer. Captain Qin, is there an emergency? He inquired. Under normal circumstances, ghost controllers would not utilize the emergency button to contact the Bureau unless faced with an exceptionally urgent situation. Lu Shan felt an unsettling premonition swell within him. For Qin Xiangfeng was one of the strongest among the Rome City Ghost Control Bureau, a B-level ghost controller. An emergency involving such a powerful individual could very well be beyond the capacity of the entire Bureau to resolve. There is a B-level ghost at the elementary school in Yodo Village. My illusion can only contain it for 10 minutes. You must hurry. Qin Xiangfeng's tone was urgent. After delivering his message, he fell silent. In the communication department, Lu Shan felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing this. He instantly turned transparent, disregarding the walls, and rushed into Director Lu Zheng's office. Without hesitation, he reported the encounter with the B-level ghost to Lu Zheng. Notify the others. I will prepare a helicopter. We depart in 30 seconds. Lu Zheng commanded. The two then parted ways. 30 seconds later, several individuals convened on the rooftop, promptly boarding the helicopter, which sped towards Nyoto Village. Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the Nyoto Village Elementary School, Qin Xiangfeng gritted his teeth and muttered, "The vengeful spirit awakens." Lacking the talismans from Qingyang Palace, as they were ineffective against his strength, he resorted to igniting his lifespan to unleash the vengeful spirit's revival. In an instant, his hair began to turn gray, yet his power surged rapidly. B-level, ultimately plateauing at B-level, matching the strength of the colossal ghost. Subsequently, the number of pupils in his eyes geometrically multiplied, causing his eyeballs to enlarge significantly, while his body began to decay. However, the range of his controlled illusion expanded tremendously, swiftly enveloping the giant earthen creature at the center of the playground. Bang, 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 body and lo moment. The earth creature could no longer withstand the pressure, and wounds crisscrossed its form. The soil cascaded down in a swift motion, ultimately leading to its collapse. However, Qin Xiangfeng remained vigilant, for he sensed that the specter had not sustained any significant damage. Indeed, once the soil had completely fallen away, a grotesque figure emerged, its body in a state of utter decay. Countless maggots writhed upon its form, and cradled within its embrace was a ghostly infant, slightly smaller than a ghostly child. Yet, this infant was connected to the ghostly mother by a rotting umbilical cord. Wailing upon the revelation of the ghostly mother's true form, the infant in the classroom seemed to sense it, emitting a piercing cry. In the illusion, despite the deep, bone-exposing wounds that marred her body, the ghostly mother appeared undeterred. She merely extended her hand towards the classroom, beckoning, "Children, return to me, return to your mother's womb." With a swift motion, an umbilical cord shot forth from the ghostly mother's decaying abdomen, darting towards the infant in the classroom like an arrow released from a bow. Though Qin Xiangfeng could not discern the ghostly mother's intent, he surmised that if the umbilical cord indeed connected with the infant, a horrific calamity would undoubtedly ensue. He could not allow this to happen. He began to expend more of his lifespan, the resurgence of the malevolent spirit within him intensifying. Dark crimson tears flowed from his eerie eyes as the power of the illusion surged once more, beginning to affect reality itself. Above Nyoto Village Primary School, distortions manifested in the air as the umbilical cord surging from the ghostly mother was swiftly severed. Nevertheless, the ghostly mother showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly extending the cord towards the classroom. 1 minute, 2 minutes, after a prolonged standoff lasting several minutes, the sound of helicopter rotors finally echoed above Nyoto Village. Yet, at that moment, the ghostly mother's umbilical cord broke through the barriers of the illusion, embedding itself directly onto the belly button of the ghostly infant in the classroom. In an instant, the ghostly mother's aura surged dramatically, escalating from AB level to an A level in mere seconds. A massive and malevolent presence ascended, enveloping all of Nyoto Village and continuing to spread outward. Simultaneously, a helicopter arrived at the sky above Nyoto Village Primary School. Before it even landed, 2 figures leaped down. However, as they touched the ground, Lu Zheng and Lu Shan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, their pupils narrowing in alarm. Crack! In the next moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Qin Xiangfeng's illusion shattered. "You have arrived too late." His voice was hoarse and frail. After uttering these words, he collapsed, succumbing to a deep faint. Lu Shan and Lu Zheng rushed forward to support him. His countenance darkened as he gazed upon the ghostly figure of the malevolent spirit hovering ominously at the heart of the playground. At this moment, Lu Zheng struggled to utter, "It is actually an A-class. How could this be?" Such a creature, relying solely on the strength of the Rongqing Ghost Management Bureau, was utterly impossible to vanquish. For both he and Lu Shan were confined to the realm of B-class, incapable of shaking the very foundation of this A-class specter. Even if they were to awaken the spirits within themselves together, they would still be unable to defeat this colossal entity. Was Rongqing destined to become a paradise for vengeful spirits? While A-class entities may not possess the unfathomable power of S-class beings, they nonetheless represented a catastrophic threat, capable of inflicting immense casualties upon human society, should no one act swiftly to subdue or eliminate it. The annihilation of a city by an A-class spirit would merely be a matter of time. Currently, the entire staff of the Rongqing Ghost Management Bureau found themselves powerless against this A-class specter. Here, A-class spirits stood as invincible forces. It was imperative to report immediately to the capital, urging them to dispatch personnel to eradicate this A-class malevolent spirit. With this thought in mind, Lu Zheng promptly began to establish contact with the headquarters of the Ghost Management Bureau in the capital. Chapter 12. the purple-robed Taoist, and the mysterious child. General Jia arrives. Within the divine palace of the city god, Yibei suddenly lifted his gaze. From the southwest, a surging malevolence permeated the air, indicating the emergence of a vengeful spirit. The location suggested it was the very school where the spirit of a little girl was ensnared. In Yibei's eyes, he beheld the dark energy rising like smoke, accompanied by a potent aura of resentment and malice. Should such malevolent beings commence their slaughter, countless innocent lives would inevitably be endangered. To dare to cause turmoil within my jurisdiction is akin to courting death. Yibei's expression grew cold. He extended his hand and pointed into the void, unleashing a beam of golden light that shot forth from the divine palace, vanishing into the sky towards the direction of the emissaries of the Underworld. In but an instant, the golden light had arrived before the traveling emissaries, followed by a voice that echoed forth. A formidable, vengeful spirit has emerged to wreak havoc upon the world. Do not tarry. Proceed with utmost haste to eradicate the spirit. Yes, your majesty. General Jia and the emissaries bowed to the dissipating figure of Yibei, their forms transforming into shadows of black light, racing towards the direction of Nyoto village like arrows released from their bowstrings. In the office of the director of the Imperial Capital's Spirit Exorcism Bureau, an urgent red light began to blink. The secretary hurriedly approached to glance at the incoming call display, then answered. This is the headquarters of the Imperial Capital's Spirit Exorcism Bureau. Director Liu, please elaborate on the emergency situation you are encountering. Liu Zheng, the director of the Spirit Exorcism Bureau in this provincial capital, wielded significant authority, enabling him to connect directly with the head of the Imperial Capital's Bureau. An A-level vengeful spirit has emerged. Liu Shan and I will do our utmost to confront it with our lives on the line. I implore the headquarters to dispatch nearby A-level exorcists to eliminate this spirit. Otherwise, the citizens of Rongqing may suffer grievous casualties. Upon hearing of the A-level spirit's emergence, the bureau chief, Chen Rulong, narrowed his eyes and personally took over the call. He inquired of Liu Zhang, an A-level entity? Could it possibly be the vengeful spirit sealed within the tomb of King Cheng? He was well aware of the existence of A-level spirits nationwide, and the most likely candidates within Rongqing were indeed the sealed spirits within the tomb of King Cheng, the weakest among them being an A-level entity. Director, it is an unknown spirit, and it seems to have just ascended. Liu Zhang's voice faltered, followed by a cacophony of roars. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Rulong immediately turned and commanded, quickly locate the positions of A-level exorcists and arrange for those nearest to Rongqing to provide assistance. Understood. The secretary promptly began her operations. Within mere seconds, everything was set in motion. Director, the emergency message has been dispatched, along with the coordinates of Director Liu's location. Very well. Chen Rulong nodded in affirmation. Seated back in his chair, with furrowed brows, he murmured to himself, the royal mausoleum. The spectral emissaries and the entity clad in crimson official robes. And this unknown A-class specter. Could calamity befall Rongqing? The emergence of these signs compelled him to harbor such concerns. At that moment, a knock echoed at his office door. Upon the secretary's entrance, an elderly man donned in a purple Taoist robe stepped inside. This was the leader of the Tiangong sect, Zuanjizi. Rulong, I intend to venture to Rongqing to observe those spectral emissaries and that S-class entity. Zuanjizi stated straightforwardly. In response, Chen Rulong pinched the bridge of his nose, then shook his head, saying, No, Master Uncle, do not act recklessly. The previous meeting has already reached a conclusion, and orders have been issued that the personnel of the Ghost Management Bureau must not provoke that S-class entity. Zuanjizi's gaze remained calm as he replied, I am not a member of the Ghost Management Bureau and am not subject to its jurisdiction. Master Uncle, then do not blame me for placing you under house arrest within the Ghost Management Bureau. Chen Rulong slowly rose. Suddenly, the expansive office was engulfed in darkness, with countless vengeful spirits wandering and wailing. This was Chen Rulong's ghostly domain, a power only wielded by A-class entities, leaving those below A-class with no means of resistance. I possess the Tiangong sect's treasure, the heavenly mechanism seal, which can obscure all my presence. Even an S-class entity would be unable to detect my existence. I merely wish to catch a distant glimpse of that S-class entity. I understand the limits and will not provoke it, Zuanjizi declared. As he spoke, the fist-sized heavenly mechanism seal radiated light, enveloping him completely. Upon seeing the seal, Chen Rulong silently retracted his ghostly domain and waved his hand. Go then, Master Uncle. But do not provoke it. Otherwise, the entire Rongxing and even surrounding cities will suffer devastation due to your recklessness. Chen Rulong recognized that his ghostly domain could not hinder Zuanjizi, who wielded the heavenly mechanism seal. Thus, he chose not to impede him further. Nevertheless, he was aware that Zuanjizi was a person of discernment. After all, he had never erred and had made immense contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring he would not act against its interests. I swear by the heavens, I shall not provoke that S-class entity, should I break this vow. May the heavens strike me with 5 thunders. The oath reverberated throughout the office, while Zuanjizi's figure had already vanished. Meanwhile, within the confines of Nyoto Village Primary School, Lu Zheng and Lu Shan felt the malevolent spirits within them fully awaken, their presence now perilously close to A-class. Captain Lu, it seems we're doomed this time. Are you afraid? Lu Zheng turned to Lu Shan and inquired. At that moment, Lu Shan's skin had entirely disappeared, revealing his blood-red muscles, which dripped with fresh crimson blood, forming serpentine trails at his feet that appeared exceedingly ghastly. He turned to Lu Zheng and grinned. Ha! What is there to fear? It is merely a life. Ever since I joined the Ghost Management Bureau, I ceased to ponder how long I might live. If today we could perish together with this A-class monstrosity, it would indeed be remarkable. Future generations of the Ghost Control Bureau would revere us. Hearing Lu Shan's response, Lu Zheng could only manage a bitter smile and shook his head. He then declared, let's get to work. In an instant, Lu Zheng's form rapidly transformed into a grotesque creature with the head of a beast and the body of a man. Within him resided a rare beast spirit, one that had materialized from the essence of a deceased Huang Daxian. In this world, demons and spirits do exist, albeit rarely. The souls of these entities, upon death, are often tainted by the malevolent energies of the universe, turning into vengeful spirits. The mastery over this spirit had come at a significant cost to Lu Zheng. With a thunderous crash, Lu Zheng's muscles coiled tightly, and his massive foot stomped down on the ground, propelling him towards the ghost mother with astonishing speed. His sharp claws aimed directly at her head. However, in the next moment, the 6 arms of the ghost mother's earthen visage struck out towards him. With a deafening roar, Lu Zheng was sent flying, crashing into the second-floor corridor of the school building, causing a significant portion to collapse. Witnessing this, Lu Shan's eyes widened in fury as he charged towards the ghost mother, joining Lu Zheng in their assault. Yet, within less than a minute, both were ensnared tightly in the ghost mother's grasp, their struggles proving utterly futile. The remaining ghost controllers and survivors fared no better, all caught within her palm. The ghost mother regarded her captives, particularly Lu Zheng and Lu Shan, as thick, viscous saliva began to drip from her maw. Devouring you will elevate my power. Her voice boomed like thunder, resonating for miles around. The villagers in the surrounding area were roused from their slumber, acutely aware of the stark chasm between A-class and B-class entities. With a sigh, Lu Zheng closed his eyes, resigned to his fate alongside Lu Shan. However, just as he shut his eyes, dark flashes suddenly appeared on the playground of Nyoto Village School. Upon witnessing the havoc wrought by the ghost mother's earthen form, General Jia commanded the nearby ghostly envoy, Jiang Cheng, slay the malevolent spirit. Yes, my lord. Jiang Cheng's eyes glimmered with a green light, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Chapter 13. The Soul-Devouring Blade, striking the ghost mother. In an instant, the Yin fire blade at Jiang Cheng's waist was drawn forth, slicing through the air with a streak of black luminescence. The ghost mother, caught off guard, felt an agonizing pain that penetrated her very soul. With a thunderous crash, her massive arms shattered under the force of the blow, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Even her earthly manifestation could no longer sustain itself, collapsing in a tumultuous heap of soil. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Lu Zheng abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the crumbling form of the ghost mother's earthly visage. He and the others regained their freedom. "Lu Shan, let us depart," he urged. "If not now, then when?" Together with the newly aware Lu Shan, they swiftly gathered the remaining survivors and retreated. The other ghost tamers, too, quickly responded, ushering the survivors to safety. Once they had escaped a distance of 200 to 300 meters, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Lu Zheng and Lu Shan turned to look back, discovering the cause of the ghost mother's collapse. Standing upon the playground of the Nyoto Village Primary School were 10 figures donned in dark garments. Before them stood a singular figure clad in a crimson official robe. Though the aura surrounding these beings was inscrutable, a palpable sense of repression emanated from them. "In Chai, city god?" Lu Zheng's gaze was fixed in astonishment upon that direction. At last, he beheld what appeared to be the In Chai and the city god in the flesh. "Child, my child." At the center of the playground's mound, the ghost mother's true form emitted a heart-wrenching wail. After sustaining that devastating strike, her body was riddled with grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone. Blackened energy clung to her injuries, the essence of the In Chai's divine power, relentlessly eroding her ghostly form. Most critically, her 2 children were slowly dissipating on the brink of death. "Come back. Return to your mother's womb. I will bear you anew." The ghost mother desperately grasped her ghostly infants, attempting to force them back into her decaying belly. Alas, it was futile. The infants' forms disintegrated into black powder within mere seconds, scattering into the air, utterly lost to the void. Bereft of her children, the ghost mother's vitality swiftly waned, her once A-class strength plummeting to B-class. With a mournful roar, she lamented the loss of her offspring. Yet, rather than seeking vengeance against the In Chai Jiangcheng, she burrowed into the earth, attempting to escape. A mere parlor trick. The art of earth evasion was a skill the In Chai had mastered to perfection. To escape beneath their very noses using such a technique was a near impossibility. They were seasoned in dealing with such malevolent entities. In the next moment, the grim reaper Jiangcheng's hand moved slightly, and the soul-capturing bell appeared in his grasp. As he shook the bell, ripples radiated outward. In that instant, the souls of the victims within the classroom, the ghostly matron beneath the ground, the fierce spirits within the Onmyoji, and even the souls of the survivors all lost their consciousness, rendered motionless. Simultaneously, the soul-binding chain in Jiangcheng's hand slithered like a black serpent into the earth. Moments later, it ensnared the ghostly matron, pulling her forcefully from her subterranean lair. Subsequently, the In fire blade in his hand transformed into a cold gleam, slicing towards the matron's neck. In the next instant, a look of terror crossed the matron's face as her head slowly tumbled to the ground, her body disintegrating into ash. An A-class entity, capable of threatening the entirety of Rong City, was easily subdued in the hands of the Grim Reaper, akin to a mere child being toyed with. The Onmyoji present were taken aback, their pupils contracting as a wave of shock surged within them. An A-class powerful ghost had perished just like that. These Reapers were at least of peak A-class caliber. Lu Zheng held his breath completely, afraid to utter a single sound, fearing the ire of these Reapers. After all, he was unaware of whether they were foes or allies. If they were to provoke the Reapers, a massacre could ensue, leading to catastrophic repercussions not only for Rong City, but for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, among these Reapers, there was one who seemed to possess S-class strength. The combined might of such forces was enough to severely deplete the vitality of the entire Dragon Kingdom. General Jian nodded in satisfaction. He then surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon a classroom in the elementary school building. Wang Jiajia's living soul was concealed in the corner of that room. General Jia stepped into the classroom, intending to retrieve Wang Jiajia's soul to take back to the Divine Mansion. Meanwhile, a somewhat diminutive Reaper had set his sights on Lu Zheng and the others nearby. This Reaper's eyes glimmered with a green light, penetrating the bodies of the Onmyoji to perceive the spirits within them. The other Reapers followed the gaze of this particular one. The collective scrutiny from several Reapers instilled great psychological pressure on Lu Zhang and his companions, causing their faces to pale, hairs to stand on end, and their souls to nearly detach from their bodies. Yet, they dared not flee, for they understood that escaping would lead to certain death. Remaining stationary might afford them a chance at survival. After all, during the previous encounter, Qi Heng and Qin Shuyan had faced Reapers and had not been slain. Just as some on Myoji were about to collapse in fear, General Jia emerged from the classroom, followed by a procession of souls. Among them was Wang, Jiajia's living soul, alongside the spirits of the children who had perished at the hands of the ghostly infant. Upon seeing the terrified on Myoji, he spoke calmly. They possess merit and should not be easily slain. The Reapers nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. They turned towards the school, leading the souls of the victims away, as General Jia departed. A sigh of relief escaped the exorcists only after the emissaries had left. However, every one of them was drenched in cold sweat. After catching their breath for a moment, Lu Zheng murmured, Merit? Unable to kill? Beside him, Lu Shan could not help but interject. Is there truly such a rule? Could it be that they are indeed the deities of the underworld? And that figure clad in a crimson official robe, could he truly be the city god? With that, he exchanged a glance with Lu Zheng. After a brief silence, Lu Zheng spoke again. This information should be reported to the capital, allowing the think tank to analyze whether these beings are, in fact, the deities of the netherworld. Lu Shan nodded in agreement, endorsing Lu Zheng's decision. Chapter 14. The night of Sign-In and the wandering deities. A gentle cascade of moonlight filtered through the crevices of the dark clouds above. General Jia, accompanied by the spectral figures of the deceased victims, made their way towards the city god temple. The clanking of chains echoed through the air, and the chirping of insects and the calls of birds faded into silence, enveloping the world in an eerie stillness. Upon entering the temple, normalcy gradually returned to the surroundings. Within the divine abode, Yi Bei sat upon the throne, gazing down at the multitude of bewildered spirits, over 100 in total. A beam of golden merit descended from the heavens, embedding itself in his forehead. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have vanquished malevolent spirits and gained one sign-in opportunity. However, rather than displaying joy, a frown creased his brow. It was astonishing how many had fallen victim to that malevolent entity. Furthermore, most of these spirits were children, and in this world, there existed no cycle of reincarnation to allow them passage into the next life. Thus, determining how to accommodate them posed a significant dilemma. The divine abode he had established was rather modest. If it were to house so many spirits, it would become exceedingly cramped. Moreover, it was certain that more spirits would require sanctuary in the future. He pondered how long it might be before a cycle of reincarnation could be established in this realm, granting these souls a place to belong. With a sigh, Yi Bei turned to the foremost envoy of the underworld. General Jia, please make arrangements for these children to reside in the rear courtyard of the divine abode. Yes, your majesty. General Jia responded with a respectful bow before leading the bewildered spirits of the children to the back courtyard, leaving only Wang, Jiajia's soul behind. Observing this, Yi Bei waved his hand, conjuring a strand of golden divine energy that rapidly transformed in the air, ultimately manifesting as his divine avatar. The avatar approached Wang Jiajia's soulless form, gently grasping her vacant gaze. Then, it soared into the night sky, vanishing from sight. Once the divine avatar departed, Yi Bei focused his thoughts and addressed the system. System, I wish to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Night and day, wandering deities. Note, the day and night wandering deities patrol their domain during the day and night, overseeing good and evil, capturing malevolent spirits, and maintaining the order of yin and yang. The night and day wandering deities? It was indeed these two celestial beings. A sense of relief washed over Yi Bei. He had previously considered that the only capable individual among his subordinates was General Jia. The other envoys possessed rather limited strength. According to the classifications of strength among the spirit tamers in this world, these envoys were merely level entities. Such power was distinctly subpar within the realm of the underworld, as they were merely the most basic tier of spirits. This level of strength was evidently insufficient, especially considering that the vengeful spirit he had vanquished today was already classified as A level. The depths of this world were profound, and it was clear that entities of S-level strength and beyond would eventually emerge, rendering the envoy's capabilities increasingly inadequate. Having more formidable subordinates is undoubtedly advantageous. The two deities of day and night, however, manifest a power that far surpasses that of the lesser spirits, for they are revered as fierce gods. Their very names instill terror in the hearts of malevolent specters. Come forth. With a wave of his hand, Yi Bei summoned a dark, chaotic rift in the sky above the divine palace. From within this abyss, two towering figures, each approximately 10 feet tall, emerged hand in hand, descending into the sacred realm. Simultaneously, two statues materialized out of thin air within the city god temple. Upon perceiving Yi Bei, the deities of day and night were momentarily taken aback, promptly bowing in reverence before him. Day god pays homage to your majesty. Night god salutes your majesty. Yi Bei lifted his gaze and beheld the legendary visages of the day and night deities. The day god bore a complexion akin to indigo and hair resembling vermilion, adorned in a crimson robe and golden armor, while the night god donned a flowing black robe and a gauzy cap, appearing even more robust and imposing than his counterpart. Rise. Yi Bei gestured for the two deities to stand. Thank you, your majesty. The day and night gods gradually rose, taking their positions at the forefront of the lesser spirits, standing vigilantly. As Yi Bei's gaze traversed the divine palace towards the outer world, he noted the presence of numerous unanchored ghostly energies wafting through the night sky, clearly concealing a multitude of specters. Thus he addressed the day and night gods. You shall each patrol your respective realms during the day and night, vanquishing malevolent spirits. Remember, diligence is paramount. Understood? The day and night gods bowed respectfully before exiting the grand hall of the divine palace. At the First People's Hospital, a pallid little girl named Wang Jiejia lay in the intensive care unit. Various monitoring devices emitted shrill alarms, and the nurses beside her were drenched in sweat. Her organs were rapidly failing. Her heartbeat was on the verge of cessation, and her blood pressure was diminishing. The specialists nearby wore expressions of grave concern, having exhausted every conceivable remedy to no avail, helplessly witnessing the swift decline of the young girl's life. Alas, notify the family, the head nurse sighed, stepping out of the intensive care unit to relay the dire news to Wang Jiejia's relatives. Upon hearing this tragic tidings, her mother, Zhao Lianlian, was struck by darkness and fainted. Wang Qinggong rushed to support his wife, tears streaming down his resolute face. Meanwhile, Yu Zuohua collapsed to the ground, wailing, "My poor granddaughter. How could you have fallen prey to such an incurable affliction? Woe is me." The mournful cries echoed through the hospital corridors. Though the other patients' families found the noise disturbing, they refrained from intervening, understanding the profound sorrow of impending loss. Wang Jinsheng knelt outside the ward, fervently praying in the direction of the city god temple. "City god, I implore you," that old man, still muttering his incantations. "It's all your fault, woe is me." Upon witnessing Wang Jinsheng in fervent prayer, Yu Zuohua was consumed by a surge of frustration, her fist striking against his back with fervor as tears streamed down her face. The head nurse, observing the anguish displayed by the Wang family, sighed and shook her head in sorrow. Such an adorable little girl was nearing the end of her life, and she felt a profound sense of regret. She silently wished that in the next life, this innocent child would be spared from the rare and incurable afflictions that had stumped so many experts. The head nurse offered a quiet prayer for Wang Jiejia in her heart before turning back to the ward, preparing to await the moment of the little girl's passing so that she could be taken to the morgue. However, at that very instant, a golden radiance flickered across the clouded skies above the First People's Hospital. Subsequently, the divine manifestation of Yi Bei appeared in the corridor of the intensive care unit, guiding the soul of Wang Jiejia beyond the confines of the ICU. seamlessly passing through the walls to stand beside the frail body of the child on the brink of death. Chapter 15. The City God Truly Manifested. The Sword of Wishes of All Beings. Then, the divine incarnation lowered its gaze upon Wang Jiejia's physical condition, its brow slightly easing. Her body had not yet succumbed to death. There was still time. In the next moment, the divine incarnation did not linger, but with a gentle wave of its hand, Wang Jiejia's soul floated gracefully like a delicate feather, returning to her corporeal form. Fusion. The divine incarnation extended a finger and lightly tapped her forehead. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the room, and Wang Jiejia's body and soul merged completely. Once her soul was restored to its rightful place, her bodily functions began to rapidly rejuvenate. With the assistance of divine power, her once exhausted organs began to recover swiftly. Thump, thump, thump. Her once stilled heartbeat resumed its rhythm. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed nurse noticed the activity of the monitoring equipment, exclaiming, "Director, there is a heartbeat and blood pressure is gradually stabilizing." Upon hearing this, the hospital director and the specialist fell momentarily silent. "Ah, it must be a fleeting return of vitality," one of the experts sighed. However, when he turned to observe Wang Jiejia's complexion, he began to doubt his own statement, for her current state bore no resemblance to a mere fleeting revival. After a brief moment of realization, he rushed forward to examine her. Moments later, he reached a definitive conclusion. Wang Jiejia had recovered, completely restored. The symptoms of organ failure had vanished, leaving her as a remarkably healthy individual. A miracle! Truly, this is an extraordinary miracle, the expert exclaimed. The others hastened to check her condition, arriving at the same astonishing result. The specialists exchanged incredulous glances, their minds reeling from the revelation. At that moment, Wang Jiejia opened her eyes, gazing about in a daze. After a moment of silence, the director regained his composure and spoke, "Since the patient has recovered, let's transfer her to a regular ward for observation." "Understood." The head nurse nodded, removing the various instruments from Wang Jiejia and wheeling her bed out of the intensive care unit. As the door swung open, her family turned to look. Instantly, they saw that Wang Jiejia had opened her eyes, igniting a wave of overwhelming joy. They wiped away tears and rushed to embrace her. Yet, Wang Jiejia appeared somewhat bewildered. However, upon seeing her grandfather, Wang Jinsheng, she pouted and said, "Jiejia, doesn't he want to talk to Grandpa anymore?" Grandpa left Jiejia all alone outside, making Jiejia hungry and tired. Moreover, there were many monsters outside that scared Jiejia. Thankfully, a kind uncle, glowing with golden light, brought Jiejia back. Her words stunned the ecstatic Wang family, especially Wang Jinsheng. Upon hearing his granddaughter's account, he felt reassured that his suspicions were correct. His granddaughter had indeed lost her soul, which had caused her to fall into a deep unconsciousness. However, the uncle enveloped in golden light returned her home. Could it be the city god? It must be. Wang Jinsheng, filled with inexplicable joy, inquired of his granddaughter, "Jiejia, where is that uncle?" Wang Jiejia tilted her head and looked up at Yi Bei's divine manifestation, who was gazing down at her. In a sweet, childish voice, she said, "The golden uncle is right beside us." As she spoke, she pointed her tiny finger in that direction. The crowd turned to where she indicated, only to find nothing but empty air. Only Wang Jinsheng vaguely perceived a glimmer of a golden humanoid shadow, yet he could not discern it clearly. It truly is the city god. The city god has saved Jiejia. The city god has manifested. Overcome with emotion, Wang Jinsheng knelt and bowed before Yi Bei's divine form. "Thank you, city god. I shall burn incense for you daily and offer my devotion." Pure incense wishes wafted from Wang Jinsheng's brow, gradually drifting toward the city god temple. Clearly, Wang Jinsheng's faith in the city god had deepened. He would indeed make a splendid temple keeper. Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction as his divine manifestation slowly faded away. Observing Wang Jinsheng's fervent gratitude to the city god, the Wang family members, along with the doctors and nurses in the hospital, exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, no one voiced assent. Even Yu Suehua stood dumbfounded. For Wang Jiejia had truly returned from the brink of death, revived anew. Could it be that there's indeed an underworld, and a city god who governs it? A flicker of desire to pay homage to the divine stirred within several experts, for they had just witnessed a miracle. No, it must be a divine phenomenon. In the city god's divine palace, Yibei slightly lifted his gaze towards the descending golden light of merit. As the golden light entered his soul, warmth enveloped him, and his cultivation began to surge, rapidly enhancing his strength. Congratulations to the host for rewarding good and punishing evil, fulfilling the duties of the city god, and earning a chance to sign in. Is it possible to earn a sign-in opportunity this way? Quite remarkable. Then let us proceed with the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. All beings wish. Note, this sword, formed from the collective wishes of all beings, is a growing artifact that can absorb incense power to strengthen itself. The more incense power it absorbs, the greater its might. All beings wish. This sign-in has yielded an artifact. A smile graced Yibei's face. Moreover, though all beings wish possesses immense potential, growing stronger as the incense increases, which greatly pleased Yibei. Most importantly, the power it absorbs is that of incense. For deities, incense power is a double-edged sword. While it can hasten growth, it also harbors toxicity. Furthermore, Yibei's cultivation is based on the absorption of merit power, rendering incense power unnecessary. This inevitably leads to a squandering of incense power. However, with the emergence of the wishes of all beings, the essence of incense can now be utilized to its fullest potential. In the next moment, Yibei waved his hand, and a time-worn sword materialized slowly in the void. One side was inscribed with mysterious, ancient runes, while the other bore the likeness of all beings. As soon as this wishes of all beings appeared, it floated directly above the city god temple, voraciously devouring the incense power within. As the incense power was consumed, a series of golden radiances erupted from the sword's body, resembling flames of gold that burned fiercely, akin to karmic fire, yet distinctly more potent. The very fabric of the void twisted under its might, and the ghostly aura within a 10-mile radius dissipated as if frightened by a cat. The power was indeed formidable. One could only wonder how far it might grow in the future. Yibei beckoned to the sky, and immediately, wishes of all beings transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into his brow. With the acquisition of this sword, Yibei felt a significant enhancement in his strength. After indulging in this joy for a brief moment, he regained his composure. Subsequently, his black official robe morphed into the casual attire he had previously worn, and his figure turned into a golden light, vanishing within the divine abode. In the next instant, he found himself back home. A quick tidying up was in order, for his sister was returning the following day. With that thought, he waved his hand, and instantly, all the dust in the house was swept away, while items that had been scattered returned to their rightful places. In no time, the entire home was restored to a state of immaculate order. Chapter 16. The Flourishing City God Temple and the Apparition in Broad Daylight the following morning. Wang Jiansheng, accompanied by his entire family, made their way to the city god temple, bringing with them an abundance of offerings, which included not only fruits but also sacrificial livestock. With sincere devotion, the family bowed in reverence. Their grand display soon attracted the attention of the others around. Many villagers began to inquire about the unfolding events. Why is old Wang making such a grand show to worship the city god today? One remarked, "Indeed, there are both cattle and sheep." In response to their curiosity, Wang Jianxing smiled and recounted, "The city god manifested yesterday and saved my granddaughter. I even saw the city god myself." His words, delivered with conviction, captivated even more onlookers. After hearing Wang Jianxing's account, the crowd expressed their astonishment and hastily proceeded into the temple to offer incense and pray. The once quiet city god temple was now bustling with activity, with a line forming outside. At that moment, Lu Xiaoya and her friend Chen Qingqing arrived at the temple, carrying their own offerings and incense. Upon hearing the villagers discussing the Wang family's experience, Chen Qingqing turned to Lu Xiaoya. Her curiosity piqued. "Xiaoya, could it be that the city god is indeed real? It seems that this family is not the only one to have seen him." Lu Xiaoya gazed earnestly into Chen Qingqing's eyes and replied, The city god truly exists. His emissaries saved me and even rescued officials. The memories of that harrowing night were too daunting for her to revisit. The mere thought of the terrifying figure clad in a shroud sent shivers down her spine. Yet, the recollection of the two official ghost handlers, alongside the city god and his emissaries, dispelled her unease. She longed to express her gratitude to those two ghost handlers, but found herself unable to locate them. However, the city god temple, a place she knew well, drew her back once she had prepared her offerings and incense. With practiced ease, she arranged the offerings and lit the incense, beginning her heartfelt prayers before the statue of the city god. After completing her devotions, she inadvertently noticed a small girl, Wang Jiejia, kneeling at the foot of the statue. A spark of compassion stirred within her, prompting her to approach the child. "Little Jiejia," she inquired gently, "I heard that you saw an uncle who was glowing with golden light last night. What did he look like?" Wang Jiejia tilted her head, her face breaking into a smile upon seeing Lu Xiaoya. "Sister Xiaoya, I couldn't see what that uncle looked like, but his voice was very gentle and pleasant. He must be a handsome uncle." Lu Xiaoya pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know what kind of clothes he was wearing?" Wang Jiejia, pouting her small lips in thought, looked up with wide, innocent eyes and replied, "Well, there was one uncle wearing red clothes and another wearing black clothes with many patterns, like the ancient clothes you see on television." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She recalled that her friend Lu Xiaoya had mentioned the presence of an emissary clad in red garments. Xiaoya did not speak falsely. Indeed, there exists an entity clad in red. Yet, it remains uncertain which one embodies the city god. She felt her worldview profoundly shaken. A day swiftly slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the land. As the incense offerings dwindled, the news of the city god's manifestation spread, drawing an increasing multitude to pay their respects. The temple was teeming with devotees. The towering incense burner, over a meter high, was nearly overflowing with ash. Within the divine hall, Yi Bei gazed up at the swirling incense offerings above the city god temple, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Jiansheng truly possessed the makings of a temple steward. The fervor of these offerings was, at the very least, several hundred times greater than usual. Subsequently, he waved his hand, transforming the wishes of all beings into golden light that surged into the air above the temple, beginning to devour the incense offerings. The golden flames upon the sword's body grew ever more intense. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Ghost Management Bureau in Rongqing, Lu Zheng occupied the seat of honor, listening intently to Chen Shuyun's report. A little girl named Wang Jiejia had fallen gravely ill the previous day, her organs failing and her life hanging by a thread. Her grandfather, Wang Jiansheng, had sought the city god's aid at the temple in Xiahe village, and just as Wang Jiejia was on the brink of death, she inexplicably recovered and became remarkably healthy. Moreover, both grandfather and granddaughter claimed to have encountered an entity radiating golden light, clad in a black official's robe, asserting that this was the city god. Director, after thorough analysis, we can now ascertain that the S-class city god resides within the Xiahe village temple in the western suburbs. After concluding his report, Chen Shuyun closed the documents in his hands and suggested, "Director, now that we have identified the location of this entity, I propose we dispatch some personnel to observe, while also preventing unofficial ghost hunters and civilians from approaching, to avert potential disaster." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zheng nodded slightly and replied, "Xiao Chun, your suggestion is commendable. However, those sent to observe the city god temple must maintain a safe distance to avoid inciting the city god and the other spirits. Nevertheless, we should not obstruct the civilians from offering incense. Since this entity presents itself as the city god, it is likely to appreciate the offerings. Should we hinder the people, thus diminishing the incense offerings, it may provoke his ire." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyun furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Director, we cannot yet ascertain whether this city god is indeed a deity, nor can we confirm his intentions. What if the civilians face danger while paying their respects?" Lu Zheng smiled wryly and shook his head, responding, "Even if the civilians abstain from offering incense, they remain at risk after all. This city god is classified as S-class." Should he take action, the entire Rongqing would be imperiled. Chen Shiyun's pupils contracted slightly as he fell silent. However, Lu Zheng decisively stated, "Let it be settled then. By the way, Shuyun, both you and Qi Heng have encountered that city god. Even help you eradicate the consciousness of the malevolent spirit within you. Perhaps he harbors goodwill towards you, so I entrust the matter concerning the city god temple to you. You two shall lead a team and set off immediately." "Understood, Director." Chun Shuyun and Qi Heng replied in unison, promptly exiting the conference room and heading towards the direction of the city god temple. Shortly after their departure, the alarm within the Ghost Management Bureau was triggered once more. Lu Zheng and Lu Shan hurriedly rushed to the communications department. Upon answering the call, their expressions changed dramatically. "What? A malevolent spirit has appeared in broad daylight in the bustling city, and it is attacking people on the street?" Chapter 17. The Sinister Demon, Sister Returns Home. In a bustling pedestrian street, countless faces were etched with sheer terror as people hurriedly fled in panic. Within a certain shop on the street, a malevolent creature, towering over 2 meters with a horn protruding from its head, had seized a woman who was shrieking in horror. It then ruthlessly tore off one of her legs, indulging in a gruesome feast. Its jagged teeth resembled a bone-crushing machine, effortlessly shattering the leg bone. The demon's grotesque visage was smeared with blood, savoring the long-forgotten sweetness of flesh. A sense of satisfaction spread across its simian-like face. At that moment, a shadow gradually materialized on the wall of the shop, visibly rising and morphing into a 3-dimensional human form before stepping out. This figure, pale yet illuminated by the light, was evidently not the demon, but rather a demon tamer. "Old demon, is the flesh to your liking?" the demon tamer inquired, observing the fiend feasting on the woman's remains. Upon hearing the voice, the demon turned, revealing a sinister grin. "Delicious, but not enough. I crave more flesh. Lan Qing, go assist me in capturing maidens, at least 100. If you help me procure them, I shall aid you in eliminating the personnel from the Demon Taming Bureau of Rome City." Lan Qing, incensed by the demon's avaricious words, retorted, "You explicitly promised that upon my releasing you from your seal, you would assist me in murder." However, the demon paid no heed to Lan Qing's fury, continuing to devour the leg in hand before responding, "I did agree, but I have since changed my mind. Nevertheless, if you can bring me maidens, I will certainly help you eliminate them." Indeed, such were the empty promises of a demon. Lan Qing glared at the creature, his face a mask of anger. Yet beneath his fury lay a hint of mockery and amusement. Where were they now? In the heart of the city. The demon's actions would soon attract the attention of the Demon Taming Bureau, compelling it to act. Meanwhile, he could reap the benefits of their conflict. Though the demon's words were untrustworthy, its intellect was lacking, and he could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. With a smile in his eyes, he continued to play along, growling, "100 maidens is not too many. I shall fetch them for you in half an hour at most. You must remain here and not wander about. Should you renege on our agreement, I shall kill you, regardless of the consequences." The demon, once again biting off the woman's head and swallowing it whole, nonchalantly replied, "Good. Hurry back. Quickly." Meanwhile, at the high-speed railway station, a vibrant girl with a high ponytail rushed towards Yi Bei and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Brother, it has been so long." Ye Bei gently patted Yezelin's back and remarked with a smile, "After such a long journey, you must be exhausted. Today, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast." "Wow, have you struck it rich, brother?" Yezelin's face lit up with an insatiable craving for delicacies. Upon exiting the station, the two siblings hailed a taxi and soon found themselves at a hot pot restaurant, where they began to indulge in both food and conversation. "You previously mentioned that Yaqing is haunted. What is the story behind that? And what about your status as a disciple of Qingyang Palace? Furthermore, you promised to reveal the secrets of this world." As Ye Bei cooked tender slices of beef, he inquired. At that moment, Yezelin's cheeks were stuffed like a hamster's, and upon hearing her brother's questions, she hastily swallowed her food and proudly declared, "Ahem. Your sister is exceptionally gifted. I have been accepted as a direct disciple by the head of Qingyang Palace, a sect of great prestige. Hence, I've come to know secrets unknown to ordinary mortals. There are indeed spirits in this world, and quite a number of them. I have even seen some with my own eyes. Moreover, the Ghost Festival is approaching, and the spirits will surely be abundant. So, brother, do not venture out. Stay home, and I will protect you." As she spoke, she continued to stuff her mouth with lamb rolls. Yebe observed his sister's antics with a mix of amusement and concern. He could distinctly sense Yezelin's cultivation level, which contained only a trace of a peculiar energy, likely the energy of practitioners in this realm. However, this meager energy would scarcely suffice to challenge even the smallest of spirits. With a skeptical expression, Yebe questioned, "You will protect me?" Noticing her brother's incredulous demeanor, Yezelin felt a tinge of embarrassment and stammered, "Ahem, although my current cultivation is modest, I can summon assistance. I assure you, my sect is incredibly formidable. My master is akin to a B-class powerhouse. Should he employ the sect's treasured artifact, his strength could reach A-class. Moreover, I have a senior sister whose prowess surpasses that of our master. Her cultivation has reached B-class, and she commands an A-class vengeful spirit, achieving a level strength. She is one of the most elite practitioners in our dragon nation." A level? Yebe raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Such power was indeed commendable, comparable to that of an official. However, in the event of an actual confrontation, officials would likely prevail, given their vast array of supernatural abilities and standard artifacts. Thus, the strength of officials far exceeded that of these so-called spirit tamers. While Yebe contemplated the disparity in power between officials and spirit tamers, Yezelin continued to serve him with various dishes, urging, "Brother, hurry and eat. If you don't, I might finish everything." "All right, let's eat," Yebe replied with a smile, returning to the moment. The siblings continued their meal, enjoying each other's company in a harmonious atmosphere. Just then, a towering figure, over 10 feet tall, strode into the hot pot restaurant. However, the other patrons within the hot pot restaurant remained utterly oblivious, for they could not perceive the unfolding events. Even Yi Jilan, who possessed a modicum of spiritual prowess, exhibited no reaction. "Your Majesty, a ghostly envoy has reported that in the bustling northwest, a fearsome specter is devouring the living in broad daylight." The Day Wanderer bowed respectfully to Yi Bei as he delivered this news. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei slightly raised his gaze towards the northwest and, indeed, discerned a surge of malevolent energy piercing the azure sky. A specter that consumes the living in daylight? A fearsome ghost? Yi Bei recalled the ancient texts he had perused, which detailed such malevolent beings capable of manifesting during the day. "Go forth and eliminate it," Yi Bei instructed the Day Wanderer telepathically. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Those who possess merit and are officials of the court, even if they harbor malevolent spirits within, need not be harmed. For should a ghostly being slay a person of virtue, it would tarnish its own dark essence." Thus, Yi Bei cautioned to prevent any inadvertent slaughter by the Day Wanderer. "As you command, Your Majesty." The Day Wanderer exited the hot pot establishment and, with a colossal form, soared into the heavens, ultimately vanishing into the clouds. Chapter 18. The Incipient Phantom. The Day God descends to vanquish demons. Beyond the pedestrian street. As Lu Zheng and Lu Shan arrived, they were met with a scene of chaos. The populace scurried about like headless flies, and in the narrow confines, a stampede had ensued. Some individuals, their legs trembling, could only struggle to conceal themselves in hidden corners. Lu Zheng quickly instructed the armed officers who had just arrived, "Evacuate the crowd, hasten to disperse them." In emergencies, the Demon Exorcism Bureau wielded considerable authority, and these officers promptly obeyed his command, rushing into the pedestrian street to carry out the evacuation. Even in the face of malevolent spirits that could claim their lives at any moment, they pressed on without hesitation. Lu Zheng himself was not idle. He swiftly joined the demon exorcists from the Bureau, entering the pedestrian street to begin the search for the lurking fiend. Moments later, Lu Shan and one of the exorcists discovered the grotesque demon lurking outside a shop. Upon peering inside, they witnessed the fiend voraciously devouring flesh and blood, its victims extending beyond the unfortunate woman they had just seen. Beneath it lay numerous severed limbs. a grim testament to the fact that at least 5 or 6 souls had already been consumed. May that vile demon perish. Lu Shan's eyes ignited with fury at the sight. Yet, instead of charging in recklessly, he turned to the nearby exorcist, saying, "Inform Director Lu to send reinforcements." The exorcist complied without delay, relaying the message to Lu Zheng and the remaining teams. Before long, nearly everyone had gathered at the scene. Upon witnessing the grotesque demon, Lu Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The fact that this malevolent spirit dared to wreak havoc in broad daylight indicated its formidable nature, approaching the strength of an A-class entity. He then addressed the other exorcists. "The demon is powerful. Those below B-class should retreat 200 meters to avoid collateral damage. Those of B-class and above, follow my lead." Among the exorcists of Rongqing, there were 6 individuals of B-class or higher. Excluding the severely injured Qin, Xiangfeng, and 1 dispatched on another extermination mission, for remained Lu Zheng, Lu Shan, Long Sheng, and Fang Yuan. The 4 B-class exorcists exchanged glances and, without a moment's notice, vanished from their positions, launching themselves toward the grotesque demon. They summoned all their strength, for only by catching the demon off guard could they hope to vanquish it. After all, the fiend was stronger than any of them. Should they fail to eliminate it swiftly, they risked being ensnared by the demon, which could result in casualties. However, just as the 4 were about to strike the demon, a dark ripple emanated from the grotesque fiend, instantly enveloping a 30-meter radius around it, ensnaring all 4 exorcists within. This was the incipient phantom. While not as devastating as an A-class entity, it was potent enough to alert the grotesque demon to the impending ambush. A ferocious specter howled at the heavens like a wild ape. Subsequently, it cast aside the human bone it clutched and, wielding a spiked club, struck Long Sheng with such force that he was sent hurtling through the air. The impact was tremendous, propelling Long Sheng several dozen meters away and shattering a tree that required 2 people to embrace. His entire skeletal structure fractured under the blow. Moreover, a multitude of the specter's malevolent energy, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, infiltrated his body, eroding his soul and corporeal form. In that instant, the expressions of the remaining 3 men shifted dramatically. Lu Zheng urgently commanded the other 2. "This malevolent spirit has begun to manifest its true form and has sensed our ambush." Lu Shan binded. Lu Shan nodded in response, unleashing a torrent of crystalline black water from within, which surged towards the ferocious specter. Everything in its path froze, simultaneously corroded by the ghostly energy entwined within the black ice. The next moment, as the specter made contact with the black ice, it erupted violently, transforming into serpentine tendrils of ice that coiled around the entity with fervor. A thick layer of crystalline ice rapidly engulfed the specter's lower half. "An ambush! I shall see you all perish." The specter bellowed in rage, baring its fangs. It swung its spiked club, shattering the ice, encasing its lower body into countless fragments. Amidst its frantic struggle, Lu Shan's complexion turned pale. Lu Zheng and Fang Yuan, unwilling to delay, charged towards the ferocious specter. The chaos of battle was imminent, as the ground and walls of the marketplace began to crumble. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, Lan Xing observed the unfolding scene with indifference, showing no inclination to assist the specter. Let them fight. The ideal outcome would be mutual destruction, allowing me to reap the benefits. If I can consume the ghostly essence within Lu Zheng and Fang Yuan, I shall ascend to the A level. And then, I can join my brothers in vying for the Source Ghost. His gaze flickered with anticipation. Not long ago, the trio had learned from an ancient spirit that the Source Ghost sealed within the snowy mountains of the southern ridge of Rong City was on the verge of emergence. Upon receiving this intelligence, they swiftly prepared to seize the opportunity. With the Source Ghost in their possession, his elder brother would ascend to S level, and subsequently elevate both him and his second brother to S level as well. The brothers would attain divinity. Reveling in this promising future, a smile finally graced his face. Meanwhile, as Lu Shan and the ferocious specter grappled, the hidden populace, drawn by the tumult, began to peek outside. They soon erupted into fervent discussion. "Goodness, ghosts are battling. Is this an internal strife over flesh and blood? Nonsense. The others are not malevolent spirits. They're official ghost hunters, capable of harnessing the vengeful spirits within to protect ordinary people. Harnessing malevolent spirits. How incredibly cool. Harnessing the malevolent spirits incurs a backlash, burdening them with a weight beyond that which ordinary mortals can bear. Those who had previously felt their legs weaken, upon witnessing the spirit tamers confronting the fearsome specter, found their trepidation waning. Supporting one another, they retreated under the guidance of the officers, moving towards safety. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Zheng and his comrades against the fearsome specter raged on, ferociously. In mere moments, both sides sustained grievous injuries. The malevolent entity was overwhelmingly powerful. If the struggle continued, it could very well claim their lives. Lu Zheng wiped the viscous, dark blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to Lu Shan. Lu Shan, the three of you are gravely injured. Retreat immediately. I must awaken the formidable spirit within me. Upon uttering these words, grotesque sinews bulged beneath his skin, resembling coiling dragons. His stature rapidly increased, muscles swelling grotesquely, instilling terror. His aura surged, approaching an almost insurmountable level. This was the ability of the malevolent spirit Zhuang within him, endowing him with unprecedented strength. With a thunderous impact, Lu Zheng's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater as he propelled himself at breakneck speed towards the fearsome specter. Both the specter and Lu Zheng, commanding their formidable spirits, relied primarily on brute strength. Their clash resembled a titanic struggle between ancient beasts, shattering everything in their vicinity. With a resounding crash, a 3-story building collapsed nearby, the sound echoing for hundreds of meters. The onlookers gasped in horror, bewildered by the specter's terrifying might and its ability to manifest during the day. They fervently hoped that the authorities would prevail, urging one another to retreat further and avoid complicating matters. In that moment, Lu Shan, witnessing Lu Zheng's battered form, felt a surge of emotion as his eyes turned red with determination. We cannot allow Director Lu to face this alone. We shall fight together, he roared, charging forward. Long Sheng and Feng Yuan followed suit without hesitation. Even though they were grievously wounded, they too could awaken their formidable spirits. Together, they believed they could vanquish the fearsome specter. Even death would be a worthy sacrifice, for they would not be mere cowards. The three unleashed their spirits, enveloping the area in a dense, ominous aura akin to a billowing smoke signal. At that moment, the specter's initial form began to fracture. Sensing the possibility of defeating the fearsome specter, they prepared to launch a coordinated assault. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the wall, revealing itself to be Lan Qing. Lu Shan, it has been too long, Lan Qing said, a smile illuminating her face as she regarded the two. However, upon seeing Lan Qing, despair washed over Lu Zheng and Lu Shan. They were well acquainted with her formidable prowess, which surpassed even that of the fearsome specter. With her arrival, they felt utterly powerless to resist. Lan Qing, how dare you openly conspire with malevolent spirits? Are you not afraid that the authorities from the capital will dispatch agents to eradicate you and your brothers? Lu Zheng cast a stern glance at Lan Qing, his voice laced with accusation. He aimed to intimidate Lan Qing with the might of the capital. Yet, upon hearing this, Lan Qing merely smiled faintly and replied, "Once I consume the spirits within you and Lu Shan, I shall attain A rank. At that point, I will assist my elder brother in seizing the source spirit, enabling him to ascend to S rank. No matter how many of you come to annihilate my brothers and me, it would be in vain, for everyone that comes shall meet their demise." Upon hearing the term source spirit, Lu Zheng realized that Lan Qing was resolutely determined to oppose the authorities. After all, source spirits were exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial to spirit tamers. It became apparent that they were destined to perish here today. A single ferocious spirit had already left them in a state of mutual destruction. Now, with the addition of the formidable Lan Qing, their fate was sealed. Exchanging glances, the group steeled themselves for a desperate fight. However, just then, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from afar, resonating like war drums. Thud, thud, thud. This sound seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Lan Qing felt as though his heart was being synchronized with the rhythm of those footsteps, pounding relentlessly within his chest. In the next moment, a jet-black stream of blood erupted from Lan Qing's mouth, mingled with fragments of his innards. The already gravely injured ferocious spirit beside him was now in an even more pitiable state. Its once robust form was now disintegrating, bones twisting grotesquely as it collapsed to the ground, resembling putrid flesh. Who could this be? Even before making a move, such overwhelming power is evident. It seems even stronger than my elder brother. I must flee before they strike. Lan Qing clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he summoned the remaining vestiges of his spirit power. Gradually, his entire being melded into a flat plane against the ground, integrating with it at an astonishing speed. Just as he was on the verge of complete escape, the owner of the footsteps finally emerged. A towering figure loomed, exceeding a height of 10 feet, with a countenance resembling indigo and hair as red as cinnabar, clad in a robe of crimson and golden armor. This is... Lu Zhang stammered upon recognizing the figure, for it was precisely as described in ancient texts, the day god. Moreover, its power likely exceeds S rank. Lu Shan, breathing heavily, seized the moment to articulate the true identity of this figure. Upon hearing his divine name invoked, the day god turned to glance at Lu Zhang and his companions, its indifferent gaze causing them to tremble involuntarily. However, when the day god noticed the divine light of merit obscured by malevolent energy above the heads of the group, it averted its gaze. Advancing forward, the day god struck the ferocious spirit, now reduced to a state of decay, with a spiked club, instantly obliterating it into nothingness. Then, with eyes gleaming with dark radiance, the day god gazed down at the ground. Meanwhile, the fleeing Lan Qing bore a look of relief upon his face. Looking up from beneath the earth, the colossal figure of the sun god instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Yet, what on earth was that entity? It was utterly terrifying, possessing an overwhelming power. Lan Qing cast one last glance at the sun god above ground before hastily fleeing. However, the sun god's dark eyes mirrored Lan Qing's silhouette. He had seen him, a being notorious for malevolence, conspiring with malevolent spirits to cause harm, and yet hoping to flee. The voice of the sun god resonated like a mighty bell. With a gentle stomp, a wave of darkness radiated outward. In the next moment, as Lan Qing was attempting to escape, the black wave swept over him, forcefully propelling him from the ground. Subsequently, the sun god extended his hand, grasping at the void towards Lan Qing. In an instant, Lan Qing's flesh and soul began to dissipate inch by inch, leaving behind nothing but a handful of black ash in less than a second. After vanquishing Lan Qing and the grotesque specter, the sun god, wielding a 2-meter-long colossal wolf fawn club, strode away, his figure gradually becoming ethereal. Should I dare to inquire of him whether the underworld truly exists? Just this one question. Lu Zhang contemplated the vanishing silhouette of the sun god, his heart torn with conflict. He genuinely wished to ascertain whether such beings were indeed divine. However, a strict edict forbade them from engaging with these deities, let alone communicating with them. Alas, once the sun god's figure completely faded, a sigh escaped Lu Zhang's lips. Ultimately, he could not voice his query. Supported by the spirit masters, he departed from the pedestrian street. At that moment, the crowd, still reeling from the encounter with the sun god, gradually regained their senses. Oh my goodness, was that truly the sun god? Mom, I saw a deity. I made it big. Do deities of the underworld truly exist? Enough chatter. Who knows where I can find a statue of this god? I wish to seek his blessings. I know. The statue of the sun god is located in the Changwang Temple in Shaha village on the western outskirts of the city. I just visited it yesterday. They say it's very effective. Chapter 19. Signing in at the city god's Underworld. In a hot pot restaurant, Yibei had just settled the bill when he felt a surge of golden merit descending from the heavens, entering his forehead. He realized that the sun god had vanquished the malevolent spirits that roamed during the day. Indeed, the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for exterminating the evil spirit. You have earned a sign-in opportunity. Congratulations, host, for saving the citizens of the pedestrian street. You have earned a sign-in opportunity. Taken aback by the dual notifications, Yi felt a flicker of satisfaction at receiving 2 sign-in chances. However, he chose not to sign in immediately, as such actions would summon an unusual phenomenon. Therefore, after completing his payment, he took a cab home with his sister. Only after securing himself in his room did he lock the door, transforming into a golden light that transported him to the divine abode. System, I wish to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. City Goddess Underworld. Note, the City Goddess Underworld serves as the office of the city god, akin to a miniature realm of the afterlife, complete with all essential functions. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. State City Goddess position. Upon witnessing these 2 rewards, a satisfied smile graced Yi's face. After all, the state City Goddess position would significantly enhance his power, and the City Goddess Underworld would alleviate some of his burdens. Since the last visit from the emissaries who had brought back the spirits from the elementary school in Yodo village, his divine abode had become exceedingly crowded. With the establishment of the City Goddess Underworld, it would finally attain some semblance of tranquility. With a slight wave of his hand, a miniature city materialized within his grasp. He then gently cast the City Goddess Underworld into the void beneath his divine abode. In an instant, it expanded with the wind, transforming into a majestic city that spanned at least 10 kilometers in circumference. It was divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city housed the grand hall of the city god, along with various departments such as the Inyang division and the rapid reporting division, as well as a scaled-down version of the 18-layered hell for punishing malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, the outer city served as a residence for the spirits. Now the space was ample. Yi surveyed the City Goddess Underworld with a smile, recognizing it as sufficiently capacious to accommodate millions of spirits, ensuring that overcrowding would no longer be an issue. Turning to the outside, he called, "Come forth." As soon as his voice faded, an emissary appeared in the main hall. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" The emissary inquired respectfully. Yi gestured toward the ground beneath the divine abode. "I have established a City Goddess Underworld below. From now on, all spirits may reside there. It shall also serve as your dwelling place. Henceforth, you shall reside within the City Goddess Underworld. Your Majesty's benevolence in providing a dwelling for the departed souls is truly immeasurable." The emissary bowed deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, after exiting the Grand Hall, he guided the spirits within the divine mansion toward the City Goddess Netherworld. Upon the arrival of the spirits in the City Goddess domain, the envoy was taken aback, for the realm was far grander than he had anticipated. The fact that Yi could silently manifest a city in the void astonished the envoy. However, upon reflecting on Yi's esteemed identity, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, Yi was the supreme sovereign, and such feats were indeed within the realm of possibility. In a villa somewhere in Elegant City, Lanhu abruptly slammed his hand onto the marble table, shattering it instantly. The fragments fell to the ground with a hissing sound, rapidly corroded by the ghostly aura. "Damn it! My younger brother is dead," he exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. "How could he die? If he has perished, how shall we account to our deceased father? Moreover, our plans have been utterly disrupted." His visage, with blood-red lips and a pallid complexion, rendered him eerily striking. Beside him, Long, dressed in the traditional attire reminiscent of centipedes, observed his brother's fury and gently shook his head, saying, "Fear not, the source spirit has yet to be released. We still have time to invite another A-class entity. We may need to offer some price, but we can still seize the source spirit." Hearing this, Lanhu exhaled in relief. Their plan was paramount. As long as it could proceed smoothly, all would be well. The matter of his brother could be set aside for now. As practitioners of spirit manipulation, they did not place familial ties above their ambitions. Power was their eternal pursuit, while everything else was but fleeting. Once you become an S-class spirit manipulator, avenging our brother will be a trivial task, Lanhu said with a smile. Long nodded slightly in agreement, adding, "I have seen the video of that so-called walking deity slaying our brother. He appears to be no more than a class. Once I attain S-class status, Eliminating that walking deity will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Time swiftly passed until afternoon. Within the city god temple, the place was now teeming with people, far surpassing the previous day. News of the day-walking deity's statue in the temple had spread, drawing countless devotees to pay their respects. The rural road leading to the village was choked with traffic, prompting officials to maintain order. Many pilgrims, despite the congestion, chose to walk to the temple. Inside the city god temple, the Wang family, led by Wang Jinsheng, worked diligently to uphold order. Lu Xiaoya and Chun Qingqing also participated, assisting in coordinating with local shops to deliver incense and candles, bustling with activity. However, during moments of respite, Lu Xiaoya and Chun Qingqing would record videos to share online, aiming to spread the word about the temple's efficacy, hoping to attract more devotees to the city god, for in their belief, deities were fond of offerings. The influx of offerings indeed began to flourish. Yi Bei gazed through the void, observing the bustling Chenghuang temple, a smile gracing his face. Soon after, he felt the wishes of all beings within him tremble slightly, seemingly eager to absorb the power of incense offerings. Go forth, go forth. With a gentle wave of his hand, he released the wishes of all beings above the temple, allowing it to draw in the fragrant energy. Simultaneously, a chorus of voices resonated in Yi Bei's mind from the fervent prayers of the faithful. O Lord Chenghuang, grant me great wealth, should I prosper. I shall surely offer you 3 sacrificial animals and 6 livestock. Please bless my family with safety and peace. After listening to the supplications for a while, Yi Bei pondered deeply. He then murmured to himself, to wield the authority of the Chenghuang, one must also embrace its responsibilities, rewarding virtue and punishing vice, bestowing blessings upon the people. With that, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as he began to observe the merits of the worshippers within the temple. Outside the Chenghuang temple, a middle-aged couple accompanied by their 10-year-old child approached, receiving incense candles from Wang Jinsheng. The man, named Chen Bing, was a cardiology expert at the first hospital of Jiang province. After hearing in his circle about the miraculous efficacy of the Chenghuang in Rongqing, even saving a dying little girl, he hurriedly brought his wife, Zhang Xian, and son, Chen Yuan, on a flight to Rongqing. He sought the Chenghuang's aid to save his son, for the boy's life was hanging by a thread, with cancer cells beyond control. Finally, it was their turn. Chen Bing, holding the incense candles, wore an expression of hopeful anticipation as he led his wife toward the statue of the Chenghuang. Zhang Xian, noticing her husband's excitement, let out a soft sigh and whispered in his ear, "Oh, Bing, I understand your desire for our son to recover, but as doctors, we know that is impossible. His cancer has spread. We should focus on ensuring our son's remaining time is filled with joy, rather than succumbing to superstition." With that, Zhang Xian cast a glance at their frail, breathless son, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. We shouldn't subject him to such exhaustion. Standing in line for so long, his body can hardly endure it. Chapter 20. Divine Blessings. The female ghost seeks justice. Upon hearing these words, Chen Bing's initial excitement dimmed slightly. Observing his son's frail figure, an unbearable ache surged within him. My dear, our child will recover. The city god will bless our son and ensure his well-being. He gently squeezed his wife, Zhang Xian's hand, his tone resolute. Zhang Xian, upon witnessing her husband's expression, refrained from uttering any more pessimistic remarks, not wishing to shatter the last flicker of hope within his heart. Thus, the family of 3 knelt beneath the statue of the city god, sincerely bowing and praying in silence. At that moment, Yi Bei's consciousness enveloped the statue. Surveying the crowd below, his gaze swept across the assembly, discerning that the majority were ordinary individuals, neither exceptionally virtuous nor wicked. However, when his eyes fell upon Chen Bing, kneeling before the statue, they abruptly lingered, focusing intently on him. The aura of this man's merits was astonishingly potent, even surpassing that of many spirit tamers. Intrigued, Yi Bei thought, "Let me discover your wish." He extended his hand, grasping the ethereal wish power emanating from Chen Bing's brow. Instantly, Chen Bing's heartfelt desire resonated in Yibai's ears. City God, I hope you can bless my child, freeing him from the clutches of illness, allowing him to recover swiftly. I would willingly exchange my life for his. Upon hearing this, Yibai shifted his gaze to a slender young boy, around 10 years old, standing beside Chen Bing. The child was pale, his scalp completely devoid of hair beneath his baseball cap. How could one so young be afflicted with cancer? Yibai furrowed his brow slightly. Then, he stepped out of the divine realm, disregarding the barriers posed by the devotees, and slowly approached the boy. Gently extending his finger, he touched the child's forehead. In an instant, a golden light surged into the boy's brow. In the blink of an eye, the previously dazed child felt his cold, painful body begin to warm, the excruciating pain gradually dissipating. Moreover, his pallid complexion took on a hint of color. Your illness has been cured. Relish the days free from suffering. Yibei's soothing voice echoed in the boy's ears, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Is my illness truly gone? The boy was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until he had finished his prayers and was led away from the city god temple by his parents that he timidly raised his head and addressed them. Mom and Dad. Just now in the temple, I heard an uncle's voice telling me that my illness has been cured. At this revelation, Chen Bing and Zhang Xian were rendered speechless. After a few moments, Chen Bing regained his composure, swiftly grasping his son's wrist to check his pulse. Yet, as soon as he felt his son's pulse, astonishment washed over his face. He hesitated, uncertain, for a full minute, continuing to measure the pulse in disbelief. The expression of shock on her face deepened, ultimately transforming into one of sheer delight. It was truly a miracle. The tumor within her son had vanished. It had genuinely disappeared. Chen Bing exclaimed, disregarding her image. Although Zhang Xian was a doctor, she had never learned to take a pulse, so she could only gaze intently at her husband. Subsequently, she earnestly inquired, Darling, you are not deceiving me, are you? Is our son truly well? Tears welled in the corners of Chen Bing's eyes, her laughter mingling with tears. It's really gone, truly gone. The city god has indeed made our son's tumor vanish. The voice that their son had heard must also have been that of the city god. With that, she turned and knelt before the direction of the city god temple, performing a profound 3 prostrations and 9 bows. Let's take our son back to the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Xian, despite her unwavering faith in her husband's medical expertise, wished to confirm their son's recovery with hospital equipment. All right, Chen Bing rose, leading his wife and son away in haste. However, their conversation had reached the ears of others nearby. The worshippers began to murmur amongst themselves. Did I hear incorrectly? It seems he mentioned that the city god cured his son's tumor. Brother, you heard correctly. I heard it too. The city god is remarkably effective. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the city god temple to make our wishes. The worshippers, their faces alight with excitement, rushed towards the temple. Meanwhile, not far away, Qi Heng and Chen Shuyun, who were observing the city god temple, had also witnessed the recent scene. See, I told you the city god is real. Only divine blessings can make a tumor disappear. Ghosts cannot heal. Qi Heng proclaimed, beaming with pride at Chen Shuyun. Chen Shuyun, however, began to waver. He had indeed never heard of malevolent spirits curing ailments. Ghosts could only bring misfortune and suffering, never a complete recovery. After all, even an ordinary person would fall gravely ill upon encountering a ghost. Furthermore, those who controlled ghosts, like them, were the best examples. After mastering malevolent spirits, were they not all plagued with ailments? The more powerful the ghost controller, the more severe their afflictions. Only a deity could banish illness. Perhaps he truly is divine. Chen Shuyun murmured as he gazed towards the city god temple. In a certain old street of Qingyuan town, a ghostly girl hid in a secluded corner, her face etched with terror. Outside, several unofficial ghost controllers donned in hooded gray robes were searching diligently. After more than 10 minutes of fruitless searching, they finally departed. Seeing this, the girl's spirit let out a sigh of relief as she emerged from her hiding place. I have finally eluded them. I can return home to check on my parents. They haven't heard from me in over 10 days and must be very worried. The girl's spirit wore a hopeful yet sorrowful expression. However, Just as she stepped out of her corner and prepared to head towards her home, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Amidst the shadows, several figures clad in black robes emerged, and before them stood an imposing entity, towering at a height of 10 feet, wielding a spiked club. This formidable presence emanated an unparalleled aura of oppression, causing her ghostly form to tremble involuntarily. There's a spirit over there. It bears no traces of malevolent energy, suggesting it has yet to claim a life. The day-walking deity's keen gaze fixed upon the direction of the girl's ghostly presence. Turning to one of the spectral messengers behind him, he commanded, "Go and escort it back to the Underworld." "Yes, my lord." The messenger acknowledged the order and advanced toward the girl's spirit, feeling an immense wave of pressure approaching. The girl's spirit yearned to flee but found herself unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the messenger's soul-binding chains ensnared her wrist, dragging her toward the temple of the city god. It was over. She would never see her parents again. How worried they must be. Unbeknownst to her, she was ignorant of the true identities of the messenger and the day-walking deity. All she felt was the crushing despair of having narrowly escaped one peril, only to be ensnared by other malevolent entities. Moments later, as the messenger brought her spirit before the gates of the city god's temple, she halted abruptly upon seeing the inscription City God Temple. Suddenly realizing the messenger's attire, she hesitantly inquired, "Are you a messenger of the underworld? Are you taking me to meet the city god?" The messenger regarded her spirit with mild surprise before responding, "Indeed, I am a messenger of the underworld. However, you are neither a great villain nor an exceptionally virtuous individual. Thus you shall not meet the city god. You are to enter the underworld and await the end of your earthly life to reincarnate." Upon hearing this, despair washed over the girl. Yet from somewhere within, an unexpected courage surged forth, prompting her to boldly declare to the messenger, I demand to see the city god. I have been wronged. I was murdered by someone, and they have harmed many others. I must seek justice." Chapter 21. The Yuanming Temple. The headless, eerie stone Buddha, within the city god temple, an ethereal golden light of virtue, invisible to ordinary mortals, enveloped Yi Bei's divine form. Soon after, the system's notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for fulfilling your duties as the city god and earning a signing opportunity." Just as Yi Bei prepared to sign in, a report from the outside caught his attention. "Your Majesty, there's a female ghost claiming to have been wronged by her demise." Yi Bei paused momentarily, then decided against signing in immediately. He addressed the specter outside. "A grievance? Bring her to the grand hall of the city god." "Yes, your Majesty," replied the specter. A short while later, Yi Bei sat upon the main seat in the grand hall of the city god, an imposing space far grander than that of the divine palace. He gazed down and beheld the spirit of the girl. He then inquired, "Who are you, and what injustice do you suffer?" Upon hearing Yi Bei's voice, the girl's ghost lifted her gaze, but as soon as she glimpsed the golden radiance enveloping him, she felt a sharp pain in her eyes and promptly lowered her head. With a timid voice, she began, "City god, my name is Chu Xinshin. I was harmed while offering incense at a monk's temple." The ghost, Chu Xinshin, struggled to gather her thoughts, but managed to convey her tale. After returning home from studying in another city, her mother took her to Yuanming Temple to pray for her success in the upcoming graduate entrance examination. However, upon returning home after offering her incense, she found herself powerless to control her body in the dead of night. Although she did not move, an unknown force compelled her to leave her home, and no amount of effort could reclaim her autonomy. Subsequently, she was led, against her will, to the Yuanming Temple where she had prayed earlier that day. There, a monk carried her into an underground temple, which mirrored the layout of the one above. Along the way, she observed other girls being similarly taken into the subterranean shrine. Ultimately, she and the other girls were brought to a hall containing a mobile, headless stone Buddha. They were all consumed by the insatiable belly of the stone figure, while the souls of the other girls were trapped within its confines. For reasons unknown, her spirit managed to escape, initially intending to return home to visit her parents. She unexpectedly encountered the specter and was brought to the city god's realm. Upon hearing Chu Xinshin's account, a flicker of rage crossed Yi Bei's face. to nourish a moving, headless, eerie stone Buddha with the blood and souls of the living. Yuanming Temple was indeed unforgivable. It must be punished. Although Yuanming Temple lay beyond his jurisdiction, as the son of darkness, he bore the responsibility to suppress such malevolent establishments that preyed upon the populace. In the next moment, he rose slowly, his towering figure emanating golden divine light, with radiance twisting like flames. As his divine might surged, the very fabric of the void began to warp. Kneeling before the specter below, he proclaimed, "I shall take on this case." Having uttered these words, he turned towards the entrance and solemnly commanded, "Spirit of day and night, hasten to meet me." His voice reverberated within the grand hall of the city god. Moments later, two towering figures entered the hall, kneeling before Yi Bei, and intoned, "Your Majesty, what are your orders? Accompany me to vanquish the malevolent." With a flourish of his wide robe, Yi Bei took a single step, and in an instant, he transcended the city god's domain, soaring into the heavens above the city god temple. He extended his hand, grasping the wishes of all beings that was absorbing the incense offerings. In a flash, he transformed into a golden light, ascending into the sky, followed closely by the spirit of day and night, who manifested as two black rays of light. They did not question Yi Bei, but resolutely executed his commands. As Yi Bei and his companions soared through the air, their speed was remarkable, and in mere moments, they had exited their jurisdiction. Typically, deities such as city gods or mountain spirits would experience a significant decrease in power upon leaving their territories, as their strength was tethered to the incense and divine status they commanded. However, Yi Bei's power remained undiminished, for he was the prince of the Netherworld, a being far beyond the ordinary incense deities. Moreover, his strength was not derived from incense, but from the power of merit. At this moment, outside Yuanming Temple, Lu Zheng and Long Sheng, accompanied by a dozen ghost tamers, confronted several eminent monks at the temple's entrance, their faces etched with fury. "Monk Yuan Sheng, the Ghost Tamers Bureau has uncovered that your Yuanming Temple has been abducting young men and women. Surrender them at once, and you may receive leniency." Lu Zheng bellowed at a portly monk standing outside the gate. The other official ghost tamers glared fiercely at the monks. Yet, unfazed by these piercing gazes, Monk Yuan Sheng maintained an air of calm, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he joined his palms in reverence. Addressing Lu Zheng, "Amit Ba, Benefactor Lu, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. The disciples of the Buddha would never commit such heinous acts as abducting the innocent. So I implore you, do not tarnish the reputation of Yuanming Temple." As he spoke, Yuan Sheng's demeanor grew increasingly grave, his voice rising in intensity. "Should you persist in casting such baseless accusations upon my Yuanming Temple, do not hold me accountable if the Buddha's disciples choose not to extend you any courtesy." As Yuan Sheng's words fell, several monks clad in gray robes brandished thick iron staffs before them, an invisible force of Buddhist energy causing the leaves of nearby trees to rain down. Witnessing this, Lu Zheng's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Yuanming Temple's audacity to such an extent. However, he found himself powerless against the monks, for within Yuanming Temple resided an A-level ghost tamer and a peak B-level practitioner, the latter wielding a magical artifact and possessing strength that could rival an A-level. The strength of the Rongqing Ghost Control Bureau is woefully inadequate. Even if one were to attempt a forceful intrusion, success would be unattainable. Thus, confronted by the formidable Yuanming Temple, he remained silent. However, a youthful ghost controller beside Lu Zheng, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "We have not misjudged nor falsely accused you. The cameras captured evidence of your abduction of the innocent. Release those people at once, or else." Before the young ghost controller could finish, he was interrupted by Monk Yuan Sheng, who regarded him with a bemused smile and queried, "Or else what?" "Huh?" With that, his gaze shifted to Lu Zheng and Long Sheng, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Captain Long, Director Lu, do enlighten this humble monk. Or else what?" As he spoke, a faint green light flickered in his eyes, and the malevolent spirits within him began to stir, unleashing an unrestrained aura of pressure that sent the young ghost controllers of Rongqing reeling. Even Long Sheng and Lu Zheng felt a slight discomfort from the oppressive force. Observing this scene, Monk Yuanqing chuckled with satisfaction. Do not claim that Yuanming Temple has not abducted the populace. Even if we had, what could you possibly do about it? With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Zheng and the others before turning to enter the temple. Bang! In the next instant, the temple gate was slammed shut. Witnessing this, the ghost controllers of the Bureau gritted their teeth in frustration. Director, must we simply let this go? A young ghost controller questioned Lu Zheng with reluctance. Yet, Lu Zheng remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. If Yuanming Temple truly possessed only 2 A-level individuals without any backing, he would dare to storm in and rescue the abducted citizens, even at the cost of his life. However, Monk Yuansheng is a direct disciple of the esteemed Shiran saint from the Baijun Temple in the capital. With the exceptional Buddhist power of Shiran, who wields top-tier Buddhist artifacts and commands a primordial ghost, their combined strength verges on S-level. In the past, when an S-level malevolent spirit wreaked havoc in the Dragon Kingdom, it was only through the combined efforts of Shiran, an ancient Taoist master, and the strongest ghost controller of the Bureau that the S-level menace was vanquished. Offending Yuanming Temple could provoke Shiran, and should another S-level spirit arise, if Shiran refrained from intervening, the Dragon Kingdom would face catastrophic consequences. Therefore, Lu Zheng hesitated to make a decisive move in this matter. Alas, it is best left for the capital to contend with. With that, he promptly reported the situation regarding Yuanming Temple to the headquarters of the Ghost Control Bureau in the capital. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the city god temple, Qi Hong inadvertently glanced up at the night sky and observed 3 streaks of light, 1 golden and 2 black, swiftly traversing the heavens. What on earth is that? A meteor? Qi Hong exclaimed in astonishment. The remaining spirit tamers beside him followed his gaze. However, apart from one named Su Qingfeng, the others failed to discern anything clearly. It was human, 3 figures soaring through the sky. Su Qingfeng, codenamed Eagle's Eye, possessed a rare non-human spirit known as the Eagle Spirit within him, endowing him with extraordinarily acute vision. Thus, he could see far-off objects with greater clarity than even a telescope. What? They're indeed humans? The other spirit tamers were taken aback. Su Qingfeng's expression mirrored their astonishment as he described, somewhat dazed. The 2 black figures behind are each about 10 feet tall. One wields a wolf-tooth club, resembling the Day Wanderer who previously appeared on Walking Street to slay spirits, while the one in front dons a black official robe, enveloped in a golden radiance, rendering him somewhat indistinct. Upon hearing this, Chun Shuyun furrowed his brow and muttered, a figure cloaked in golden light, wearing a black official robe, accompanied by the day and night wanderers. Could it be that the one in the red official robe was not the city god, and that this one is? Realizing he was perplexed, he promptly inquired of Su Qingfeng. Quickly ascertain their destination and pinpoint their location. I will contact Director Lu immediately. As Chun Shuyun spoke, the other spirit tamers sprang into action, operating instruments to calculate the coordinates. Moments later, their calculations completed, Chun Shuyun swiftly connected the call to Director Lu's office. Without delay, he reported, Director Lu, another figure clad in a black official robe, radiating golden light, has emerged from the city god temple. I suspect this black-robed individual is the true city god. For the seemingly S-class Day Wanderer and another towering entity willingly follow in his wake. Based on their trajectory, they are heading northwest toward Rongqing. Their speed is. On the other end of the line, Lu Zheng, who had been rebuffed at the entrance of Yuanming Temple, was taken aback by Chun Shuyun's revelations. He had not anticipated the emergence of another city god. This figure in black must indeed be the city god. He trusted Chun Shuyun's judgment. For the previous figure in red was merely an envoy, while this black-robed individual was accompanied by the Day Wanderer and another S-class entity. The hierarchy was evident. The simultaneous mobilization of both the city god and the Day Wanderer, along with another unknown presence, raised pressing questions. This unknown entity, much like the city god and Day Wanderer, was likely of S-class caliber. What could compel 3 S-class beings to act in unison? What disturbance had stirred them? Lu Zheng pondered. Meanwhile, Long Sheng, standing beside Lu Zhong, was evidently attentive to Chen Shuyun's report over the phone. He examined the specific directional data reported by Chen Shuyun and glanced at the map displayed on his specially crafted electronic watch, deducing their current location from the coordinates. He then raised his head and addressed Lu Zhong, saying, "Director Lu, the direction in which those three are advancing likely leads to our present location, Yuan Ming Temple." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at one of the towering spires of Yuan Ming Temple, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. It seems that indeed, there are deities watching us from above. While we cannot take action against Yuan Ming Temple, that city god is utterly unrestrained. Whether that city god is a vengeful spirit or a genuine deity, it appears that Yuan Ming Temple is destined to suffer today. If the city god is divine, then Yuan Ming Temple, having committed such heinous acts against the people, will undoubtedly face divine retribution. Conversely, if the city god is a malevolent spirit, its wrathful approach toward Yuan Ming Temple surely signifies trouble for the monks residing there. Contemplating these thoughts, Lu Zhong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to the other official ghost tamers and commanded, "All personnel retreat to 1 kilometer away and activate the supernatural imaging recorders." After issuing his orders, he led the way in departure. The other ghost tamers, having overheard the conversation between Long Sheng and Lu Zhong, understood that the city god was imminent. An inexplicable sense of exhilaration began to build within them. Chapter 22. The Mad Host, attempting to create a Buddha. At this moment, within the Yuan Ming Temple, monk Yuansheng had descended into the underground chambers of the temple. Instantly, piercing screams and pleas for mercy echoed in his ears. Yet, his countenance betrayed no emotion, as if these cries were merely the chirping of insects, of no concern to him. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the underground temple, his gaze was drawn to the headless, bizarre stone Buddha seated at the center of the shrine, its fingers poised in a gesture of flower-picking. At that moment, a significant portion of the headless stone Buddha had transformed into flesh and blood, and from its severed neck emerged strange Buddha hands, seizing young men and women from the floor and thrusting them into its gaping maw at the navel. The entire scene appeared extraordinarily eerie, evoking a sense of horror even in Yuansheng, a practitioner accustomed to dealing with spirits. He quickly averted his gaze, turning to the entrance of shrine where monk Yuan Ming sat, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. With palms pressed together, he said, "Amitabha, brother, the matters outside have been resolved. Those from the Ghost Control Bureau dare not enter." Yuan Ming opened his eyes and set aside the wooden fish, smiling as he replied, "You have done well, my junior." He then turned his attention back to the headless stone Buddha, which was voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the young. A frenzied light filled his eyes. "It is nearly complete. Our plan to create a Buddha is on the brink of success. Amitabha, the compassionate headless Buddha, is about to descend into the world. He shall establish a Buddhist realm upon the earth, liberating countless beings and putting an end to their boundless suffering, so that all may attain Buddhahood." The more Yuan Ming spoke, the more manic his expression became, as if flames of fervor were igniting within him. Witnessing this, Yuansheng could not help but take a step back. Bowing his head slightly, he whispered, "Brother, if Master were to blame us for this, what shall we do? And can this headless Buddha truly liberate all beings? What if he turns against us?" A sense of trepidation regarding his elder brother began to creep into Yuansheng's heart. Yuan Ming seemed to sense this fear. He adjusted his smile to appear more benevolent, though the madness in his eyes remained unmistakable. "There is no need for you to fear, my junior. When the time comes, I shall employ secret methods to relinquish my physical form and merge with the headless Buddha. In that moment, I shall be the Buddha, and the Buddha shall be me. I would never harm you. As for Master, he will surely support me. After all, his lifelong aspiration is to alleviate the suffering of all beings. I am merely assisting him in fulfilling this dream. How could he possibly fault me? Wouldn't you agree, my junior?" A ghostly green light flickered in Yuan Ming's eyes, causing Yuansheng to instinctively retreat 2 steps. He could not shake the feeling that his brother, though human, had become more ghastly than a ghost, having descended into madness. Nevertheless, the prospect of attaining an S-rank status rendered such madness inconsequential. After all, attaining S-rank is akin to becoming divine. Moreover, Brother Yuan Ming had promised that once he reached S-rank and transformed into a Buddha, he would certainly lead himself to enlightenment as well. Contemplating this, Yuan Sheng suppressed the fear within and smiled as he spoke. Brother is indeed correct. Master should be grateful to us. However, despite his words, Yuan Sheng's heart was rife with disdain. Grateful? What nonsense! Master has genuinely vowed to save all beings from the torment of malevolent spirits, while your so-called salvation seems more like a desire to consume all of humanity. Very well, Brother Yuan Sheng. Quickly bring back more followers, so they may unite with the Buddha and attain enlightenment sooner. Yuan Ming's smile was present, yet his expression was decidedly peculiar. Yuan Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. After a brief silence, he replied, Brother, given that the Ghost Suppression Bureau is stationed outside, it would be rather unwise to openly bring followers back to the temple, wouldn't it? While Yuan Sheng held the members of the Ghost Suppression Bureau in contempt, he still harbored trepidation towards their headquarters. After all, the headquarters was home to numerous powerful individuals, with several reaching the pinnacle of their rank, and even one ghost master whose strength was comparable to that of their master. If he were to abduct citizens now, the Ghost Suppression Bureau would undoubtedly intervene. Operating clandestinely would allow him to claim they were being slandered, but being caught red-handed would strip away his last veil of protection, leading to dire consequences. At that point, the headquarters would surely dispatch enforcers to deal with them, and their master would not come to their aid. They would be left with no path but to death. Seeing Yuan Sheng's concerns, Yuan Ming offered a reassuring smile, saying, Do not fret. We only require the flesh and blood of a few hundred young men and women, along with the flesh of those born during the shadowy hours of the lunar calendar, for the Buddha to descend upon the world completely. Now that we have been discovered, there is no need to act in secrecy. Doing so will only hinder our progress and put us in greater peril. We shall boldly bring back the followers, disregarding the Ghost Suppression Bureau. Their B-rank agents cannot contend with us. If they dare to obstruct us, we will simply eliminate them. Once I ascend to S rank, whether it be the Ghost Suppression Bureau, the Buddhist sect, the Taoist order, or any civilian ghost hunting organization, they will all be compelled to submit to me. I shall be the sole deity in this world, unparalleled both in heaven and earth, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. Yuan Ming wore a wildly triumphant grin. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sheng gritted his teeth. Brother, I'm going. With that, Yuan Sheng turned and exited the underground temple, resolutely continuing his quest to abduct young men and women. Furthermore, he did not use a hidden passage, but rather boldly opened the main gate, leading a throng of monks in a fervent rush. As they departed, Yuan Sheng even raised his middle finger towards the direction of Lu Zheng and his companions, making a provocative gesture. The spirited demon tamers beside Lu Zheng could no longer contain themselves. The provocation had crossed all bounds. It was utterly intolerable. Unable to hold back any longer, the brothers resolved to confront the monk together. They were eager to charge at Yuan Sheng and his fellow monks. However, Lu Zheng, glancing skyward, was suddenly captivated by a distant golden light that drew nearer with astonishing speed. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He turned to the impetuous young demon tamers and commanded, Silence. Although they hesitated, Lu Zheng's next words rendered them completely still. The city god has arrived. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly fell silent, gazing upwards in unison at the sky. Indeed, a blinding golden light streaked across the heavens, ultimately hovering 100 meters above Yuan Ming Temple. It was then that they discerned a figure clad in black official robes, enveloped in a flame-like golden radiance, obscuring its features. It was the very city god they had speculated about. Behind the city god stood two towering figures, one of whom was the sun god, previously seen slaying demons on the pedestrian street. Upon noticing the other imposing figure, Lu Zheng's face registered astonishment as he murmured, The being beside the sun god resembles the night god described in ancient texts. It was evident that these two entities were subordinate to the city god, who clearly possessed greater strength. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the City God. The other ghost tamers were taken aback upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. 3 S-class entities, 2 resembling those recorded in ancient texts, and 1 suspected to be the city god, loomed above them. One astonishing spectacle. Since the eerie resurgence began, such a phenomenon had never been witnessed. After all, S-class beings are the sovereigns among spirits, known for their solitary nature and formidable territorial instincts. It was utterly improbable for them to appear in unison with other S-class entities. Yet now, their understanding had been irrevocably shattered. As the ghost tamers below gazed up in a daze, Yi Bei, high in the sky, looked down upon them. Noticing the utter absence of ghostly energy within the Yuanming temple, which appeared almost unnaturally pristine, a cold smirk crept across his face. The method of concealing ghostly energy was rather adept. Such a technique could easily deceive many, yet failed to elude him. In the next moment, he concentrated his divine power, his eyes radiating a golden glow. Peering downward, he immediately discerned the situation beneath Yuanming Temple and the headless stone Buddha that was devouring young men and women. What a ghastly Buddha! It had already begun to gain momentum. Should it consume a few more lives, it would likely ascend to S-class. Yi Bei chuckled coldly, then addressed the deity behind him. Day and night wanderer, do not hold back once we descend. Eliminate them all. His divine gaze revealed that the monks' heads were cloaked in malevolent energy and resentment, clearly indicating their culpability in numerous heinous acts. Not a single one was innocent. Yes, your majesty. Day and night wanderer bowed respectfully to Yi Bei. Subsequently, they transformed into radiant beams of light and descended into the entrance of Yuanming Temple, revealing their presence without concealment. As they landed, one of the monks within the temple took notice. Before he could fully comprehend the newcomers' identities, he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? How dare you trespass into Yuanming Temple? You're courting death." His words abruptly ceased as he beheld the day and night wanderer behind Yi Bei, a towering figure radiating immense power, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression. His complexion shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. However, in the next instant, Day Wanderer took a step forward. A wolf-toothed club, larger than the monk himself, came crashing down upon the fleeing monk's head, reducing him to a gruesome pulp. The ground beneath them was left with a massive crater, the thunderous sound reverberating throughout Yuanming Temple, startling all within. Then Day Wanderer inhaled deeply, drawing the monk's soul into his being. Yet, rather than consuming the monk's soul, he temporarily contained it within, intending to transport it back to the city god's underworld for punishment. After all, allowing his soul to dissipate would be far too lenient for such a wretch. It is imperative that he endures the most excruciating torments of hell, to truly atone for the innocent lives claimed by that monk. At this moment, the remaining monks of Yuanming Temple, their faces contorted with malice, rushed to the mountain gate, intent on vanquishing the intruders. However, upon beholding the visage of the Sun Traveler, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was the Sun Traveler, a being of S-rank existence, prompting an immediate retreat. They recognized him as he had once manifested in broad daylight on a bustling street, slaying malevolent spirits and the formidable Blue Qing. Many witnesses had recorded videos and photographs, disseminating them across social media. Consequently, the monks of Yuanming Temple were well aware of the Sun Traveler's identity. In the next instant, the entire congregation of Yuanming Temple scattered like frightened birds, their escape velocity exponentially surpassing their initial arrival. The fierce demeanor that had marked their faces moments before was replaced by sheer terror. Yet, the Sun Traveler would not permit their escape. He unleashed his power, swiftly extinguishing all who fled and extracting their souls. After methodically traversing Yuanming Temple and eliminating every last individual, he finally followed behind Yi Bei into the subterranean temple. They advanced with lethal intent, ultimately halting before the deepest hall of Buddha. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes, gazing at the headless, eerie stone Buddha at the center of the hall. At that moment, Yuanming, upon witnessing Yi Bei and his companions, experienced a tumultuous shift in expression. He did not perceive them as deities. Rather, He regarded them as sinister entities akin to the headless Buddha, malevolent spirits masquerading as divine beings. Thus, he gradually rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Yi Bei and his companions, and bellowed, "After 10 arduous years, I have nurtured the headless Buddha to this extent. If you wish to seize it, you must first contend with me." As his voice fell, the power within him surged, transforming his skin to a bronze hue, a manifestation of the Buddha's golden body technique. The seemingly mundane wooden fish in his hand now radiated with the brilliance of a sacred artifact. Though he was not a spirit controller, the combination of B-rank power and a formidable artifact elevated his strength to a rank. At that moment, a dozen monks stood by his side, brandishing copper staffs directed at Yi Bei and his companions. These monks were martial monks, some brimming with vitality and magical energy, each possessing C-rank strength. There were also some among them who were spirit controllers. How amusing, truly amusing. Such insignificant ants dare to provoke the majesty of his excellency. The Sun Traveler's fearsome visage broke into a grotesque grin, revealing his sharp fangs and embodying the essence of a malevolent deity. He swung his wolf-toothed club directly at Yuanming. The moment he made his move, Yuanming, sensing the overwhelming power of the Sun Traveler, felt his fierce demeanor evaporate. Awakening from his trance of madness, realizing he was no match, he turned to flee, abandoning thoughts of the headless Buddha, solely intent on preserving his life. Yet, the Sun Traveler would not grant him the opportunity to escape. With a decisive step forward, the massive spiked mace came crashing down upon the head of monk Yuanming. In an instant, Yuanming was reduced to a mangled heap. Yet in the next moment, that pile of flesh began to slowly coalesce, forming a grotesque humanoid figure adorned with writhing tentacles. None other than the recently obliterated Yuanming himself. Cursed be it! You have destroyed my life replacement artifact. I shall make you pay. A moment of clarity returned to Yuanming, but he was now utterly consumed by madness. With a malevolent grin, he pivoted and unceremoniously hurled several nearby monks into the Buddhist hall, allowing the headless stone Buddha to consume them. The remaining monks, witnessing this horror, attempted to flee. "Abbot, what are you doing?" Yet Yuanming continued his assault with a sinister laugh. "He. To merge with the Buddha is your fortune from this moment forth. You shall become one with the divine." Ultimately, he cast all the monks into the hall, feeding them to the grotesque, headless stone Buddha. "How intriguing. Such a wondrous artifact exists," Yi Bei remarked, astonished. He had not anticipated that the cultivation system of this world would be so remarkable, reminiscent of a strange realm of immortal cultivation. Yuanming, filled with malice, cast a venomous glance at Yi Bei and his companions. Before the wolf-headed deity's mace could descend once more, he turned and leapt into the gaping maw of the headless stone Buddha. In the next moment, the lower legs of the headless stone Buddha, previously stone, were now transformed, with only the shins remaining as stone while the rest had morphed into flesh and blood. It slowly rose from the pedestal, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth. From its gaping, blood-filled mouth emerged a cacophony of raspy voices, echoing like the wails of tormented souls. "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." Its form began to levitate, effortlessly passing through the ground, ascending to hover above Yuanming Temple. Concurrently, a multitude of chanting voices emanated from within its being. The incantations morphed from an eerie rasp into a resounding clarity. "Thus have I heard. I am the Tathagata. All laws converge as one. The faithful shall gain eternal life, while the rebellious shall plunge into the abyss." Moreover, its initially terrifying visage underwent a rapid transformation, radiating golden light and adopting the appearance of the Tathagata. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng and his companions, observing the commotion at Yuanming Temple from a distance, were struck by this astonishing sight. Young ghost tamers, seemingly entranced by the chanting, began to kneel in veneration towards the headless stone Buddha. Lu Zheng and Long Sheng's expressions shifted dramatically. They quickly employed their respective methods to drown out all external sounds, awakening the young ghost tamers from their stupor. This ghastly Buddha has attained a level. It poses a catastrophic threat. Lu Zheng's countenance darkened. He could scarcely fathom the calamity that would ensue should such a being be allowed to roam freely, wreaking havoc. Furthermore, it appeared that this ghastly Buddha had yet to fully evolve. Should it achieve complete transformation, it could well ascend to S level, a dire disaster for the entirety of Dragon Country. Thus, the urgency of the situation became all too evident. He hastily began to urgently contact the capital. Meanwhile, the monk Yuan Sheng, who had recently departed, sensed the commotion at Yuanding Temple. Turning back to glance, he beheld the Buddha, radiating with a luminous aura, hovering above the temple. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and reverently bowed to the ethereal figure of the Buddha. Amitabha, the Buddha has finally descended to the world, he thought, feeling that the efforts of the past decade were indeed worthwhile. Although he still fell short of reaching S rank, he believed that by bringing back the faithful for the Buddha to consume, he could certainly elevate the being to S rank, transforming it into a true Buddha. Thus, he rose promptly, rallying his followers and setting forth at a brisk pace, determined to capture suitable young men and women. At that moment, the headless, eerie stone Buddha in the sky, emanating a radiant light, assumed a wrathful expression and bellowed down at Yi Bei and the others, bold demons. Having witnessed the Buddha, why do you not bow? Upon hearing this, the wandering spirits revealed smirks of disdain. Buddha? Do not think that even if you are a mere false Buddha, you could escape retribution should you offend His Majesty. The two fearsome and malevolent shadow spirits then transformed into black light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 24. The Sword of the City God. In the imperial capital, from this day forth, he shall be regarded as a deity. Subsequently, the night and day gods joined forces. In an instant, their formidable divine might rendered the headless, eerie stone Buddha's image dim, causing the illusion to dissipate and revert to its original form. Then, a massive wolf fawn club descended, striking the Buddha's form until it became ethereal. Its flesh and blood reversed, transforming into stone. Observing this, the night god wielded his ghostly mace for another strike. The headless stone Buddha was utterly reduced to lifeless stone, completely losing its spirit, plummeting to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the structures of Yuanming Temple were instantly obliterated. In the distance, Lu Zheng witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. An A-level eerie Buddha had been annihilated in such a manner. The strength displayed was undoubtedly S-class. If 3 S-class entities were to rampage as the other malevolent spirits did, no one in the Dragon Kingdom could stand against them. Thus, Lu Zheng sincerely wished that these 3 S-class beings were indeed divine. However, Yuan Sheng, who had been venerating the false Buddha from afar, felt his faith shatter upon witnessing the instant demise of the false deity. An overwhelming dread surged within him. How could he have passed in nirvana so easily? It must be an illusion. The Buddha cannot be dead. The Buddha had yet to lead him to enlightenment. He cannot perish. Yuan Sheng's turmoil stirred the malevolent spirit within him, causing blood tears to flow from his eyes. Yet, he knew he had to flee. Without a moment's hesitation for the other monks, he transformed into a shadow and sprinted away at the speed of his life. In the skies above Yuanming Temple, after the night and day gods vanquished the headless stone Buddha, one of them inhaled deeply, drawing in the souls of the victims still unconsumed within the Buddha, temporarily storing them within. Once back in the city goddess realm, they would be released. Observing this, Yi Bei did not depart immediately, but turned his gaze towards Yuan Sheng, who was fleeing in the distance. In a brief span, Yuan Sheng had escaped over 10 kilometers. When he glanced back and saw that the night and day gods were not in pursuit, relief washed over him. He had seemingly evaded death, yet he needed to continue running until he had left Rome City behind. He again transformed into a shadow, merging into the darkness. All of this unfolded within the golden glowing eyes of Yi Bei. With a calm demeanor, he spoke. Can you truly escape? He raised the wishing of all beings sword, emanating golden divine flames, and gently waved it towards Yuan Sheng's direction. In an instant, a beam of golden sword light shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the constraints of space and arriving behind the fleeing Yuan Sheng in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Yuan Sheng was cleaved in two, his corporeal form slowly fading into nothingness. Within the confines of its corporeal form, the malevolent spirit was instantaneously obliterated, leaving only its soul, which was ensnared by the radiant blade and transported away. This soul was destined to be cast into the infernal realms of the city god, where it would endure endless torment. As for the monks who had accompanied Yuan Sheng, not a single one escaped. They were all slain by the luminous sword, their souls forcefully extracted. After accomplishing this, Yi Bei, accompanied by the night and day wandering deities, vanished from the scene in an instant, leaving only Lu Zheng and others, gazing vacantly at the sky. Beep, beep, beep. It was only when Lu Zheng's communicator chimed that he snapped back to reality. He discovered it was a call from Chun Rulong, the director of the Imperial Capital Bureau of Ghost Management. Upon connection, he heard Chun Rulong's urgent voice. Lu Zheng, first gather personnel to evacuate the civilians surrounding Yuanming Temple, minimizing casualties. I have already contacted the enlightened monk and the Grand Master. We will hasten to Rome City. Hearing this, Lu Zheng paused for a few seconds in contemplation before responding. The bizarre Buddha of Yuanming Temple has already been dealt with. As soon as these words left his lips, silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a brief moment, Chun Rulong cautiously inquired, "Was it that city god from the city god temple who resolved it?" Lu Zheng took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and replied, "Indeed. This night, besides that city god, the night and day wandering deities also arrived at Yuanming Temple. Both are S-level entities. I witnessed their intervention, swiftly annihilating the bizarre Buddha of Yuanming Temple. Furthermore, the city god may not be the figure clad in a red official robe we previously assumed, but rather one draped in a black robe, radiating golden light. This implies that there are at least 4 S-level beings within the city god temple of Rome City." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in a grand conference room in the imperial capital turned somber as all present fell into silence. After a considerable pause, they collectively viewed the footage transmitted by Lu Zheng, witnessing the moment the night and day wandering deities obliterated the headless, eerie stone Buddha. A tumultuous wave surged within their hearts. These two beings were undeniably more formidable than any S-level malevolent spirit they had previously encountered. Moreover, the scene of the city god unleashing a strike that traversed over 10 kilometers was equally astonishing. Ultimately, the Grand Master, adorned in a purple robe, exchanged a glance with the enlightened monk beside Chun Rulong before speaking up. "I have a suggestion." The instant these words were uttered, all eyes turned to him. Chun Rulong, now addressing the Grand Master with a respectful gesture, urged, "Please, Grand Master, enlighten us." The Grand Master nodded slightly, surveying the room before continuing. "I believe that regardless of whether the beings within the city god temple are Een spirits or malevolent spirits, we must treat them as deities. Firstly, they have never harmed anyone, nor have they indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Secondly, there is no one in this world capable of opposing the beings within the city god temple. Thirdly, ancient texts record that the power of incense offerings is a remarkable phenomenon. It has the ability to shape the character of deities and influence their will. Even if those entities are indeed malevolent spirits, we must transform them into the divine guardians of our dragon nation. This is the most desperate measure. Nevertheless, everyone nodded in agreement with the old celestial master's assertion. Upon hearing the final words of the old master, Chun Rulong's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He then proposed, "Let us jointly petition the heavens for the official recognition of the city god within the realm of the city god, after instructing the day and night wandering spirits to usher the souls of the victims into the underworld and cast the souls of Yuanming and others into hell." Yi Bei returned to his study. He soon felt several rays of virtuous golden light descend upon his brow, causing his divine power to surge rapidly. Simultaneously, the System-S notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for punishing evil and promoting good. You have earned 1 lottery opportunity. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the headless, enigmatic Buddha. You have earned another lottery opportunity." Remarkably, he had acquired 2 lottery chances at once, along with an additional one he had not yet utilized, totaling 3 opportunities. Yi-Bei had never experienced such wealth before, and his smile was impossible to suppress, the corners of his mouth lifting in delight. System. I wish to sign in 3 times directly. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. 100 Inchai tokens, which can be granted to virtuous spirits, allowing them to become soul-reaping agents of the Underworld. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. The Huang Ding of Virtue, which can amplify the acquired virtuous power tenfold. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. 2 positions of the God of Fortune and Virtue, which can be granted to virtuous spirits, allowing them to become the land gods of a village. Chapter 25. Mortal flesh resists malevolent spirits. As the system's voice faded, a smile illuminated Yi-Bei's face. The rewards he received were exceptionally gratifying. The Merit Xianhuang Cauldron, upon amplifying his merit power, would expedite his enhancement of strength and facilitate the rapid formation of the 9 Merit Golden Body. Once this golden body was fully manifested, not only would his power surge tremendously, but he would also become untainted by karmic ties in all his endeavors, an immensely formidable advantage. This would significantly shorten the time required for him to attain the status of the Yin Sovereign. In the next moment, a giant Xianhuang cauldron materialized before him, levitating in the air and radiating an aura of divine authority. This indicated that the Merit Xianhuang Cauldron could not only amplify merit, but also serve as a weapon. Yi-Bei extended a fingertip towards it, instantly refining the colossal cauldron. Subsequently, he commanded it with his thoughts and struck forcefully forward. Instantly, the void shattered, and gusts of spatial storms surged into the realm of the city god and the Yin officials. The power was commendable. Yi-Bei exclaimed in admiration, then waved his hand, restoring the shattered space to its original state. After testing its might, he absorbed the Merit Xianhuang Cauldron into his being. As the cauldron entered his consciousness, it promptly consumed a strand of merit he had just acquired but not yet fully absorbed. Moments later, 10 strands of merit joyously erupted from the Merit Xianhuang Cauldron, causing Yi-Bei's strength to surge once more. Splendid, splendid. Yi-Bei could not help but applaud in admiration. Having experimented with the cauldron's capabilities, Yi-Bei then turned his attention to the other 2 rewards, 100 black tokens and 2 small divine seals, both floating before him. These were the Yin officer tokens and the positions of the fortune and virtue deities, which would alleviate his current shortage of manpower. However, these rewards differed from previous ones, as they required him to select individuals himself, those with merit, before bestowing upon them the Yin officer tokens or divine positions. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, it mattered little. Currently, the Yin officers and the day and night wandering spirits would return with souls daily, allowing him to simply select those with merit among them to bestow the tokens and divine positions. Yi-Bei casually stowed away the tokens. His gaze then shifted to the interior of the city god temple, where night had fallen and the worshippers had dispersed, leaving only Wang Jinsheng to tidy up the temple's cleanliness. An idea struck Yi-Bei, and he stepped out of the realm of the city god, entering the temple. At that moment, Wang Jinsheng, who had been facing away from Yi-Bei, suddenly caught a whiff of an exceedingly rich sandalwood fragrance. Curiously, he turned his head to seek the source of the scent. However, as he turned, he froze in place, for he beheld the city god, the radiant figure he had vaguely glimpsed before, now standing silently behind him, observing him. "Greetings, city god," Wang Jinsheng exclaimed, abruptly discarding his broom and kneeling to the ground, offering a profound bow to Yi-Bei. Witnessing the divine presence with his own eyes, Wang Jinsheng was overwhelmed with excitement. "Wang Jinsheng, would you be willing to serve as my temple steward?" A gentle voice echoed in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply and exclaimed, "I am willing. I am willing." "Splendid," Yi-Bei replied with a subtle smile. He then extended his hand towards a 1-meter-high incense burner, imbuing it with a trace of divine power. Subsequently, he said, "As my steward, you may take a handful of incense ash from the temple to protect yourself when encountering malevolent spirits." With that, Yi-Bei's form gradually vanished within the city god temple, the scent of sandalwood dissipating slowly. Thank you, city god. Wang Jinsheng reflected on his decades of offering incense in this temple and was astounded to have truly encountered a deity. His body trembled with excitement, and the joy on his face was impossible to suppress. He shakily rose, tore a piece of cloth from his garment, and carefully gathered a small handful of incense ash to wrap it up. He then respectfully exited the city god temple. At that moment, Yibei had already flashed and appeared in the bedroom of his home. Coincidentally, outside the bedroom door, Yijilan's voice rang out as she knocked. "Brother, come out for a late-night snack. I made a little hot pot. It's absolutely delightful." Yijilan's bright voice came through the door. Yibei approached and opened the door, only to be seized by Yijilan, who pulled him towards the dining table. "Delicious, Freran, ambizwaring. Aha, aren't I amazing?" Yijilan declared proudly. Upon seeing the hot pot on the table, Yibei was also intrigued, his appetite stirred. He stepped forward to sample it, and indeed, the flavor was exquisite. "You must try this beef. It's incredibly tender." The siblings began to dine, engaging in conversation about Yijilan's work. This topic piqued her interest, as she had long desired to impress her elder brother. Thus, she began to elaborate on her research into formations and how she collaborated with spirit tamers to vanquish malevolent entities. However, as she recounted a recent ghost hunting mission, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. Her sadness stemmed from an incident a few days prior in Lijia village of Shuanghe district, where, during their ghost hunting assignment, several more spirits suddenly appeared, intent on devouring the flesh and blood of the innocent. Their resources in the Ghost Taming Bureau were insufficient to simultaneously fend off the two waves of malevolent beings. Just as they could only watch helplessly as the spirits threatened the populace, a squad of soldiers arrived, fearless and selfless, charging towards the horde of apparitions. They sacrificed their lives to delay the malevolent entities, allowing the civilians to escape safely. "Brother, let us visit the martyrs' cemetery more often, shall we? They truly sacrificed so much for the people and for our dragon nation." As Yijilan spoke these words, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her cheeks. After listening to Yijilan's account, "Yibei, in my heart, I have developed a profound respect for those valiant soldiers, for they have managed to conquer their deepest fears and, with their mortal bodies, selflessly stand against the specters of dread. Such spirit is truly admirable. Fear is an instinct of living beings, while courage is the anthem of humanity. In this world, there is no such thing as tranquil times. Rather, there are those who bear the burdens for others. Very well, we shall embark tomorrow. Yibei gente patet yizi lansit, olfitting herkomfort." It was only when she had cried herself to sleep that he carried her into her own bedroom. Afterward, he turned and exited, closing the door behind him. He then called out, "Spirit of day and night." No sooner had Yibei spoken than the figure of the spirit appeared before him. "At your service." The two bowed in respect. Yibei nodded slightly and continued, "In the Shuanghe district, there lies a contingent of fallen soldiers. Their souls should still linger in the vicinity. Go and bring them back." "Yes, my lord." The spirit of day and night bowed, and then made his way towards the Shuanghe district. Chapter 26. The Gray-Robed Monk. A soldier still protecting the people after death. In the capital city, within the Buddhist hall of the White Dragon Temple, the venerable Shiran seated himself opposite a gray-robed monk. After a prolonged silence, the gray-robed monk spoke first. "Yuan Ming is my son, and also your cherished disciple. Brother, will you truly not seek vengeance on his behalf?" Upon hearing this, Shiran maintained his previous demeanor, gently shaking his head in refusal. "Amitabha, Shi Xiao." Yuan Ming offered lives to the headless, enigmatic Buddha, causing the demise of numerous faithful and innocent souls. His death is but a consequence of his own actions, and he bears the blame alone. At these words, the gray-robed monk, Shirshing, sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. "That is not his fault. The sins of the father lie in failing to teach the son. It is I who have erred. You too share the blame, for you are his master." In response to Shirshing's impassioned words, Shiran refrained from rebuttal or explanation. Instead, he graciously nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I too am at fault. I shall undertake a month of fasting before the Buddha to atone for my sins. Will this suffice?" With that, Shiran regarded Shirshing earnestly. Yet, Shirshing was unconvinced. He kicked the wooden fish before Shiran aside with a fierce motion, bellowing, "No, no. I demand you slay that so-called city god and avenge Yuanming." Grinding his teeth, Shirshing seized Shiran's robe, glaring intently at him. "Shiran, I refrained from contending for the position of abbot of White Dragon Temple. You must repay me today. I require you to exact revenge for Yuanming. Do you understand?" "Absolutely not." Shiran resolutely shook his head in refusal. He then removed his kasaya and placed it before Shirshing, followed by the prayer beads, an emblem of the temple's heritage, laid atop the robe. "I shall not assist in avenging Yuanming. However, I can relinquish this position of abbot to you. But from this day forth, you must not step outside of White Dragon Temple." Upon finishing, Shiran chanted a Buddhist incantation, swiftly forming hand signs while reciting sacred verses. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped the vicinity within 100 meters of the hall, creating a formidable barrier that ensnared Shirshing within its confines. Shiran then turned to leave, leaving the infuriated Shirshing to vent his frustrations alone. Damn it, Shiran, you shall perish. By what right do you confine me here? Do you think that by refusing to assist me, I am powerless? I have countless means to exact my revenge." As night fell under a dark and windy sky, outside a residential complex in Shuha District, a Wuling minivan came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. The driver's face contorted with sheer terror upon spotting a woman in a red dress, her gaze fixed intently upon her. The woman was utterly pallid, her skin devoid of color, and her tongue extended a full foot, yet she cast no shadow beneath the glaring lights. It was evident that this woman in red was a vengeful spirit. A gasp of terror escaped the driver, Luo Xiao, prompting the motion sensor lights within the community to illuminate in unison. At that moment, she yearned to flee, but her body trembled violently, leaving her devoid of the strength to press the accelerator. She could only curl up in the corner of the driver's seat, hoping that the malevolent spirit would spare her. However, the specter would not relent due to human fear. Rather, it thrived on it, becoming ever more exhilarated. As the ghost sensed the aroma of dread, viscous black saliva dripped from her mouth, cascading along her elongated tongue and eroding the ground beneath, creating gaping holes. Subsequently, the ghost swayed ominously toward Luo Xiao's Wuling Mini, extending its clawed hand, as black as night, through the glass, reaching for her neck. Despair enveloped Luo Xiao. Just then, a figure emerged from the nearby shrubbery, its body marred by a gruesome wound that bared bone, its garments tattered. It lunged at the red-clad specter, colliding with her and causing her to stagger back slightly. The figure then shouted to Luo Xiao, urging her to flee. The voice was hoarse and guttural, reminiscent of a beast growl rather than that of a human. Instinctively, Luo Xiao turned to face this apparition, only to be startled anew. She could see clearly that half of its head was missing and its neck was severed. The peculiar tone of its voice was due to its damaged vocal cords. Most alarmingly, Luo Xiao realized that this figure also cast no shadow. It too was a ghost. "Quickly, go. I cannot hold it back," the figure urged again. Luo Xiao trembled uncontrollably. One ghost had rendered her immobile, and now the presence of a second threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness. Moreover, this newly appeared specter was far more terrifying. As her consciousness began to wane, she witnessed the red-clad ghost seize the newcomer by the throat, its claws sinking into the latter's spectral form, the overwhelming aura of the ghost rendering its body increasingly indistinct. I am a lone wolf, reporting an attack by a ghost upon the populace, requesting assistance. The voice of the figure with half a head piqued Luo Xiao's curiosity. She inadvertently noted the tattered clothing bore a striking resemblance to that of a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, her sense of security surged as the fear that had gripped her dissipated by half. Although still apprehensive, her body ceased to tremble. In her consciousness, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have always stood steadfastly by the side of the common people, perpetually safeguarding their well-being. There is a saying that circulates online: when faced with peril, it is not the divine that will rescue you, but the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. This encapsulates the image of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers in the hearts of its citizens. With a somewhat frantic demeanor, she gripped the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. After driving a short distance, she came to a halt to call for help, hoping the officers would arrive to assist the valiant soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. However, to her dismay, her phone displayed no signal whatsoever. Just as anxiety consumed her, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, all clad in tattered uniforms of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It was evident that they had endured unspeakable horrors in their lifetimes. "Wolf, we have arrived," exclaimed the ghostly soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as they surged forward, valiantly charging towards the vengeful specter in red. A few of these spirits took their positions beside Luo Xiao, shielding her from harm. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers, the red-clad ghost felt an overwhelming irritation and began to lash out with her claws in a frenzied attack. One by one, the ghostly soldiers were repelled, their ethereal forms dimming with each strike. Though they were well-trained, they had only recently transitioned into the realm of spirits and were no match for the formidable specter. Witnessing the unwavering determination of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers as they fought valiantly to protect the people, Luo Xiao could not suppress her tears. She found it hard to fathom the depth of faith that could compel these soldiers, even in death, to selflessly defend their fellow citizens. Chapter 27. The Day Traveler Summons the Fearless Souls, reporting to the sign-in office. At this moment, two ghost tamers who had just completed their mission were driving past a fork in the road adjacent to the community. Although they could not perceive the scene unfolding here, the swirling aura of ghostly energy compelled them to hasten their approach. Upon their arrival, the first sight that greeted them was Long Xiao encircled by the spirits of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. One of the ghost tamers, a one-eyed figure, immediately leaped from the vehicle, intent on confronting the soldiers. Clearly, a misunderstanding was at play. Fortunately, the other, a shorter tamer named Li Cheng, swiftly disembarked and restrained his companion. "Wang Yong, wait. They are our fallen comrades, not foes. They mean no harm. They are protecting her." As he spoke, Li Cheng pointed toward the entrance of the community. Following his gesture, Wang Yong turned his gaze and indeed witnessed a throng of Dragon Kingdom soldier spirits besieging a malevolent spirit clad in red. This red-clad specter, with its malevolent green eyes, fixated intently on Long Xiao, showing no interest in the other spirits, but rather in the flesh and blood of the living. However, despite its disregard for the other spirits, the dragon soldier's ghost obstructed its attempts to devour flesh, inciting its fury and intensifying its attacks, rendering the spirits increasingly feeble. To Wang Yong's astonishment, this red specter was classified as C-level. Both he and Li Cheng were merely D-level tamers and stood no chance against such a formidable entity. His attention then shifted back to the spirits of the dragon soldiers, and recognition dawned upon him. They were the valiant soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in a recent mission to protect the populace during a retreat. Wang Yong and Li Cheng had also participated in that harrowing encounter with the malevolent entities, having crossed paths with these very soldiers before. There were approximately 70 or 80 of them, perfectly matching his recollection. Witnessing these fallen heroes still striving to safeguard the innocent brought tears to Wang Yong's eyes. In their dire moments of need, these soldiers had bravely engaged the malevolent spirits, ensuring the safe evacuation of the citizens. They had known full well the peril they faced, yet they pressed on without hesitation. Wang Yong dared not dwell on the horrific memories from that day. "Li Cheng, we must assist them in vanquishing that red specter," Wang Yong declared, already charging forth. Even if the red specter was beyond their capacity to defeat, they would never stand idly by while their comrades battled in the fray. Li Cheng, resolute, followed suit, both having resolved to confront the wretched spirit, even if it meant their demise. However, just as they surged forward, a thunderous series of footsteps resonated from around the corner, akin to the tolling of great bells, echoing along the street. An invisible force swept across the area, halting the fierce conflict in an instant. Every ghost and ghost tamer present found themselves immobilized. Then two towering figures, each nearly 10 feet tall, emerged from the turn. It was the day and night travelers. That was an S-class entity within the city god temple. A look of astonishment spread across Li Cheng's face. Although he had heard of it before, he had never witnessed it firsthand until now. At that moment, he finally laid eyes upon it. The female ghost in red, though unable to discern the identity of the night wanderer, sensed that she was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. If she did not flee, her demise was inevitable. Thus, she began to struggle desperately, attempting to break free from the overwhelming pressure. However, it was in vain. She could scarcely move a muscle. Bang! In the next instant, the night wanderer's ghostly mace swept gently past, and the red-clad specter was instantly filled with terror, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Beside them, Li Cheng and Wang Yong watched in wide-eyed shock. Truly, these two were deserving of their S-class status. Under their imposing aura, even sea-level spirits found it nearly impossible to stir. A tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the two men. After vanquishing the red ghost, the night wanderer turned its gaze towards the souls of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Sensing that these souls were on the verge of dissipating, they extended their hands, and beams of black light penetrated the soldiers' spectral forms, stabilizing their ghostly bodies. Subsequently, the Day Wanderer spoke. Everyone, now that you have passed, do not linger in the mortal realm, lest you fall victim to the resentment and transform into malevolent spirits. Kulme, let us return to the city god-s Underworld. Upon hearing this, the souls of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers exchanged glances. They were aware of the city god temple's significance, and while they could not ascertain if the deities within were indeed divine, they were willing to take the gamble. After all, following the resurgence of the supernatural, those who transformed into ghosts would most likely be eroded by the resentful energies of the world, becoming vengeful spirits. They did not wish to become malevolent entities that would harm the very civilians they had fought to protect. Thus, they resolutely nodded their agreement and followed closely behind the day and night wanderers, making their way towards the city god temple. Once the figures of the day and night wanderers and the Dragon Kingdom soldiers faded into the darkness, Wang Yong and Li Cheng regained their senses. I just mentioned, the underworld. Li Cheng felt parched, his heart racing uncontrollably. It is the city god-s Underworld. Wang Yong corrected, equally astonished. After all, the city god-s Underworld was a figure from myth and legend. The mere mention of these legendary underworld deities sent a chill through him. Could it be that the city god-s Underworld truly exists? Does the netherworld genuinely exist? The scale of belief within the two began to tip towards acceptance. Increasing evidence suggested that the entities within the city god temple, along with those spectral figures, seemed to be real. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the city god-s Underworld, Yi Bei, who was perusing ancient texts, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the golden rays of merit descending from the heavens. He extended a finger, pointing towards them. Suddenly, the auspicious Xianyuan cauldron materialized out of thin air, rapidly transforming into a colossal cauldron of immense size, suspended gracefully in the air. With a mere thought, he commanded the cauldron to absorb the golden light of merit. Moments later, 10 strands of golden light surged forth from the cauldron, entering his forehead and instigating a swift enhancement of his strength. The auspicious Xianyuan cauldron is truly remarkable, despite having witnessed its formidable power before. He could not help but marvel at its efficacy. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying the malevolent spirit and earning a signing opportunity. Signing in, Yi Bei declared without hesitation. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Rapid Reporting Department. The Rapid Reporting Department is one of the divisions under the city god, comprising patrolling emissaries who traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, gathering intelligence. Yi Bei gazed at the sign-in reward, a smile gracing his face, for the abilities of the Rapid Reporting Department were precisely what he currently lacked. Chapter 28. Are you willing to become a Yin envoy and continue to protect the people? After all, the Yin envoys under his command were merely soul-collecting envoys, lacking the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the patrol envoys. Thus, the establishment of the dispatch office arrived at a most opportune moment. This department served as his second eye, enabling him to more easily oversee certain matters within his jurisdiction. In the next moment, Yi Bei focused his thoughts, and a small dispatch office was cast out toward the exterior of the city god temple. Instantly, the dispatch office expanded with the wind, reaching the size of 2 or 3 football fields in the blink of an eye, only slightly smaller than the city god temple itself. Descend. Yi Bei gestured towards the open space outside the city god temple, prompting the dispatch office to descend directly. The entire city god division trembled slightly. Subsequently, the head of the dispatch office, accompanied by the patrol envoys, gradually emerged from the office and entered the city god temple. They then bowed to Yi Bei, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Yi Bei glanced over and noted that there were approximately 30 individuals, including the head of the dispatch office and the patrol envoys. The head's strength was comparable to that of the night and day wandering deities. However, the patrol envoys possessed somewhat lesser abilities, falling below the level of the soul-collecting envoys, likely reaching only a level, not yet attaining the pinnacle of a level. Nevertheless, these patrol envoys possessed remarkably potent stealth capabilities. It was estimated that, once they employed their concealment techniques, even S-level spirits would struggle to detect their presence. With such skills, they were naturally adept at gathering intelligence. Be at ease. Yi Bei waved his hand, allowing the head of the dispatch office and the patrol envoys to rise. He continued, "You all may perform your respective duties. Should any significant intelligence arise, you must inform me immediately." "Yes, your majesty." The head of the dispatch office bowed and then exited the city god temple with the patrol envoys. Meanwhile, not far outside the city god temple, Chun Shuyun and several other spirit controllers, who had been drowsily preparing to change shifts, were suddenly alerted by the sound of numerous footsteps echoing through the night. "It's spirits. A vast horde of them," Chun Shuyun exclaimed nervously, preparing his team for battle. At that moment, Su Qingfeng spoke up. His eagle spirit eye allowed him to see great distances through the night sky, enabling him to discern that the night and day wandering deities were approaching, accompanied by a group of spirits clad in Dragon Country soldier uniforms. "Wait, those spirits are Dragon Country soldiers. They are our comrades." Upon hearing this, the others relaxed, watching as the night and day wandering deities and the spirits of the Dragon Country soldiers entered the city god temple. As the spirits of the Dragon Country soldiers stepped into the city god temple, they were immediately astonished. Before them lay a vast city adorned with ancient architectural styles. Yet, they had just witnessed that the city god temple was merely a few dozen square meters in size. How could such a grand ancient city exist within? Although the day and night deities perceived their confusion, they chose not to provide any answers. Instead, they guided them toward the location where Yi Bei resided. Moments later, they arrived before a magnificent hall. "Allow them to enter," Yi Bei stated, setting aside the ancient tome in his hands and directing his gaze toward the day and night deities, who were preparing to deliver a report. Upon hearing this, the deities escorted the spirits of the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom into the grand hall of the city god. At that moment, the spirits felt a surge of anxiety upon encountering a being enveloped in golden divine light, as they could surmise that the entity seated in the main position was indeed the city god. However, they remained uncertain about the purpose behind the city god summons and could not ascertain whether he was a genuine deity of the underworld or a malevolent spirit masquerading as one. Consequently, they found themselves engulfed in a sense of disorientation and trepidation regarding their uncertain future. Yi Bei, clearly discerning their thoughts, chose not to be indirect and softly inquired, "Are you willing to become Inshai and continue to protect the people?" Meanwhile, in the home of Wang Jinsheng, the temple priest in Group 4 of Shangha village, Wang Chengwu was engaged in conversation with his uncle in the family. As an exorcist affiliated with the Rongqing Exorcism Bureau, Wang Chengwu had been frequently visiting his uncle's home due to a task assigned to him, which required him to maintain regular contact with his uncle's family. After all, both his uncle, Wang Jinsheng, and his niece, Wang Jiejia, had encountered the city god. Naturally, this engagement also served to protect his uncle's family. "Uncle, what does the voice of the city god sound like?" Wang Chengwu began to ask, but abruptly halted as his phone rang. Ding, ding, ding. He quickly rose and moved aside to answer the call. However, the moment he connected, the words he heard transformed his expression drastically. What? My father went mushroom picking in the mountains and hasn't he returned yet? Why didn't you tell me sooner? With that, he hung up the phone and prepared to rush back to search for his father in the mountains. Uncle, Anne, I must leave now, he said urgently before exiting the living room and hastening toward the car parked outside. Yet, as he opened the car door, he discovered that Wang Jinsheng had already taken the passenger seat. He understood that his uncle wished to accompany him in the search for his father. However, given that it was already nighttime, the mountains posed a significant danger with the presence of malevolent spirits. Therefore, he voiced his concern, saying, Uncle, the mountains at night are perilous. I can go find my father alone. There is no need for you to take such risks. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinsheng shot him a stern look and retorted, Xiao Wu, what are you saying? Your father is my own brother. How can I just stand aside if he is in danger? He secured the seatbelt and then patted the steering wheel in front of Wang Chengwu, saying, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and drive. The longer we delay, the more perilous your father's situation becomes. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengwu gritted his teeth, pressed down on the accelerator, and swiftly set the vehicle in motion toward the mountain his mother had mentioned. As for advising his uncle against taking risks, he refrained from doing so, for he understood that his uncle, much like his father, possessed a stubborn temperament. Once a decision was made, it was as if no force could sway them. On a night marked by the resurgence of the supernatural, the roads were relatively devoid of traffic, rendering the highway eerily tranquil. Consequently, Wang Chengwu drove with great speed, reaching the base of Duck Neck Mountain in a mere 10 minutes. Just a mile ahead lay the neighborhood where he resided, yet he could not afford to return. Instead, he parked the car at the foot of the mountain. Retrieving a flashlight from the trunk, he and Wang Jinsheng began their ascent along the narrow mountain path, calling out for his father as they walked. However, after nearly half an hour of shouting, they received no response. Meanwhile, at a small ancient tomb on the mountain's backside, Wang Chengwu's father, Wang Jinshu, was fixated on a stone coffin not far away. The coffin was trembling violently, as though something within it was attempting to break free. Chapter 29. The unsealed armored corpse upon the stone sarcophagus. There were inscribed symbols, now fading and unclear, which emanated a faint glow, seemingly preventing whatever lay within from emerging. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jinshu trembled uncontrollably, his pallid complexion reflecting his terror. The pain from his fractured right leg rendered him devoid of strength, making even the simplest act of crawling out of the ancient tomb's entrance impossible. Moreover, his phone lay powerless, unable to summon help. In desperation, he stripped off a piece of clothing, wrapped a small stone within it, ignited it with his lighter, and cast it into the opening, hoping the flickering flame would attract the others and facilitate his rescue. At that moment, a mere 100 or 200 meters away from the tomb's entrance, Wang Jinsheng and Wang Chengwu were passing by. Wang Chengwu, a skilled ghost handler with keen perception, immediately sensed the glimmer of fire. Uncle, there's a light over there. Let us investigate whether my father is nearby, he urged. Wang Jinsheng nodded affirmatively. All right. Subsequently, they hastened towards the source of the light, navigating the rugged terrain with surprising speed, reaching the site within a minute. Upon spotting the burning clothing, which belonged to his father, Wang Chengwu's heart leapt with joy. This is my father's attire. Dad, where are you? He began to shout anxiously into the surroundings. Below, in the depths of the ancient tomb, Wang Jinshu, upon hearing his son's voice, scrutinized the stone sarcophagus, observing it tremble even more violently. He lowered his voice, urgently calling out, Chengwu here? I am here. Do not shout so loudly. There are foul entities below. Though his voice was somewhat muffled by Wang Chengwu's calls, Wang Chengwu still managed to discern his father's words. He ceased his shouting and followed the sound, emerging from the bamboo grove to discover a half-meter-wide opening in the ground. Using his flashlight, he illuminated the interior, quickly spotting the figure of Wang Jinshu. Dad! Wang Chengwu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and leaped into the pit. The 3-meter-deep hole posed no threat as he landed unscathed. Dad, how'd you end up down here? Your leg, it's broken, he inquired, concern etching his features as he observed the severity of his father's injury. At that moment, however, Wang Genshu's expression was grave. His gaze fixed on the stone sarcophagus. He noted that the once glowing symbols had extinguished entirely. The heavy lid had also been pried open slightly, allowing tendrils of black mist to seep forth. Leave, Chengwu, you must go quickly. There are malevolent forces here. Do not concern yourself with me. Wang Genshu's face was etched with urgency as he forcefully pushed Wang Chengwu away, desperate for his son to escape alone. Previously, Wang Chengwu was consumed by anxiety, his attention solely focused on his father. However, as the coffin creaked open slightly, he sensed a shift in the air, a chilling presence. Instantly, his expression changed. If we are to flee, let us do so together. With that, he hoisted Wang Genshu onto his shoulder. A vine-like cord emerged from within him, wrapping around his neck and lifting him towards the cave's mouth. Yet during this process, Wang Chengwu glimpsed two shadowy figures flitting within the stone coffin, surging towards the entrance. This is bad. The spirits are emerging. Once he was pulled from the cave, he hastily maneuvered the cord to ensnare a boulder, dragging it to block the tomb's entrance, buying himself some precious time. However, as he prepared to escape, a thunderous crash echoed. The boulder was shattered into fragments by an unseen force. Two figures lunged directly at him. Realizing he could not evade them, he turned to Wang Gensheng, who was still hastening towards him, and exclaimed, "Uncle, there are malevolent beings. Quickly, take my father and flee." With that, he sent his father directly to Wang Gensheng's side and then charged at the two dark figures. However, as he leaped forward, his expression altered dramatically. He sensed two ominous and formidable forces crashing towards him, sending him hurtling several meters away. Upon hitting the ground, he focused his gaze and discerned the true forms of the shadowy figures. They were imposing, their bodies a deep shade of iron blue, filled with jagged teeth, two sea-level armored corpses. Wang Chengwu clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by despair. His own strength was only at the sea level, making it a formidable challenge to confront even one armored corpse, let alone two. Nonetheless, he resolved to stand his ground against these sea-level threats. For the lives of his father and uncle depended on it, an outcome he could not bear to witness. Awaken, vengeful spirit, he bellowed, as the malevolent essence within him slowly opened its eyes, revealing a hunger for destruction. In that moment, his body began to decay, his tongue extending grotesquely, resembling that of a hanged specter. A greenish glow emanated from his gaze, and his aura surged with ferocity, finally stabilizing at the sea level. The cord around his neck writhed to life, ensnaring the two lunging armored corpses. With a roar, the two armored corpses, incensed by Wang Chengwu's provocation, commenced a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, Wang Genshu, witnessing this horrific spectacle, was filled with dread, tears streaming down his face. How could Chengwu have transformed into such a ghastly entity? What has become of him? Wang Genshu's voice trembled and was hoarse, utterly bewildered by the recent transformation of his son, believing instead that his child was possessed. Conversely, Wang Gensheng understood that his nephew was a ghost tamer, as Wang Chengwu had previously informed him while inquiring about the city god temple. Third brother, Chengwu is a ghost tamer, not an evil spirit. Gome, I will carry you. We must leave swiftly. Wang Gensheng recognized that remaining with Wang Genshu would only hinder Wang Chengwu. Thus, he hoisted his reluctant brother onto his back and began navigating the narrow mountain path downward. As they hurried along, he reassured his brother, Chengwu will be fine. He possesses great abilities. As long as we do not burden him, it will be effortless for him to escape. With Wang Gensheng's comforting words, Wang Genshu ceased his struggles. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Wang Chengwu was valiantly enduring the relentless assault of two armored corpses. However, in the next instant, a pair of iron claws swept across his chest, leaving a wound so deep that bone was visible. Chapter 30. Ashes to Oblivion, the astonished spirit conjurer. His body was swept away by the overwhelming force, hurtling through the air. A resounding crash echoed as a tree, half a meter in diameter, was shattered upon impact, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Yet, he could scarcely attend to his own injuries, for he had already witnessed one of the ironclad corpses racing towards his father and uncle. The ironclad corpse moved with the swiftness of the wind, closing the distance to the fleeing Wang Jinsheng in mere seconds. No! Wang Qingwu's heart raced as he beheld the corpse's razor-sharp claws descending upon his father and uncle, plunging him into a frenzy. The malevolent spirit within him surged forth, amplifying his speed several-fold as he lunged toward the ironclad corpse intent on ending their lives. At this moment, Wang Jinsheng and Wang Jinshu exchanged glances filled with despair as they confronted the ominous figure of the ironclad corpse. Wang Jinshu had already resigned himself to death, regretting his impulsive decision to forage for mushrooms. Now, not only was his life at stake, but his brother and nephew were also doomed to share his fate. However, Wang Jinsheng had yet to surrender to hopelessness entirely. He still possessed a hidden card. His hand reached for a small cloth pouch hanging from his neck. Within it lay the ashes bestowed upon him by the city god, said to safeguard him against malevolent spirits. With a swift motion, Wang Jinsheng tore the cord from around his neck and opened the pouch, extracting a generous handful of the ashes. A glimmer of determination ignited in his aged eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the ironclad corpse advancing with its menacing claws. The ironclad corpse, its visage grotesque and terrifying, instilled fear within Wang Jinsheng. Yet, he stood his ground resolutely. In a decisive gesture, he cast the ashes towards the gaping maw of the approaching corpse. Roar! The ironclad corpse, now coated in ashes, immediately felt excruciating pain coursing through its body, unleashing a howl of agony that pierced the air. The insatiable hunger for flesh was overshadowed by an all-consuming dread. It cast a terrified glance at Wang Jinsheng, who continued to reach into the small pouch and instinctively recoiled. But as the ironclad corpse retreated a mere 2 steps, a sizzle erupted. The ashes upon its form shimmered with a faint golden glow, burrowing into its being like a parasitic worm, transforming into golden divine flames that ignited with the essence of the malevolent spirit and the stench of decay as fuel. In less than a second, the entire figure of the ironclad corpse was engulfed in roaring flames. With a deafening crash, it collapsed to the ground, reduced to a layer of black ash, utterly obliterated. Wang Qingwu, who was desperately racing towards the scene, was struck with profound astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, breath quickening. What had he just seen? His uncle had merely produced a small pouch and scattered an unknown powder. He had effortlessly vanquished that sea-level, ironclad corpse, an occurrence that utterly shattered his understanding of the world. For he was well aware that his uncle was neither a practitioner nor a spirit master. Yet, he possessed the extraordinary power to obliterate an ironclad corpse in an instant. This was nothing short of a scientific anomaly. "Uncle, you..." Wang Qingwu opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Jinsheng. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Wang Jinsheng turned his gaze towards another ironclad corpse, which had initially been pursuing Wang Qingwu, but was now retreating in terror upon witnessing its demise. Urgently, he instructed Wang Qingwu, intercept that abominable creature. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Wang Qingwu snapped back to reality. Recognizing that this was not the time for inquiries, he swiftly turned around, and the grass rope around his neck coiled forth like a serpent, ensnaring the fleeing ironclad corpse. Just as the corpse strained desperately against the binding grass rope, Wang Jinsheng, with a mix of urgency and caution, approached it. He retrieved a handful of incense ash from his small cloth pouch, and, with a swift motion, cast it toward the ironclad corpse. In an instant, it met the same fiery fate as its predecessor, reduced to a mere wisp of ash. Simultaneously, the grass rope around Wang Qingwu's neck absorbed the incense ash, igniting a thin layer of flames upon him. "Qingwu," Wang Gensheng's face contorted with anxiety as he instinctively moved forward, intent on extinguishing the flames enveloping his nephew. He had witnessed the grim fate of the previous 2 ironclad corpses and was determined to prevent his beloved nephew from meeting a similar end. However, before he could act, the flames on Wang Qingwu gradually subsided. "Qingwu, are you unharmed?" Wang Jinsheng approached, concerned for any burns his nephew might have sustained. Yet, Wang Qingwu's expression was a complex mixture of astonishment and disbelief. When the flames had first ignited upon him, he had been overwhelmed with fear, for he had seen the two ironclad corpses reduced to ashes. However, after a brief moment, his trepidation transformed into elation, for he realized that the flames did not harm him. Rather, they consumed the malevolent spirit energy within him. Previously, he had faced the formidable backlash from the resurgence of the vengeful spirit within him. Yet now, after being momentarily engulfed by the flames, that spirit had become remarkably docile, refraining from attempting to devour even a fragment of his soul. The threat of retaliation had vanished. "Uncle, what exactly is this substance in your possession?" Wang Qingwu's heart raced uncontrollably, his gaze filled with yearning as he fixed his eyes upon the small cloth pouch in Wang Jinsheng's hand. If only their Spirit Master Bureau possessed such a remarkable item, it would significantly reduce casualties when combating malevolent entities. Moreover, this substance was capable of suppressing the backlash of the vengeful spirit within him, far surpassing the efficacy of the talismans from Qingyang Palace. After all, the talismans merely substituted spiritual energy for the soul, serving to sacrifice the vengeful spirits. Wang Jinsheng harbored no secrets and explained, "This is the incense ash from the city god temple." "Incense ash? Could I have misheard?" Wang Chengwu could hardly believe his ears. Such a potent substance was merely ash from the city god temple. "Uncle, may I have some of this ash?" Wang Chengwu implored, his voice imbued with longing. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinsheng nodded slightly. He understood his nephew's position. His nephew was an official dedicated to exorcising malevolent spirits and safeguarding the populace. Thus, he believed that the city god would surely bestow protection upon his nephew. Without hesitation, Wang Jinsheng divided the remaining ash in half and gave it to Wang Qingwu. Subsequently, the two supported Wang Jinsheng as they transported him to the hospital. Upon arrival, Wang Qingwu swiftly completed the admission procedures for his father, ensuring that his mother would care for him. Only then did he eagerly make his way to the Exorcism Bureau, intent on reporting the day's occurrences to his superiors. Chapter 31. The Black and White Impermanence. The excited Ghost Bureau. In the grand hall of the city goddess temple, Yibei had just bestowed ghostly tokens upon the soldiers of Longhua, dispatching them to familiarize themselves with their duties as emissaries of the Underworld. At that moment, he had just picked up an ancient tome when a sudden golden radiance descended from above, embodying the power of merit. Yibei paused momentarily, puzzled by the origin of this merit. Nevertheless, he collected it into the merit Xianhuang cauldron, transforming it into 10 strands of merit power, which he then absorbed into his sea of consciousness. After consuming the merit power, he finally discerned its source. It was the temple priest who had used incense ash to vanquish an armored corpse. Yibei murmured to himself. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the armored corpse and earning a signing opportunity." The system implicitly acknowledged that the armored corpse was indeed his kill. A smile spread across his face as he promptly declared, "System, let us proceed with the signing." "Signing successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Black and White Impermanence." Note, the Black and White Impermanence are among the 10 great Yin generals of the Underworld, responsible for collecting souls, leading the deceased, subduing malevolent spirits, and maintaining the balance of Yin and Yang. Black and White Impermanence. Among the 10 great Yin generals of the Underworld. Excellent. Yibei nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. The prowess of these two figures surpassed even that of the Night Wanderer, thereby adding 2 formidable generals to his command. "Come fort." Yibei waved his hand gently. Instantly, 2 figures emerged from the void beneath the city goddess Grand Hall, Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. Black Impermanence was short and stout, his tall hat inscribed with peace under heaven. In contrast, White Impermanence was tall and slender, with his hat bearing the phrase wealth at first sight. "Your Majesty." Both Black and White Impermanence expressed their reverence as they bowed to Yibei. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and spoke. "From now on, you two shall lead a portion of the emissaries in guiding souls, but you are also to confront and subdue any malevolent spirits you encounter. Yes, your majesty, they replied in unison. You may go now. Yibei gestured for them to depart before returning to his ancient tome. Meanwhile, in the ghost bureau of Rong City, Wang Chengwu burst into a conference room, clutching incense ash with palpable excitement. Upon his arrival, a throng of ghost hunters rose, their eyes fixated on the object in his hands. Lu Zheng stepped forward, cautiously accepting the incense, ash wrapped in paper, from Wang Chengwu. He then inquired, "Your uncle used this to eliminate the armored corpse?" "Indeed," Wang Chengwu affirmed vigorously. Observing this, Lu Zheng remained silent, turning instead to Qin Xiangfeng, Xiao Qin. "Release the ghost you captured earlier." Rising, Qin Xiangfeng retrieved a small gourd and opened the lid. With a pop, a plume of black mist erupted from the gourd, coalescing into a water ghost, dripping with water. The water ghost, did not attack anyone. It stood there in a daze, completely ensnared in the illusion conjured by Qin Xiangfeng, its consciousness utterly submerged. Upon witnessing the water ghost, Lu Zheng took a couple of cautious steps forward, delicately pinching a bit of incense, ash, and placing it in the palm of his hand. He then gently blew towards the ghost's face, and in an instant, the ash enveloped the water ghost completely. Subsequently, streams of golden light penetrated the ghost's body, transforming into golden divine flames that ignited its entire form. In but a mere moment, the water ghost was entirely consumed by the flames, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke that vanished into the air. The remaining ghost tamers in the conference room were left utterly stunned by this spectacle. The silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone remained silent for a full minute before regaining their composure, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussion. This incense ash truly has the power to vanquish ghostly entities. Unheard of. It was simply astonishing. Such a small amount of ash could inflict such harm on a ghost. Could it be that the city god is indeed a deity of the underworld? Lu Zheng was equally astounded. However, once he regained his senses, a look of delight spread across his face. The potency of this incense ash was remarkable. If the Ghost Tamers Bureau had an ample supply, casualties could be minimized significantly. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Shan, sitting beside him, could no longer remain still. He stood up and declared, "I must go to the city god temple to procure incense ash." Yet, Lu Zheng restrained him. "Captain Lu, do not forget the orders from above. We ghost tamers must not engage with those entities at the city god temple to avoid unnecessary consequences." Hearing this, Lu Shan slumped back into his seat, despondent. "What then? Are we to forego such a valuable resource?" He sighed. Seeing this, Lu Zheng chuckled softly and calmly suggested, "While we cannot seek incense ash from the city god temple, the esteemed Mr. Wang Jinshan can. He procured this ash from there. We could offer him some incentives to assist us in acquiring more." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Lu Shan's face. "Director Lu, that is an excellent plan. Let's proceed with it." The following morning, Yibei accompanied his sister early to the Martyrs' Cemetery, and afterward, they spent the better part of the day at an amusement park. Just as they returned home, Yi Zhilian received a phone call that filled her with excitement. "Brother, I heard that my senior sister is returning to Rongqing. She has been dispatched from above and has completed all her duties in the capital. She will set off for Rongqing tomorrow at the latest, and I must go with Sister Ningyu to welcome her." Yi Bei nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of Yi Zhilian's senior sister, as she had mentioned her before. She was said to be a formidable practitioner, adept at controlling fierce spirits, her power culminating in an impressive A-level. "Take care on your way," Yi Bei said with a smile. Yi Zhilan obediently nodded and went back inside to pack her belongings. She had to head to Qingyang Palace today. Just as she finished packing and was about to leave, a sly smile appeared on her face as she turned to Yi Bei and asked he, "Brother, would you like to accompany me? My senior sister is quite beautiful. I could introduce you to her." With that, she playfully winked at Yi Bei. However, Yi Bei merely shook his head slightly and replied, "No, thank you." Yi Zhilan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his refusal, yet she refrained from persuading him, knowing her elder brother had his own convictions. "Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, Yi Zhilan grabbed her small suitcase and walked out of the house. After her departure, Yi did not linger at home either. Instead, he transformed into a radiant beam of light and appeared in the grand hall of the city goddess temple. At that moment, the temple was bustling with visitors, even more than before. The recent tales of the sun god vanquishing malevolent spirits had spread far and wide, attracting many from distant places to offer their incense at the city goddess temple. The power of the incense was thus more potent than ever. How far might wishes of all beings grow if nurtured further? Yi mused, gazing at the sword of wishes of all beings suspended above the temple, absorbing the incense power. After observing wishes of all beings for a while, his gaze shifted within the temple. What he beheld next made him raise an eyebrow slightly, for he noticed someone attempting to pilfer money from the merit box. Chapter 32. The Source Demon sealed atop the snowy mountain. A man adorned with floral tattoos and dyed, yellow hair was at that moment pressed against the merit box, using his body to shield it while deftly extracting money with chopsticks. Each time he fished out a vibrant red banknote. A gleeful smirk spread across his face as he tucked the bills into his pocket, brimming with exhilaration. However, his joy was short-lived. Lu Xiaoya and Chun Qingqing, while recording a video, discovered the tattooed man's nefarious actions and immediately intervened. "What are you doing? Why are you stealing from the merit box?" Lu Xiaoya exclaimed in anger as she rushed over and grasped the man's clothing. Startled by being caught, the man swiftly concealed his tools of thievery. As the other visitors at the city god temple turned their attention towards him, he feigned nonchalance, turning away casually. He then brazenly addressed Lu Xiaoya, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, little lady? I haven't stolen anything." As he spoke, he raised his hands in mock innocence. "See, I haven't taken a thing." With a lecherous glint in his eyes, he surveyed Lu Xiaoya and then whistled at her, taunting, "Hey, are you deliberately framing me to catch my attention? You must have a crush on me." He reached out towards her, but Lu Xiaoya evaded him with distaste, casting a repugnant glance in his direction. "That money is meant for the repair of the city god temple. You better hand it over now, or the city god will not spare you." The other worshippers, upon hearing her words, found her reasoning compelling and began to urge the tattooed man to relent. "Young man, there are deities watching over us. The city god is observing you. If you truly took the money, you should return it. Indeed, return the money, or beware of retribution. The city god temple is quite effective." However, the tattooed man disregarded their counsel entirely. Instead, he arrogantly retorted, "I told you I didn't take anything. And even if I did, what could you do about it? That so-called city god is merely a clay statue. What could he possibly do to me? You fools are just superstitious." The worshippers were taken aback by such irreverent remarks, retreating from the tattooed man in fear of potential repercussions. Seeing their retreat, the man mistakenly believed he had intimidated them and swelled with arrogance. He boldly approached the merit box, lifting it with audacity, declaring, "I'm taking this merit box with me. Let us see what the city god can do about it." With that, he strode toward the entrance of the temple. The temple steward, Wang Jiansheng, attempted to block him but was shoved back several steps, nearly losing his footing. As he stepped out of the temple, the tattooed man peered through the gap of the merit box into the sunlight, his eyes gleaming upon seeing it filled with vibrant red banknotes. A box filled with money, at least several thousand, thought the tattooed man, overwhelmed with joy as he clutched the donation box and hastened his steps. He had already envisioned a night of indulgence at the Red Romance. However, just as he had ventured less than 100 meters from the city god temple, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the clear sky. The unexpected sound startled him, causing the donation box to slip from his grasp and shatter on the ground, scattering the money everywhere. Yet, after a brief moment of panic, he realized there was only thunder and no lightning, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he bent down to gather the scattered bills, he muttered in frustration, "Damn, scaring myself?" Seeing bystanders point and overhearing remarks about retribution and being struck by lightning only intensified his anger. Retribution? I don't believe in such nonsense, nor do I believe in any divine beings. Struck by lightning? I'll stand right here and see if it dares to hit me. Boom! His arrogant words were abruptly cut short as a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking him directly. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and he collapsed to the ground. Witnesses around him were left in stunned silence, followed by gasps of astonishment. He had indeed been struck. It seemed the city god was furious. The saying above one's head, "Their deities," rang true, and his blasphemy against the divine was nothing short of a reckless gamble with his life. Though the onlookers had initially been startled by the thunder, they soon became more excited, for this was clear evidence of the divine presence within the city god temple, affirming their beliefs that their prayers were genuinely answered. Some even recorded the incident and shared it on social media, amplifying the temple's notoriety. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Chi Hung and Chen Shuyun observed the entire spectacle unfold. When they witnessed the tattooed man being struck by lightning, all the spirit tamers were taken aback. The city god could indeed command the thunder. Chen Shuyun swallowed hard, feeling a sense of breathlessness. Initially, he had never believed in the existence of deities, considering that even the most devoted seekers of Buddhism and Taoism had failed to find divine beings over millennia. However, thunder was not something that cultivators or spirit tamers could control. As for the spirits, it was even less likely, as thunder embodied the purest yang energy, their natural nemesis. While the spirit tamers were still reeling from disbelief within the city god temple, Yibei stretched lazily and stepped back into the grand hall of the city god's underworld. Within a cavern, 7th grade, spirit tamers were divided into 2 factions, each wary of the other. Nevertheless, their gazes were unwaveringly fixed upon the blood-red stone altar at the center. This altar was adorned with countless radiant runes, pulsating with light. Occasionally, the altar trembled and swayed, as if something was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. The brothers, Blue Dragon and Blue Tiger, observed this spectacle with expressions of profound excitement. "The source spirit is about to shatter its seal," Blue Dragon whispered, his eyes glinting with fervor. Chapter 33. The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Turmoil in Rongqing. Subsequently, his gaze met that of the Blue Tiger beside him and another level ghost master they had summoned, Feng Sheng. In unison, they shared a singular thought, and simultaneously awakened the malevolent spirits within them. In an instant, their auras began to surge dramatically, their bodies rapidly decaying and transforming as the ghostly energy erupted forth, filling the entire cavern. The ethereal essence corroded the stone walls of the cave, producing a hissing sound. Upon witnessing this, the other 4 ghost masters' expressions changed drastically. The leader shouted, "This is bad. They intend to strike first." Although they had 1 more member, their overall strength was comparable to that of the Blue Dragon's faction. The sudden aggression from the Blue family brothers caught them off guard, forcing them to hastily awaken the malevolent spirits within themselves, preparing to contend with Blue Dragon and his allies. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed. Suddenly, intricate, concealed patterns of formation emerged on the red altar at the center of the cave. As the formation glowed, the altar erupted violently. Caught unawares, the massive shockwave from the explosion shattered the ghostly barriers of all the present ghost masters, sending their bodies hurtling backward. All the ghost masters sustained significant injuries, spewing forth black blood mixed with fragments of rotting internal organs. Someone is resorting to underhanded tactics. Blue Dragon's expression darkened considerably. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The group turned to look. They beheld a figure, clad in a Taoist robe with a neck nearly a meter long, slowly entering the cave. His palms were flat, with several command flags hovering above, gently rotating. A faint smile graced his face as he surveyed the injured ghost masters, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, this source ghost has a connection with me. I shall graciously accept it." With that, he stepped forward, seemingly breaking the confines of space. Appearing at the center of the cave, at the edge of the shattered altar, he then began to chant an incantation, his fingers weaving increasingly rapid gestures, almost generating an illusion. The command flags in his hands billowed in the wind, growing to 2 or 3 meters in size, surrounding the broken altar and emanating waves of dark energy. These shadows slithered like ethereal serpents toward a 3-eyed skull nestled within the shattered altar. This skull was, in fact, the source ghost. In less than a second, the long-necked Taoist captured the source ghost within his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Blue Dragon's eyes turned crimson. Taoist, you dare to ensnare us with your formation and seize my source ghost? I shall see you dead. He suppressed his pain, rising to his feet and unleashing a concentrated, eerie red mist toward the flag, which transformed in midair into a fearsome, nightmarish creature, charging toward the command flag. Upon witnessing this, Daoqi's eyes glimmered with disdain as he smiled and remarked, Boss Lan, spare yourself the effort. You cannot detain me. With that, he took a single step forward and vanished in an instant, as if he had slipped into the void. Observing this scene, Lan Long was instantly filled with frustration. He commanded the blood-red Yacha, hovering in the air, to wreak havoc upon the cavern, causing massive boulders to tumble down. On the other side, the leader of the Ghost Tamers, He Qiong, felt a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Lan Long's exasperated expression. He chuckled and said, Daoqi rides the Void Serpent Ghost, capable of traversing into the void for relocation, while you can only watch helplessly. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. That brings me some comfort. However, no sooner had He Qiong's words left his lips than Lan Long turned to him with a furious glare, commanding the frenzied blood-red Yacha to charge at him, intent on slaying him on the spot. Clearly, He Qiong's words had incensed Lan Long to no end. I have no desire to tangle with a lunatic like you, He Qiong retorted, activating his ghostly concealment, swiftly shrouding himself and his companions in darkness as they departed the cavern. With the source ghost now absent, he had no intention of engaging in a lethal struggle with Lan Long. Once He Qiong and his companions had departed, the previously rampaging blood-red Yacha abruptly ceased its chaos, and tranquility returned to the cavern. The furious expression on Lan Long's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor, even a smile. Witnessing this, Lan Hu grew concerned, fearing his elder brother had lost his sanity, oscillating between rage and mirth. He cautiously inquired, Brother, are you all right? In response to his brother's concern, Lan Long smiled and reassured him, I am fine. Everything is proceeding according to plan. My earlier frenzy was merely an act. What? Lan Hu was left bewildered, unable to fathom his brother's intentions. The source ghost had been snatched away by that long-necked Taoist, yet his brother claimed all was as planned. It made no sense. He scratched his head, displaying a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Lan Long chuckled and elaborated to refine the source ghost. A significant number of individuals born during the Yin years, months, and hours are required for blood sacrifices. Capturing these individuals would inevitably invite the wrath of the Ghost Tamers and the Buddhist and Taoist sections. However, Daoqi's Void Serpent Ghost can seamlessly traverse the void, making it easy to capture those with special birth dates without being surrounded and killed. We simply need to wait for him to prepare everything necessary for refining the source ghost, and then we shall strike and seize it. Despite his brother's explanation, Lan Hu remained somewhat skeptical. After all, Daoqi possessed the means to slip into the void, making him a formidable target, not easily captured, let alone killed. Brother, how are we to seize Daoqi by the horns? Lan Hu asked, perplexed. With a mysterious smile, Lan Long replied, You will know in due time. At this moment, we are admiring the snowy landscape while sipping tea. When the opportune moment arrives, we shall seek out that flag. As evening descends and the sun sinks in the west, Yi Bei's will manifest upon the statue of the city god, gazing down upon the throngs of worshippers departing from the temple. Since the gruesome incident on the pedestrian street involving a man-eating ghost became widely known, many in Rome City have refrained from venturing out at night, leading to a steady exodus from the city god temple as the sun nears its descent. Once the last of the visitors have left, the temple priest, Wang Jinsheng, kneels before the statue, commencing his silent prayers. O city god, the official Ghost Bureau requests that I procure some incense ash for them to vanquish malevolent spirits. I hope for your benevolence. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei pauses for a brief moment, his gaze piercing through the temple to the assembly of officials from the Ghost Bureau a few hundred meters away. At this juncture, most members of the Ghost Bureau have gathered outside the temple, yet they dare not approach, merely staring longingly at the entrance. Lu Shan, wearing a concerned expression, turns to Lu Zheng and inquires, Do you think the city god will grant us the incense ash we seek? Lu Zheng shakes his head in response. Alas, I cannot say. He is uncertain of the city god's disposition and whether a refusal is forthcoming. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangfeng furrows his brow and remarks, in my opinion, we could simply enlist an ordinary person to gather the incense ash. There is no need to complicate matters. Lu Zheng, taken aback, chuckles softly. Ah, Xiaoqin, you are too nave. Do you truly believe ordinary incense ash would suffice? It must be blessed by the city god to hold any efficacy. Otherwise, why not procure some incense ourselves and create the ash? Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, the others, previously oblivious to this truth, suddenly grasp its significance. Indeed, when addressing the divine, sincerity is paramount. Were it not for the prohibition against our entry into the city god temple, I would have sought the city god myself. The likelihood of obtaining the incense ash would certainly be greater. Lu Zheng muses, continuing to gaze toward the temple entrance. Within the temple, Yi Bei, of course, overhears their conversation. He holds a certain admiration for the Ghost Bureau, recognizing that their quest for incense ash is not for personal gain, but to exterminate malevolent spirits. They constantly place themselves in perilous situations to protect the populace. Thus, it seems fitting to bestow some incense ash upon those who seek it. Consequently, he subtly waves his hand, infusing a measure of divine power into the incense ash within the censer. Under the influence of this divine essence, the ash gradually coalesces in the air, forming 5 elixirs, each adorned with mysterious divine symbols, which then descend before the statue. At last he speaks. Granted, from henceforth, 2 can be obtained daily by the officials, while the remaining 3 shall be bestowed upon fortunate worshippers. Upon hearing Yi Bei's voice, Wang Genxing's face instantly lights up with excitement. He once again heard the voice of the city god, who graciously acquiesced to his request, instilling in him a profound sense of honor. He repeatedly bowed before the divine statue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, city god, thank you. After performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows, Wang Gensheng cautiously took half of the incense ash elixir and exited the city god temple, making his way towards the direction where the members of the Spirit Bureau were gathered. Moments later, upon seeing the incense ash elixir adorned with divine patterns in Wang Gensheng's hands, Lu Zheng and the others erupted in ecstatic joy. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wang. Lu Zheng hurriedly stepped forward to accept the elixir. After securing it, he produced a bank card inscribed with a password and presented it to Wang Gensheng. However, Wang Gensheng waved his hand in refusal, stating, I do not require money, but I hope you leaders can assist in expanding the city god temple and help sculpt golden statues for the deities. As for the incense ash elixir, I shall provide you with 2 pieces daily. Upon hearing Wang Gensheng's final statement, the members of the Spirit Bureau displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. Lu Zheng promptly assured him, Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I promise you that we will immediately commence the construction of another city god temple nearby. Subsequently, Lu Zheng led everyone in a deep bow towards the city god temple before departing. Witnessing this scene, Yi Bei felt a sense of satisfaction with Wang Gensheng's unready demeanor and his attitude towards the authorities. A smile graced his face as he turned and returned to the grand hall of the city god, where he began to peruse ancient texts. However, after 2 or 3 hours, he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Upon looking up, he saw the head of the Rapid Reporting Office approaching. Your Majesty, my subordinates have discovered a significant presence of malevolent spirits and individuals possessed by wicked ghosts within our jurisdiction, actively abducting those born on the Yin years, Yin months, and Yin days, the head of the Rapid Reporting Office reported with a bow. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's brow furrowed in concern. Numerous spirits and ghost tamers were collaborating to abduct individuals with special birth dates. While he had not encountered such a situation before, his readings from ancient texts indicated that such abductions were typically conducted for sacrificial or blood rituals. Moreover, the coordinated actions of so many spirits could indeed be termed a night of 100 ghosts, suggesting that someone was orchestrating this endeavor. It was highly likely that a significant event would transpire within the city tonight. If left unchecked, it could result in substantial casualties among the populace of his jurisdiction, a scenario Yi Bei was keen to avoid. Whether they were ghost tamers or haunting spirits, causing chaos in his domain was tantamount to courting disaster. With a glint in his eye, Yi Bei called out towards the hall's entrance, nightly wanderers, the black and white impermanents, and general shackles. Come forth and meet me. As soon as his words fell, several figures swiftly entered the grand hall of the city god. Bowing in respect, your subordinates are here. The black and white impermanents and the others all bowed deeply. Yi Bei nodded slightly, and then said, there are numerous malevolent spirits wreaking havoc in the jurisdiction. You all, accompanied by the Yin officials, shall follow me to subdue these entities. He had grown weary of lingering in the city god's underworld and was eager to take a stroll while simultaneously suppressing the spirits. As you command. The several Yin deities responded in unison. In a certain alley of Rong City, Chun Shuyun and Qi Heng collaborated to vanquish a malevolent spirit, yet their expressions remained grim. For, as far as their eyes could see, several other spirits were still present. What madness had possessed these entities to suddenly appear in such numbers? Chun Shuyun, while utilizing the crimson strips of cloth extending from his body to guide Qi Heng, furrowed his brow and remarked. Qi Heng shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. Shuyun, do not waste your mental energy pondering these matters. Let us first eliminate these two spirits and then assist the others. This night, we face not only the spirits, but also the troublesome folk who control them. Qi Heng said, his expression darkening. Chun Shuyun nodded slightly, refraining from further time wasting conversation, and began to coordinate with Qi Heng to slay the spirits. Meanwhile, other spirit controllers throughout the city were also engaged in battling the spirits. Naturally, some formidable spirits posed significant challenges, prompting constant distress signals from the special communication devices of the Spirit Control Bureau. In various residential areas, screams of agony and cries for help echoed intermittently, awakening many who dared not venture outside to investigate, instead trembling beneath their covers, praying that the spirits would not invade their homes. This night was one of profound terror for ordinary citizens. At this moment, atop a commercial building in Rong City, a pale-faced Daochi stood by the window, holding a cup of tea, his face alight with excitement as he surveyed the scene below. Soon, if I can capture a few more individuals born in the Yin years and months, I will be able to completely refine the source of these spirits. He then turned to glance at the bound individual with a special birth date inside the room, his eyes gleaming with an avaricious light. This sight filled the captive with terror, causing them to tremble violently. Observing this, Daochi chuckled ominously. Fear not, my dear offerings. You are all excellent sacrifices, and I shall not harm you for now. In due time, your assistance will elevate me to S rank, a deity among mortals. This is your merit. With merit, you shall be reborn into a fortunate life. The thought of soon attaining S rank made Daochi's laughter increasingly manic. Chapter 34. The Art of Qi Min Dun Jia. The arrival of the black and white impermanence, sweeping away all in its path. At this moment, atop a nearby skyscraper, an elderly man clad in a purple Taoist robe sat with his eyes closed, fingers deftly moving in intricate gestures. He was Xian Jizi. In fact, he had arrived in Rong City 2 days prior, intending to seek an audience with the revered city god. However, with the recent upheaval of malevolent spirits ravaging the populace, he found it imperative to intervene. At this juncture, Lu Zheng stood anxiously behind Xian Jizi, imploring, Taoist Xian, have you discerned the whereabouts of the one controlling the vengeful spirits? Yet, Xian Jizi remained silent, his eyes shut tight, fingers dancing with increasing rapidity, nearly leaving behind a blur. Minutes passed, and suddenly, Xian Jizi's eyes snapped open, brilliant light erupting from within. His gaze fixed intently upon the building where the Dao flag was located. With a pointed gesture, he declared, the mastermind behind this night of 100 ghosts lies there. Upon hearing Xian Jizi's words, Lu Zheng looked up, following the direction of his finger, murmuring, the Jinxiu building, he has been right beneath our noses all along. With that, he surged forward, his stature dramatically increasing as he transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, muscles taut, leaping towards the adjacent rooftop. Simultaneously, he swiftly alerted the other B-rank spirit tamers within the Ghost Management Bureau, instructing them to converge on the Jinxiu building and eliminate the hidden orchestrator of the ghostly chaos. Moments later, nearly all B-rank spirit tamers of the Rong City Bureau infiltrated the Jinxiu building. Encountering malevolent entities along the way, they dispatched them with ease. Before long, they reached the top floor. Meanwhile, Dao Qi, situated in the presidential office, remained unfazed. A mere handful of B-ranks dared to thwart my meticulously laid plans? Such folly. He chuckled derisively, leisurely sipping his tea. Turning to the shadows in the corner, he commanded, "Tai-Ke, dispose of them." As his words fell, a diminutive spirit tamer emerged from the shadows. "Yes, boss," Tai-Ke replied in a low, muffled tone, then effortlessly passed through the wall, advancing toward Lu Zheng and his companions. As he moved, his form began to swell, ultimately transforming into a massive 3-meter giant, his body covered in a dense array of scales. He charged forth like a tank, barreling toward Lu Zheng and his allies. "This is bad, an A-rank spirit tamer." Lu Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated facing an A-rank before encountering the main adversary. This singular spirit tamer could easily annihilate them all. "Director, try the incense ash pill," Lu Shan suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng hastily produced a pill the size of a glass bead from his pocket, appearing unremarkable at first glance. As Lu Zheng gazed upon the colossal iron Kuei barreling towards him and his companions, he clenched his teeth and hurled a fragrant ash pill towards the giant. Iron Kuei, upon witnessing this, displayed a mocking expression. After all, the pill appeared utterly innocuous. Devoid of any magical power or ghostly energy, it struck him as nothing more than a mere bluff. Do they think such a useless trinket can intimidate me? No way. Iron Kuei sneered coldly. He remained unmoving, allowing the fragrant ash pill to collide with his form. With a crisp sound, the pill struck Iron Kuei, producing no remarkable effect. Observing this, Iron Kuei disdainfully remarked, "Is the Ghost Command Bureau reduced to such pathetic measures? Trying to scare me with this worthless item." However, scarcely had he finished his taunt when the fragrant ash pill erupted in a brilliant golden light, engulfing Iron Kuei entirely. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the thick scales upon his body, penetrating deep within. The excruciating pain that reached his very soul elicited a tremendous scream from him. What on earth is this? Golden divine flames ignited upon his body. He frantically struck at himself in a futile attempt to extinguish the divine fire. "Boss, save me." He crawled towards the direction of the president's office, filled with hope that Dao Qi could rescue him. Yet, after crawling only a few meters, his entire form was reduced to ash. The members of the Ghost Command Bureau, witnessing this scene, were utterly stunned. Even Zuanjizi, with a dazed expression, stared at the pile of ashes below, incredulously uttering, "From where did you obtain this fragrant ash pill from the city god? It can so easily subdue an A-grade ghost? It is simply terrifying in its power." Zuanjizi's breath grew heavy. He could scarcely fathom the strength of the city god capable of effortlessly creating such a pill. Moreover, he sensed that the true might of this fragrant ash pill had yet to be fully unveiled. Perhaps even a peak A-grade ghost and their corresponding ghost master could not withstand the power of the fragrant ash pill. Zuanjizi mused silently. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng offered no reply. Instead, he retrieved the remaining fragrant ash pill and strode towards the president's office. Inside the office, upon witnessing the demise of his subordinate, Dao Qi's pupils constricted sharply. The Ghost Command Bureau possessed such a remarkable treasure, and not just one. Upon seeing the fragrant ash pill in Lu Zheng's hand, Dao Qi wasted no time and swiftly began to form hand seals. Instantly, flags began to rise from every corner of the top floor. The formation of a grand array of Qi Min Dan Jia materialized instantaneously. The entire top floor underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a labyrinthine array. A smile spread across Dao Qi's face. "What use is this treasure if you cannot even find me? Your precious artifacts will be rendered utterly useless." With that, He settled comfortably into the boss's chair, savoring his tea. Meanwhile, the individuals ensnared within the intricate formation of the Ghost Control Bureau were struck with alarm. Spectral hands emerged, advancing menacingly towards them, instilling a palpable sense of impending doom. Their ignorance of the formation left them aimlessly floundering, unable to escape, seemingly doomed to perish within its confines. As Lu Zhang fended off the spectral onslaught, he turned to Zuanjizi and inquired, "Do you possess the knowledge to break this formation?" Lacking any understanding of such arcane arts, he placed his hopes upon Zuanjizi. If Zuanjizi could dismantle the formation and locate the elusive mastermind behind it, he could then employ the incense ash pill to eliminate the threat. Zuanjizi, however, shook his head slightly, replying, "I cannot. I am but a humble diviner. Yet, I do possess a treasure that conceals our presence, rendering this formation incapable of harming us." With that, he extended his palm, revealing a square talisman known as the Heavenly Mechanism Seal. Upon channeling his magical energy into it, an invisible aura enveloped them, shrouding their essence completely. The spectral hands, which had relentlessly targeted Lu Zhang and his companions, suddenly found themselves adrift, rendered aimless and bewildered. The once complacent Taoist flag, upon sensing the absence of their presence, broke into a grin. "Hiding your essence will avail you nothing. I possess myriad methods to extinguish your lives." With that, he activated his own spectral trap and intertwined it with the formation. He then uttered a low incantation, summoned forth the vengeful spirits. In an instant, a torrent of malevolent energy was drawn into the formation, engulfing the entire labyrinthine array. The group, who had believed themselves secure, felt the oppressive weight of the accumulating resentment within the formation, their faces paling in horror. It was over. Escape was impossible, and the resentful energy would inevitably be drawn into their bodies. Once a certain threshold was reached, the malevolent spirits within them would spiral out of control, leading to their certain demise. Lu Zhang and his companions were engulfed by an abyss of despair. Meanwhile, on a certain thoroughfare in Rongqing, an official ghost controller found himself pinned to the ground by a vengeful spirit which clawed at his flesh. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a chain sliced through the void, glinting coldly. In an instant, the spirit was ensnared by the chain around its neck. With a swift yank, the vengeful spirit was decapitated, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Gritting through the excruciating pain, the ghost controller slowly raised his gaze, eager to discern the identity of his savior. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, momentarily eclipsing the agony of his torn flesh. Before him stood no fewer than several dozen spectral agents, shrouded in a veil of darkness, each heading towards different directions, evidently on a mission to subdue the vengeful spirits scattered throughout. Shortly thereafter, in the city of Rome, the chilling wails of malevolent spirits echoed through the streets. Spectral enforcers traversed the night, wielding their infernal blades and soul-binding chains to vanquish the rampaging phantoms. Few of these apparitions posed any challenge. Most were dispatched with alarming swiftness. Above the city, several figures unseen by ordinary eyes hovered silently, including Yi Bei and the spectral duo of Heibai Wuchang. Heibai Wuchang, Xiebian, surveyed the chaos below and gestured towards the direction of the splendid Jingxiafang building. "Your Majesty, to the southeast, a concentration of resentment gathers. The source of tonight's turmoil must lie there." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei turned his gaze towards the building's pinnacle, where he discerned a thick miasma of malevolence. Perceiving it with greater clarity than Xiebian, he observed that the members of the Ghost Control Bureau, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, were on the brink of madness, teetering dangerously close to losing their sanity. He also noted many souls born under the shadow of darkness cowering in corners, trembling in fear, alongside a Taoist whose neck was nearly a meter long, sporting a smug grin. "Let us proceed and eliminate the source of this disturbance," Yi Bei declared, stepping forward and transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished into the clouds. "Yes, Your Majesty," responded Heibai Wuchang and the other spectral beings, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Within the uppermost chambers of the Jingxi of Fang, Lu Zheng and the members of the Ghost Control Bureau, along with Xianjizi, bore expressions of despair. They felt the malevolent spirits within them slipping beyond control. In mere moments, they would be consumed by the very entities they sought to subdue. Xianjizi's situation was no better. Although he could use his powers to withstand the oppressive resentment, he remained trapped, certain that he would perish within this formidable array. He had come to Rong City to witness the enigmatic city god and to discern whether such a divine being truly existed. Yet, he found himself on the verge of demise before even laying eyes on the deity. Armed with the heavenly mechanism seal, he would typically evade even the most formidable S-class spirits undetected. However, he had encountered Daoqi, a force capable of sealing space with ghostly trickery, rendering escape impossible. Currently, all B-class and above ghost tamers in our bureau are here. The chaos outside must be overwhelming. Moreover, the signals from their special communication devices were jammed, preventing any contact with the outside world or the headquarters in the imperial capital. Lu Zheng was consumed by anxiety, utterly helpless. He could not fathom the extent of the casualties outside. As the strongest ghost tamers, there were merely C-grade, while they faced numerous B-class and even A-class spirits. The entire Ghost Control Bureau and public security forces in Rong City would likely be obliterated. Many innocent citizens would undoubtedly fall prey to the ravenous spirits. Rong City might soon transform into a living hell, akin to the cities previously ravaged by malevolent forces. May those above swiftly recognize the plight of Rong City and send aid to resolve this calamity. At this moment, Lu Zheng felt the malevolent entities within him stir violently, beginning to consume his very soul. He was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the immense building trembled violently. The grand formation enveloping the top floor of the resplendent tower was breached, creating a gap through which a flag erupted in a brilliant explosion. Daoqi, who had been leisurely seated in the CEO's office, relishing the despair etched on the faces of the members of the Ghost Control Bureau, abruptly rose to his feet. "Who dares to thwart my plans?" he exclaimed, turning towards the window to identify the assailant targeting his formation. However, upon turning, his expression turned blank, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. Outside the window, he beheld two figures shrouded in black mist, seemingly traversing the void itself. These two entities resembled deities descended from the heavens. With each step they took, the formation and the entire edifice trembled violently. Even before they made a move, his array and the ghostly entities were on the verge of collapse. What kind of terrifying beings were these? Could they possibly be of S-class caliber? Daoqi's face drained of color. As time elapsed, and the two figures enveloped in black mist drew nearer, he felt as though his very breath was about to cease, for he recognized their identities. One figure was tall and slender, clad in a white robe, topped with a high hat inscribed with the 4 characters, "A Chance for Wealth." The other was short and stout, dressed in a black robe, with a high hat that proclaimed peace under heaven. The legends surrounding these two beings were so widespread that even an ordinary person would easily discern their identities. He certainly could not fail to recognize them. Black and white, the forces of impermanence. Daoqi gritted his teeth, laboriously uttering these words. His entire being was taut, and he felt an unprecedented life and death crisis deep within his soul. Chapter 35. The Chilling Wind of Souls and the Power of Rules. Before this, Daoqi had heard tales regarding the city god in Rong City. He had even watched videos depicting the day tour god subduing malevolent spirits on the pedestrian street. However, one cannot ascertain true strength merely through video footage. He was well aware of the capabilities of the third son of the Lan family, Lan Qing, who possessed at most a B level of power. The day tour god's ability to swiftly eliminate Lan Qing was hardly impressive, as Daoqi could easily achieve the same feat thus. He assumed that this day tour god was merely an A-level spirit, resembling the legendary deities of the Underworld. As for the city god, he regarded it as no more than a peak A-level entity, slightly stronger than the day tour god. Consequently, upon learning that several malevolent spirits within the city god temple were capable of taking lives, he opted to capture individuals nearby in Rong City for sacrifice. believing there was no reason to fear the entities within the temple. After all, the fierce ghost he commanded possessed the ability to slip into the void. Even if he were unable to defeat the combined forces of the city god temple, he could easily escape. However, he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power of the entities within the temple. The presence of the black and white impermanence was at least of S-level strength. Could they truly be the legendary deities of the Underworld? Daoqi's expression turned grim as he gazed at the black and white impermanence hovering 100 meters above. A sense of retreat began to form in his heart, for he understood that remaining would lead only to his demise. He glanced at the individual he had painstakingly captured, one with a unique birth date, and with a firm resolve, decided to abandon his plan. In the next instant, he gestured to dismantle the formation, swiftly retracting the flags that constituted the array. His internal spirit snake then surged back to life, and his figure instantly vanished into the void, as Daoqi withdrew the intricate array and the ghostly traps. The previously imprisoned Lu Zheng and Xian Jizi regained their freedom. The resentment that had coalesced within the array dissipated at that moment, allowing the spirit masters of the Ghost Control Bureau to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, confusion arose among them. Why had Daoqi chosen to dismantle the array and release them just as they were about to be devoured by the malevolent spirits? Was it a sudden pang of conscience? As Lu Zheng surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression, he caught sight of Daoqi, whose body was already retreating into the void, evidently fleeing. Fleeing? Could it be that reinforcements from the capital have arrived? Lu Zheng murmured, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He had not notified anyone in the capital. How could they have known that calamity had struck Rome City? At that moment, the black and white impermanence, observing Daoqi's attempt to escape, showed no inclination to intervene. Their eyes flickered slightly, as if peering through the void at the fleeing figure. Then, the white impermanence nonchalantly produced a black soul-retrieving banner adorned with mysterious patterns. Gently shaking it, waves of black, eerie winds began to rise, intensifying with each motion of the banner. It should be safe now. As long as I retreat into the void, even an S-class cannot capture me, unless there exists an array or a treasure capable of confinement. However, what on earth are those two things, and why are they so formidable? At this moment, Daoqi's sense of crisis dissipated entirely, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the void, he suddenly heard a howling gust of wind behind him. He turned to see what was amiss, but darkness enveloped him in an instant. A surge of black wind wrapped around him, causing his flesh to age rapidly. In less than a second, he had become nothing but a pile of stark white bones. At that moment, the malevolent spirit within him was gently swept away by the wind, transforming into wisps of azure smoke, scattering his soul. However, his spirit was directly pulled from the space by the black wind, ultimately drawn into a peculiar, soul-collecting banner. The reason the black and white impermanences did not destroy his soul was due to the rules of the Underworld in Yibei. Individuals who have committed numerous heinous acts must traverse through the 18 layers of hell, enduring a millennium of torment before they are eligible to dissipate. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the magnificent building, Lu Zheng was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, from the slits of the office blinds, he caught sight of a black wind outside the window, pulling Daoqi's soul from the void and drawing it into a strange black banner. Daoqi perished so swiftly? Who could have killed him? In his recollection, it was exceedingly difficult to slay a top-tier ghost master like Daoqi. Even the three formidable figures from the imperial capital would not have been able to eliminate him so quickly. His curiosity piqued. Lu Zheng's gaze followed the black banner, and through the blinds, he vaguely discerned two figures, one black and one white. The instant he laid eyes on these two silhouettes, his heart seemed to skip a beat. He rushed forward to fling open the door of the office, fully revealing the two figures suspended outside the window, black and white impermanence. His voice trembled, and his breath quickened, disbelief flashing in his eyes. After slaying Daoqi, black and white impermanence surveyed the opulent building and, upon confirming the absence of any spirits, decided against lingering. They turned and flew towards Yibei. Upon arriving before him, they bowed respectfully and declared, "Your Majesty, the mastermind behind this unrest has been eradicated. and the soul has been collected in the soul-collecting banner. Yi Bei, upon hearing this, nodded slightly towards black and white impermanence, acknowledging, well done. After receiving Yi Bei's commendation, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of black and white impermanence. White impermanence gently presented a three-eyed head, cradling it with both hands as he stepped forward, respectfully offering it to Yi Bei, saying, "Your Majesty, we also discovered something peculiar on this individual. It seems to possess the power of rules." Yi Bei raised an eyebrow at this, accepting the three-eyed head. Then he spoke, "Now you four shall proceed to tidy up the aftermath. Accompany the Yin officials and eliminate all the apparitions you can find." Upon hearing this, the black and white impermanence, along with the day and night wanderers, replied in unison. As commanded, the four Yin deities turned and ventured off in different directions. Meanwhile, General Joshua remained by Yi Bei's side, for their duty was to safeguard the city god. It was only fitting that they now protect Yi Bei, the Prince of Yin. At the same time, observing that his subordinates had set off to vanquish the apparitions, Yi Bei shifted his attention to the three-eyed skull in his possession. A glimmer of golden light emanated from his gaze as he began to scrutinize it. Just as Yi Bei was examining the three-eyed skull, Xianjizi, located on the top floor of the Jingxiu building, was filled with excitement as he peered towards Yi Bei and the others. Clad in a crimson official robe, he thought to himself, "This must be the city god." His gaze was fixed intently on General Joshua. Having come to Rong City without prior knowledge of the earlier misidentification of the city god, he had waited long for this moment, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. In the next instant, he channeled his mystical energy into the Tianji seal. The seal instantly disassembled, transforming into a floating Bagua diagram. Thereafter, Xianjizi manipulated the Bagua diagram formed from the Tianji seal to capture a wisp of sandalwood fragrance emanating from Yi Bei. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and began to divine, eager to unveil the origins and true identity of this city god. Chapter 36. The Seal of the Title. The celestial inspection of a nation's civil affairs and the blessings of the bright and spiritual king. At this moment, Lu Zheng observed the actions of Xianjizi with a sense of curiosity. What is Taoist Xianjizi up to? Lu Zheng murmured to himself. However, he refrained from disturbing Xianjizi, instead gesturing for the Ghost Command Bureau to maintain silence, ensuring that others would not interrupt the Taoist concentration. Once Xianjizi closed his eyes, he began to channel his entire magical essence to activate the heavenly mechanism seal, which transformed into an intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams, in an attempt to divine the origins of the city god. As he initiated his inquiry, he glimpsed a figure within the realms of the Underworld, a silhouette clad in a crimson robe, kneeling alongside numerous others before Grand Hall. Is this the Hall of Yama in the Underworld? No, that cannot be right. Just as Xianjizi sought to delve deeper into the entities within the hall, the red-clad figure abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes glowing with a fierce light. How dare a mere wretch spy upon this general? Boom! In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated in Xianjizi's mind. The next moment, his spirit was engulfed in darkness, losing all consciousness. Outside, his physical form began to bleed from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground. The heavenly mechanism seal was instantly obliterated by the overwhelming backlash of power. Lu Zheng, who had been attentively monitoring Xianjizi, immediately sensed something amiss and rushed to investigate. Taoist Xianjizi, what has happened to you? Lu Zheng shook Xianjizi, but upon finding him unresponsive, he gritted his teeth and released a wisp of ghostly energy to probe into Xianjizi's body. However, as soon as the ghostly essence entered, Lu Zheng was stunned to discover that although Xianjizi's soul retained its form, it had completely lost all autonomous awareness, resembling a blank sheet of paper that was continuously disintegrating. In an instant, panic overtook Lu Zheng. He urgently called out to Lu Shan and the others nearby. Quickly, take Taoist Xianjizi to the Grand Master in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, outside the resplendent mansion, General Suo fixated his gaze fiercely upon the top floor of the building, having just sensed an intrusion upon his privacy, igniting his wrath. Yet, Yi Bei remained motionless, and General Suo dared not make a move. Yi Bei, at that moment, had stowed away the three-eyed head he held and turned his attention skyward, observing the continuous descent of meritorious energy. The abundance of such energy this night was particularly remarkable. Yi Bei squinted slightly, feeling not joy or excitement, but rather a surge of anger. For this night, many citizens within his domain had fallen victim to malevolent spirits. Once he had gathered all the meritorious energy into the Xianhuang merit cauldron, amplifying its quantity tenfold, Yi Bei finally began to absorb it. Sensing the enhancement of his powers, he gazed down upon the city, where ghostly energy was rising ominously. His expression grew increasingly furious, and it seemed as if golden divine flames were swirling in his eyes. One day, I shall bring the underworld to this world, vanquishing all malevolent spirits and restoring peace to the realm. Yi Bei murmured to himself. 2 hours later, within the residence of the venerable celestial master in the imperial capital, Zuanjizi lay on the guest room bed, his face as pale as parchment. The elder disciples of the Tianji sect, along with Chun Rulong, the head of the Imperial Ghost Bureau, stood nearby. The venerable celestial master sat in a chair, taking Zuanjizi's pulse. However, the more he examined, the graver his expression became. After a moment, the celestial master sighed and spoke. Alas, there is no hope for recovery. Upon hearing this, the attendants from the Tianji sect immediately grew anxious. Panic etched upon their faces. Chun Rulong stepped forward, a sorrowful expression on his countenance, and inquired, Venerable Master, your cultivation has already reached the threshold of half-step S rank. Can you not save our esteemed master? The celestial master nodded slightly, then rose to declare, I cannot save him. Even if I were to attain S rank, he would still be beyond salvation. Though his soul remains, he possesses no semblance of consciousness, akin to a mere puppet, or a living corpse. At this explanation, a heavy silence fell over all present, for they understood the celestial master's implication. Their leader's condition was tantamount to death itself. How could our master have come to such a state? He seemed perfectly well before. The Grand Elder Zhuan Fengzi rasped. In response, Chun Rulong elucidated. I heard from the head of the Ghost Bureau in Rongqing that before the incident, our master utilized the Tianji seal for divination. Yet he never disclosed what he was trying to predict. The Tianji seal transformed into the Bagua diagram, and within mere seconds, he collapsed, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Furthermore, the Tianji seal itself was obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuan Fengzi spoke again. It was a backlash. Our master suffered a backlash. The Tianji seal is a treasured artifact of our sect, passed down by our ancestors. Even attempting to predict an S-rank entity should not result in disaster. The loss of the Tianji seal indicates that the entity he was attempting to divine must have reached SS rank. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, astonished by the implication of such a powerful being involved. Chun Rulong continued. Lu Jing mentioned they witnessed the black and white impermanence, as well as city god, day and night wanderers, along with 2 other entities, which seemed to correspond to the general of chains recorded in ancient texts. At this revelation, the others began to vaguely understand. The entity Zunjizi had sought to divine was perhaps the city god himself, for only he could possibly attain SS rank. The venerable celestial master gazed deeply into the heavens and sighed. The existence of the black and white impermanence, the day and night wandering spirits, and the general of shackles can be definitively classified as S rank. As for the city god, he may indeed be an SS rank entity. By my calculations, there are already 5 beings of S rank or higher within the city god temple, in addition to a multitude of peak A ranking officials. With such formidable power at their disposal, should they choose to strike against our dragon nation, we would be utterly defenseless. I fervently hope they are genuine deities of the underworld and not vengeful spirits in disguise. Having uttered these words, the celestial master seemed to suddenly recall something. Turning to Chun Rulong with a sense of urgency, he inquired, has the application for the city god designation been approved, as we discussed previously? Chun Rulong nodded slightly, responding, it has been sanctioned from above. The designation of city god will be conferred as Chengtan Jian Guo Si Min Sheng Fu Ming Ling Wang. The official document should arrive by tomorrow at the latest, and it will be delivered to Rongqing the day after. Upon hearing Chen Rulong's words, the celestial master exhaled in relief, saying, "Excellent. The royal title is the highest rank among city gods, corresponding to the metropolitan city god. It elevates the status of the city god by several tiers. Let us hope he perceives our nation's goodwill." Chapter 37. Continuous Sign-ins. Acquire the Book of Life and Death. Command powerful Yin soldiers. Outside the cave in the snowy mountains of Nanling, Blue Dragon, Blue Tiger, and another a-level ghost master, Lin Kongfan, were sipping tea while admiring the snow-laden scenery. Although it was night, being ghost masters, they possessed the ability to see clearly in the dark. "Brother, is the time ripe yet?" Blue Tiger inquired anxiously, fidgeting in his seat. Blue Dragon, with a composed smile, replied, "No need to rush. Let us wait another hour before descending. That should suffice." However, Blue Tiger, frantically scratching his head, exclaimed, "Wait, what if that source ghost is refined by that formidable Taoist?" With that, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, pulling Blue Dragon towards the descent. Seeing his younger brother's impatience, Blue Dragon could only shake his head with a smile. "Ah, when will you learn to be more patient?" Reluctantly, he decided, "Let us proceed then." He slowly stowed away the tea set into his spatial ghost tool. Afterward, he cupped his fist towards Lin Kongfan and said, "I entrust you with the task of locating the source ghost, Brother Kongfan." Lin Kongfan nodded and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Blue Boss, once you refine that source ghost, you stand a great chance of stepping into the S-grade. Do not forget the conditions we discussed." "Rest assured, I shall not forget." Blue Dragon cupped his fists once more in gratitude. Satisfied with Blue Dragon's attitude, Lin Kongfan nodded back, then extended his finger, which instantly sprouted 1-inch long, ethereal blue claws, plunging them into his abdomen. In an instant, his belly was torn open, yet contrary to expectations, his innards did not spill forth. Instead, countless winged black corpses cascaded from within him, littering the ground. Upon landing, these corpses swiftly unfurled their wings and dispersed towards the city of Rome. After completing this unsettling act, Lin Kongfan, with a pale complexion, addressed Blue Dragon, "Blue Boss, let us descend. My flying corpses excel at locating ghostly entities. I have already sensed the presence of the source ghost. We shall find its location within 10 minutes at most." "Thank you, Brother Kongfan." Blue Dragon expressed his gratitude, leading the way as he leaped off the precipice. Blue Tiger and Lin Kongfan hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, the battle against the rampaging ghosts and ghost masters in Rome City was drawing to a close. Yi-Bei had naturally returned to the grand hall of the city god's South Yin Court, where he captured the merit power descending from the heavens and infused it into the merit Xianhuang cauldron for amplification. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed in Yi-Bei's mind. "The sign-in count has accumulated to 5 times. Shall the host proceed with the sign-in?" "Sign-in," Yi-Bei declared without hesitation. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The Book of Life and Death. The book records the lifespans and deeds of all living beings. And when combined with the judge's pen, it can increase or decrease the lifespan of beings. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The pool of cleansing grievances. This can wash away the resentment from spirits, making it easier for them to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The Department of Epidemic Control, one of the departments under the city god, responsible for managing disasters and diseases. It will follow the city god's commands to unleash or dispel plagues in the mortal realm. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 100 Underworld soldiers, specialized in battling the powerful realms of the Netherworld, capable of employing formidable military formations. As the series of sign-in notifications echoed in Yi-Bei's mind, he felt no annoyance. Rather, he was captivated, wishing for the system to provide 100 more notifications. After all, each sign-in reward significantly enhanced his overall strength. For instance, the Book of Life and Death was of great importance, granting him insight into the lives of all beings, should he later sign in to acquire the judge's pen. He could even alter their lifespans. The Department of Epidemic Control would allow him better governance over his domain, alleviating the suffering of its people from diseases while also increasing his virtue. Lastly, the Underworld soldiers filled Yi Bei with anticipation, as they were specifically trained to combat the formidable ghostly realms, undoubtedly far stronger than ordinary Grim Reapers. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yi Bei summoned the Underworld soldiers. Instantly, a 3-meter-wide spatial rift appeared within the city god's grand hall. 100 powerful figures emerged from within, each exuding a formidable aura. Turning to appraise them, Yi Bei noted that they were clad in black armor, their blood-red eyes piercing through the darkness. They wielded long spears, standing in perfect military formation, exuding an icy demeanor without a hint of disorder. Your Majesty, under the lead of the 100 generals, all the Underworld soldiers knelt on one knee in unison, paying homage to their supreme ruler. Excellent, excellent. Rise, my valiant warriors. A satisfied smile graced Yi Bei's face, for he could clearly see that these Underworld soldiers were merely a step away from attaining S-rank status, with the lead general already possessing S-rank strength. More importantly, these soldiers were adept in military formations, meaning that with sufficient numbers, they could subdue even stronger opponents. Yi Bei estimated that a formation of 5 Underworld soldiers could defeat an S-rank being, while 100 soldiers under the command of the general could directly vanquish S-rank peak entities. This was indeed a formidable combat strength. Your Majesty, which ghostly realm shall we conquer? The lead general inquired, rising to address Yi Bei. Yi Bei could not help but chuckle softly. He had yet to encounter the realm of the Underworld, let alone engage in conquest. Thus, he merely gestured lightly and said, "The territory is currently teeming with malevolent spirits, and both the Yin officials and the Yin gods are overwhelmed. You may divide yourselves into several teams to patrol the area. Should you encounter any wicked spirits, execute them without mercy." Upon hearing this, the Yin soldiers promptly bowed and retreated to commence their patrols. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the city god temple, Lan Hu and Lin Kong Fan were racing forward at an astonishing speed, pursuing a flying corpse toad. "Brother Kong Fan, how far are we from the source of the spirits?" Lan Long inquired. In response, Lin Kong Fan extended his hand toward the flying corpse toad ahead and swiftly captured it. He then swallowed the creature whole and closed his eyes to delve into the consciousness of the toad. A few moments later, Lin Kong Fan opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of the city god temple, stating, "It is merely 10 kilometers ahead. We shall arrive in about 10 minutes. Chapter 38. Are they seeking revenge on the sun god? Upon hearing this, the blue dragon's face broke into a smile. Excellent. It appears that scoundrel Dao Qi has not strayed too far. Just as he finished speaking, a private vehicle passed by, stirring up dust and sand that invaded his eyes. Instantly, the blue dragon's expression soured. He extended a finger and forcefully jabbed it into his eye, extracting the tiny grains of sand with a fierce determination. A trickle of dark crimson blood flowed from his eye socket, yet he paid it no heed. Seeking death. Do they not realize that I cannot tolerate sand in my eye? His voice was hoarse, a clear indication of his wrath. With a sudden exhalation, he released a plume of black mist from his mouth. This mist coalesced in the air into a ghastly figure, a specter of starvation standing about a meter tall, grotesquely proportioned with a large body and a diminutive head. Go, pluck their eyes out and devour them. The blue dragon commanded the wretched spirit. With a series of eerie chirps, the specter lunged toward the recently passed vehicle. Mere moments later, a thunderous crash echoed in the distance, signaling that the vehicle had met with a calamity. The ghastly figure, now clutching several eyeballs, attempted to force them into its mouth, but the grotesque creature struggled, its throat no larger than a needle's eye. Witnessing this repulsive scene, neither Blue Tiger nor Lin Kong Fan exhibited any reaction. They had witnessed and committed such atrocities against ordinary people far too many times. Soon after, another private vehicle approached, and Lin Kong Fan seized control of a flying corpse, shattering the glass and beginning to feast upon human flesh. The night was filled with a cacophony of car crashes and explosions, leaving only burning vehicles and the stark whiteness of bones in their wake. After a brief interlude, the group veered off the national road onto a rural path, trailing behind the flying corpse. Meanwhile, the location of their recent carnage erupted with the sound of sirens as the Ghost Control Bureau's agents arrived at the scene. Lu Shan furrowed his brow, surveying the site of the accident, his face etched with anger. Why are these wretched spirits so relentless? They have begun to harm people once more. This night had already seen 100 spirits rampaging. After the Een gods and Een messengers had subdued these malevolent entities at the city god temple, the agents of the Ghost Control Bureau had hoped for a peaceful night's rest. Yet, merely 2 hours had passed, and more malevolent spirits had emerged to wreak havoc. At that moment, a young agent spoke up. "Captain, it was not the spirits. It was the Ghost Controllers." The vehicle's dashcam had captured the entire incident. He then presented a laptop to Lu Shan, allowing him to view the footage. Lu Shan took the laptop and swiftly reviewed the dashcam recordings at triple speed. He soon identified the perpetrators among the Ghost Controllers. 2 of them were the Blue Brothers, and the other was Lin Kong Fan. The Lan brothers are the leaders of a clandestine organization of spirit tamers, frequently engaging in malevolent activities from the shadows. However, until irrefutable evidence surfaces, they remain untouchable. After all, one is an A-level and the other at the pinnacle of A-level spirit tamers, wielding an exceedingly formidable power. Meanwhile, Lin Kong Fan, a wanted spirit tamer, had previously fled abroad, only to unexpectedly return to the homeland now. Have the Lan brothers lost their sanity? After Lan Qing was subdued by the sun god for collaborating with spirits, it seems that Lan Long and Lan Hu have begun to kill indiscriminately. Could it be that they are seeking vengeance against the sun god? Judging by their direction, they appear to be headed towards the city god temple. Suddenly, Lu Shan sensed a grave situation unfolding. If the Lan brothers and Lin Kong Fan provoke the entities residing within the city god temple, and those beings incite a riot, it would spell disaster not just for Rongqing, but for the entirety of Long Nation. After all, there are known to be 6 S-level entities, in addition to 1 SS-level entity, within the city god temple. No one in this world has the power to withstand those beings. Indeed, an S-level spirit tamer can obliterate small nations, and cities within a great nation like Long Nation could be annihilated. Moreover, the city god temple harbors several S-level entities, and most crucially, an SS-level city god, a being that has never before existed in this world. That city god is the first of its kind. Upon contemplating this, Lu Shan shuddered and promptly attempted to contact Lu Zheng. It is imperative to prevent the Lan brothers from approaching the city god temple. Moments later, under Lu Shan's urgent summons, not only benevolent spirit tamers from the Spirit Tamer Bureau arrived, but also experts from the Qingyang Palace, along with masters from various sections. A total of 17 or 18 individuals, including 2 A-level Taoists, congregated at the critical pathway leading to the city god temple. Director Lu, have the Lan brothers truly lost their minds and intend to assault the city god temple? Inquired Su Qingzi, the master of Qingyang Palace. He had been in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm, yet was urgently summoned by Lu Zheng, who claimed it pertained to the survival of Long Nation. They are approaching. Lu Zheng raised his gaze toward the group of flying corpses hastening toward them. The others followed his line of sight, and upon witnessing the dense swarm of flying corpses, they discerned 3 figures, Lan Long, Lan Hu, and Lin Kong Fan. Instantly, everyone tensed, their inner spirits beginning to stir. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves to hold off the Lan brothers and Lin Kong Fan. If they could just delay these 3 for half an hour, A-level spirit tamers from surrounding cities would arrive one after another, and then they could subdue them. To thwart these 3 was to effectively safeguard Long Nation. As Lan Long and his companions halted upon seeing their path obstructed, they came to a standstill. After meticulously surveying the surroundings, a smile suddenly graced his face as he exclaimed, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." Director Lu of the Ghost Control Bureau, Captain Lu, the master of Qingyang Palace, the leader of Qingcheng Mountain. Even the abbot of Amei Mountain has graced us with their presence. It appears that my reputation, indeed, carries considerable weight. With that, He extended his hands and applauded fervently. However, the smile on his face gradually faded as he approached the tense crowd step by step. Casting a cold glance over them, he remarked, "Do you truly believe that you insignificant lot stand a chance against the three of us? You are merely a collection of B-class individuals, along with two A-classes at best. And yet you dare to vie for the source of the ghosts against two peak A-class powerhouses? Have your minds been clouded by foolishness?" With that, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from within him, and the ghostly net unfurled instantaneously, enveloping all present. Countless minor, ghostly figures began to materialize from within the net. Chapter 39. Dare to rampage at the city god temple? Seeking death. In an instant, the wails of countless spirits reverberated across a 10-mile radius. The villagers surrounding the area awoke from their slumber, only to cower in fear beneath their beds. The Ghost Command Bureau and the members of various sects simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. They had not anticipated that the mere presence of the Blue Dragon could exert such a powerful force. One could only imagine the magnitude of the pressure if Lin Kongfan were to join him in action. At this moment, Lu Zheng quickly interjected, "Blue Dragon, we do not seek to seize any source spirit, for there are none here. This is the city god temple. Within it resides the Underworld's gods, several of whom are of S rank. I strongly advise you to retreat, otherwise you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Lu Zheng was not concerned about the Blue Dragon's potential death. Rather, he wished to prevent him from provoking the entities within the city god temple. If the Blue Dragon were to withdraw now, he could subsequently rally A-rank ghost tamers to hunt down and eliminate the threat. However, should the Blue Dragon enter the city god temple, it would spell true disaster. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, the Blue Dragon burst into laughter, a mirthful sound that lingered for some time before he regained his composure. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Director Lu, I never imagined you would concoct such a tale to devour this source spirit. Do you not find it absurd? S-rank entities within the city god temple? Several, you say? Do you think S-rank beings grow on trees? Are they wholesale commodities? How could there possibly be multiple?" He utterly dismissed the notion of S-rank entities residing within the city god temple, let alone the so-called city god or daytime, wandering deity being genuine gods of the underworld. The beings within the city god temple are merely peculiar spirits. My brother Kongfan and I can easily subdue them. With a scoff, the Blue Dragon then turned to Lin Kongfan and whispered, "Brother Kongfan, the peculiar spirits within the city god temple must be at least A and peak a rank. Moreover, that Banner's bull nose is undoubtedly present as well. Such strength is indeed formidable. Therefore, we should not waste our energy on this group, but rather circumvent them to conserve our strength, ensuring 100% success in seizing the source spirit from their grasp." Lin Kongfan, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, he activated his ghostly art. His technique transformed him into countless flying corpses. In the blink of an eye, millions of flying corpses emerged from thin air. However, they did not envelop the Ghost Command Bureau and the various sect members. Instead, they soared skyward alongside the Blue Dragon and Blue Tiger, directly heading for the city god temple. On the ground, Lu Zheng and his companions suddenly wore expressions of grave concern. They had initially aimed to entangle the Blue Brothers and Lin Kongfan, waiting for additional A-rank ghost tamers to arrive and jointly eliminate them. Yet, to their astonishment, the Blue Brothers and Lin Kongfan had no intention of engaging with them at all. Instead, they were making a beeline for the city god temple. As the flying corpses ascended into the sky, there was nothing they could do to impede their progress, watching helplessly as they drew ever closer to the temple. The unforeseen turn of events has thwarted all plans of the Ghost Management Bureau. "Director Lu, what shall we do now?" At this moment, the master of Qingyang Palace gazed up at the swarm of flying corpses in the sky, her expression grim. Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and replied, "There is nothing we can do now but pray that the city god is indeed a true deity of the underworld and will not stir up chaos simply because of provocation." Upon hearing this, the group fell into a heavy silence. They found themselves utterly powerless, left to fate. Meanwhile, Lin Kongfan, now transformed into countless flying corpses, sensed the increasingly potent aura of the Source Ghost. His sharp voice resonated in the ears of the blue dragon amidst the swarm. We have arrived. The most concentrated scent of the Source Ghost is within the city god temple. The Source Ghost must be inside. The blue dragon's face lit up with elation, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us charge in and seize the Source Ghost." Understood. Lin Kongfan responded succinctly, and without further ado, he commanded the swarm of flying corpses to dive towards the city god temple. As the temple loomed closer, the blue dragon's spirits soared, envisioning himself refining the Source Ghost and achieving an S-rank status. In that moment, he imagined himself as a divine being, commanding the world to bow before him. However, as he was lost in his fantasies, the doors of the city god temple suddenly swung open, revealing the sounds of clashing metal and heavy footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. An imposing figure, shrouded in black mist and wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, slowly crossed the threshold of the temple. This figure, with a fearsome visage that exuded an air of dread and reverence, was none other than the sun god. He lifted his gaze slightly, observing the descending swarm of flying corpses. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "A mere wraith dares to make a scene here? Such folly is a path to destruction." The flying corpses, being highly perceptive, sensed the overwhelming presence immediately. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Kongfan swiftly commanded the swarm to halt mid-air, his heart racing with trepidation. The pressure emanating from this being was easily tenfold stronger than that of the Ghost Management Bureau's representative in the capital. This was undoubtedly an S-rank entity. Flee. We must escape at once. Realizing the might of this figure, Lin Kongfan did not hesitate. He turned the flying corpses around and made a hasty retreat. Furthermore, he unceremoniously cast the blue dragon and his brother from the grasp of the swarm, hoping they would buy him a moment to flee. As the blue dragon plummeted to the ground, he was momentarily stunned. Then he instantly sensed the oppressive aura exuded by the sun god. His pupils constricted sharply, and his heart skipped several beats. Lu Zheng had not lied. There truly was an S-rank presence within the city god temple. In the next instant, as he fell freely, nearing the ground, he instantly reacted, directing his thoughts to control a nearby flying night demon, who promptly enveloped him in its embrace and soared into the heavens. After being dropped from a height of several hundred meters by Lin Kongfan, Blue Tiger immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. Lin Kongfan, damn it! After being unceremoniously cast down, his gaze shifted to the sun god on the ground, and he was struck with terror. He hurriedly looked to his elder brother, hoping for a means of escape. However, to his dismay, his brother, Blue Dragon, was already cradled by a blood-red flying night demon, ascending into the sky without a glance back. In that moment, he realized he had been forsaken. Blue Dragon, curse your ancestors. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his body crashed violently onto the ground. The acceleration from the several hundred meters height reduced him to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, as a ghost master, he was impervious to such physical harm. In less than half a second, his form began to mend itself. However, as he regained his composure and prepared to flee, he looked up to see a towering figure standing before him, wielding a colossal spiked club, gazing down upon him. Blue Tiger swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. "Could you perhaps spare me?" In an instant, the massive spiked club came crashing down upon him, obliterating his recently restored form into a disgusting mixture of flesh and earth. This time, he could not recover. His soul was instantly extracted, caught in the grip of the sun god. Within him, the malevolent spirit dared not resist as it was pinched between the sun god's fingers and unceremoniously tossed into the mouth, where it was vigorously chewed. The onlookers, particularly those from various sects, were rendered speechless upon witnessing such ruthless brutality from the shadowy deity, not daring to utter a sound lest they provoke this fearsome entity. Meanwhile, in the skies, Blue Dragon and Lin Kongfan, witnessing the horrific scene, were drenched in cold sweat, hastening their escape. In a brief span, Blue Dragon had fled 10 miles away, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, when suddenly he spotted a tall, slender figure clad in white, adorned with a high hat inscribed with the words fortune at first glance. W. White, Vuvu. Chong. Blue Dragon's teeth chattered, his speech faltering. He sensed that this white Wu Chong was at least an S-class entity. As those eerie green eyes fixed upon him, he felt his very soul and the malevolent spirit within him quiver in fear. This was a terror that penetrated the depths of his being, a dread that lowly creatures felt in the presence of deities. There was no escape. It was now or never. Gritting his teeth, Blue Dragon unleashed a torrent of gas that transformed into various ghastly apparitions, emitting a piercing roar as he charged towards White Wuchang. Yet all of this proved futile. The black soul-recalling banner in the hands of the white impermanence swayed gently. In an instant, an unparalleled force, akin to a black hole, emanated forth. Immediately, all the phantoms and the Blue Dragon were drawn into the banner. The surroundings became tranquil, devoid of any ghostly wails. The onlookers in the distance were rendered speechless at this spectacle. The master of Qingyang Palace murmured, "A peak A-grade ghost master cannot stir a ripple in the presence of this white impermanence. What immense power does he truly possess?" The gaze of the Qingyang Palace master then shifted towards another direction, fixating on the swiftly retreating swarm of flying corpses. His expression darkened as he remarked, "This Lin Kong fan is exceedingly difficult to eliminate." During his flight from the Dragon Kingdom, he barely escaped with a few flying corpses and managed to resurrect the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng followed the Qingyang Palace master's gaze and nodded slightly. Indeed, after the harrowing experience of being hunted, he has become shrewder, always leaving a few flying corpses in concealed locations. This allows him to resurrect using those hidden corpses after being subdued. He is quite the nuisance. I wonder if these shadow deities can truly annihilate him. Just then, Lu Zheng perceived a commotion emanating from the city god temple behind him. Turning to investigate, he observed a swirling mass of black mist drifting toward them. His gaze sharpened as he discerned figures cloaked in mysterious armor, wielding long spears. Their forms were entirely shrouded, save for their blood-red eyes. One figure seemed to sense Lu Zheng's scrutiny, and their crimson gaze locked onto his. Instantly, Lu Zheng's countenance changed dramatically, cold sweat cascading down his brow. "This is not good. It's the Yin soldiers. Clear the way, everyone," he commanded urgently, stepping aside. The others, upon hearing him, swiftly turned to see and hurriedly made way. The group of Yin soldiers, under their watchful eyes, advanced at an astonishing pace toward the fleeing Lin Kong fan. In mere moments, the swarm of flying corpses that Lin Kong fan had transformed into was overtaken. At this juncture, Lin Kong fan found himself encircled by the imposing Yin soldiers, his heart gripped by terror and shock. Hundreds of half-step S-grade entities, alongside a singular S-grade presence. Could it be that the city god temple truly harbored a deity of the underworld? He dared not engage these formidable beings, and thus sought to disperse his multitude of flying corpses in flight. However, the leading Yin soldier, with a cruel smirk, declared, "A mere trivial skill. Form ranks." The moment his command was issued, the eyes of 100 Yin soldiers gleamed with crimson light as they raised their long spears aloft. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura of oppression surged from the heavens and the earth. Amid the distant gazes of Lu Zheng and the others, a colossal black tiger, towering over 100 feet, gradually materialized. It then opened its immense maw, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the cosmos. The sound waves swept across the landscape, reducing countless flying corpses to nothingness in an instant, with not a single one managing to escape. Yet this was merely the beginning, for in the next moment, they beheld the enormous claws of the black tiger piercing into the void, from which it suddenly extracted several flying corpses much larger than the ordinary ones, nearly the size of a basin. With a swift motion, these gigantic flying corpses were crushed to smithereens, dissipating into ethereal smoke. Lin Kongfan's soul was promptly extracted. Only then did the spectral soldiers retract their formation and return to the city god temple. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, as they had engaged in numerous battles across various ghostly realms, encountering countless entities far more formidable than Lin Kongfan. To them, his tactics were child's play, drawing Lin Kongfan's avatars from a void and annihilating them exhibited a terrifying mastery of divine arts. The lord of Qingyang Palace inhaled sharply, while Lu Zheng nodded in agreement, remarking, "Even more alarming is the fact that in our Dragon Kingdom, only 3 celestial masters possess half-step S-class power, yet these 100 spectral soldiers all possess similar strength, with their commanding officer boasting S-class capabilities. This marks the 7th S-class entity revealed within the City God Temple, and that City God is an SS-class being. Most importantly, there may be even more formidable presences yet to emerge." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a moment of introspection, one person expressed relief, saying, "Fortunately, it seems these entities have not been provoked and harbor no intentions of attacking our Dragon Kingdom." At this, everyone turned their gaze toward the tightly sealed doors of the City God Temple, and the heavy weight upon their hearts gradually began to lift. Chapter 40. The transience of souls and the laws of the underworld within the grand hall of the City God, the black and white impermanences, along with the day and night deities and the spectral soldiers, had all returned to report to Yi Bei. "Your Majesty, we have eradicated all those who dare to offend the underworld," declared the white impermanence, stepping forward. Yi Bei nodded slightly and replied, "Well done. Continue your patrols in rotation." At your command, the assembled deities and spectral soldiers bowed and exited the hall. Once they departed, Yi Bei's gaze turned to the divine power descending from the heavens. With a subtle wave of his hand, he gathered it into the Xianhuang merit cauldron. After amplifying the divine power, he absorbed it into his being to enhance his strength. He then assessed the 9 merit golden body that was gestating within his sea of consciousness. It had grown to half an inch tall, a significant increase from its initial size resembling a mung bean. The 9 merit golden body had finally shown signs of growth. Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction. Although its growth was slow, once fully developed, it would possess the potential to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Thus, he felt no urgency. His current strength was more than sufficient to easily subdue malevolent spirits. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a malevolent spirit. You have earned a signing opportunity. Startled by the system's voice, Yi Bei regained his focus and declared, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Qian Kuan Incense Burner, which can amplify incense power tenfold." The ability to amplify incense power tenfold was indeed remarkable. For Yi Bei, this power might primarily serve to nourish the wishes of all beings soared. However, for the black and white impermanences and the day and night deities, it would prove immensely beneficial. After all, they were gods of incense, capable of enhancing their strength and cultivation through the power of incense offerings. Previously acquired incense power had been insufficient for the wishes of all beings to consume. However, with the amplification from the Qian Kuan incense burner, it would be entirely adequate, leaving a substantial surplus of incense power to be distributed among the deities. Contemplating this, Yi Bei waved his hand gently, causing a small Qian Kuan incense burner to materialize in his palm, which then expanded and took its place within the City God Temple, replacing the original incense burner. In the future, when devotees offered incense at this Qian Kuan incense burner, the incense power would be amplified tenfold. Furthermore, the ash produced would inherently possess formidable exorcising properties. Thus, devotees would no longer require Yi Bei to personally refine the ash with divine power. They could simply retrieve it from the burner to ward off evil. After completing these tasks, Yi Bei returned to his seat of authority in the Grand Hall and picked up an ancient, mysterious tome that lay before him. This tome was none other than the death register of the Underworld, obtained during his previous signing, allowing him to observe the lifespan and histories of the world's beings. Lu Qingyun, a woman born on the 8th day of the 6th month in the year of Gui Mao, hailing from Rongqing. Her life, virtues, and vices passed away in the year of EC, having reached the end of her natural lifespan. Zhang Jianxi, a man born on the 19th day of the 1st month in the year of Jiachun, also from Rongqing. His life, virtues, and vices passed away in the year of EC, his earthly existence not yet concluded. Huang Guangxing, a man born on the 27th day of the 7th month in the year of Mao, from Yaqing. His life, virtues, and vices passed away in the year of EC, his earthly existence not yet fulfilled. Yibei silently gazed at the contents of the Book of Life and Death. He soon discovered that among those who perish today, a significant number had fallen victim to malevolent spirits, their lifespans not yet complete, with only a few having departed this world peacefully. The bizarre resurgence of vengeful spirits had rendered the natural course of life and death a challenging affair for the common folk. Yibei's countenance grew dark with concern. The fate of the populace lay under the dominion of the underworld. It was now disrupted by these spectral entities, filling him with profound ire. The divine light emanating from him rippled, scorching the void with gaping voids. It was imperative to elevate his strength swiftly, to eradicate the malevolent beings in both the mortal realm and the underworld, thus restoring the cycle of reincarnation to its rightful order. Exhaling a heavy breath, Yibei extended his hand towards the Book of Life and Death, causing spectral sheets to coalesce rapidly, inscribed with the names of those who had already passed. This would assist the Yin officials in apprehending the correct individuals, preventing any errors. After completing this task, Yibei set the book aside and called out to Bai Wuchang. Stationed outside the hall of the city god, Xiaobayan, enter. As soon as Yibei's voice faded, Bai Wuchang's figure entered the grand hall. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Bai Wuchang, Xiaobayan bowed respectfully, inquiring. Yibei gestured slightly, and the sheets inscribed with the names of the deceased appeared directly in Bai Wuchang's hands. Then Yibei spoke. Xiaobayan, these are the names of those who have passed. Take the soul-collecting Yin officials and bring them back. In the current context of bizarre resurrections, the souls of the deceased faced only two fates in the external realm. The first fate was for unstable souls, which would dissipate into the ether, never to be reincarnated, a state of eternal disembodiment. The second was contamination by the eerie energies and grievances of the world, transforming into vengeful spirits. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to return these souls to the underworld, cleanse them in the pool of atonement, and then pass judgment. Those guilty in life would be cast into the lesser hells to suffer, while the innocent could enter the small city of unjustly deceased, awaiting rebirth. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Wuchang Xiaobayan bowed once more before exiting the hall. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zhou Sun, a practitioner from the Ghost Control Bureau of Rongqing, returned home utterly exhausted. This night, he had faced the most challenging ordeal of his life: the manipulation of vengeful spirits and the unlawful abduction of civilians possessing unique birth dates by rogue ghost hunters. As these malevolent spirits ravaged specific groups of people, they also preyed upon the remaining citizens, consuming their flesh and blood. In his endeavor to vanquish the malevolent spirits and safeguard the populace, Zhou Sun found himself perilously close to death on several occasions. Having endured numerous harrowing experiences, he was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and had no desire to move another inch. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the living room sofa, allowing its embrace to envelop him. However, after a brief respite, he felt an oddity. Typically, upon his return, his grandmother would rise to express her concern, inquiring about his fatigue. Yet today, she remained unresponsive. Was she asleep? But she had always struggled with severe insomnia. Zhou Sun mumbled to himself, then slowly rose from the sofa and approached his grandmother's bedroom door, extending his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. He then called out toward the interior. Grandma, I'm back. Are you asleep? After posing the question, Zhou Sun held his breath, straining to catch any sound from within his grandmother's room. As a spirit master, his senses were acute, and he could detect even the slightest movement. Yet, after several minutes of silence, he grew increasingly anxious. He concentrated his spirit energy, enhancing his auditory perception, enabling him to hear the faintest heartbeat and breath from afar. He gently pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. At last, he discerned the sound of breathing, followed by the stirring of his grandmother getting out of bed. Moments later, the door opened, revealing his grandmother with a rosy complexion. Upon seeing Zhou Sun, she smiled warmly and said, Son, you're back. Why are you so late getting off work today? Seeing his grandmother looking so well, Zhou Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a wry smile, he helped her sit on the sofa before responding, Oh, don't mention it. It was incredibly busy tonight. My boss made us work overtime. His grandmother smiled gently and replied, "A little hardship is nothing for the young. Your boss treats you well, even providing you with a new apartment and a generous salary. Working extra hours is hardly an issue." After this, she rose and ventured into the kitchen, returning with steaming dishes. She called out to Joe's son, "Come eat, son. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I made your favorite braised ribs and your beloved crayfish." Upon seeing the crayfish, Joe's son's face lit up, and he hurried over, donning gloves to begin feasting. His grandmother sat beside him, assisting in peeling the shrimp, placing them into his bowl one by one. With a gentle smile, she asked, "Son, when do you plan to find a wife? You're already 23 and hardly interact with any girls." Caught off guard by her words, Joe's son felt perplexed. Why was he being urged to marry after a long day at work? This was quite the challenge. "Grandmother, it is not that I am too busy with work." Joe's son reassured her. "Rest assured, I shall marry before I turn 25, and by then, you will be able to hold your great-grandchild." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's face broke into a bittersweet smile. "Alas, it seems this old woman may never have the chance to hold a great-grandchild," she lamented. Rising to return to her room, she closed the bedroom door and began to change her clothes. Moments later, when she opened the door again, she was adorned in a completely new outfit. However, Joe's son's expression changed dramatically at the sight of her attire, for she was clad in funeral garments. "Grandmother, why are you wearing that? It is inauspicious. Quickly, change back," Joe's son exclaimed urgently. The elderly lady waved her hand with a smile, saying, "No need to change. It will be put to use today." "Grandmother, what nonsense are you speaking?" Joe's son grew anxious, trying to guide her back to the bedroom to change. Yet, she gently refused. Slowly, she sat on the sofa and continued, "Son, I must go join your parents and your grandfather. You must take good care of yourself. Remember to save more money. One must always be prepared for the future to avoid present troubles. And you are already 23. It is time for you to marry and start a family. I understand that young people today favor the single life, but you must marry. You are the last hope of the Zhou family. You must carry on our lineage. When the time comes, bring your great-grandchild to my grave to pay respects, so we may also see him. And do not forget your parents. They will surely want to see their grandchild as well." The elderly woman spoke on, her voice gradually weakening until she finally closed her eyes, falling silent. Joe's son was left in tears. "Grandmother, please do not leave me." After a moment, he stared blankly at his grandmother's lifeless body and clenched his teeth. "Grandmother, when my parents and grandfather passed, I lacked the means to keep them with me. But now, I possess the power to retain you." With that, a surge of ghostly energy emanated from his being, enveloping the elderly woman's body as he sought her soul, hoping to nourish it with his own essence. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the clinking of chains. Joe's son turned to the source of the sound, his heart sinking as he beheld Yin Chai stepping into his living room. The figure's gaze fell upon his grandmother. "Lu Guifeng, the time has come. It is time to depart." The low voice emanated from the Yin Chai, resonating like an incantation. At that moment, the very soul of the elderly woman, which Joe's son had struggled to find, began to drift out from her body, drifting towards the realm of the Underworld. His gaze lingered on his grandmother's departing spirit, filled with profound reluctance. Witnessing this, Joe's son's mind seemed to short-circuit in an instant. He sprang to his feet and lunged towards his grandmother's soul, yearning to tether her essence with his own ghostly energy. Having already lost all his kin, he could not bear to part with her as well. The specter stationed at the door observed Zhou Sun's reckless action, and a fierce glint flashed in his emerald eyes as he barked, "Impudent! How dare you obstruct the soul-collecting duties of the Underworld?" In the next moment, the soul-binding chain in his grasp lashed out towards Zhou Sun, sending him careening backward, his very spirit suffering grievous harm. He collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The elderly lady, witnessing this, was so frightened that her soul nearly dissipated. She hurriedly implored the specter, "Great specter, I beseech you, spare my grandson. He is a good child. He did not mean any harm." However, the specter remained silent, his gaze flickering as if assessing something. Moments later, He detected a trace of golden merit within the ghostly energy surrounding Zhou Sun's head. The murderous intent in his eyes softened slightly. According to the laws of the Underworld, obstructing its affairs warrants one soul being seized and cast into the depths of hell. Yet, considering your merit, I shall grant you a reprieve from death this time. However, your actions are recorded in the ledger of life and death, and upon your demise, the judge shall evaluate your deeds. With that, the specter turned, leading the old lady's spirit away, leaving Zhou Sun, gravely injured, staring blankly at the receding figure of his grandmother. The following morning, the Qingyang Palace was festooned with decorations. As numerous disciples busily prepared the temple, they awaited the return of their most formidable leader, their elder sister, Ningxian, to Rong City. Ye Zilan, clad in a Taoist robe, stood tall, her adorable features tempered with a seriousness that commanded respect. Were Yi Bei to see her, he would undoubtedly praise his sister for embodying the essence of a true Taoist. As the cherished pet of the temple, she was excused from the chores and instead tiptoed to the entrance, playfully addressing the palace master, Su Qingzi, who stood at the gate. Master, you've been standing there for nearly 2 hours. You're about to become a stone idol. Su Qingzi, unfazed by his little disciple's jest, chuckled lightly. Who can blame me when your elder sister is the strongest in our temple? I eagerly await her return. Once she arrives, our Qingyang Palace will command respect throughout Rong City. Yi Zhilan nodded earnestly, adding, indeed, if anyone dares to bully me in Rong City, I'll just summon my elder sister to deal with them. Then she murmured, but it seems my elder sister isn't strong enough yet. If only I knew the city god, I could call upon him whenever someone mistreated me. That would truly be a display of power. Her expression suddenly shifted in surprise, and then she was rendered speechless, saying, You little girl, you truly dare to entertain such thoughts. That esteemed city god is of SS rank, the strongest being in existence. Not someone of your stature could possibly know. You must not speak so recklessly outside. What if this reaches the ears of the city god? What will we do if he holds us accountable? Chapter 41. The Check-in Sensation. The sister is captured. Upon hearing the news, Yi Zhilan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she quickly covered her mouth. Her gaze flitted nervously from side to side, akin to a thief in the shadows. Su Qingzi, observing her reaction, rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, enough of this. Prepare yourself quickly. Your senior sister will arrive at the airport by noon at the latest. We shall go to greet her together. By the way, the director of the Rongqing Ghost Bureau will also be there to welcome your senior sister, so do not embarrass yourself and tarnish her reputation. With that, Su Qingzi retreated into the temple, intending to check on how the disciples were faring with the preparations. Meanwhile, Yi Zhilan nodded vigorously and replied, Master, I will certainly refrain from causing any trouble. Then, she gazed in the direction of her home, murmuring to herself, If only my brother could join us to welcome senior sister. It would be wonderful for them to meet, and perhaps hasten to the point of marriage, making senior sister my sister-in-law. My brother is handsome, and senior sister is beautiful. Their child would surely be stunning. Alas, why can't my brother see the light and agree to it? At that moment, in a CAF adjacent to the airport, everything appeared normal through the glass windows. Customers were leisurely sipping their coffee, while the attractive waitstaff prepared beverages. However, if a powerful ghost master were to pierce through the illusion, they would discover that this CAF had transformed into a nightmarish hell. The floor was stained with blood and scattered remnants of flesh. Grotesque shards of bone littered the area. At the center of this chaos sat a diminutive figure, a gnarled little woman barely measuring 1 meter in height. Her face was riddled with sores, presenting a most repulsive sight as she gnawed on a severed arm. Just then, a man clad in a black hoodie, his hair dyed a striking yellow, entered the CAF. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, the yellow-haired man, Huang Zishuan, erupted in outrage. Chen Meng, you absolute fool. Can you not refrain from this madness? Look at this mess. I can hardly find a place to sit. The gnarled woman, Chen Meng, lifted her head ominously upon hearing Huang Zishuan's insults. Her eyes glimmered with a sinister green light as she glared at him. You dare to challenge me, Huang Zishuan? I might just devour you next. Huang Zixuan, undeterred by her threats, stepped forward, an eerie green flame igniting above his head. He shot her a defiant look. Try it, you little runt. I could squash you with a mere slap. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, a frail old man seated at the bar, toying with a naive waitress, rose to his feet. His upper body resembled that of an ordinary human, yet his lower half was shrouded in a swirling mass of dark mist. This was Feng Tianyu, an ancient specter and the helmsman of the Underworld sect, the superior of both Huang Zixuan and Chun Meng. Frowning, he admonished, "If you two do not silence yourselves, I shall consume you both." Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan offered no rebuttal. Instead, they lowered their heads, falling silent. It was evident that the diminutive old man wielded considerable intimidation over them. Upon witnessing their submission, the old man snorted coldly and proclaimed, "We are not here to witness your quarrels today, but to exact vengeance. Should you continue in this manner, I would not hesitate to cast you into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts." At this proclamation, the two men shuddered involuntarily, nodding obediently in response. "We understand, master. We shall not dare again." They were well aware of the horrors that lay within the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, a place from which few emerged alive. They recalled a subordinate who had erred and was cast into that realm. The wails of agony persisted for an entire day and night, far more harrowing than execution by 1,000 cuts. Thus, the dread of that abyss gripped them profoundly. The approval of Feng Tianyu was palpable as he perceived their demeanor. His expression softened slightly as he continued, "That wretched Ning Zhen, she severed my lower half with a single blade, robbing me of the pleasures of womanhood. If she remained in the imperial capital, I could do nothing to her, but now she dares to return to Rome City. With my newfound strength, I must utterly annihilate her. Only then can my heart find solace." As he spoke, Feng Tianyu tightened his grip, causing the innocent-looking waitress cradled in his arms to burst, blood and white fat splattering everywhere, staining him in crimson. Unfazed, he began to toy with another waitress. The one he had just crushed wore a vacant expression, akin to a puppet, feeling no pain whatsoever. After a brief moment of amusement, Feng Tianyu swiftly snapped the neck of the second waitress. Turning his gaze towards Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan, he instructed, "That woman's flight should be arriving shortly. Prepare yourselves, today. The personnel from the Ghost Control Bureau and Qingyang Palace will come to greet her. We must seize these individuals to leverage against that wretched woman. Her strength is indeed formidable. Without some cunning, we may struggle to subdue her." In unison, Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan nodded. "Yes, master." They then exited the CAF, making their way towards the airport, where the crowds would be most densely gathered. Within the grand hall of the city goddess Underworld, Yibei gently set down the book of life and death. The souls of those who had perished in recent days had largely been collected by the black and white impermanents and the Yin officials. He had thoroughly assessed the merits and demerits of these souls. Those who had committed sins during their lifetimes were cast into the minor hells for punishment, while the innocent were cleansed of their grievances in the pool of atonement before being assigned to the minor city of wrongful deaths. As for the few remaining souls yet to be retrieved, he need not worry. The Yin officials would handle their capture. It appears that there are still 2 opportunities for a lottery draw yet to be utilized. These 2 chances were acquired. One through sending the Yin officials to apprehend the souls of the deceased, fulfilling the duties of the city god, and the other during the process of capturing these souls, slaying an encountered malevolent spirit. Yibei is not fond of leaving his sign-in opportunities unused, as they cannot be utilized for further gain. Hence, he prefers to sign in immediately upon receiving the chance. System, initiate sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Incense fire refining technique. This allows the utilization of incense fire to forge magical artifacts, significantly enhancing their power compared to conventional refining techniques by several folds, even up to 10 times. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Sensory department. This department handles the prayers of the people and spirits, recording and organizing them before submitting to the city god for review, determining whether to fulfill their wishes based on the merits and demerits of the spirits and the living. The incense fire refining technique? Quite impressive. A subtle smile graced Yi Bei's face. The three-eyed skull he had recently acquired was precisely what he intended to use for refining. After all, the three-eyed skull possesses the power of laws, and discarding it or using it to suppress would be a waste. It is ideal for crafting. Though he may not use it himself, he could refine a powerful artifact for his sister's protection. The peculiar laws inherent in the three-eyed skull hold formidable curse powers. Unlike anything from this world, this source of spirits, perhaps they are products of the Netherworld, inexplicably arriving in this realm. Yi Bei pondered as he scrutinized the three-eyed skull placed beside the city goddess seal. He then turned his attention to the other reward. The sensory department is indeed timely. Recently, the number of people coming to the city god temple to offer incense and make wishes has surged. It was becoming impractical to extend a portion of his consciousness to the idol to listen to the patron's prayers, especially with the multitude of other matters demanding his attention. The establishment of the sensory department would alleviate much of his burden. In the next moment, Yi Bei waved his hand gently. Instantly, the small palace in his grasp surged forth from the city god's grand hall, positioning itself next to the reporting department, transforming into a magnificent palace. The head of the sensory department, accompanied by numerous ghost officials, promptly emerged from the palace to pay their respects to Yi Bei. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. The many spirits of the sensory department knelt in reverence. Yi Bei glanced over and noted that there were more than 20 ghost officials present. That should suffice. He nodded in satisfaction and gestured to the spirits, saying, "Rise. Proceed with your duties and report daily." Upon hearing this, the spirits gradually stood up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After bowing once more, they slowly exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, Yi Bei closed his eyes and began to absorb the incense fire refining technique. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the multitude of incense wish power gathering above the city god temple. With the enhancement provided by the Qiankuan incense burner, the incense wish power, previously sparse due to the wishes of all beings, now seemed to coalesce into a cloud of incense. Enveloping the temple above, Yi Bei waved his hand gently. Instantly, countless offerings of incense and fervent wishes converged into an unbroken stream, soaring towards him. He subtly formed a hand gesture, and the incense wish energy transformed into a golden true fire, beginning to scorch the three-eyed skull. Roar! The once slumbering three-eyed skull abruptly opened its three eyes, emitting a ferocious roar. It sensed an agonizing pain that penetrated its very soul and hastily began to curse Yi Bei, wishing for his demise. "I curse you, to bleed from all 7 orifices and perish." As the words left its lips, a bizarre and ominous curse energy sprouted directly from Yi Bei's divine form. This peculiar force indeed held a certain intrigue. Upon sensing it, Yi Bei revealed a hint of astonishment. However, he felt no fear towards this curse. Though strange, this power was utterly trivial in the face of divine might, swiftly vanquished in an instant. The three-eyed skull, in turn, was instantaneously rebuffed, its consciousness obliterated. Witnessing this, Yi Bei meticulously began to refine the golden true fire that had materialized from the incense wish energy. At the airport, Yi Zhilan, along with the majority of the disciples from Qingyang Palace, followed Zhikengzi towards the arrival area. The anticipation of soon meeting her senior sister filled Yi Zhilan with excitement. After all, her senior sister had always been exceptionally kind to her, frequently gifting her various items and dedicating herself to teaching her the intricacies of formations. It could almost be said that she had come to treat her like a beloved younger sister. "Master, how long until my senior sister's flight arrives?" Yi Zhilan inquired of the ahead Zhikengzi. With a smile on his face, Zhikengzi replied, "It should arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Do not fret. Your senior sister will bring you gifts." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhikengzi suddenly sensed an unseen presence observing them, quickly turning to look behind, but found nothing amiss. Could it have been a false impression? Zhikengzi muttered to himself, then intended to lead the disciples onward. However, as he moved, a chill surged from the ground beneath him. Upon looking down, he was alarmed to see wisps of ghostly energy rising from the earth. This revelation startled Zukangzi, prompting him to channel his magical energy and open his celestial eye to survey the surroundings. To his dismay, he discovered that the area they occupied was shrouded in an exceedingly concealed, ghostly mist. This is grave. A ghostly mist has emerged in the airport. Someone is targeting us. He then turned to all his disciples, commanding, "Gather around me." With that, he swiftly removed a bracelet from his arm, which transformed into a cold iron sword inscribed with runes the moment it left his grasp. Brandishing the precious sword, Zukangzi struck at the hidden, ghostly mist. A transparent sword light, over a meter long, emanated from the cold iron sword, cleaving towards the vulnerable point of the ghostly mist on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the hard marble floor of the airport was cleaved, revealing a deep sword mark over 10 feet long. The ground was instantly ravaged, and debris flew in all directions. The ordinary bystanders were startled, staring blankly at the terrifying sword marks on the ground. The personnel from the Ghost Management Bureau, en route to the airport, also heard the immense commotion. "Director, something must have happened inside." Lu Shan furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng's expression darkened as well. To dare cause a ruckus in broad daylight and confront Taoist Su Qingzi, who possessed A-class strength, the assailants must surely be formidable. He then turned to the Ghost Management Bureau staff and commanded, "Those above B-class, follow me to assist Taoist Su Qingzi. The rest, evacuate the civilians inside and strive to minimize casualties." With that, he led the charge into the fray, followed closely by Lu Shan, Qin Xiangfeng, and several others. However, as soon as they entered the arrival hall, they realized something was amiss. The area was engulfed in ghastly energy, severely limiting their visibility. Dragon Sheng's complexion paled as he exclaimed, "This is bad, Director Lu. This is a concealed illusion-type ghost trap, undetectable from outside. Everything appears normal. And we have walked right into a snare?" Lu Zheng's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated becoming ensnared upon entry. He moved closer to Taoist Su Qingzi, determined to break free together. With that, he led the group toward the glimmering sword light. Moments later, they spotted the beleaguered Su Qingzi, entangled in combat with two other ghost hunters, Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan from the Underworld sect. "Oh, Director Lu has brought several experts from the Ghost Management Bureau into our trap. Our leverage has just increased," exclaimed Huang Zixuan, his blonde hair gleaming as he charged toward Lu Zheng and his team. A short while later, Su Qingzi and Lu Zheng's group were gravely injured, toyed with by Huang Zixuan and Chun Meng like cats with mice, nearing the brink of losing their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingyang Palace shielded their younger brethren in the center and began to edge toward the periphery of the ghost trap, hoping to escape. However, the next moment, Chen Meng noticed their movements and unleashed a wave of sinister energy. Instantly, all the disciples of Qingyang Palace, including Yi Zhilan, lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Attacking the young ones is utterly despicable. You shall pay for this. Su Qingzi's eyes turned blood red upon witnessing his disciples fall. He wielded his cold iron sword with increased ferocity, launching strike after strike aimed at Chun Meng's vital points. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the city god South Ing Court, Yi Bei, who had been using the power of incense to refine magical artifacts, suddenly felt a stirring deep within his bloodline. He abruptly opened his eyes, a golden light emanating from them as if it were tangible, piercing through the void toward the direction of the airport. Chapter 42, The Pulse of Blood, the city god's wrath. Dark clouds enveloped the city. Yi Bei's gaze, as tangible as substance, pierced through the void, instantly revealing the scene within the airport. At this moment, upon witnessing his sister collapsed on the ground, her body emanating a sinister, dark aura, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within Yi Bei's eyes. The divine flames enveloping him ascended skyward, seemingly striving to penetrate the very heavens. With each breath, the firmament above the city god temple transformed. What had been a clear sky was abruptly shrouded in a multitude of ominous black clouds, completely obscuring the sunlight and threatening to crush the entire city beneath their weight. A tempest roared through the skies, a cacophony akin to a primordial beast's fury. Lightning, like a dragon of thunder, rent the heavens asunder. The worshippers, originally engaged in their rituals, were seized by terror at this apocalyptic spectacle. What was happening? Was the world coming to an end? It was utterly terrifying. Thankfully, they were within the city god temple, where the venerable deity would surely protect them from harm. Many hastily took out their phones to capture the moment and shared it online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoya and Chen Qingqing, who had been photographing the temple-esque scenery, suddenly captured an expression on the statue of the city god that appeared to have shifted from benevolent to furious. Confusion etched on her face. Chen Qingqing turned to Lu Xiaoya and inquired, "Xiaoya, what is happening? Why has the expression of the city god changed?" Lu Xiaoya, equally perplexed, shook her head. "I don't know. Could it be that someone has committed a heinous act, provoking the city god's wrath?" As they pondered this unsettling situation, chaos had already erupted within 100 miles surrounding the city god temple. While ordinary people remained oblivious to the divine pressure, the spirits and spirit tamers were acutely aware of it. Within the royal mausoleum, countless spirits were subdued, trembling on the ground under the immense weight of divine authority. "Your Highness, what is transpiring? Why do I feel an insurmountable fear creeping into my heart, as if death lurks just a moment away?" The royal consort knelt on the ground, unable to lift her head, speaking only with tremendous effort. The prince, pale and gritting his teeth, replied, "It is the pressure released by a formidable existence. How can such a powerful being exist in this world? Merely the pressure is enough to render us immobile. We are of A-class strength." Having remained sequestered within the royal mausoleum, he had never encountered the outside world and was entirely unaware of the city god's significance. In other corners, the malevolent spirits, hiding in the shadows, also fell to their knees, with some weaker entities dissipating into wisps of smoke, their souls scattered under the oppressive force. Even the spirit tamers and cultivators sensed this overwhelming might. At the Rongqing branch of the Inyu group, the spirit tamers found themselves unable to resist, collapsing to the ground in submission. Despite being an unofficial organization of ghost tamers, they have amassed a considerable amount of information regarding the Chenghuang Temple in Rongqing. The general manager, Han Lianshan, appeared pale, yet his eyes shimmered with profound excitement. It was undoubtedly the oppressive aura of the city god that no other could rival. Who could have provoked such a formidable being? He felt compelled to meticulously report this matter to the headquarters of the Dark Moon Group and suggest that they seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with the city god, perhaps even to curry favor with him. The city god's immense power could potentially enable many within the Dark Moon Group to ascend to S rank. If they could attain such heights, they would willingly submit to the city god's authority. Within 100 miles, the only practitioners unaffected by the overwhelming pressure were those devoid of ghostly entities within them. Although they felt the intensity of the aura, they remained standing. Meanwhile, within the realm of the city god, the Yin gods and Yin soldiers, sensing the wrath of their sovereign, gathered in the grand hall. "We pay our respects, your majesty. We are unaware of who has provoked you to such fury, but we are willing to alleviate your concerns." Upon seeing Yi Bei's furious countenance, Heibai Wuchang inquired. Yi Bei, upon hearing this, slowly lowered his gaze upon the Yin gods, the overwhelming pressure causing them to falter slightly. "You shall obey my command. Follow me to vanquish the malevolent spirits." Before his words had fully resonated, Yi Bei transformed into a golden light, soaring into the high clouds. Several Yin gods exchanged glances, and then hastily followed with the Yin soldiers and Yin messengers. At the airport, Ning Xian had just alighted from her flight. Dressed in a flowing white Taoist robe, she possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, her expression shifted dramatically. There was a ghostly disturbance nearby. Who dared to create chaos in such a public setting, unafraid of being quelled by the Imperial Bureau? She moved with astonishing speed, her vital energy coalescing beneath her feet, allowing her to traverse hundreds of meters in a single stride. In mere seconds, she reached the vicinity of the ghostly disturbance, only to find everything appearing normal to the naked eye. A concealed ghostly disturbance? Ning Xian narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of pale blue light gathering within them as she peered into the arrival area. What she beheld was a grim reality. A large number of ordinary people had succumbed to the encroaching ghostly energy. The disciples of Qingyang Palace lay scattered, their faces a ghastly shade of bluish-black. Her master, Zhu Kengzi, along with several Birank ghost tamers from the Ghost Tamers Bureau, were also grievously injured, being toyed with by Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan, two adversaries she knew all too well. The audacity of the Yuming sect to harm her sect's members was nothing short of a death wish. In the next moment, she extended her slender, fair hand to remove the hairpin from her hair, causing countless strands of silk-like hair to cascade down like a waterfall, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Possessing the beauty of an ethereal goddess and the formidable prowess to match, she summoned her magical powers, and the hairpin in her grasp transformed instantly into a long sword adorned with crimson patterns. In that moment, the vengeful spirit within her opened its eyes, and her sinister domain unfolded with chilling swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a gust of sanguine winds surged within a 100-meter radius, as droplets of blood rain fell within her spectral realm. This blood rain began to corrode the domains of Huang Zixuan and Chun Meng, emitting a continuous hissing sound. Upon sensing the commotion, Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan looked up to find Ling Xian approaching them, brandishing the blood-red sword, walking through the storm of blood and wind. The overwhelming presence instilled a primal fear within them. However, the thought of their leader standing behind them alleviated their terror. Huang Zixuan flashed a mischievous grin and said, "Oh, look who it is, our divine Ling Xian has arrived. TSK, TSK, that stunning visage truly captivates the heart." Despite his jest, his movements were swift. He and Chun Meng quickly began to contract their spectral domain, forcibly drawing the members of the Spirit Control Bureau and the Qingyang Palace towards them. Chun Meng exhaled a torrent of malevolent energy, coalescing into a colossal specter with arms that ensnared everyone from the Qingyang Palace and the Spirit Control Bureau, rendering them immobile. Only Su Chengzi remained, desperately holding onto his treasured sword. At that moment, the lives of all the disciples from Qingyang Palace and the Spirit Control Bureau were entirely in Chun Meng's grasp. A mere flicker of thought could lead to their annihilation. Thus, both Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan felt no fear towards Ling Xian. However, upon witnessing this scene, Ling Xian's murderous intent intensified. Yet she understood that a direct assault would result in the immediate demise of everyone at the hands of the peculiar specter. Therefore, she suppressed her killing intent and spoke. "Release them. I can ensure your safe departure from this place. However, if any of them perish today, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and have you torn apart to feed the dogs." As her words echoed, the blood-patterned sword in her hand quivered slightly, radiating a blinding crimson light, while the surrounding winds and blood rain grew ever more ferocious, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Sensing Ling Xian's overwhelming bloodlust, Chun Meng and Huang Zixuan exchanged glances, their hearts tightening as they began to reconsider their course of action. After all, Ling Xian was one of the most powerful A-class spirit controllers in Dragon Country, surpassing even their leader, Feng Tianyu, in strength. If such an individual were to set their sights on them, their demise would be imminent. Moreover, they were acutely aware that Feng Tianyu, the ancient specter, would not come to their aid if Ling Xian truly pursued them. Thus, the two hesitated instinctively. However, at that moment, a burst of applause erupted behind them. "Ah, the illustrious Ning Xian, even her casual threats can unsettle my two incompetent subordinates." Feng Tianyu, with a ghostly form elevated a foot off the ground, floated over from a distance, a smug smile adorning his gaunt, dark visage. Upon hearing the sound, Ning Xian turned her gaze. Upon seeing Feng Tianyu, her brow furrowed slightly. "Old Ghost Feng, is one sword strike from last time insufficient? Have you forgotten the pain of your wounds?" As she spoke, she lightly raised the tip of her blood-stained sword, pointing it at Feng Tianyu. Her gaze shifted downward, settling on his formless lower limbs, and she coldly remarked, "Shall I deliver another strike to ensure you cannot move below the neck?" At these words, Feng Tianyu was instantly enraged. Though he was a ghost, after being struck by Ning Xian's sword, his lower body had become paralyzed, akin to a human in a state of paralysis. Fortunately, as a ghost, he could traverse without reliance on his legs. Ning Xian, I have no desire for idle chatter. You can either cripple your own powers and allow me to do as I please, or you can watch as I crush your master, as well as your junior brothers and sisters, one by one. Oh, and your colleagues from the Ghost Control Bureau will not escape either. With that, Feng Tianyu exuded an air of self-assuredness. He had investigated and learned that Ning Xian was fiercely loyal to her sect and deeply cared for her junior companions, leading him to believe that she would inevitably surrender today. After hearing his words, Ning Xian fell silent for a moment, her hands trembling as if she were grappling with an internal struggle. Observing this, Su Qingzi shouted urgently, "Disciple, do not concern yourself with me or your junior brothers and sisters. Strike down these ghosts directly. Even if we perish, we will not blame you." Upon hearing Su Qingzi's words, Feng Tianyu extended his arm and struck Su Qingzi forcefully, sending him hurtling back to crash against the invisible barrier of the ghostly realm. "You noisy old fool, did I permit you to speak?" This blow severely injured Su Qingzi, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, rendering him speechless. Witnessing her master's dire condition, Ning Xian's grip on her sword tightened. In that moment, she realized that if she were to abandon her own powers, not only would she perish, but everyone present would be doomed as well. Feng Tianyu, this old ghost, would certainly not spare anyone. For injure my master, you shall all pay the price. In the next instant, her gaze sharpened, and she swung her sword, aiming at Chun Meng beside Feng Tianyu. Empowered by magical energy and bolstered by the ghostly realm, her strike was unavoidable, piercing through Chun Meng's chest and creating a gaping wound. Though he was not yet dead, he was gravely injured and rendered incapable of further combat. Feng Tianyu, witnessing this, was filled with both astonishment and fury. "You dare to strike? Do you truly fear that I will slay them all?" He did not anticipate that, in such circumstances, Ning Xian would still dare to take action. This resoluteness instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Ning Xian glanced at Feng Tianyu and then coolly remarked, "You are welcome to try. As long as you slay them, I shall ensure your demise accompanies theirs. Oh, by the way, although you have transformed into a ghost, you still have a multitude of offspring alive, should be around 12 or 20, right? While it is against the rules to slay ordinary people, should you dare to kill them, I will ensure that all your children meet their end, extracting their souls to light the lanterns." Her tone was devoid of fervor. Yet Feng Tianyu could still sense her surging murderous intent, rendering him momentarily speechless. The situation had come to a standstill, with neither party daring to make a move. At that moment, the distant sound of polished shoes clicking rhythmically approached. A blond man, clad in a suit and donning dark sunglasses, gradually entered the ghostly realm. Upon witnessing this individual effortlessly breach the ghostly domain, both Feng Tianyu and Ning Xian instantly turned their gazes towards him, for he could very well determine the outcome of the confrontation. The blond man appeared indifferent to their scrutiny, leisurely taking a seat on a nearby chair, removing his sunglasses, and fixing his gaze upon the old ghost, Feng Tianyu. In fluent southwestern dialect, he spoke, "Old Ghost Feng, if you divulge the secret behind your sudden surge in power, I shall assist you in dealing with this woman today." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianyu immediately recognized the blond man as the infamous shape-shifting old ghost, a spirit master capable of altering his appearance and aura at will, and one of the guardians of the ghostly sect, possessing strength surpassing his own. If the shape-shifting old ghost were to join forces with him against Ning Xian, her escape would be impossible. However, the request from the shape-shifting old ghost left him in a quandary. Seeing Feng Tianyu hesitate, the blond man furrowed his brow and said, "Do not dawdle like a woman. Will you speak or not? If not, I'll be off to catch my flight." Witnessing the shape-shifting old ghost's feigned intention to depart, Feng Tianyu could no longer remain seated. He quickly declared, "I will tell you. I will tell you." After uttering these words, his lips moved slightly, clearly communicating with the shape-shifting old ghost telepathically. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced the blond man's face. "Good. You are forthright. I shall help you deal with this woman today, he proclaimed. With that, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from his being, and the ghostly realm unfolded instantaneously. Without any further ado, as he charged towards Ning Xian, Feng Tianyu, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit, preparing to besiege Ning Xian alongside him. As Ning Xian sensed the overwhelming peak-level aura emanating from this unfamiliar blonde man, despair washed over her. Could it be that today, my Qingyang Palace is fated for annihilation? Furthermore, she could surmise that even if this band of spirits slaughtered everyone present, they would remain unsatisfied, surely venturing into Rongqing to devour flesh and blood indiscriminately. At that moment, the entire city of Rongqing would transform into a living hell, a place of suffering and desolation. At the moment when Ning Xian was engulfed in despair, a spear suddenly pierced through from behind, effortlessly penetrating the ghostly barrier and impaling both Huang Zixuan and Chun Meng into the ground. This scene instantly caused a change in the expressions of Feng Tianyu and the ever-changing old ghost. The old ghost turned around, scanning the surroundings, and called out loudly, "Which coward dares to launch a sneak attack? Come forth and face me." Yet, no one responded. Only the sound of perfectly synchronized metal clashing echoed from outside. In the next moment, an overwhelming force obliterated the stacked, ghostly barriers in an instant. Then, a procession of spectral soldiers clad in black armor and wielding long spears marched through the entrance. The aura they exuded filled both the ever-changing old ghost and Feng Tianyu with profound dread, for they could distinctly sense that each of these spectral soldiers was far more formidable than themselves, and there were no fewer than 100 of these powerful entities. Chapter 43. The Deity of the City God. The Oxhead and Horseface pay their respects. At that moment, they could discern that the leader of the spectral soldiers was undoubtedly a legitimate S-rank entity. Such a being possessed the capability to eliminate them in an instant. Consequently, their hearts were nearly paralyzed with terror, and the malevolent spirits within them dared not release even a hint of their presence, retreating into silence. The layers of ghostly mist enveloping the reception area vanished without a trace. With the absence of these phantoms' control, the members of the Ghost Management Bureau and the Qingyang Palace regained their freedom. However, the majority remained in a state of unconsciousness, with only Lu Zheng and a few others still conscious, albeit gravely injured. Upon witnessing the liberation of the Qingyang Palace and Ghost Management Bureau personnel, Ning Xian did not relax. Rather, her body became increasingly tense. A sense of inexplicable dread surged within her. Was this truly the legendary spectral soldiers of the Underworld? In the imperial capital, she had heard tales of the existence of the City God Temple. The name City God, day and night wandering deities, black and white impermanence, general of shackles, e'en officials and e'en soldiers echoed in her mind, each having been recounted to her 1,000 times over. This was due to the constant scrutiny from the capital regarding the entities existing within the City God Temple of Rongqing. Moreover, her assignment to Rongqing was precisely because of these beings. Now, she finally beheld them. The immense power of the spectral soldiers could likely overturn the entire Dragon Kingdom with ease. Furthermore, when considering the e'en gods within the City God Temple, it would not be an arduous task to dominate the world. Yet, with such formidable strength, why did they not take action? Could it be that they were indeed deities of the Underworld, indifferent to the affairs of the mortal realm, solely concerned with spectral entities? As Ning Xian pondered these questions, the sound of footsteps echoed once more from outside. As the footsteps grew increasingly closer, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present, making it progressively difficult for them to control their bodies. Their knees buckled uncontrollably, crashing against the ground with a series of thuds. The few remaining conscious individuals found themselves kneeling helplessly upon the floor. The countless change old ghost's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to whisper to Feng Tianyu. What manner of powerful entity approaches? Why has it yet to reveal itself, allowing only its oppressive aura to force us to kneel? However, he received no response. When he cast a glance towards Feng Tianyu, he discovered that Feng had already succumbed to the pressure, sprawled upon the ground, his ghostly form teetering on the brink of collapse, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. This revelation caused the countless old ghost's pupils to constrict sharply. Ning Xian, who had been valiantly using her sword to support herself, resisted the urge to kneel. Yet, as the footsteps drew ever nearer, a foot clad in black official boots crossed the threshold of the reception area. With a crack, her arm, which gripped the sword, could no longer sustain itself and shattered, causing her to collapse to the ground, unable to raise her body, only able to press against the earth. Is this the true strength of the city god? Without lifting a finger, the mere aura of pressure compelled me to kneel on the ground, rendered immobile. Ling Xian's complexion was ashen, her gaze vacant. The sound of footsteps echoed. Yi Bei stepped into the reception area, the marble floor resonating with each crisp step. Upon entering, he paid no heed to the individuals kneeling before him, instead scanning the fainted crowd in search of his sister, Yi Zhilan. Moments later, his gaze fixated on a corner where Yi Zhilan lay in a Taoist robe, her face a shade of dark blue, deeply unconscious. It was evident she had been afflicted by malevolent energy, yet fortunately, she had not sustained severe injuries. Seeing his sister's condition, Yi Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Zhilan's internal organs had merely been corroded by the sinister force, her soul remaining untouched. This was a situation he could remedy swiftly using his divine power. In the next moment, Yi Bei waved his hand, and golden divine energy instantly dispelled the malevolent forces within all the bodies present. Only then did he turn his attention to the kneeling figures of the ever-changing old ghost and Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu, a creature of malevolence, had harmed countless souls. He deserved immediate execution, his spirit scattered. As Yi Bei's declaration reverberated, the sun god, standing behind him, stepped forward, raising his wolf-toothed club high. He brought it down directly upon Feng Tianyu. At that moment, Feng Tianyu, prostrate on the ground, was engulfed in terror. He longed to flee, but the overwhelming pressure immobilized him completely. "Spare me. Great lord of the city, please spare me." With no other recourse, he could only plead for mercy. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the massive wolf-toothed club crashed down upon him. In an instant, the entire reception area trembled as Feng Tianyu's ghostly form was reduced to ashes, his spirit scattered. Witnessing Feng Tianyu's demise, Yi Bei's gaze shifted to the ever-changing old ghost. With an indifferent tone, he pronounced, "Qinshu Yi, after becoming a ghost master, you have tortured over 1,000 souls. Your spirit shall be extracted, condemned to the 18th level of hell, never to be reborn." Upon hearing this, Qinshu Yi was struck with profound terror. He had anticipated a fate akin to Feng Tianyu's, an immediate annihilation of his spirit. He had even prepared himself mentally, thinking death would be a swift end, nothing to fear. Yet, he could hardly fathom that his fate entailed being cast into the depths of hell, enduring eternal torment. This was far more excruciating than mere obliteration. Damn it, I want to end my own life. In the next moment, with gritted teeth, Qinshu Yi attempted to force the malevolent entities within him to consume his own soul. Observing this, Bai Wuchang let out a cold laugh. "Want to take your own life? Dream on." Before he could finish speaking, the soul-binding chain in Bai Wuchang's hand pierced through the void, directly impaling Qinshu Yi's body. In an instant, it strangled the malevolent spirits within him, tearing his soul from his body and drawing it into the soul-collecting banner. The entire process was seamless and fluid. After vanquishing those malevolent beings, Yi Bei turned his gaze towards his sister, Yi Zhilan. Noticing that her body had completely recovered, albeit still in slumber, he promptly turned and departed. Instantly, the formidable pressure that had engulfed the arrival hall began to dissipate. Ning Xian, who had been kneeling on the ground, finally found the strength to rise. The first thing she did upon lifting her head was to look in the direction Yi Bei had gone, her eyes brimming with longing as she beheld his retreating figure. Truly, he was an S-class existence, a veritable deity on earth, capable of subduing all. Would I ever have the opportunity in this lifetime to reach such a realm? She gazed at Yi Bei's silhouette, lost in thought for several seconds before regaining her senses and moving to assess the injuries of the others. She also produced medicinal pills to distribute among the severely injured. Once the others had regained some strength, Ning Xian inquired, "Has that city god always been so domineering?" Both Su Qingzi and Lu Zheng shook their heads in unison. Lu Zheng then remarked, "In the past, several of us have encountered this city god, yet such a situation has never arisen before. Perhaps someone provoked him today?" At that moment, Su Qingzi glanced at the group chat messages on his phone. He then enlarged a photo depicting ominous dark clouds and remarked, "Indeed, this city god has shown anger today." Someone captured images of the celestial phenomena above the city god temple, and those within a 100-mile radius, including spirit tamers and malevolent beings, suffered the same fate, all brought low by the overwhelming pressure. The others, upon hearing this, gathered around to observe the photo, their expressions filled with dread. Ning Xian softly voiced her hope, "Let us pray that this city god is truly a deity from the underworld. Otherwise, if he were to unleash such pressure upon ordinary people, it would likely result in the death of millions in an instant." The others nodded in agreement. As for the reasons behind the city god's wrath, they chose not to delve deeper. After all, uncovering the cause of his fury would necessitate an investigation, which, in turn, risked incurring his ire. In the realm of the underworld, within a small hell, the white impermanence forcefully hurled Chen Shui into a cauldron of boiling oil. Instantly, Chen Shui's soul emitted agonizing wails as countless bubbles erupted on his form, only to burst in rapid succession, inflicting profound torment upon his very essence. "Kill me. Kill me now. I am the guardian of the Yinming sect, the one who communicates with the Lord of the Underworld. If you spare me, when the Lord of the Underworld descends, it will spell your doom. Kill me now, quickly. As long as you end my life, the Lord of the Underworld will not trouble you. Hurry!" Chen Shui screamed hoarsely. In response, the white impermanence revealed a chilling smile upon his white visage. "The Lord of the Underworld? Ha! Let him come." With that, the white impermanence turned and departed, paying no heed to the cries behind him. Meanwhile, Yi Bei sat majestically upon the throne of the city god's underworld palace, as he absorbed strands of virtuous power into the Xian yellow merit cauldron. He awaited the complete tenfold amplification of this power before employing his soul to devour it, initiating a swift refinement process. His strength surged by an impressive 30%. Indeed, with the Xian yellow merit cauldron, the rate of his cultivation had accelerated to 10 times that of the past. Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the system panel, where he discovered he had 3 opportunities to sign in once more. He then spoke directly. "System, allow me to sign in." "Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward." Bull-headed Horse-Faced, one of the 10 great Yin generals of the underworld, subordinate to the judges, tasked with capturing the souls of the wicked for judgment. "Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward." City god position. "Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward." Judge's pen, with a mere flick of its tip. It could determine the life and death of individuals and decide the reincarnation path of all beings, making it one of the premier treasures of the underworld. As the system's voice faded, a beam of golden light descended into Yi Bei's brow. This represented the authority of the city god. With this power, he could govern the entire provincial capital, encompassing both the urban district of Rome City and its surrounding counties, all of which now lay within his domain. Moreover, his strength had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him significantly more formidable than before. The city god position ranked among the 3rd tier of city gods, subordinate only to the city god of the capital and the metropolis, bringing him a step closer to the status of the Yin Emperor. Yi Bei's face broke into a smile. He was exceedingly pleased with the system, which had granted him such strength in merely over 10 days. This newfound power would enable him to face the crises of this world with equanimity. Although he had yet to encounter any malevolent entities that warranted his utmost caution, an indescribable sense of impending danger lingered in his heart. It seemed that there were still existences capable of posing a threat to him. Perhaps the entities that could threaten him were also the cause of the mysterious resurgence? Yi Bei realized that his understanding of this world was rather superficial. Once he obtained the position of judge, he could appoint a city god to guard Rome City while he ventured to explore the secrets of this realm. Yi Bei gazed deeply into the outside world, as if attempting to pierce through the void. After a considerable time, he regained his focus. With a mere thought, a fissure tore open in the fabric of space. From within emerged two towering figures, the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. The bull-headed deity, with the head of a bull and the body of a man, sported long horns, a nose pierced with a copper ring, eyes gleaming with a greenish light, and bulging muscles, brandishing a steel fork like a fierce god of this world. The horse-faced deity, possessing the head of a horse atop a human form, had a mane like flames, exposed fangs, and wielded iron chains, exuding an aura of ferocity that rivaled that of the bull-headed deity. As soon as the bull-headed and horse-faced deities emerged and beheld Yi Bei, they recognized him as the supreme and noble Yin Emperor. Thus, they hurriedly approached and knelt in respect, proclaiming, "Bull-headed, horse-faced, pay homage to your majesty." Yi Bei inclined his head slightly and replied, "Rise." Once the bull-headed and horse-faced deities stood, the scene continued. Yi Bei continued, "Neo to Mian. You two may allocate 30 Yin soldiers to patrol your territory. Your primary mission is to subdue the malevolent Onmyoji and cultivators. Currently, he has under his command the black and white impermanents, along with the day and night wanderers, accompanied by Yin officials and soldiers, enforcing order in the region. Conversely, the Onmyoji and cultivators lack dedicated oversight." "Yes, your majesty." Neo2 and Ma Mian bowed and exited the grand hall, proceeding towards the Yin soldier barracks. Observing this, Yi Bei's gaze shifted to the final reward, the judge's pen. He reached out, and a black jade pen fell into his hand. Paired with the Book of Life and Death, it could alter destinies, an excellent tool. In the future, should he encounter someone who has dedicated their life to virtuous deeds, he could extend their lifespan. Conversely, he could diminish the life of those who commit wrongdoing. This, indeed, is a form of rewarding good and punishing evil. Subsequently, Yi Bei stored the judge's pen away. With a wave of his hand, he began to harness the power of incense gathering in the heavens above the city god temple. He aimed to continue refining the three-eyed skull using this incense power. At this moment, the skull had transformed into a smooth, snow-white orb, entirely devoid of its former grotesque appearance. Only one final step remained before it could be fashioned into a magical artifact. When completed, he intended to bestow this orb upon Yi Zhilan, allowing her to wear it close to her person. With this magical artifact, she would no longer be left to await her fate in danger as she had this time. He needed to imbue the artifact with divine energy, so that if Zhilan were to encounter a life-threatening situation and he could not reach her in time, she could activate the divine power, transforming it into his avatar to confront the enemy. With determination, Yi Bei began to infuse divine energy into the snow-white orb. Chapter 44. The gray-robed monk releases the nightmare demon. Catastrophe approaches. In the imperial capital, outside the Buddhist hall of the White Dragon Temple, a vividly carved white dragon shimmered under the sunlight. Atop the dragon's head lay a gray-robed monk, Shi Xian, the disciple of the venerable Shiran. Within the hall, Shiran sat cross-legged, holding a prayer bead, his countenance radiating compassion. Observing his disciple's utter lack of reverence towards the magnificent dragon statue, he sighed and spoke, "Shi Xian, have you found clarity during your seclusion these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xian abruptly flipped off the dragon's head, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Seclusion, my foot Shiran. You scoundrel! Locking me up with your formations is one thing, but a claim that I am in seclusion is outrageous." He disregarded the sanctity of the revered monk before him, unleashing a torrent of invective without restraint. However, Shiran appeared unfazed by the tirade, his expression devoid of anger. He merely shook his head gently, saying, "I intended to release you, but it seems you have not yet reached understanding. Thus, you shall remain in seclusion a while longer to reflect." With that, he rose from the hall and strolled outside, leaving Shi Xian's face a canvas of conflicting emotions, flushed with rage and embarrassment. Ultimately, he leaped down from the dragon statue and hastily followed Shiran, clasping his hands together in sincerity. Brother, I have come to understand. Yuan Ming deserves his fate. So please let me out. Yet, when Shiran turned to meet his gaze, he saw the unquenched fury still simmering within Shixian's eyes, recognizing the deception behind his words. With a sigh, he chose silence and continued on his way, leaving Shixian seething in place. Shiran, you are toying with me. I have clearly stated my understanding, yet you still refuse to release me. Shixian cursed, collapsing onto the ground, staring at the invisible barrier that imprisoned him. His anger surging within him, refusing to abate. I cannot remain here. I must find a way to escape, lest this old man confines me for eternity. With that thought, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. You show no mercy, so do not blame me for my actions. In the next moment, he stood resolutely and dashed into his room behind the Buddhist hall. With a flick of his hand, a surge of ghostly energy erupted forth, corroding the ground into a pit 3 fathoms deep. Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss, emerging with a peculiar statue, roughly a foot tall. The statue bore an odd appearance, resembling a monkey yet possessing a single leg, its body covered in gray fur, beneath which countless eyes blinked open. Shixian cradled the statue as if it were a treasured artifact. Subsequently, he extended his fingers, revealing sharp claws aimed at his own chest. A fierce glint shone in his eyes as he plunged the claws into his heart. The excruciating pain surged through him, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his body as he emitted low growls of agony. In an instant, his heart chambers were brutally penetrated, and torrents of crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Desperately, he thrust the enigmatic idol into the gaping wound. Within moments, the peculiar idol began to shimmer with a crimson glow, voraciously consuming the blood that flowed from his heart. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy and magical power within him surged uncontrollably into the strange idol. "Oh, nightmares, do not let me down," he uttered, his pallid face betraying his trepidation, lips trembling with each word. Moments later, 1/3 of his blood had been siphoned away, and the eerie idol finally stirred. Once rigid and lifeless, it now resembled a living entity. Its form unfurled, long gray hairs billowing in the breeze, while countless eyes beneath the gray strands blinked and contracted restlessly. Ultimately, it detached from the wound, expanding gradually as if inflating like a balloon. In mere seconds, it grew to a height of 10 feet. With its head raised, it pierced through the temple's roof with its gaze, beholding the sky it had longed for after being sealed for 5 centuries. Finally free at last, it appeared exhilarated, the myriad eyes hidden beneath its gray fur gleaming with delight. After a prolonged moment, it lowered its head, its solitary eye surveying the man before it. "Shixian," it addressed him, "you have finally come to your senses. It has been 30 years since you sought me out, yet you have steadfastly refused to unbind me. What troubles you today? Do you wish for my assistance?" Shixian, now collapsed upon the ground, channeled his magical energy and dark force to mend his wounds, then lifted his gaze to respond. "I seek your aid to escape this binding formation." His eyes flared with murderous intent. "Moreover, I require your help to eliminate an S-class spectral entity." Shixian did not regard Yi Bei as the true city god. Rather, he perceived him as some sort of deceptive spectral being, tricking the masses to garner their offerings. Furthermore, he had been confined within this temple by the monk Shiran just days prior, rendering him unaware of the recent evaluations by the Ghost Control Bureau, which had recognized Yi Bei as an entity of at least SS-class status, with numerous subordinates reaching at least S-class. A-class. Upon hearing this term, the nightmare was momentarily stunned. During its imprisonment, it had never encountered such a classification. Noticing its confusion, Shixian elucidated it is the contemporary term for what was once known as Yuan realm in ancient times, now referred to as S-class. Upon hearing this, the nightmare's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. "I see. However, I cannot contend with the Yuan realm. My power is only that of a half-step into the Yuan realm. I might escape using my peculiar talents, but I am no match for it." The nightmare spoke with a precise and unwavering tone. Just as Shixian was on the verge of despair, the nightmare continued, However, if you can open the passage to the Underworld, I can assist you in finding a being capable of slaying the primordial spirits, enabling it to eliminate that peculiar ghost. But I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Shurshing, who had been somewhat disheartened, immediately sprang to his feet, his gaze fervently fixed upon the nightmare's singular eye. He exclaimed, "I know how to open the passage to the Underworld. What is your request? I will fulfill it, whatever it may be." Seeing Shurshing's fervor, the nightmare nodded in satisfaction and pointed towards the outside, indicating the white dragon, saying, "I require the relic of the third-generation patriarch of the White Dragon Temple. He was once a master of the Dharma, revered by the world as a living Arhat. The Dharma realm signifies an SS-level existence, one capable of mastering the forces of the universe." The nightmare believed that by refining this relic, he could transcend to the primordial realm, perhaps even reach its pinnacle. "Very well, you shall have it." Shurshing gritted his teeth, disregarding whether this act would be considered a betrayal of his master and ancestors. With a light leap, he sprang out of the three-zhong pit and charged toward the vividly lifelike white dragon, his fist transforming into a hue of bronze as he smashed the dragon's head to smithereens, seizing the stone dragon pearl from its jaws. He then dashed back into the pit with remarkable speed. At the moment, the white dragon shattered within the grand hall of the White Dragon Temple. The holy monk Shiran abruptly opened his eyes. The benevolent expression that once adorned his face had transformed into the wrath of a fierce king. "Shurshing, how dare you destroy the statue of the White Dragon? This is utterly lawless." In an instant, he vanished from his position, racing towards the hall where Shurshing was located, followed closely by several elders of the White Dragon Temple. However, by the time he arrived, he found Shurshing enveloped in a transparent bubble, gradually becoming intangible. Besides Shurshing, a nightmare ghost was waving the dragon pearl at him before vanishing completely. It was the nightmare ghost. Shurshing was confused. How could he have released such a being? The elders were filled with exasperation. Meanwhile, holy monk Shiran sighed deeply, reciting a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. "Shurshing, my junior brother, has unleashed this malevolent spirit that devours dreams and souls. It will surely lead to the demise of at least 100,000 lives. Furthermore, he will undoubtedly seek the misfortune of the city god." Upon hearing Shiran's words, the elders of the White Dragon Temple were stricken with terror. If Shurshing were to provoke the city god, their temple would surely face catastrophic consequences, and perhaps the city god would also direct his wrath toward others. The Dragon Kingdom was on the brink of calamity. It was imperative to inform the Grand Master and the Bureau of Exorcism, urging them to join me in stopping Shurshing. The enlightened monk radiated a luminous aura, emanating threads of pure spirit energy that transformed into ethereal wisps, guiding him as he descended into the earth, heading towards the Bureau of Spirit Control. Chapter 45. The heavens and earth congratulate. The earth erupts with golden lotuses. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the city god temple, a convoy of military off-road vehicles stood parked in an open area. Subsequently, dozens of armed soldiers disembarked, surrounding an elderly man. This venerable figure was none other than General Qin Yushan, a prominent military leader from the imperial capital. Ning Xian and her companions had been awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing General Qin, they hurriedly approached him. "General Qin, greetings." Ning Xian performed a Taoist salutation. "Greetings, Director Ning." Qin Yushan returned the gesture with a military salute. With Ning Xian having succeeded Lu Zheng as the director, overseeing the peculiar incidents in Rong City, it was only fitting for Qin Yushan to address her in such a manner. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Xian did not beat around the bush and directly inquired, "General Qin, you have brought the edict to confer the title of city god as the minister of heaven's judgment and blessings, have you not?" Qin Yushan nodded and gestured for someone to present a beautifully crafted wooden box. "Here lies the edict." He personally received the exquisite box and carefully opened it. As the lid was lifted, the contents revealed themselves. An ornate edict, masterfully embroidered with intricate patterns in silk and gold thread. A creation that had taken a multitude of skilled artisans 2 days and nights to complete. This demonstrated the high regard the Dragon Kingdom held for the city god of Rong City, aiming to convey goodwill and foster a bond with this esteemed figure. After observing the magnificent edict for a moment, Ningxian closed the ornate box and remarked, "General Qin, I advise against your personal attendance. The acceptance of the Dragon Kingdom's conferment by the city god remains uncertain, and your presence may pose a risk." Though she had encountered the city god, she was still unable to ascertain whether this entity was indeed a deity of the netherworld. It was not entirely her fault, as aside from the common populace who believe in divine beings, practitioners and spirit tamers generally harbor skepticism toward the existence of gods. For centuries, neither Buddhism nor Taoism had managed to uncover the traces of any divine beings, leaving only vague hints of their existence. Moreover, the presence of malevolent spirits had persisted for an immeasurable time, so long that the exact moment of their emergence had faded from memory. Yet throughout this duration, no divine entity had appeared to rescue humanity. They had relied solely on their own efforts for salvation. Centuries ago, during the rampant invasion of malevolent spirits from the underworld, it was the self-sacrifice of highly skilled practitioners that forcibly sealed the passage to the netherworld, thus establishing the relatively tranquil existence of the present day. Indeed, compared to ancient times, the modern era could be deemed a time of peace. For the formidable spirits of yore were far more numerous than the sparse S-rank spirits that now lingered. "No, I must go personally." Qin Yushan shook his head. "Disregarding Ning Tian's said." He straightened his immaculate military uniform and declared with a proud demeanor, "A soldier fears neither danger nor death. Should I refrain from going, it would be a grave disrespect to the city god. If he were to take offense and unleash his wrath upon the common people, I would bear the weight of countless sins. Therefore, I must proceed." Upon hearing these words, all members of the Ghost Control Bureau regarded General Qin with profound respect. They understood that General Qin was not merely posturing. His words rang true. Though a mortal man, he frequently stood at the forefront of battles against malevolent spirits, valiantly rescuing the populace. He had even confronted these entities head-on. Those who knew General Qin were aware that he had once been brutally torn open by a spirit, with a significant portion of his intestines devoured. Yet, he had never harbored fear towards these entities. "Let us wish for General Qin's safe return." Ning Xian refrained from further persuasion, choosing instead to honor Qin Yushan's decision. "Thank you," Qin Yushan replied with a slight smile, nodding at the gathered members of the Ghost Control Bureau. He then clasped his hands, maintaining a straight posture, and solemnly commenced his walk towards the city gods. The soldiers behind him marched in unison, their expressions grave. Lu Zheng gazed at Qin Yushan's retreating figure, sighing softly. This old general is a true hero. He held a deep admiration for these soldiers who dared to confront malevolent spirits. Fully aware that such encounters often led to death, yet they faced their fate with unwavering composure, never succumbing to fear. These soldiers are the true pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, within the domain of the city gods, Yi Bei slowly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, he extinguished the flames born of the incense offerings. His gaze then fell upon the pristine white orb resting in his hand. He had previously refined it into a magical artifact, and later attempted to imbue it with several additional powers. It was complete. Once Jilan returned, she would take it with her, ensuring she would possess some means of defense should she encounter danger again. As Yi Bei examined his newly crafted artifact, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. His eyes pierced through the void, focusing on the tangible world. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a wooden box held by an elderly general. Such immense human fortune? He felt a flicker of curiosity regarding this object. At that moment, Qin Yushan remained unaware that he was being observed by Yi Bei. As he approached the city god temple, his demeanor grew even more solemn. The presence of his military contingent captured the attention of the worshippers, who turned to gaze at them. What could this mean? Are they here to pay homage to the city god? Uncertain, they decided to observe. As the worshippers murmured among themselves, curious, they followed suit. Upon entering the city god temple, Qin Yushan and his cohort immediately drew the attention of the temple steward, Wang Jiansheng. He hurried forward, somewhat flustered, and inquired, "General, are you here to pay respects to the city god?" Upon hearing the words, Qin Yushan turned to gaze at Wang Jiansheng, instantly recognizing him. The senior officials of the Dragon Nation and the Bureau of Ghosts had all been made aware that this venerable Mr. Wang was the temple keeper of the city god temple. Moreover, he had consistently supplied ash to the Bureau of Ghosts to quell malevolent spirits. Thus, Mr. Wang had made significant contributions to the Dragon Nation. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Qin Yushan exchanged glances with the soldiers beside him, then removed his white gloves and extended his hand to shake with Wang Zhensheng. In response to Wang's puzzled expression, he elucidated, "We have come to present the official decree of the Dragon Nation to the city god, acknowledging his rightful divine status. Furthermore, we shall reconstruct his golden effigy and build a grander city god temple." Wang Zhensheng, initially bewildered by the first part of the statement, broke into a smile upon hearing the latter half. The prospect of constructing a temple and crafting a golden statue for the city god was indeed worthy of celebration. Therefore, he eagerly grasped Qin Yushan's hands, exclaiming, "Since the general has come to oversee the construction of the temple for the city god, please, let's sit and discuss the specifics." Having received the city god's benevolence, he was particularly attentive to matters that would benefit the deity. He hastily attempted to guide Qin Yushan to a seat. However, Qin Yushan smiled wryly and replied, "Mr. Wang, we must first present the decree to the city god." "Very well. Please proceed with the presentation." Wang Zhensheng understood the importance of the matter and nodded, gesturing for Qin Yushan to continue. Qin Yushan inclined his head slightly, donned his gloves, and slowly opened the box. With a solemn expression, he reverently lifted the exquisite decree, holding it above his head as he approached the statue of the city god. Kneeling down, he began to read the contents of the decree. "From this day forth, the Dragon Nation shall honor the city god of Rongqing as the ascendant king of blessings and enlightenment, with the authority to establish temples across all provinces and cities, receiving offerings from the people." As he finished reciting, he gently placed the ornate decree into the nearby brazier, a symbolic gesture for the city god to read. Witnessing this scene, the devotees began to murmur amongst themselves, "Incredible! Our nation has fully acknowledged the city god of Rongqing and conferred upon him the title of the Ascendant King of Blessings and Enlightenment. This is the highest honor bestowed upon a city god in our tradition. How astonishing! With the nation's recognition, it truly affirms our city god's efficacy." While the devotees conversed, the decree in the brazier had nearly burned away, rising in a wisp of blue smoke that soared 3 meters high. Observing this phenomenon, the devotees gasped in astonishment. "Wow, what a remarkable sign! Is the city god observing this decree?" Meanwhile, Qin Yushan's expression was fraught with tension, uncertain whether this city god would accept the recognition from the Dragon Nation. In each passing second, time stretches for him like an eternity. Yet, his formidable resilience allows him to remain steadfastly kneeling before the statue. Within the grand hall of the city god, Yi Bei sits at the head of the table, his gaze drawn to a wisp of ethereal blue smoke. With a slight gesture, he captures the smoke in his hand, causing it to transform instantaneously. At a visible pace, it coalesces into a splendid and exquisite decree of appointment. The vast human fortune he had just perceived must reside within this document. Yi Bei lays it flat upon the table before him and surveys it momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. "How sincere! I have been conferred the title of the enlightened king of ascending fortune for the nation of Heaven's mirror, which must surely be the highest rank bestowed by the city god." However, he soon chuckles and shakes his head in amusement. Were he a typical city god, merely possessing the divine status of a city god, such an appointment would represent a significant elevation, as this substantial human fortune wields greater influence than mere incense offerings for deities. It possesses the potential to enhance one's rank, enabling an ordinary city god to ascend step by step to become a true sovereign of the capital. Yet, for him, it bears little significance, as he already holds the rank of the Yin Emperor, one of the highest statuses within the Underworld and across the 3 realms. Nevertheless, although this human fortune cannot elevate my rank, it seems capable of enhancing my power. Yi Bei senses a slight tremor within his sea of consciousness, where the 9 Yin merit golden body appears to quiver with palpable excitement. The allure of the human fortune before him seems to be immensely powerful for the nine-merit golden body. If it desires it, then let it have it. In the next moment, Yibei touches his brow, and forth comes a yet-to-take human form nine-merit golden body, materializing in his hand. He flicks his fingers, sending it directly onto the decree. Instantly, the nine-merit golden body radiates a resplendent golden light, surging toward the decree to begin voraciously devouring the human fortune within. As it consumes more and more of the human fortune, the overall form of the nine-merit golden body undergoes dramatic transformation, swiftly evolving toward human shape. A colossal aura pierces through the void, soaring toward the heavens. In an instant, the entire city god temple is engulfed in extraordinary phenomena. Above the temple's sky, ethereal figures appear, holding immense conch shells, and as they blow, waves of golden ripples radiate outward. Within 1,000 meters of the city god temple, enormous golden lotuses blossom forth from the ground. Chapter 46. If you cultivate, you will see me as a flea gazes at the vast sky. The 9 grades of lotus signify the utmost supremacy and nobility. As the celestial conch resounded through the heavens, palatial abodes gradually emerged. Dragons and phoenixes soared in unison, while ethereal melodies resonated in the air. Divine maidens gracefully performed celestial dances, creating a scene that seemed to transport one into an otherworldly palace. The devotees at the city god temple were utterly astonished upon witnessing this spectacle. My heavens, has a deity descended to earth? Such grandeur! Mother, come quickly and behold the divine. The celestial beings materialized before their very eyes, prompting them to prostrate and offer their prayers. One utterance from the crowd struck like a bolt from the blue, awakening the mesmerized devotees from their stupor. They instantly knelt in unison, fervently beseeching the ethereal figures in the sky. While the worshippers struggled to discern the nature of these apparitions, the members of the ghostly bureau seemed to grasp something profound. At that moment, Lingxian's brow furrowed with a hint of astonishment. She murmured, "The scriptures state that when a being of great power breaks through, it will invoke phenomena in the heavens and earth. When my Taoist ancestor ascended to the pinnacle of the golden lotuses blossomed with each step, and the emergence of the 2nd grade lotus astounded all present." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on the 9-grade golden lotus below, and she swallowed hard. The appearance of this supreme 9-grade lotus, accompanied by the divine conch and celestial dancers, alongside the flight of dragons and phoenixes, was truly an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. She felt as though her very soul was on the verge of transcending. Ordinary individuals, however, remained oblivious to such extraordinary sensations, for they lacked the understanding to perceive the sacredness within. Conversely, those who cultivated or possessed greater strength could grasp the profound truths contained within these apparitions. Among the practitioners present, some felt their own limitations dissolving rapidly. The celestial phenomena unfolding before them possessed the capacity to impart comprehension of the heavenly principles. Could this truly be the authentic experience of, "If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you cultivate, you see me as a flea gazes at the vast sky"? In the past, I considered myself extraordinarily gifted and dismissed this notion, believing instead that human determination could conquer fate, rendering me invincible. Yet now I realize my prodigious talents amount to naught. Lingxian murmured to herself, her expression tinged with sorrow. At this moment, her resolve wavered, yet she felt a sense of renewal, for she had glimpsed that vast sky, igniting within her a higher aspiration. Perhaps my powers are on the verge of crossing the threshold into the A-grade realm. Soon, I shall draw ever closer to the S-grade. Lingxian felt a flicker of joy. Yet, even more jubilant was Qin Yushan. Upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena within the city god temple, a radiant smile illuminated his face. The city god had indeed accepted the accolades of the Dragon Kingdom. He truly was a deity, a genuine divine being. His heart swelled with exhilaration. Yet the countenance remained solemn as they performed the grand rite of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows before the statue of the city god. Qin Yushan, I pay homage to the celestial guardian, the divine king of prosperity and enlightenment. Simultaneously, the surrounding worshippers felt their bodies invigorated, transformed under the golden light radiating from this extraordinary phenomenon. Minor ailments dissipated, and even some terminal illnesses began to heal. This elation swept through the crowd, prompting many to take out their mobile phones to capture the moment, eager to invite their friends and family to partake in the blessings of the divine. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng and his companions produced specialized cameras to document this unprecedented spectacle, intending to report it to the imperial capital. In the conference room of the Ghost Bureau in the imperial capital, excitement erupted upon receiving the news. Excellent, excellent, wonderful. Chen Rulong clapped his hands repeatedly, unable to conceal his joy. The others shared his fervor, fully aware that the city god of Rongqing, having been conferred the title of Celestial Guardian, Divine King of Prosperity and Enlightenment, was now recognized as a deity of the Dragon Kingdom, destined to protect its people. Moreover, the awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon seemed to affirm that this city god was indeed a genuine divine being. Such extraordinary manifestations were traditionally reserved for orthodox cultivators upon their ascension. While ghostly entities could not attain such celestial recognition, most of these spirits were believed to have invaded from the underworld, lacking acknowledgement from the heavenly order. Hence the absence of such phenomena. The city god's validation by the heavenly decree confirmed his divinity. He was truly a god. There was no greater cause for joy, for humanity would no longer stand alone against the specters. A guardian had emerged. Though the path ahead might still be fraught with challenges, hope illuminated the way. We owe a debt of gratitude to the old master's suggestion, Chen Rulong mused. Initially, they had regarded this city god as merely a peculiar spirit, too fearful to approach. It was the old master's proposal to bestow the title upon the city god that had solidified their understanding of his true nature as a deity of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at the old master with reverence, acknowledging his keen insight. I do not seek to take credit. It was merely a suggestion. The old master replied with a smile. Despite his modest words, he felt a swell of pride within. However, just as the members of the Ghost Bureau reveled in the city god's elevation, an ominous wave of malevolent spirits surged up from the depths. It was the enlightened monk, whose demeanor had always remained unflinching in the face of calamity, but now his expression darkened. The others quickly sensed the unsettling shift in atmosphere. Chen Rulong hastily inquired, has something significant occurred that has prompted the arrival of the esteemed monk Shiran? Without any preamble, Shiran replied candidly, my junior disciple has unleashed a half-step S-class nightmare ghost. This entity is notorious for its ability to devour dreams and souls, causing silent and unseen fatalities. Its release could potentially result in numerous deaths. Furthermore, my junior will undoubtedly seek trouble with the city god. Should he provoke that S-class city god, a grave crisis may befall Longhua. Upon hearing this, Chen Rulong's expression shifted dramatically. The nightmare ghost had indeed been released. Such entities are notoriously troublesome, primarily due to their absurd capabilities, allowing them to traverse the realm of dreams, making them nearly impossible to capture. Ancient texts document that even S-class practitioners struggled against this creature. Ultimately, it was a peak S-class practitioner who managed to seal it away, as they dared not eradicate it entirely. For this monstrosity excels at planting seed replicas within the dreams of others. If its main body is destroyed, those seeds can transform into the original, continuing to consume dreams and souls to grow. Thus, sealing it was deemed the most prudent solution, ensuring its connection to the outside world was severed for centuries, allowing the seed replicas to perish before finally vanquishing the original. The reason this nightmare ghost was not destroyed was that, a century later, most of the powerful practitioners had perished due to the rampant incursions from the underworld, leaving no one capable of eliminating the nightmare ghost. Although it is now confirmed that the city god is indeed a true deity of the underworld, it remains unwise to let that junior provoke the city god. After all, even Buddhas can exhibit wrath, let alone a deity of the underworld. The old master spoke, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the old master, the monk Shiran, and the strongest member of the Ghost Control Bureau all headed towards Rongqing. As evening fell, within the grand hall of the city god's underworld, Yi Bei gazed upon the nearly identical human form of the 9 merit golden body he had achieved. A satisfied expression emerged on his face. Indeed, the golden body had taken shape. After absorbing a significant amount of mortal luck, the enhancement of the 9 merit golden body was substantial, marking a minor success. He could sense that with this minor success, his strength had greatly increased. Now, upon activating the golden body, he could easily overpower 10 versions of his former self. After admiring the nascent golden body for a moment, Yi Bei retracted it into his consciousness for further cultivation. He then stepped forward, finding himself in the familiar confines of his bedroom. Jilan should have returned by now. It was the perfect opportunity to present her with the talisman crafted from the three-eyed skull. With a wave of his hand, divine power coalesced into a red string, threading the three-eyed skull talisman into a pendant form. He then opened a bedroom door and made his way into the living room. "Brother, are you finished? Would you like an apple? I can peel it for you." Upon seeing Yi Bei emerge, Yi Jilan sprang up from the sofa with exuberance, rushing to peel an apple for him. Moments later, as if presenting a treasure, she held the peeled apple to Yi Bei's lips. Yi Bei, witnessing this act, could not help but smile, appreciating his sister's thoughtfulness and affection. Just as he took a bite of the apple, Yi Jilan pouted and exclaimed, "Brother, did you know? Today, the city god temple near our home manifested divine wonders. Celestial beings appeared, and dragons and phoenixes soared together. The worshippers who offered incense received blessings from the gods. Many with minor ailments regained their health, and even terminal patients were cured. Most importantly, those who received blessings experienced significant enhancements in their cultivation. Some even ascended to a higher realm. Alas, by the time I arrived, the miraculous phenomena had vanished. Also, why didn't you answer my call? You're so close. You could have ridden your little electric scooter over to receive the divine blessings, and your back pain would surely have been alleviated." Her adorable face bore a slight frown, indicating her disappointment. Yi Bei, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but chuckle in disbelief. Did he truly need blessings from the gods? He himself was a deity. After a moment's reflection, he realized his own cultivation had advanced considerably, and there was no longer a need to conceal his identity from his sister. He decided to reveal the truth. "Jilan, let me share something with you." Yi Jilan's pouting face transformed into one of curiosity, tinged with a hint of gossip, as her wide, doe-like eyes fixated on Yi Bei, eagerly asking, "What is it? Did you find me a sister-in-law?" Yi Bei, taken aback, felt a sense of exasperation. Why did his sister incessantly bring up his single status? It wasn't that he didn't want to find someone, but the women of this world could hardly bear the weight of his identity as the emperor of the underworld. Yi Bei adjusted his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. "That is not the matter at hand." Chapter 47. In truth, I am the city god, a mysterious illness. What I wish to convey is, I, your brother, am indeed the city god you speak of. At this point, Yi Bei ceased to elaborate further, apprehensive that revealing his identity as the Yin child would terrify his sister. After all, the notion of being a city god is already startling, a concept that ordinary individuals may find difficult to comprehend. Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, Yi Jilan was instantly beset by 3 question marks hovering above her head. Subsequently, a look of terror flickered in her eyes, and she stammered, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Could it be that the fever has induced hallucinations?" As she spoke, she extended her delicate, fair hand towards Yi Bei's forehead. Upon discovering he was not feverish, her fear only intensified. She muttered anxiously, "This is dire. Brother, have you succumbed to delusions from writing your novels? Suffering from split mind?" It is no wonder she reacted this way. A normal person would find such claims preposterous. Observing her disbelief, Yi Bei chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he presented her with the pearl artifact crafted from the three-eyed skull, instructing her earnestly, "This is a protective talisman. You must wear it at all times, even while sleeping or bathing. In the event of danger, you can curse your adversary, and it will manifest. Moreover, If this pearl fails to suffice, simply recite my name. Remember well. Yibei's expression was grave and serious, compelling Yi Zhilan, who initially doubted the talisman's efficacy, to take it and wear it. Nodding earnestly, I understand. Good girl. Yibei affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, offering her praise. Nightfall. Within the Yu Jingbei community, the exorcist Ren Qi Tian ascended the staircase, wearied. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was met with a violent fit of coughing that even the door could not muffle. The exorcist's senses were astutely sharp, enabling him to discern that the cough emanated from his own home. Hastily, he entered the password and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he beheld his wife leaning against the wall, clutching her throat and coughing incessantly. Bloodstains marred her clothing at the chest, evidently from her cough. Witnessing this, Ren Qi Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Xiaoqin, what has happened to you? He rushed to assist her to the sofa, patting her back repeatedly, yet to no avail. Seeing his son Ren Xiaolong nearby, he urgently inquired, Son, what has befallen your mother? In response, Ren Xiaolong's eyes brimmed with tears as he shook his head vehemently. I don't know. Mom was perfectly fine when she picked me up from school, but after returning home, she has been coughing nonstop. Well, when Mom has coughed up so much blood, what is wrong with her? Father, please save her. Xiaoqin seemed on the verge of suffocation, nearly slipping into unconsciousness, unable to utter a word. Witnessing this, Ren Qitian was filled with urgency, neglecting further inquiries. He swiftly hoisted his wife onto his back, his concern for their son left alone at home, prompting him to lift the child as well. Without delay, he descended the stairs, placing them both in the car before speeding towards the hospital. However, as he approached the medical facility, he noticed an increasing number of vehicles clogging the roads. After driving for a while, he found himself merely 500 meters from the hospital. Yet the thoroughfare was completely immobilized. What on earth was happening? Why were there so many cars today? Gritting his teeth, Ren Qitian halted the vehicle, shouldered his wife, and grasped his son, rushing towards the hospital. Along the way, he observed many others, similarly burdened, hurrying towards the same destination. The individuals they carried exhibited symptoms identical to his wife's. Severe coughing, often accompanied by blood. Something was amiss. A flicker of terror crossed Ren Qitian's face. Could it be another unknown plague? He had never witnessed such a widespread and severe coughing affliction before. Nevertheless, he could not afford to concern himself with others. He dashed into the hospital, cradling his wife. Upon entering the emergency room, he found that he could not even register for a number, as the area was already teeming with people. Despair washed over him. Suddenly, he remembered that within the Ghost Control Bureau where he worked, there was a small clinic dedicated to treating citizens harmed by supernatural entities. To the Ghost Control Bureau, he hurriedly carried his wife, racing towards the facility. In a remarkable burst of speed, he covered the 10+ kilometers in merely 20 minutes. Upon arrival, the doctors promptly instructed him to take his wife for a series of examinations. The final verdict was, no illness. How could this be? With such severity, how could there be no ailment? Was the equipment malfunctioning? Ren Qitian, feeling anxious, grasped the doctor's arm, inquiring urgently. The doctor, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Investigator Ren, your wife is indeed free of any illness. I suspect she may be entangled with something sinister. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Ren Qitian vehemently shook his head. That's impossible. I just examined her. There is not a trace of ghostly energy within her. Coughing, as his wife's cough intensified. A figure appeared beside the bed, clad in white. Ning Xian. She extended her finger, pressing it against Xiaoqin's wrist, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her body, initiating an examination and employing her powers to restore her health. Ren Qitian observed his wife's coughing subsiding slightly, relief washing over him. He turned to Ning Xian and asked, Director, what exactly is wrong with my wife? In response, Ning Xian furrowed her brow and replied, I do not know. This peculiar cough affliction, which the hospital's instruments could not diagnose, is quite baffling. Even my pulse examination revealed no issues, and there is an absence of any spectral energy. Truly mysterious. At this moment, Deputy Director Lu Zheng entered the room. He glanced at the unconscious Xiaoqin, then turned his gaze towards Ning Xian, stating, "Director, I firmly believe this matter transcends mere illness. Something sinister is at play. I shall lead my team to investigate and strive to uncover the truth swiftly." Ning Xian concurred with Lu Zheng's sentiments. Although the patients exhibited no spectral energy, there was an inexplicable aura, likely stemming from some peculiar, ghostly entity. It could even be a source ghost. Thus, Ning Xian nodded and replied, "Very well, proceed. Ensure your special communication device remains open. We will notify you immediately should any developments arise." With that, Lu Zheng turned and departed. In the Underworld's Yama Hall, Yi Bei sat upon the throne. Below, the head of the Rapid Reporting Bureau bowed respectfully, delivering a report. "Your Majesty, during our inquiries into the earthly realm, our agents have discovered numerous citizens exhibiting cough symptoms. Moreover, even with their advanced medical technology, no issues could be diagnosed. Most importantly, our agents have not detected any spectral energy within the patients. They merely sense a strange aura. Upon my investigation, I found this eerie aura intertwined with fragmented rule power." With that, the head of the Rapid Reporting Bureau presented a small jade box with both hands. Yi Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached for the jade box, then waved his hand, opening it. A plume of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a grotesque creature resembling a maggot, yet adorned with a fearsome maw and fangs. It appeared exceedingly malevolent. Observing this, Yi Bei remarked indifferently, "Indeed, there exists fragmented rule power. It must be the remnants of what those in the mortal realm refer to as a source ghost. In ancient times, plague ghosts ravaged cities, leading to the demise of entire populations. This ghost appears to be a fusion of an underworld source ghost and a pestilence ghost from this realm." He then lifted his gaze towards the head of the Rapid Reporting Bureau and commanded, "Summon the head of the Pest Control Bureau." "Yes, Your Majesty." The official quickly bowed and exited the hall, heading toward the Pest Control Bureau. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Pest Control Bureau arrived in haste, a sheen of cold sweat evident on his brow. "Your servant, Wang Zeng of the Pest Control Bureau, pays respects to Your Majesty." His voice trembled, betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet Yi Bei remained composed, stating, "The ghost plague has spread to tens of thousands, and yet your Pest Control Bureau has been utterly oblivious. This is a dereliction of duty." Fortunately, the Rapid Reporting Bureau acted promptly, preventing large-scale fatalities among the populace. Thus, you may still rectify the situation. First, halt the spread of the ghost plague, eliminate the source of the strangeness, and then you may face your punishment. He does not relish in reprimanding his subordinates. However, the head of the Epidemic Control Department has indeed failed in his duties this time. To forego punishment would be to lose the trust of the people. In truth, had the head of the Epidemic Control Department been the first to report the anomalies, Yi Bei would have refrained from imposing any penalties, for he would have deemed it a display of diligence. Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, the head of the Epidemic Control Department felt an immense relief wash over him, akin to receiving a royal pardon. He hastily knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Yi Bei waved his hand, his voice devoid of any emotion, commanding, "Now return to your duties. Should there be a next time, not only will you lose this official cap, but you shall also face the cycle of reincarnation." "Yes, Your Majesty." The head of the Epidemic Control Department knelt as he exited the Grand Hall, and the moment he stepped outside, his official robes were thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. He hurried towards the office of the Epidemic Control Department. Meanwhile, the head of the Rapid Reporting Department outside the hall stood in stunned silence. It was indeed remarkable that even a shadowy figure could sweat so profusely, he mused. Upon bursting into the office of the Epidemic Control Department, the head seethed with fury, shouting, "Everyone come forth! We must eradicate the plague spirit that has inflicted such suffering upon me. I shall ensure it never attains rebirth." Chapter 48. The Epidemic Control Bureau emerges to expel the malevolent plague. On the bustling streets of Rongqing, countless officials and soldiers tirelessly work to restore order and calm the fears of patients and their families. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng led a cohort of spirit tamers in an urgent investigation to trace the origins of a severe coughing illness. Director Liu, we have identified the probable source of the epidemic. An eager spirit tamer rushed in to report. Liu Zheng promptly rose, his expression a mix of anticipation and concern. Where is it? Where lies the source of the affliction? He had watched in despair as more individuals fell victim to violent coughing fits, expelling copious amounts of blood. The thought of the millions in Rongqing succumbing to this illness gnawed at him, as he feared it could lead to widespread mortality. However, upon hearing that his subordinate had pinpointed the source, a semblance of relief washed over him. The source was likely located around Chengxi Village, Shaonan Village, and Xinyuan Village. This region was identified as the initial epicenter of the coughing ailment, and he surmised that the origin might lie within. To uncover the source, a considerable number of personnel would be required for thorough inspections. Nodding firmly, Liu Zheng placed a reassuring hand on the spirit tamer's shoulder. Xiao Xian, you have performed admirably. After this matter is resolved, I shall advocate for your promotion and an opportunity to enhance your abilities in the realm of the Yin energy. Turning to address the remaining spirit tamers, he continued, this is a formidable trial we face. Over 100,000 individuals have already contracted this severe cough, and the affliction spreads with alarming rapidity. Thus, we must act swiftly to identify and eradicate the source, not only to save the citizens of Rongqing, but also to protect our own families. Moreover, upon reporting the situation to the imperial capital, it garnered significant attention. Extensive research into ancient texts indicated that the cause of the coughing epidemic might be a malevolent entity known as the Gao Huang ghost. This entity possesses formidable strength, bordering on the S-grade classification. Fortunately, esteemed figures such as the Old Master and the enlightened monk had arrived in Rongqing for other matters and could assist us in resolving this crisis. Our primary task now is to enter each of these villages for meticulous investigation. Should any anomalies arise, do not act recklessly. Report immediately, and assistance will be dispatched. Is that understood? Liu Zheng surveyed the spirit tamers around him, his demeanor grave. Understood. The spirit tamers chorused in unison. Many among them had family members afflicted by the severe cough, yet they accepted the call to duty. They understood that regardless of the greater good, they must seek the source of the illness, as current medical capabilities could not determine the underlying problem. Only by locating the source could their loved ones hope to regain their health. The millions of citizens in Rongqing also awaited their resolution. All right, form into small teams and enter the villages. We must conduct thorough investigations. Liu Zheng commanded decisively. Immediately, a multitude of spirit tamers infiltrated the village to investigate the source of the ghostly plague. Concurrently, practitioners from the various sects of Rongqing also entered the village to conduct their inquiries. At this moment, the inhabitants of these villages had nearly all vanished. As this location was the origin of the initial ghostly plague, the villagers had succumbed to severe coughing fits and had all sought refuge in hospitals. Consequently, the investigation was remarkably straightforward, without the concern of disturbing any villagers. Each spirit tamer and practitioner displayed their unique abilities. Some spirit tamers even partially revived the spirits within them to heighten their senses. The consequence of this action rendered them as beings neither human nor ghostly, yet there were no ordinary souls remaining in the vicinity to be frightened. Meanwhile, the practitioners utilized compasses to detect the aura of the ghostly plague and employed tortoise shells for divination to ascertain the general location of the affliction. Within a mere 10 minutes, a discovery was made through the collective efforts of hundreds. Director Liu, it seems we have located it. Based on the residual energy and traces, along with our divination confirmation, we can surmise that the source lies within a residential house at the rear of the village to the west. Upon hearing this, Liu Zheng felt a surge of joy and hurriedly rushed to inspect the site personally. Upon arriving outside the house, he revived the malevolent spirit within him and opened his eyes to peer inside. Instantly, he beheld a ghostly figure with a long tongue and only whites for eyes. At that moment, the apparition seemed to have sensed their presence and was smiling at him, creating an exceptionally eerie scene. However, Liu Zheng refrained from immediately reporting this to his superiors. Instead, he prepared to confirm his findings. He turned to the others and inquired, "What do the apparitions you saw look like?" In response to Lu Zhang's question, the others began to describe their visions. Director Lu, I saw a small ghost, only half a foot tall, yet exceedingly malevolent. I beheld a massive serpent entwined in black mist, measuring a full 20 zhang in length. I saw a malevolent spirit with one side of its face completely decayed. As more individuals recounted their sightings, the atmosphere grew increasingly perplexed. Everyone realized that the apparitions they had encountered bore absolutely no resemblance to one another. Their descriptions were vastly divergent. Faced with the bewilderment of the crowd, Lu Zheng explained. This Gao Huang ghost is documented in ancient texts as an intangible and formless entity, concealed within the Gao Huang position of the human body, specifically between the heart and diaphragm. It can manifest as the most terrifying image within each individual's mind, which accounts for the differing apparitions we have witnessed. Those who encountered the Gao Huang ghost would inevitably succumb to incurable ailments, hence the term disease in the Gao Huang. At this juncture, Lu Zheng was now 100% certain that the specter before him was indeed the Gao Huang ghost. Thus, he swiftly retrieved a special communication device and connected with Director Ning Xian. Director Ning Xian, we have located the trace of the Gao Huang ghost. It lies at the edge of the village to the west of the city. I shall immediately send you the precise coordinates. Cough, cough. Huh. Director Ning Xian, please receive the coordinates. Cough, cough. During his speech, Lu Zheng was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, spewing dark red blood from his mouth. Nevertheless, he persevered, promptly transmitting the coordinates to Ning Xian. Cough, cough. What? Cough, cough is happening. Why? Cough, cough. Are we also susceptible? Cough, cough. Huh. In an instant, Lu Zheng's coughing triggered a chain reaction among the other ghost tamers. Their faces turned pallid, realizing they, as ghost tamers, were unable to withstand this bizarre affliction. Despite his severe coughing, Lu Zheng remained composed. He waved his hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not panic. Cough. It is cough. Normal for the Gao Huang ghost to be infected by the ghost plague. Cough, cough. As long as we eliminate the Gao Huang ghost, recovery is possible. I have already reported it, and resolution will be forthcoming." Meanwhile, in the office of the Ghost Tamer Bureau in Rong City, Director Ning Xian placed the special communication device down and turned to face the three individuals across from her, including the venerable Master Tian and the Monk Ran. She then announced, "My lord, Master Tian, and Monk Ran, we have received word from Lu Zheng that the Gao Huang ghost has been found." Upon hearing this, the woman referred to as my lord by Ning Xian slowly rose from the sofa, brushing her face adorned with a ghostly mask. She then turned to Master Tian and Monk Ran, stating, "Since it has been located, let us proceed to eliminate this afflicted creature before it spreads its infection to others. Moreover, if we delay, it may hinder our ambush on the nightmare ghost and the shifting form." Her figure was striking, her loose black, traditional attire accentuating her curves. Yet her voice flowed like a clear spring, imbued with a hint of a youthful lilt. Monk Ran nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall heed Lady Xian Yin's words." At that moment, Ning Xian received the specific coordinates sent by Lu Zheng. Looking up, she declared, "The coordinates have been transmitted. My lord, I shall prepare a helicopter for you." However, upon hearing this, Xian Yin waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need. Traveling by foot is swifter than waiting for a helicopter. Simply send us the coordinates, and we shall proceed on our own." Ning Xian found this reasoning sound and promptly sent the coordinates to all three. Moments later, Xian Yin glanced at the special communication device, nodded, and said, "All right, I've received it. I shall set off now." With that, her form slipped into the shadows of the office, her figure vanishing without a trace. As the serene monk and the celestial master exchanged a glance, they promptly followed suit. Merely 4 or 5 minutes had elapsed when the trio traversed a distance of 20 kilometers, arriving at the outskirts of the village in the west. From the shadows, Xian Yin leapt forth, transforming from a dark orb into human form. Her gaze swiftly fell upon the humble dwellings at the village's edge. In an instant, she beheld a revolting creature, a caterpillar adorned with black spines, measuring at least 10 feet in length. It was a ghastly apparition, manifesting fears that preyed upon others. A shiver coursed through her as she gritted her teeth in disdain. Meanwhile, the serene monk and the celestial master remained unperturbed. Although their strength was comparable to Xian Yin's, their years of practicing Taoist and Buddhist disciplines had granted them an ascendant composure, rendering them impervious to fear. Slay, Xian Yin declared, her face contorted with revulsion as she transformed into a shadow, hurtling toward the foul creature with remarkable speed. The serene monk and the celestial master were not idle. The monk chanted a Buddhist incantation, and a radiant light emanated from the statue of the Buddha in his grasp, while an aura of ghostly energy surged from within him, enveloping the ghastly creature. The celestial master, in turn, summoned his magical prowess, cloaking himself in a golden light. As a golden specter rose from behind him, resembling a divine embodiment, the battle was imminent. The golden specter, descending with a mighty blow, caused the entire structure to collapse. From the shadows, Xianin unleashed a barrage of shadowy spikes. Yet, the foul creature within the ruins effortlessly evaded their assaults, letting out a shrill, mocking laughter. Hee hee. Practitioners, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Relying on its ethereal and insubstantial form, it deftly dodged several attacks before sinking into the ground, vanishing in an instant. However, its voice echoed hauntingly in the air. I have no desire to entangle with you. Once I consume the illness born from those infected by the ghostly plague, I shall ascend to S rank, and then I will return to settle the score. Despite its taunting words, its speed did not wane. In truth, it was not adept in combat, and was no match for any of the three. Thus, it chose to flee. Observing the foul creature disappearing underground, the celestial master sighed in resignation. Serene monk, Lady Xianin, I rely on your prowess. I am not skilled in subterranean pursuits. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Yin and the serene monk nodded and plunged into the earth in pursuit. However, barely had they delved underground when they were met with alarming news from a specialized device. This is dire. The nightmare spirit has manifested in county, and thousands within the county have been ensnared in a dream, unable to awaken. Even the ghost tamers of county have fallen victim. Upon hearing this, Xian Yin and the serene monk began to revive the vengeful spirits within them, hastening their pursuit of the foul creature. Their mutual understanding was clear. They must swiftly eliminate this foul being to free themselves to confront the nightmare spirit. Yet, the urgency of the situation loomed large. Despite their relentless pursuit and the deadly strikes they unleashed, the intangible and elusive ghoul effortlessly evaded their grasp. This predicament left the two of them in a state of urgency. Prolonged entanglement with this ghoul could enable the nightmare demon to consume a vast number of dreams and souls, potentially ascending to an S-level entity. The nightmare demon was already a formidable foe. Should it attain S-level status, the entire dragon kingdom would face catastrophic consequences. However, as they hastened their chase, they found the ghoul slipping further away, and within mere seconds, its presence became undetectable, vanishing without a trace. Though the ghoul was not adept at combat, its survival instincts were unparalleled. The expressions of the enlightened monk and Xian Yin darkened, realizing they had allowed it to escape. He could foresee the immense devastation this ghoul would wreak upon the Dragon Kingdom, leading countless innocent lives to fall victim to the plague. This thought plunged his otherwise transcendent spirit into despair. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the heavens. Wretched being, spreading plague and causing untold suffering. Where do you think you can flee? The proclamation reverberated for miles, startling nearly all practitioners and demon tamers, who turned their gazes skyward. There, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red patterns and sporting a green face with sharp fangs descended, wielding a plague pot in each hand and a flag embroidered with 5 poisons. He traversed the void with an air of fury radiating from his eyes. The ghoul, hidden beneath the earth and cloaked in miasma, sensed a profound dread emanating from the newcomer as it peered through the soil above. Terrified, it hastened deeper into the ground. Oof! A mere ghost dares to escape before me. The head of the epidemic control office sneered. He then raised the plague pot towards the ground where the ghoul lurked and commanded, "Suck!" Instantly, a powerful suction force emerged. This overwhelming pull had no effect on anything else, yet the miasma that constituted the ghoul was drawn to it as if by a black hole. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free, forced to watch helplessly as it was yanked from the earth. Ultimately, the formless entity transformed into a black orb and fell into the plague pot. The head of the Epidemic Control Office chuckled coldly. Such a feeble spirit caused me punishment. You shall not die so easily. I will ensure you suffer torment in the 18 levels of hell. With that, he sealed the pot and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Xianyin, having emerged from the ground, fixed her gaze on the retreating figure, still in shock. After a lengthy pause, she murmured to herself to have captured a half-step S-level ghoul in an instant. This must be a being of at least S-level strength. Judging by his attire, he is likely the head of the Epidemic Control Office beneath the City God. Within the City God Temple, how many such existences remain? She felt a lingering sense of worry and confusion, seemingly ill at ease with the presence of the divine. The old Celestial Master perceived her thoughts and spoke. Rest assured, Lady Xianyin, the spirits of the City God Temple are not foes, but comrades who share a common enemy with us. Nodding slightly, Xianyin then turned and stepped into the shadows. The old Celestial Master and the recently emerged Monk Shiran quickly followed in her wake. Their haste was driven by the pressing need to quell the nightmare spirits in County. However, shortly after the trio departed, Lu Zheng gazed around in despair at the ghost masters who were still violently coughing. He murmured to himself, "Though the source of the ghost plague has been taken by the underworld spirits, why do our ailments show no signs of improvement? Are the people of Rome City destined to await their demise?" As his words fell, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from afar, instantly alerting the ghost masters present, who fixed their gazes on the source of the sound, ready for battle. In the next moment, from the darkness emerged a gaunt figure, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of illness, rendering its appearance indistinct. One could faintly discern that it held an object resembling a water pouch. The air around it exuded a formidable presence, akin to that of an A-grade pinnacle. Lu Zheng's eyes brightened upon recognizing the figure's attire. It was an emissary from the Bureau of Pestilence Control. Excitement surged within him. Finally, the Underworld's emissary was here to address the ghost plague. Meanwhile, Lu Shan, afflicted by a severe cough, struggled to focus as his vision blurred. The oppressive aura of illness surrounding the emissary filled him with despair. Cough. This is disastrous. Cough. How could there be a second plague spirit? He felt that after the departure of the old Celestial Master and his companions, it was left to them, the ghost masters and practitioners, to face this A-grade pinnacle existence, which they could not possibly withstand. They found themselves with no avenue for escape. Upon hearing Lu Shan's words, Lu Zheng felt his heart race, his complexion draining of color. Silence. Do not speak such blasphemy. That is a spirit of the underworld. He feared that Lu Shan's disrespectful utterance might invoke the wrath of the emissary. Thus, he bore the discomfort of his condition, took a deep breath, and summoned his courage to bow deeply before the emissary from the Bureau of Pestilence Control. "O Spirit, please do not hold him accountable. He is gravely ill and unable to recognize your esteemed identity." As he bent his head, cold sweat poured from him. This was their first interaction with the emissary, heightening his anxiety about inadvertently transgressing any taboo. Chapter 49. Signing in 100 elite EAN soldiers. However, the EAN envoy from the Epidemic Control Bureau remained remarkably indifferent, refraining from uttering a word. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shan and Lu Zheng. Subsequently, he raised the poison pouch in his hand and inhaled toward the direction of the ghost tamers. Instantly, the peculiar black mist enveloping the individuals present was drawn into the pouch. Afterward, the EAN envoy of the Epidemic Control Bureau turned and departed. At that moment, everyone felt their bodies gradually rejuvenating, and the relentless coughing ceased abruptly. "We're cured. Our ailments have vanished." The crowd expressed their excitement. Lu Zheng also wore a broad smile. The hundreds of thousands of citizens in Rome City afflicted by the ghost plague had been saved. Indeed, the existence of deities in this world is a splendid blessing. It is merely unfortunate that only Rome City is graced with divine presence, and the city god is a localized deity, unable to extend his influence to other regions, thus failing to address the afflictions plaguing those areas. How wonderful it would be if deities existed throughout the nation. Meanwhile, within Rome City, dozens of emaciated envoys from the Epidemic Control Bureau meandered through various hospitals and alleyways. Wherever there was sickness, they would venture forth. Upon arriving at each location, they employed their instruments, such as poison pouches, sickness scrolls, and plague jars, to systematically capture the malevolent miasma. As a result, many patients in Rome City, from whom the miasma had been extracted, began to experience immediate improvement. Those who had been violently coughing and spitting blood suddenly found their symptoms alleviated. What just happened? Why do I feel so well all of a sudden? I'm not coughing at all, exclaimed one individual. Me too. This sensation of being free from cough is truly delightful. I thought I was on the brink of death. Another chimed in. I understand now. I possess the yin-yang eye. I saw a gaunt figure clad in attire reminiscent of ancient officials, using a jar to draw the sickness away from us, and now we are healed. Could it be that the city god sent the Yin envoy to rescue us? We must express our gratitude to the city god. This tale began to spread widely. Soon, the majority of the populace in Rome City was aware that it was the city god who had saved them. Many, still weakened from their recent afflictions, struggled to their feet, making their way to the city god temple to pay their respects. Consequently, the rural road outside the temple, which had already been congested, became choked for several miles, extending even onto the national highway. Officials, unable to manage the situation, hurried to clear the traffic, allowing those wishing to pay homage to the city god to proceed on foot. Yet, even on foot, the crowd remained densely packed. As a result, many began to kneel in place, expressing their gratitude to the city god for alleviating the plague and saving their lives. Meanwhile, within the exclusive small hospital of the Ghost Tamers Bureau, Ren Qitian's wife, Xiao Qin, had also ceased her coughing. As she pondered the sudden improvement in her condition, she beheld the figure of Ning Xian materializing in the ward, moving towards the window to gaze down below. Emaciated, holding a poison pouch. This is the Yin envoy from the Epidemic Control Bureau, Ning Xian murmured to herself. She bowed slightly to the Yin officials of the Epidemic Control Bureau below, expressing her gratitude to the deities for saving the entire city. Although her voice was soft, the Yin official holding the poison pouch heard her. He lifted his gaze towards the window where Ning Xian stood, acknowledging her respect with a subtle nod before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Yi was grilling skewers in the courtyard. Just as he was about to indulge, he heard Yi Lan bounding excitedly towards him, her phone in hand. Brother, did you know? There's been a ghostly epidemic outside today, with over 100,000 people coughing violently, some even spitting blood. As the ghostly plague threatened to spread throughout the city, the deities under the city gods swiftly intervened, directly suppressing the source of the epidemic. Numerous Yin officials from the Epidemic Control Bureau collected the malevolent force, effectively quelling the disaster. The city god is truly benevolent and cares deeply for his subjects. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting her profound reverence for the city god. Hearing her words, Yi took a bite of the freshly grilled squid tentacle, chewing thoughtfully before responding with a smile. Your brother, the city god, indeed loves his people like his own children. Oh, come on. Yizi nanrolit hideous. Dismissing his jest as she dashed to his side, snatching a skewer from his hand before laughing and retreating to the living room. Yi could only chuckle helplessly and continue his meal. However, moments later, he sensed something unusual and abruptly looked up at the sky. Above, a golden radiance, invisible to ordinary people, bathed the night in a brilliant hue, a manifestation of immense merit. It seemed the Epidemic Control Bureau had successfully resolved the crisis. Yi set down his skewer, and with a focused thought, he directed the abundant merit into the Xianyuan merit cauldron for amplification. Concurrently, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling your duties as city god, expelling the ghostly plague, and earning 5 sign-in opportunities. He could sign in. With another thought, he vanished from the courtyard, instantaneously arriving at the grand hall of the city god's Southern court. Once there, he declared, System, initiate sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1,000 Underworld Yin soldiers. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 100 elite Underworld Een soldiers. These elite soldiers possess greater strength than ordinary Een soldiers. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Enyang Bureau. The Enyang Bureau is the head of the various bureaus under the city god, coordinating affairs between the two realms, overseeing case hearings, and reporting to the city god for judgment. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. General Ganlu, one of the two deputy generals of the city god, a vanguard in the battle against malevolent spirits. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The Enyang Mirror, which allows for the constant perception of malevolent energy within a 30-mile radius, providing timely alerts. Upon completing the sign-in, a petite official seal and a bronze mirror materialized in Yibei's hand. The Enyang Mirror proved to be quite advantageous, functioning as a radar to monitor the presence of malevolent energies within a 30-mile radius. Yibei nodded in satisfaction and, with a swift gesture, cast it into the skies above the city god temple to commence its operation. The Een officials often overlooked certain spectral entities during their patrols due to their limited numbers. Additionally, some malevolent beings possessed remarkable stealth abilities, evading detection entirely. However, with the Enyang Mirror, the specific locations of these specters could be discerned, allowing the Een gods and officials to eliminate them directly. Subsequently, Yibei turned his attention to the official seal in his hand. He hurled it toward the city god's domain, and instantly, a structure, second only to the main hall of the city god, materialized to the left of it. With the establishment of this official domain, Yibei realized that his burdens would be significantly lightened. A smile graced his face. With a mere thought, the void outside the main hall of the city god was torn asunder, and figures emerged from within. The first to emerge was General Gon. His visage bore a striking red and black pattern, embodying the duality of Yin and Yang, symbolizing the ability to discern right from wrong. In contrast, General Liu displayed a design reminiscent of curling octopus tentacles, signifying authority. Following closely behind them were a total of 1,001 Een soldiers. Yibei raised his gaze and noticed that the foremost 100 Een soldiers were mounted upon spectral steeds, each towering at least 10 feet high. Chapter 50. An event that influences the entire world. The strange encounter. The war horses, clad in armor, exuded an aura of formidable might, their eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Moreover, this assembly of spectral warriors stood tall, each exceeding 2 meters in height, their prowess transcending the ordinary. With each one attaining an S-class status, they were significantly more powerful than typical spectral soldiers. This 100-strong legion of spectral warriors was indeed exceptionally elite. Yibei murmured in admiration. Furthermore, the commander of this 100 spectral soldiers was a pinnacle S-class entity, capable of leading this formidable battalion to subdue even SS-class beings. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. The elite spectral warriors dismounted in unison, while the head of the Enyang division, along with its officials, hastened to arrive. All spectral deities knelt, paying their homage to Yibei with reverence. Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire realm of the city god, as if the very fabric of the void were on the verge of shattering. As Yibei stepped out of the grand hall, he raised his hand slightly and addressed them. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. All the spectral deities stood, the clang of their armor resonating in unison. Subsequently, Yibei turned to the foremost leader of the Enyang division, Zhang Yu, and instructed, lead your subordinates to manage the affairs of the city goddess realm. Handle matters independently whenever possible, but any significant issues must be reported to me. Having given his orders, Yibei then looked towards General Gan Lu and the spectral soldiers. You shall seek out the night and day wandering spirits, as well as the ox-head and horse-face, to familiarize yourselves with your jurisdiction, as you will soon commence your patrols in rotation. Above the city god temple, there exists a Enyang domain to probe the essence of ghostly beings. Utilize the Enyang Mirror to ascertain their specific locations before engaging them. Yes, Your Majesty. The spectral deities bowed in acknowledgement to Yibei before dispersing in various directions. Once Yibei had finished his arrangements, he returned to the Grand Hall and commenced the refinement of the immense merit power he had just acquired through the enhancement of the Xianyuan Huang merit cauldron. After several hours of digesting the merit power, Yi Bei found his strength had doubled once more. The stature of his 9 merit golden body seemed to have increased significantly. Moreover, following this enhancement, he sensed a vague awareness of certain impending events in the ethereal realm. It seemed that a momentous occurrence would soon transpire, profoundly impacting this world. Yi Bei gazed upwards at the sky, his brow furrowed slightly. He did not attribute this sensation to mere illusion. Rather, it was a perception arising from his cultivation reaching a certain threshold, allowing him insight into the Tao or fate. Though not proficient in divination, he was certain that within a month, significant events would unfold in this realm. In due time, clarity would come. With that thought, Yi Bei closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, the other spectral deities were already preparing themselves for action. The recent influx of personnel within the city goddess realm had eased the original spectral deities considerably, due to the previous lack of manpower. Although they were deities of the underworld, they had been patrolling day and night, which left them somewhat fatigued. At this moment, the master of the Yin-Yang Bureau hovered above the city god temple, examining the Yin-Yang mirror. His eyes, one black and one white, shimmered with divine light. There are hidden, ghostly energies to the east. General Ma Mian, please lead a team of Yin soldiers to exterminate them. The master of the Yin-Yang Bureau turned and instructed below. Ma Mian nodded slightly, then assembled a team of Yin soldiers and proceeded out of the city goddess domain. To the west, there are several newly emerged ghostly auras. It seems someone has perished. Lord He Wuchang, please lead the Yin officials to bring them back for trial at the City Goddess Bureau. As the master of the Yin-Yang Bureau continued his directives, the deities of the underworld began to depart from the city goddess domain with their Yin soldiers or officials. This was a grand sweep. Once the night passed, it was anticipated that no malevolent spirits would remain within a 30-mile radius, allowing the common folk to live in peace and prosperity. However, beyond 30 miles, it would still require the Yin officials and soldiers to patrol. Fortunately, with the increased manpower, they could suppress the majority of the surrounding specters. At the very least, the urban and suburban areas of Rome City would be significantly safer than other cities. Meanwhile, while the deities busied themselves, chaos reigned in County, located 300 to 400 miles from Rome City. The local Ghost Suppression Bureau had already fallen, prompting Xianin, who had arrived earlier, to issue orders for all ghost suppressors from Rome City to provide support in County. Despite the presence of official personnel and soldiers summoned from nearby, they were still unable to withstand the onslaught of the nightmarish ghost. This nightmarish ghost was indeed a despicable scoundrel. Qi Hung gazed at the throngs of people outside, muttering curses under his breath. His sentiments were echoed by the majority. Even Ning Xian nodded in agreement, as she too believed the nightmarish ghost tactics were exceedingly vile. This nightmarish ghost had infiltrated the dreams of tens of thousands of citizens, manipulating their actions indirectly through their dreams, causing them to act as if in a somnambulant state, arming themselves and flooding into the streets. These citizens, eerily, could precisely locate their surroundings with their eyes closed, charging towards the ghost suppressors and attacking the officials relentlessly, leaving everyone in a passive predicament. As living individuals, they could not bring themselves to harm these citizens. Master Xianin, what should we do now? Ning Xian turned to the figure standing at the edge of the rooftop. Xianin shook her head, replying, "There is no solution. We can only wait. Wait for the true form of the nightmarish ghost to reveal itself. At that time, I, along with the old master and the enlightened monk, will naturally take action." With that, her gaze remained fixated on the surging crowd below, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Now, the entity of the nightmare demon lurks within the dreams of an unsuspecting citizen, casting its gaze upon the realm of reality. Given the slightest opportunity, this malevolent spirit will undoubtedly strike at the exorcists, for their souls are unlike those of ordinary mortals, possessing a strength that surpasses that of the common man by 100-fold. Such a soul is a delectable treat for the nightmare demon. Consuming it would grant the fiend a significant enhancement, compelling it to seize any chance to attack the exorcists. Suddenly, a gaunt man with closed eyes appeared from behind. Wielding a kitchen knife, and struck the back of a police officer holding a riot shield, eliciting a cry of agony from the officer. The other entranced citizens, witnessing this, rushed forward with weapons in hand, evidently intent on claiming the officer's life. Observing this, Chun Shuyun swiftly raised his hand, causing crimson ribbons to surge forth in an attempt to rescue the officer. Yet, in the next instant, a dozen dream-walking individuals seized these blood-red ribbons, lunging toward him. He dared not exert too much force, fearing he might inadvertently harm these citizens, and thus retracted the ribbons. However, it was too late. At that moment, a wisp of nightmare energy silently emerged from one of the citizens, wrapping itself around the blood-red ribbons and swiftly darting toward Chen Shuyun. In the blink of an eye, the once awake Chen Shuyun closed his eyes, plunging into the depths of a dream. Chapter 51. Descendant of Zhong Kuei. A stealthy assault. As he closed his eyes, blood-red strips surged forth from his body, lunging fiercely towards Qi Hong. The strips sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Qi Hong's hair stood on end at the sight. The malevolent spirit within him was not particularly agile, leaving him no choice but to roll away to evade Chen Shuyun's ferocious onslaught. Ouch! Shuyun, what on earth are you doing? After narrowly dodging, the blood-red strip shot straight into the wall behind him, transforming half of it into a sieve and causing it to collapse dramatically. Cold sweat broke out all over Qi Hong's body. Had he not moved aside just in time, he would surely have sustained severe injuries. Shuyun, you absolute. He intended to berate Chen Shuyun, but was abruptly struck by the sight of Shuyun's tightly shut eyes and expressionless face, mirroring that of the townsfolk below, who were ensnared by the nightmarish ghost control. Could it be? He swallowed hard and retreated. Chen Shuyun lunged after him, seemingly unwilling to relent until he had slain him. Bang! In the next instant, Ning Xian unleashed a strike with her sword, sending Chen Shuyun hurtling backward. Roar! Chen Shuyun crashed against the wall, causing it to tremble perilously, yet he appeared utterly impervious to pain, rising once more to charge at Ning Xian and Qi Hong. Seeing this, Ning Xian produced a yellow talisman, channeling her mana into it. In a hushed voice, she commanded freeze. Swish! The immobilization talisman shot forth, adhering precisely to Chen Shuyun's form. Suspended in midair, he suddenly seemed to collide with an unseen barrier, defying inertia and plummeting to the ground, rendered nearly motionless. Witnessing this, Ning Xian turned to Qi Hong and instructed, take him to the basement, and remember, no physical contact. Yes, Director. Qi Hong nodded vigorously, hastily retrieving a rope to bind Chen Shuyun before dragging him into the basement. Upon entering, he found that 3 or 4 dozen individuals were already present, each adorned with immobilization talismans. These were members of the Ghost Control Bureau from An County, all under the sway of the nightmarish ghost. Shuyun, just stay here. Once we vanquish the nightmarish ghost, you will awaken. Qi Hong spoke to himself, feeling a sudden tightness in his throat, uncertain if Chen Shuyun would ever regain consciousness. After all, Master Xian Yin and the venerable Taoist priests seemed powerless against the nightmarish ghost. If the creature could not be subdued swiftly, those drawn into its dreamscape would be slowly devoured, their souls consumed, leaving behind mere husks. In a small mountain village along the midstream of the Yangtze River, Master Shishing, clad in a gray monk's robe, sat opposite a man dressed in traditional Tang attire. After placing his teacup down, he clasped his hands together and intoned, Amitba, Master Zhongxian. My senior brother Shiran has been ensnared by a nightmare spirit, which is why I have been dispatched to reinforce the seals at the nodes of the Underworld's passage. Shishing's expression was profoundly sincere, devoid of any hint of artifice. The man in Tang clothing, Master Zhongxian, was a slender figure with graying hair, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon hearing Shishing's utterance, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he leisurely finished his tea, then set the cup down and gazed into Shishing's eyes. His gaze was pure and penetrating, as if he could see into the very soul of a person. He scrutinized Shishing for an extended period, until the latter felt a growing unease. Finally, Zhongxian smiled faintly and inquired, Master Shishing, your senior brother has always come in person before. Why has he sent you this time? Moreover, There was no prior notice. His words, laced with a hint of amusement, left Shirshing feeling profoundly uncomfortable, yet he maintained his composure, replying gravely, "The nightmare spirit has wreaked havoc in County, drawing thousands of citizens into its dream realm. Furthermore, the Ghost Control Bureau of County has been utterly decimated. It is likely that my senior brother was in haste, hence the lack of notification to you, Master Zhongxian." Zhongxian furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by unspoken concerns. Observing his silence, Shirshing produced a string of prayer beads and continued, "This is a token passed down through generations at my White Dragon Temple, entrusted to me by my senior brother before his departure. He said this would earn your trust, Master Zhongxian." With that, he extended the prayer beads toward Zhongxian. The latter hesitated momentarily, then closely examined the beads, recognizing them as authentic relics of the White Dragon Temple. His wariness diminished somewhat, and he nodded at Shirshing, saying, "Very well, Master Shirshing, please wait here while I retrieve something." With that, Zhongxian rose and walked into the inner chamber. Moments later, he emerged holding a seal, no larger than an inch square, inscribed with the character for Bell. This was a replica of the celestial seal left by their ancestor, Zhong Kuei, designed as a one-time magical artifact that would self-destruct after use. Simply channel your spiritual energy into it, and you will be able to reinforce the seals at the Underworld's passage nodes, he explained. Though the divine presence was absent, his family had always believed themselves to be descendants of the ghost catcher Zhong Kuei. Upon seeing the celestial seal replica, Shirshing's eyes shimmered with desire. This was precisely what he sought. With it, he could unlock the passage to the Underworld. Yet, Zhongxian showed no intention of handing it over. Instead, he produced a satellite phone and smiled. "However, I still have reservations about entrusting this to you. Master Shirshing, I trust you won't mind if I call your senior brother?" Shirshing felt a pang of urgency at these words. He initially believed that by presenting the heirloom of the White Dragon Temple to Zhongxian, he would earn his trust. Little did he anticipate that Zhongxian would be so exceedingly cautious. Now, if Zhongxian were to contact his senior brother, the treachery involving the nightmare ghost would be immediately exposed. It seems he could only resort to forceful measures. Shirshing clutched the heirloom of the White Dragon Temple tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning ashen as an unceasing flow of magical energy began to infuse the heirloom. His gaze was fixed intently upon the object in Zhongxian's possession. Beep, beep, beep. In the next moment, the satellite phone in Zhongxian's hand emitted the sound of a call connecting. Shirshing sprang into action. The prayer beads in his grasp radiated a powerful Buddhist light as he hurled them towards Zhongxian. Zhongxian, who had been facing away from Shirshing, sensed the commotion and swiftly turned around, revealing a demon-slaying sword in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the sword towards the heirloom of the White Dragon Temple. "Huh, I was not mistaken. You, Monk Shiran, are indeed suspicious." Zhongxian scoffed. He then fixated on the glowing prayer bead, disdainfully declaring, "Today, we shall see whether your White Dragon Temple's bead is mightier, or my Zhong family's demon-slaying sword reigns supreme." Attack! In the next instant, a torrent of violent magical energy surged into the demon-slaying sword, and a blade of sword energy, a yard long, gradually manifested, slicing towards Shirshing. The edge of this sword was formidable. Shirshing sensed that if this strike were to land upon him, he would be cleaved in two. In the next heartbeat, determination surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Explode for me." Chapter 52, The Gate of Ghosts. The Descent. As Shirshing's words resonated, the sacred Buddhist beads of the White Dragon Temple erupted with brilliance. Cracks appeared upon the beads, revealing a tumultuous force that expanded with reckless abandon. "Shirshing, have you lost your mind?" A look of astonishment and dread graced Zhongxian's face. He never anticipated that Shirshing would descend into madness to the extent of self-detonating the treasured relic of the White Dragon Temple. This relic represented the very foundation of the sect, crafted by the third-generation ancestor, a being revered as a living Arhat. The third-generation ancestor of the White Dragon Temple was a pinnacle existence of SS rank. Even the ravages of time could not diminish the formidable power of such a creation. Should this treasured relic explode, the entire sect would undoubtedly plunge into decline. Hell, what is a treasured relic? I have even given away the ancestor's relic. Shirshing declared, for the sake of avenging my son, I am willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Zhongxian realized that Shirshing had indeed succumbed to complete insanity. He turned to flee, but the speed of his escape could not rival the imminent explosion of the relic. In the next instant, the cracks on the beads multiplied, unable to contain the ferocious energy within. With a thunderous roar, it erupted. Ancestors, protect me! Zhongxian, knowing he could not evade the disaster, gritted his teeth and raised the demon-slaying sword, invoking its power with a shout. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire village resonated with tremors for miles around. Within a radius of 300 meters, the ground was leveled, creating a massive crater filled with radiant Buddhist light. Any lower-tier spirits that approached would be instantaneously vaporized by this divine illumination. The village itself vanished without a trace, leaving no survivors. Only Zhongxian remained, shielded by the demon-slaying sword, yet he lay severely wounded at the bottom of the crater, plunged into a deep unconsciousness. In the next moment, a phantasmal figure materialized beside Zhongxian. It was Shirshing, who had sought refuge in a dreamscape during the explosion. He slowly crouched down and forcibly extracted the imitation of the Tianshi seal from Zhongxian's grasp. He did not attempt to take the demon-slaying sword, knowing it could only be wielded by those of the Zhong lineage. Others would face dire consequences. At that moment, he fixated on the imitation seal in his hand, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "The passage to the Underworld can finally be opened. Yuan Ming, my son, your vengeance shall be avenged at last. City God, regardless of your divinity, you shall meet your end." Morning dawned. Within the grand hall of the city god, Yi Bei continued to refine the power of merit. Thanks to the efforts of the Yin spirits the previous night, who had nearly eradicated all nearby ghostly beings within a 30-mile radius using the capabilities of the yin-yang mirror, he had amassed a significant amount of merit power, enhancing his strength considerably. Yi Bei opened his eyes, a golden divine light flashing within, causing ripples to spread across the void before him. Outside the grand hall, a voice resonated. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." Yi Bei turned to see the head of the Rapid Reporting Office standing at the entrance of the hall. He then beckoned, "Come in." Upon receiving Yi Bei's summons, the officer hurriedly entered the hall. Bowing respectfully, he spoke, "Your Majesty, while we were exterminating the spectral entities in our jurisdiction at dawn, we discovered that the practitioners of the earthly court and the ghost tamers within the city had gathered together and departed for other cities. Intrigued, I order my subordinates to follow and investigate, only to find that in the county they were heading to, tens of thousands of citizens have been dragged into a nightmare by a nightmare ghost." Hearing this, Yi Bei frowned slightly. The nightmare ghost was indeed courting death, daring to ensnare so many souls. The city god's records contain numerous accounts of spectral entities, including the nightmare ghost. And Yi Bei was aware that those dragged into the nightmare would ultimately be devoured, leaving behind only empty shells. "General Ganlu, Nyotu, and Ma Mian, come see me at once." Yi Bei called out to those outside the hall. As his words fell, General Ganlu and the two spectral beings appeared before him. "Your Majesty." The three bowed in unison. Yi Bei nodded and continued. "In county, a nightmare ghost has ensnared tens of thousands of citizens into its dream. You must go forth and eliminate it. This ghost is exceedingly cunning, often hiding its seed of division within the dream. You must ensure to eradicate every trace and uproot all its seeds hidden within the dream." "Yes, Your Majesty." General Ganlu and the spectral beings bowed again before departing from the city god's hall. Under the guidance of the officers from the Rapid Reporting Office, they hastened toward county. Once they left, Yi Bei waved for the head of the Rapid Reporting Office to withdraw as well. He then turned his attention to the system panel to check the number of sign-ins available. "Can I sign in 3 times?" he inquired. "System, initiate sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. The Ghost Gate." The Ghost Gate serves as the boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang, marking the passage for souls to enter the Underworld. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. The Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road is the sole path for souls to the underworld, flanked by the flowers of the other shore, symbolizing the eternal separation of life and death. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The Homeward Viewing Platform. The Homeward Viewing Platform allows souls a final glimpse of their living relatives and homeland. Crossing it means the complete severance of the possibility of returning to the living world. Upon seeing the rewards from this sign-in, Yi Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was he finally beginning to construct the underworld? Yi Bei's ambition was to bring the underworld into this world entirely, thereby eradicating all spectral entities and restoring peace to the realm of the living. Moreover, through the establishment of the underworld, he could gradually solidify his position as the Yin sovereign. When the divine position of the underworld sovereign fully merges with the essence of the underworld sovereign, he shall attain eternal supremacy. Splendid, splendid. I am eager to witness what lies beyond the gate of ghosts. He yearns to uncover the true nature of the underworld in this realm. He is also curious as to why the world of the living has fallen prey to the encroachment of the underworld and why the phenomenon of supernatural resurgence has occurred. Yet, his greatest desire is to ascertain whether there exist any traces of the once mighty realm of the dead within this world's underworld. After all, one would expect a world governed by the principles of reincarnation to possess the 6 paths of rebirth, yet this world does not. What remains perplexing is that, despite the absence of the 6 paths, there are legends of the deities of the underworld, with their likenesses meticulously documented in ancient texts, each almost perfectly reconcilable. This is the most baffling aspect. The Gate of Ghosts. Descent. Chapter 53. The Shadows of the Gods of the Underworld, kneeling to greet the Prince of Darkness. As Yi Bei's voice faded, the diminutive ghost gate he held transformed, expanding a millionfold. It settled in the void adjacent to the city god's domain, concealed from reality. Its influence permeated the tangible world. Within 1,000 miles of the city god temple, the atmosphere darkened rapidly, and the skies erupted with tumultuous thunder and lightning. As if the apocalypse was at hand, an aura, akin to celestial authority, subtly spread through the air, stirring countless beings to gaze towards the temple, though they could not comprehend the source of their unease. For practitioners and spirit tamers, the sensation was far more palpable. They felt as if a colossal stone were crushing their very beings, rendering them breathless and devoid of thought. What was transpiring? What malevolent force had emerged? Truly, this world is fraught with calamity. The celestial phenomenon that engulfed the region. What manner of existence could provoke such an upheaval? The cultivators and spirit tamers surrounding Rome City looked up at the sky in dread. Even the citizens of a county several hundred miles away, who had been ensnared in the dreams conjured by nightmare spirits, awoke momentarily, stifled by the oppressive power that altered the heavens. The nightmare spirits themselves found their dreamscapes collapsing under this overwhelming force, kneeling in terror as they peered through the veil of dreams into the external world. Could it be that the King of Ghosts had descended into reality? No, no. The Ghost King possesses not such might. What could this be? Meanwhile, Xianyin, who stood at the edge of the rooftop, was also bent low, struggling to breathe, as were the old celestial master and the enlightened monk. It was not until several seconds had elapsed and the extraordinary celestial phenomenon dissipated that they began to recover, gasping for air. Such a cataclysmic shift in the heavens had rendered us breathless. What could this mean? Xianyin inquired, astonished. The old celestial master and the enlightened monk shook their heads in unison, their expressions still marred by shock. They too were at a loss. In truth, the commotion caused by the arrival of the Ghost Gate in the external world was not as pronounced as one might imagine. Rather, once the Ghost Gate manifested in the void, it incited a tremendous upheaval. Countless void storms were rent asunder, and the furious void thunder was instantaneously subdued, plunging the once chaotic void into an eerie silence. The ancient gate, adorned in hues of deep azure and black, bore countless twisted, anguished, and wailing depictions of malevolent spirits, embodying both terror and sanctity, a paradoxical amalgamation. With a resounding rumble, the towering Ghost Gate, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, finally descended beside the city god's domain. The tumultuous void around it transformed into tranquility, stretching for 1,000,000 miles. Amidst the scattered, minuscule worlds embedded within the void, the once dormant entities seemed to stir at this moment, their previously shut eyes flickering slightly. Meanwhile, the spectral deities and soldiers of the underworld, the city god's minions, beheld the presence of the Ghost Gate. However, Yibei did not summon them, and thus they dared not take it upon themselves to investigate. Indeed, what a grand spectacle it was, worthy of being the sole entrance to the netherworld. Yibei gazed upon the Ghost Gate, standing tall in the emptiness, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. In the next instant, he stepped forward, finding himself at the threshold of the Ghost Gate. With a thunderous rumble, the silent gate appeared to sense the arrival of the supreme monarch of the underworld, and the enormous doors swung open with a resounding crash. Suddenly, countless phantoms of spirits, deities, and the spectral figures of Yama, the six heavens, and the 5 ghost emperors manifested on either side of the Ghost Gate. As Yibei advanced, the spectral deities gradually knelt in reverence. They were silently welcoming their sovereign back to the underworld, hoping he would soon ascend to the exalted throne of the nether realm. Yibei, treading upon the void, surveyed the infinite phantoms before him, uttering no words. He proceeded slowly into the Ghost Gate. The moment he crossed its threshold, the surrounding apparitions vanished in an instant. In their stead stood imposing statues of great spirits, towering several dozen feet high. These statues were lifelike, some adorned with hundreds of bone arrows, others embedded with rolling logs and weaponry. There were no fewer than 18 such statues, standing guard at the sides of the Ghost Gate. The Log Demon King and the Blade Rain Demon King. These must be the 18 demon kings tasked with guarding the Ghost Gate. Yet, it was curious why they appeared as statues. These kings were originally subordinate generals of the Eastern Ghost Kingdom, later assigned to defend the Ghost Gate to prevent the living from intruding upon the underworld and to deter malevolent spirits from escaping to the realm of the living. There would surely come a time for their revival. Yibei cast a glance at them before moving on, soon encountering a mist-laden path of the Yellow Springs. Flanking this path were blossoms of the other shore flower, which seemed to sense the arrival of the monarch. The once budding blooms unfurled in full glory at this moment. The previously dim and gloomy Yellow Springs path suddenly burst forth with vibrant colors, as if the tranquil underworld had been graced with a touch of life. The other shore flower, symbolizing the eternal separation between life and death, was the sole hue amidst the Yellow Springs. Yibei sighed softly before continuing his journey forward. Before long, he stepped into the nostalgia platform perched atop the Nether Mountain. Turning back, he discovered that he could indeed glimpse the realm of the living, his own home. He even saw his sister lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. If he were a mere spirit, arriving here would mean a complete severance from the realm of the living, rendering him utterly unable to return. However, he was fortunate. He was not an ordinary ghost, but the monarch. He turned back, contemplating his next move. Gazing ahead, he was met with an expanse of desolation, devoid of any semblance of life. There were no Wanshur City, no Evil Dog Ridge, no Wangchuan River, no Yama's Hall, nor any specters to be found. Only through diligent effort in signing in could the netherworld fully manifest in this realm. Yibei sighed softly. He then continued, "Next, let us explore whether there are any remnants left on the Yellow Springs Road and the nostalgia platform." He was eager to ascertain whether the underworld had ever existed in this world, thus seeking out any trace of its presence. In an instant, his golden consciousness enveloped the surroundings. What was that? A fragment of bamboo? Yibei swiftly moved beyond the realms of the Yellow Springs Road and the nostalgia platform, entering a desolate underworld. There, in the crevice of stone, he bent down and retrieved a broken bamboo piece. Upon closer inspection, he discerned several traditional characters inscribed upon it. Tuoba Yuan, born in Xian. As Yibei gazed at these characters, a memory surged forth in his mind, an essential item required for souls to enter the underworld. That was the guidepost. The guidepost, issued by the city god, was necessary for a smooth passage through the gates of the netherworld, the Yellow Springs Road, Wangchuan River, and other thresholds. Without the guidepost, one could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Why then did this object exist here? Could it be that this world's underworld once harbored the presence of the netherworld? Chapter 54. The S-Class Nightmare Demon. Despair. The arrival of the ox-headed and horse-faced. The concept of a guide to the underworld is exclusively bestowed by the systems of the netherworld. Thus, the appearance of such a guide implies that this realm of shadows once harbored the presence of a true underworld. Moreover, the remnants of a unique aura upon this guide, resonating with the essence of the city god-s seal, indicate that this nether realm undoubtedly once housed a governing force. The reason for its disappearance, however, remains a mystery, leaving one to ponder the past. EBay carefully stowed away the fragment of the guide and began his journey back. He felt no urgency. After all, Tom was on his side. As his strength grew, so too would his understanding of the world around him. To venture forth without sufficient power would only invite perilous threats to his existence. As eBay stepped back into the realm of the living through the Ghost Gate, an entity atop a lofty mountain palace in the netherworld cast its gaze toward the gate. In county atop the roof of the Ghost Control Bureau, Xianin and her companions surveyed the throng of dreamers below, desperately searching for the elusive nightmare demon. Xuanin's agitation grew palpable as she noted the swelling crowd, which had surpassed 100,000 souls. Furthermore, the few ghost controllers she had summoned from Rome City were dwindling, with only a handful remaining unclaimed by the nightmare-esque grasp. Presently, the sole survivors in sight were the B-Class ghost controllers, Lu Zheng and Long Sheng, alongside the A-Class controller, Ning Xian. Xianin, should we descend and search each individual to locate the essence of the nightmare demon? Ning Xian inquired, stepping closer to Xianin. Upon hearing this, Xianin furrowed her brow and replied, descending would only incite chaos among the dreamers. We must wait. In truth, her patience was wearing thin as she witnessed countless souls succumb to the dream's allure. At that moment, Long Sheng interjected, since we cannot find the nightmare demon in the physical realm, why not seek it within the dream itself? Once found, we can subdue it. At Long Sheng's suggestion, Lu Zheng slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, what a splendid idea. Xianin, old master, Saint Shiran, let us dive into the dream and dismantle that demon's lair. Following suit, Qin Xiangfeng and the other B-Class controllers voiced their agreement. Even Ning Xian nodded in approval, stating, this suggestion is indeed wise. Waiting idly outside is far too passive. A proactive approach would serve us better. Upon hearing their words, Xuanin's gaze deepened with a hint of suspicion as she turned to Old Master and Saint Shiran. She immediately noted their peculiar expressions. In that moment, it became clear to her that her instincts were not amiss. Something was awry with this group. Under normal circumstances, no one would advocate for a confrontation with the nightmare demon within its own domain, for the dream realm was undeniably its stronghold. Upon entering, the three beings at a half-step-s level would likely find themselves trapped, even if they were not to perish. Master, take action, Xian implored, glancing towards the old master. Her expertise lay solely in the art of assassination. She was ill-equipped for the nuances of control, thus it was imperative for the old master to intervene. The old master, upon hearing her words, nodded slightly. With deft movements, he inscribed several immobilization talismans in the air, then casually struck them forth. The talismans enveloped Ning Xian and her companions. In the blink of an eye, all of their movements ceased, rendering them utterly motionless. Observing this, Xian finally spoke. When did even an A-level like Ning Xian fall victim? And without any direct contact, isn't the nightmarish ghost a half-step-s level? How could this be possible? Her expression darkened considerably. At that moment, the previously tranquil monk, Shiran, clasped his hands together, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he addressed Xianin. Lady Xianin, you should join us, become a part of the dream, and you shall attain eternal existence. The instant Shiran's words reached her, Xianyin's pupils constricted sharply, a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head, raising every hair on her body. A tempest of dread surged within her. Even Shiran had succumbed. She staggered back 2 steps, her gaze sweeping across all present. The previously immobilized Ning Xian and Lu Zheng, now liberated, wore enigmatic smiles. Every eye in the room was fixated on Xianyin, sending a shiver down her spine. Join us. Become a part of the dream. Their voices eerily synchronized, echoing each syllable as if spoken by a single entity. Old Master, you too. Xianyin turned to the Old Master, hoping against hope that he had not fallen prey. Yet, she was met with the same unsettling smile. Lady Xianyin, become a part of the dream. A thunderous roar erupted. Xianyin was engulfed in despair. She never imagined that everyone but herself would be ensnared. With a fierce resolve, she summoned the vengeful spirits within her, unleashing a terrifying aura as countless phantoms dispersed. This was her ghostly domain. Only within her own realm did she feel a semblance of safety. However, as her domain unfurled, shadows emerged, all bearing her silhouette. Xianyin, join us. Become a part of the dream. The voices reverberated in her ears, layered and overwhelming. My vengeful spirits have also succumbed. It is utterly over. The nightmarish ghost has ascended to S level. The Dragon Kingdom shall face unprecedented calamity. Xianyin sank into complete despair. She slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Do not close your eyes, Lord Xianyin. The solemn expression on the face of the holy monk Shiran was palpable as he raised his voice in urgency. He even employed the sacred mantras of Buddhism, hoping to dispel the illusion with a forceful admonition. However, Xianyin remained oblivious to Shiran's presence and could not hear his words. She stood still, her eyes gently closing as she succumbed entirely to the realm of dreams. Upon witnessing this, the old master let out a resigned sigh, remarking, at present, the nightmarish ghost has likely ascended to an S-class entity. Otherwise, with Xianyin's formidable strength, she would not have fallen prey. Hearing this, the holy monk Shiran clasped his hands together and uttered, Amitabha, an S-class nightmarish ghost is fearfully powerful. It seems we too shall not escape. The Dragon Kingdom may very well face annihilation. The trio, being the most formidable cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom, now found themselves ensnared, while the rest stood no chance against the nightmarish ghost, left vulnerable to its whims. The old master, his countenance heavy with gravity, nodded in agreement, saying, perhaps only in Rome City, where the city god resides, shall the Dragon Kingdom find its last sanctuary. Everywhere else shall fall under the dominion of the nightmarish ghost. If only the city god were not bound by territorial limitations. He had never felt such despair as he did at that moment. Yet just then, an invisible ripple spread across the sky above and county, and the clouds transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching the earth below. Amidst the deluge, the sound of heavy footsteps resonated, causing the very ground to tremble in response. The citizens, ensnared in the nightmarish ghost's grip, appeared unsteady, swaying precariously. The old master, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly revealed an expression of astonishment. Is that the aura of the Een spirit? Both he and Shiran gazed in excitement towards a distant street corner. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, revealing a colossal figure with the head of an ox and the body of a man, wielding a steel fork, emerging at the street's bend. Chapter 55. The Fearsome Bullhead, Unstoppable. This figure was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, towering at least 2 zhang high. Its eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, emitted a fierce red glow, rendering it particularly terrifying amidst the darkness. Its muscles coiled and bulged like a mighty dragon, symbolizing boundless strength. Each hoof it planted upon the ground resonated with a deep, thunderous thud, yet curiously, no footprints were left behind, creating an eerie spectacle. The venerable Taoist priest and the serene monk, upon witnessing this scene, felt their entire bodies tremble. The sheer ferocity reflected in those eyes compelled them to instinctively retreat several steps. Their previously calm hearts now raced violently. Could this be one of the legendary 10 great Een generals, the Bullhead? The Taoist could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, while the monk's brow quivered, betraying his own tumultuous emotions. Amitabha, yet another formidable general has joined the city god temple. After exchanging a glance, the two refrained from uttering another word. After all, this bullhead was a renowned deity of the underworld, capable of moving mountains, tasked with subduing malevolent spirits that dared to escape from the realm of the dead. They feared that any noise they made could provoke this formidable entity, leading to dire consequences. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the Taoist priest and the monk, the nightmarish ghost was consumed by terror. Mastering the art of dreams, it could utilize those ensnared within its illusions as its eyes. Thus it was acutely aware of the bullhead's arrival. Such overwhelming presence likely signified a being that had attained the realm of law, SS class. Though it had recently ascended to the realm of essence, S class, through the relic of a powerful adept from the White Dragon Temple, it stood no chance against this entity. The nightmarish ghost was acutely aware of its own limitations. It had no intention of confronting the bullhead head-on. Therefore, upon seeing the bullhead, it recognized that fleeing was its only option. After all, a being of such terrifying caliber, having reached the realm of law, was far beyond its capacity to contend with. First, it must consume dreams and souls. Within its dominion of dreams, the nightmarish ghost gritted its teeth, reluctant to relinquish the vast number of dreams and souls. By devouring the souls of over 100,000 ordinary people and several hundred spirit tamers, it could ultimately refine the relic of the law adept, despite the passage of time having diminished its power. Yet, it still held the potential to elevate its cultivation to the late stage of the essence realm. At that point, even upon returning to the underworld, it would no longer be a mere pawn. In the next moment, the nightmarish ghost transformed into a towering figure, thousands of feet high, within the dream it commanded. It then unleashed a powerful inhalation directed at the dreams and souls beneath it. Instantly, a colossal storm erupted within the dreamscape, swirling all souls and dreams into its tempest, ultimately funneling them into its vast, gaping maw. Countless souls lament and weep, yet find themselves utterly powerless to resist. For this realm is a dream, a dominion of nightmares. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the citizens consumed by their very souls and dreams fall one by one, akin to dumplings plummeting into boiling water. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the serene monk and the venerable celestial master are seized with urgency, contemplating a direct plunge into the dreamscape to rescue the afflicted. However, the next moment, a thunderous roar halts their every action. "You wretched being, how dare you display your ferocity before me?" The voice of the bull-headed deity reverberates like thunder, echoing throughout the encounter. With a single hand, he raises a colossal trident, its black and crimson divine energy ominously rending the fabric of reality. Tendrils of dark lightning coiling around it, resembling an apocalyptic artifact. Then, with a fierce thrust, he drives the trident towards the throng gathered beneath the Bureau of Ghosts. At this sight, the celestial master and the serene monk are instantly stricken with terror. They cannot fathom the devastation that would ensue should this trident pierce the crowd of over 100,000 souls. They yearn to shout a warning, yet it is already too late. The immense trident, accompanied by boundless dark lightning, descends upon the masses like divine retribution. The celestial master and the serene monk widen their eyes in shock. Yet, in the next breath, the colossal trident fails to harm a single soul, as it seems to transcend the boundaries of reality and illusion, manifesting directly within the nightmare's realm. Boom! The vast world of the nightmare demon appears to suffer a cataclysmic disaster in that instant. The immense trident plunges into it, shattering the entire dreamscape. The towering nightmare demon, which had been devouring dreams and souls, is reduced to the size of an ant, pierced through by the trident. Boundless black and crimson divine light, infused with destructive dark lightning, envelopes it. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare demon's massive form dissipates into a wisp of green smoke. The souls and dreams that it had ingested, not yet digested, emerge unscathed as radiant beams, escaping the dream realm and returning to their rightful bodies. At this sight, the celestial master and the serene monk exhale in relief. Within the peculiar dreamscape, numerous gray seeds scatter and drift away on the winds of this boundless, strange expanse. These are the avatars of the nightmare demon, As long as they take root in someone's dreams, the demon has the opportunity to resurrect and grow anew. Fortunately, I was prepared. I will not be entirely extinguished by the death of my corporeal form. The consciousness of the nightmare demon finds solace in the dream seeds. Yet amidst this unusual space, a shadowy figure remains. She is Xianyin. Observing the countless dream seeds swirling about, she exerts all her strength, attempting to eliminate them relentlessly. However, her efforts prove to be but a drop in the bucket. Futile. My dream seeds are endless, beyond your capacity to eradicate. The taunting voice of the nightmare demon resonates in Xuanyin's ears. She stands frozen, momentarily disheartened. Can the eternal nature of dreams truly confer immortality? Yet, in the realm of external reality, the bull-headed figure, with blood-red eyes radiating a sinister glow, surveyed the peculiar space. Upon observing the drifting gray seeds of dreams, a cold smirk crept upon its visage. Dreams are but trifles. Does it dare to hope for complete liberation? With a single step, it vanished from the tangible world, directly materializing within the boundless and strange domain. In an instant, its form, which stood merely 2 zhang in the real world, expanded exponentially into a colossal being, akin to a primordial titan. Within this bizarre expanse, the specter known as Xianyin, upon witnessing the omnipresent giant, fell into a stupor, as if her very soul had been extinguished in that fleeting moment. The nightmarish spirits within the strange space shrieked in panic, striving with all their might to extricate the dream seeds from this place. However, in the next heartbeat, the gigantic deity, as vast as the cosmos, reached out, and countless gray dream seeds were ensnared by an invisible force. Subsequently, they were seized and unceremoniously thrust into its maw, lined with jagged fangs. The flavor was exquisite, seemingly capable of enhancing its cultivation. A cruel grin spread across its face as it prepared to devour. Yet, before it could satiate its hunger, it perceived the emergence of several other colossal figures within the peculiar space. Ma Mian and the generals of chains and locks. They too opened their gaping maws, consuming the multitude of dream seeds entirely, leaving the nightmarish spirits with no hope of revival. Only then did they depart the strange realm, returning to reality. Upon their return, the bull-headed figure, Ma Mian, and the chain and lock generals soared into the sky, intent on reporting back to the Underworld's magistrate. As they departed, Xianyin, who had previously kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, gasping for breath. These deities of the Underworld were indeed terrifying entities. She had just feared they might, in their insatiable hunger, consume her as well. Moments later, the citizens who had previously collapsed to the ground began to slowly awaken. But upon witnessing the throngs of people on the streets, they were struck dumb with fear, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. The officials, once awakened, hurriedly sought to restore order, worried that the panic among the populace might lead to a stampede. Meanwhile, Xianyin and her companions did not afford themselves a moment's respite, for they needed to seek out the whereabouts of the monk Shishing and eliminate him, lest he incite even greater chaos. In another location, the monk Shishing stood atop the highest peak of Qingsheng Mountain, gritting his teeth in immense anguish. He was in the process of exorcising the malevolent spirits within him, for he was about to reach the node of the seal. This seal possessed formidable destructive power, particularly against ghostly entities. Should he fail to expel the spirits, he would be vanquished by the very formation he intended to dismantle. Give me, release. With a fierce determination, Shishing forcefully tore apart the malevolent spirit embedded within his consciousness. He then cast it directly into the formation, which instantly shimmered with a brief radiance, reducing the spirit to mere ashes. Subsequently, a divine light flickered in the monk's eyes as he raised a replica of the Heavenly Masteress seal, initiating the reverse dismantling of the formation. Moments later, a soft crack echoed, and the sealing formation of the Underworld's passage began to shatter, revealing dark fissures from which an overwhelming surge of dense, ghostly energy erupted. Chapter 56. The Opening of the Underworld Passage, Gathering of Spirits. These ethereal energies are remarkably pure. In such an environment, The spectral entities can enhance their cultivation at an accelerated pace, and even the spirit tamers are able to achieve significant advancements. However, at this moment, Shurshing has detached the malevolent spirits from within himself. He has now become a purely devoted practitioner, incapable of absorbing these ghostly energies. Thus, he promptly unfurled his Buddhist powers to shield himself from the invasion of the ghostly aura. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, he produced a palm-sized statue of the nightmarish spirit. Within it resides a fragment of the nightmarish spirit, which he previously utilized to draw himself into a dreamscape, evading the cataclysmic explosion of the Buddha bead, thereby executing a counterattack against Zhong Xian and seizing the replica of the Zhong family's talisman of the Celestial Master. Now, as he presents this artifact, it is, of course, to establish a connection with the nightmarish spirit. Nightmare, you may return. The passage to the Underworld is now completely open. You may enter. Shurshing, with a fierce grip on the statue, trembles with anticipation. This is not fear or anxiety, but rather exhilaration. He is on the brink of exacting a harrowing toll from the city god who took his son, Yuan Ming. Yet, after uttering several incantations directed at the statue, he finds it utterly unresponsive. Could it be that you wish to deceive me? The malevolence on Shurshing's face becomes increasingly pronounced. He forcefully channels his energy into the statue, striving to summon forth the fragment of the nightmarish spirit. However, as his power surges within, he feels an unsettling emptiness. There is no trace of the nightmarish spirit, only lingering echoes of despair. This is the aura released when the nightmarish spirit succumbed to hopelessness. It is dead, a complete waste, an utter failure in achieving anything. Shurshing's complexion darkens significantly. Without the guidance of the nightmarish spirit, he cannot find formidable specters to slay the city god. Furthermore, ancient texts recount that the underworld is vast and dispersed. To incite a tide of spirits to surge into the mortal realm would require considerable time. Given such time, his senior brother, the old celestial master, and the enigmatic Een of the spirit tamers would undoubtedly arrive. At that juncture, they would seal the underworld passage with their artifacts, and his plans would be utterly thwarted. There remains but one final recourse: the blood sacrifice. Spirits are drawn to the flesh and blood of humans. Thus, he would utilize the allure of human blood to expedite their gathering. When a multitude of specters forms a tide to assault the mortal realm, the city god would inevitably take notice. With so many powerful spirits in the underworld, there must exist some capable of vanquishing the city god. Although this would lead to untold casualties among the populace, Shurshing remains indifferent. Ha ha ha, this is all the city god's fault. You shall not blame me. Your Majesty, we have slain the spirit. In the grand hall of the city god, the ox-headed and horse-faced deities bowed respectfully. Je bei mir die Gestalt lightly in response. Subsequently, he remarked, well, proceed to refine the power of incense to enhance your cultivation. Recently, Yi Bei had been plagued by an unsettling premonition that a significant upheaval was imminent in the mortal realm. Thus, he frequently urged the Een deities to elevate their powers, preparing them to confront the impending changes and crises with greater fortitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The expressions of the Een deities, such as Nyotu and Ma Mian, brightened with joy, and they bowed before withdrawing. After all, the power of incense was an invaluable boon for these deities of the underworld. Once several of the Een deities had departed, Yi Bei opened the system panel to check his current number of sign-in opportunities, 2 in total. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he directly addressed the system. System, I wish to sign in completely. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. 9 Nether Soul, Refining Cauldron. This cauldron is forged from the divine iron of the Netherworld and contains the 9 Nether Ghost Fire, capable of refining any spirit cast within into elixirs to enhance cultivation. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. 3 Live Stone. This stone is one of the treasures of the underworld, capable of revealing the past, present, and future of souls. Inscribed with the phrase early ascend to the other shore, symbolizing the fate of reincarnation. Upon witnessing the sign-in rewards, a faint smile graced Yi Bei's face. Splendid. Following his acquisition of the Ghost Gate and the Yellow Springs Road, he had once again obtained the 3 live stone, signifying a substantial advancement in his endeavor to fully manifest the underworld in this realm. Moreover, the 9 nether soul refining cauldron would prove immensely beneficial, given the abundance of spirits in this world. If he could refine them all and transform them into sustenance for the growth of the Een deities, they would undoubtedly become significantly more powerful than before. Perhaps, in the future, the strength of the underworld would ascend to new heights because of this cauldron. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Bei cast the small cauldron outside the city god's hall, where it landed precisely at the center of the Een officer's domain, expanding into a radius of 20 yards. The entire precinct of the city god trembled slightly, immediately capturing the attention of the other Een deities. Yi Bei then calmly addressed those gathered outside the hall. This cauldron possesses the ability to refine spirits into elixirs. Henceforth, if you capture any malevolent spirits, you may extract their soul power or bring them whole to be placed in this cauldron. His voice, though not loud, reverberated through every corner of the city god's domain. Upon hearing his words, both the Een deities and the Een soldiers displayed expressions of elation. Such a treasure, bestowed upon them by their sovereign for the purpose of enhancing their cultivation, was indeed a monumental favor. Consequently, all the Een deities and officers within the precinct hurriedly prostrated in gratitude, exclaiming, "We thank you, your majesty. Rise and focus on your duties." Yi Bei replied with a slight wave of his hand, just as he prepared to return to his study to delve into ancient texts in search of traces of the underworld's existence in this realm. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him, akin to a sudden inspiration, a feeling that something significant was destined to transpire today. And so, he addressed the Een and Yang messengers outside, saying, "Een and Yang, please arrange for the Speedy Report Office and the 500 ghostly soldiers to conduct a thorough inspection within a radius of 1,000 miles, to ascertain if any events have transpired." "Yes, your majesty." The Een and Yang messengers bowed and exited the Grand Hall, one heading towards the Speedy Report Office and the other towards the station of the ghostly soldiers. Meanwhile, beyond Rongqing, in a small town at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Xian Een and 2 others stood atop a tall building, utilizing their abilities to survey the area below, attempting to trace Shixing's whereabouts, yet yielding no results. They had even enlisted all official personnel from Rongqing and the surrounding 800 miles in the search, but still found no clues regarding Shixing Shiran. "My dear monk, where do you suppose your wayward disciple might be hiding?" Xian Een inquired. Shiran, the holy monk, shook his head in response, saying, "Ba, I too am at a loss." However, given his profound obsession with avenging the city god, he should be within or near Rongqing. No sooner had he spoken than the specially designed communication devices of the 3 simultaneously emitted a sound, prompting them to exchange glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They each retrieved their unique communication device and connected it. As anticipated, the moment the connection was established, an urgent voice came through. "Lord Xianyin, it is dire. The array nodes sealing the passage to the underworld in Qingqing Mountain have been destroyed by the Shixing. He is currently massacring the populace and casting them into the underworld passage." The voice abruptly ceased, evidently silenced by Shixing's lethal hand. "This wretched being has opened the passage to the underworld and seeks to attract a horde of spirits using the blood and flesh of innocents, thus unleashing a tide of malevolence upon the mortal realm." Shiran, the holy monk's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes bloodshot and his voice rendered hoarse. At that moment, the communication device that had not been terminated suddenly emitted a voice that Shiran recognized all too well. "Hey, brother, this is a gift from your wayward disciple for you and the city god. Be sure to catch it at the summit of Qingqing Mountain, Shixing." His face twisted with madness, exclaimed. His gray monk's robe was stained a vivid crimson as he discarded the bodies of the slain townsfolk into the underworld passage. On the opposite side of the passage, countless eerie green eyes flickered to life, drawn by the enticing scent of blood and flesh, converging relentlessly towards the underworld passage. Chapter 57. 2 S-Class Giant Demons. A tide of 100,000 ghosts approaches. At this moment, the spirit tamers beside Shirshing sought to thwart the impending calamity. Yet they found themselves utterly outmatched, swiftly vanquished, and their bodies discarded into the passage to the underworld to lure forth the specters. The passage to the underworld had been irrevocably opened, a gaping chasm 10 feet wide and several dozen feet high, from which an abundance of pure, ghostly energy seeped into the realm of the living. The trees surrounding the mountaintop withered in vast swathes, and even the creatures and insects hidden deep within the earth could not escape the clutches of death. Wretched being, you shall pay for this. The holy monk Shiran was consumed by fury. He had never anticipated that a calamity such as Shirshing could emerge from within the White Dragon Temple. A blight upon the world. Had he known earlier of Shirshing's malevolent nature, he would have crushed him without hesitation. Alas, foresight was not his gift. With a decisive gesture, Shiran shattered the communication device in his grasp and addressed Xianin. I shall join the old celestial master in vanquishing that wretched Shirshing. I implore you, Lord Xianin, to summon all spirit tamers and practitioners from the surrounding cities to guard the passage to the underworld. Additionally, please inform the Zhong and Shui families to bring their ancestral treasures and assist in sealing the passage once more. Xianyin's countenance mirrored her distress as she nodded, promptly turning to carry out her tasks. Meanwhile, Shiran and the old celestial master hurried towards the passage to the underworld, prepared to subdue Shirshing while guarding against the specters that might emerge to wreak havoc. At this moment, on the other side of the passage at the peak of Qingxing Mountain, a multitude of specters, lured by the scent of flesh and blood, began to converge, at least thousands of them. They had dwelled in the underworld, seldom tasting blood, yet the allure of flesh was etched into their very souls. Thus, upon catching the scent, they surged forth like sharks drawn to blood. The first of the specters rushed into the grotesque pile of mangled corpses, ravenously devouring the remains. Blood and viscera splattered in a gruesome display, a sight that would terrify any ordinary observer. Yet, Shirshing the monk watched with exhilaration, licking the blood from his lips, a sinister grin adorning his face. Feast, feast. When you are done, there will be ample blood and flesh in the realm of the living for you to consume. Ha ha. It would be best to devour every soul in this world. Such a world serves no purpose if left intact. Since the death of his son, Yuanming, Shirshing had descended into a state of utter madness. As he spoke, he cast living individuals into the passage, and immediately the vengeful spirits pounced upon them. The air was filled with the cacophony of their anguished cries. Upon reaching the mountainside, the serene monk and the old celestial master were immediately struck by the anguished cries that echoed through the air. Their expressions darkened, for they recognized the malevolence of the entity known as Shirshing. Without hesitation, they hastened their pace. Just as Shirshing prepared to snap the neck of an innocent child and cast him into the abyss, a colossal golden hand and a shroud of malevolent energy descended upon him in an instant. Shirshing, having expelled the malevolent spirits from within, found himself gravely weakened. His strength diminished to less than a tenth of its former capacity, barely achieving a B level of power. Thus, ensnared by the dark energy, he was rendered immobile, effectively pinned in place. The child in his grasp, face contorted in terror, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of sobs. In the next moment, a pair of rugged hands reached forth, brutally fracturing Shirshing's arm and liberating the child from his grasp. The owner of those hands was none other than the serene monk. "Fear not, child," he proclaimed with a visage full of compassion as he enveloped the boy in a radiant aura of Buddhist power, gently coaxing him into a peaceful slumber. After setting the child down, he turned his attention to the immobilized Shirshing. This abomination truly deserves punishment, he thought, his heart seething with uncontainable wrath as he gazed upon the grotesque remnants being devoured by malevolent beings in the passage to the underworld, and the despondent faces of the townsfolk trapped in despair. As the essence of his Buddhist power transformed into purifying flames, they blazed fiercely around him. Yet, in the face of such fury, Shirshing remained unperturbed. With a ferocious sneer, he howled, "Brother, this is all your fault. They perished because of you. Had you chosen to aid me in my vendetta, they would have lived. You are the one who truly deserves to descend into the abyss. His voice reverberated ominously, lingering in the air. Kill me, Rihuan. Send me to the Western Paradise, he murmured, his tone suddenly somber. Rihuan, gazing at his wayward disciple, felt his anger begin to wane, yet the flames of retribution within him blazed ever brighter. He stepped closer to Shirshing, clasped his hands together, and intoned, Umitba, your sins are profound. You have no chance of ascending to the Western Paradise. In the next heartbeat, Rihuan struck with a mighty blow, his palm crashing against Shirshing's skull with overwhelming force, shattering every bone in his body until he collapsed like a pile of refuse upon the ground. However, Rihuan did not relent. From the depths of his dark energy, he conjured a powerful vortex that extracted the lifeless soul of Shirshing. The 18 layers of hell are far more suited for you, he declared, casting Shirshing's spirit into the swirling darkness, destined to face the relentless torment of the underworld. A necessary sacrifice to quell the grievances of the victims. As the enlightened Saint Monk had just vanquished the Shising monk, a cacophony of wails and howls reverberated through the passage to the underworld. The malevolent spirits had already consumed the flesh of the Shising monk, and their gaze now fixated upon the living souls atop the summit of Qingqing Mountain. With a ferocious roar, they surged forth towards the realm of the living. The Grand Master and the enlightened saint exchanged a glance, and without a moment's hesitation, charged into the underworld passage to confront the relentless tide of spirits. Fortunately, these were merely the lowest-tier apparitions wandering the desolate expanse of the underworld, lacking in formidable strength. Although they were numerous, the presence of the Grand Master and the enlightened saint at the forefront, combined with the arrival of exorcists by helicopter from nearby, managed to hold back the onslaught of spirits. Soon, Xianyin arrived, accompanied by Ning Xian and several other A-class exorcists, significantly alleviating the pressure. It appeared that the situation was beginning to tilt in their favor. Ning Xian, please inquire how long it will take for the heads of the Zhong and Shui families to arrive, Xianyin asked, seizing a moment to inquire. Ning Xian nodded in acknowledgement and utilized a specialized communication device to contact the exorcists accompanying the Zhong family and others. After a brief moment, she looked up and reported, Lord Xianyin, they said they will arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Xianyin nodded in response, addressing the defenders against the spirits. All right, everyone, hold your ground. As long as the Zhong and Shui families arrive with the treasured Heavenly Master Seal and the Judge's Sword, this crisis can be entirely averted. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd brightened with a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to them, however, in the desolate wilderness of the underworld, two colossal S-class spirits, adorned with menacing bone spurs, were hastening towards the passage. Ahead lay the realm of the living. I can smell the fragrance of flesh, one of the giant spirits exclaimed, extending its barbed tongue to lick its lips, its eye sockets ablaze with insatiable greed and cruelty. With a sudden surge of speed, it advanced, followed closely by an overwhelming swarm of spirits, numbering well over 100,000. Chapter 58. Despair Beyond Measure, The Arrival of the Spectres. These ethereal beings donned tattered armor, wielding rusted long knives, their power far surpassing that of the spirits lingering near the entrance to the underworld. As they amassed, the once dark and ominous sky of the nether realm transformed into a suffocating canopy of black clouds, pressing toward the realm of the living. Should this ghostly army breach the threshold into the land of the living, no nation would stand a chance. The entire world would be irrevocably transformed into a paradise for these malevolent entities. However, this grim scene remained unbeknownst to the numerous ghost tamers and practitioners stationed at the entrance to the underworld. Under the leadership of Xian Yin and two others, they tirelessly vanquished the scattered spirits attempting to breach their defenses. These apparitions flitted about like headless flies, falling one by one to their relentless assault. As minutes slipped by, only a scant few hundred spirits remained, and the hearts of the defenders began to ease. They were acutely aware that reinforcements from the Zhong and Shui families were imminent, poised to seal the passage to the underworld. At this moment, Xian Yin observed the dwindling spirits and then turned to glance at the trembling citizens behind them. She addressed Ning Xian, saying, "Ning Xian, the spirits are thinning. Take a portion of the people and escort them down the mountain, lest they remain here in fear." Upon hearing this, Xian Yin cleaved a spirit before her with a single stroke of her sword. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "Understood, my lord Xian Yin." With that, Ning Xian sheathed her sword and called upon a dozen ghost tamers, preparing to lead the citizens to safety. Yet, just as her words fell, a howling wind erupted from the depths of the underworld. A massive, ominous black cloud swept toward the passage. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth. "What is that?" inquired the ghost tamer Qin Xiangfeng. The other ghost tamers turned, their throats dry and a profound dread rising from the depths of their souls, utterly uncontrollable. Xian Yin, alongside the monk Shi Ran and two others, briefly levitated above the entrance to the underworld, their eyes drawn to the opposite side of the low mountains. What they witnessed would forever haunt their memories. Beneath the shroud of black clouds, an endless horde of spirits surged toward the passage, their evident target being the realm of the living. Leading the charge were two colossal specters, each possessing S-class strength, far beyond their capacity to confront. Even without these two formidable giants, the relentless tide of spirits was insurmountable. As Xian Yin beheld this scene, an icy terror coursed through her veins. She muttered, "Is this the heavens conspiring against my dragon kingdom?" Despair enveloped her mind, and she could no longer maintain her levitation, plummeting from the sky. The old celestial master and the enlightened monk slowly descended to the ground, their expressions grim and foreboding. Upon witnessing the countenances of the three most formidable figures in the dragon kingdom, Ning Xian and the other practitioners of spirit mastery felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Both the celestial master and the enlightened monk possessed profound mental fortitude, making it rare for anything to provoke such a drastic change in their demeanor. Thus, an ominous premonition settled over the crowd. "Lord Xianyin, what have you seen?" Ning Xian inquired, her voice somewhat hoarse. Though she had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, a flicker of hope lingered within her. She wished for the reality to be less dire than her imagination suggested. However, Xian Yin's subsequent response extinguished her hopes entirely. "There are malevolent spirits, an endless horde of them approaching," she declared. "Leading them are two S-class entities. The Dragon Kingdom is doomed." As she spoke, the despair in her eyes threatened to overflow. Throughout her life, she had faced numerous perils and significant events. Yet she had never envisioned encountering a scenario so harrowing. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces paled, some trembling uncontrollably. They had not anticipated such a dire revelation. Ning Xian clenched her teeth, her countenance turning ashen, devoid of any color. "You must retreat. Everyone, leave this place and do not wait here to perish. Withdraw and notify the authorities to evacuate the citizens to Rong City," Xian Yin commanded, closing her eyes. However, Ning Xian resolutely shook her head. "I will not flee. I joined the Spirit Master Bureau to protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If I abandon them now, I would betray my ideals." Despite her pallor, her grip on the sword remained unwavering, her nails digging into her palm without her feeling any pain. "And you? Will you flee?" Xian Yin turned her gaze from Ning Xian to the others. The spirit masters and practitioners were visibly terrified, their lips quivering. Yet, they spoke with unwavering resolve. "We will not retreat." Their voices rang out in unison, a testament to their collective determination. Xian Yin, upon hearing them, clapped her hands. "You are all commendable. Though it seems we shall all perish here today, the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom will remember you. You are all heroes." She then turned to Ning Xian and instructed, "Inform the higher authorities to expedite the evacuation of the populace to Rong City. That is where they will find refuge." With that, Xian Yin resolutely stepped into the passage to the underworld. The celestial master and the enlightened monk remained silent, but followed her lead, entering the pathway to the underworld and treading upon its shadowy terrain. The remaining spirit masters and practitioners, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. Some of them walked with trembling legs, yet resolutely ventured into the passageway to the netherworld. It is human nature to feel fear, but their formidable willpower transcended this instinct. Their purpose in stepping into the underworld was to attempt to impede the spirits, thereby creating better conditions for the Zhong and Shui families to seal the passage. Although the likelihood of success was less than 1 in 10,000, they remained undeterred in their endeavor. A few minutes later, above the celestial dome of the living world, several aircraft had not yet steadied when figures leapt directly from them. It was the members of the Zhong and Shui families. The heads of both families wielded their ancestral treasures. However, upon gazing through the passageway into the realm of the netherworld and witnessing Xian Yin and others already treading upon its soil, they were momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, they grasped the intention of Xian Yin and her companions, understanding that they were there to thwart the tide of spirits and to afford them a better opportunity to perform the sealing. Seeing the desolate figures standing on the soil of the underworld, a wave of sorrow washed over all members of the Zhong and Shui families. The head of the Shui family, unable to bear the sight, urged everyone, "Hurry out. We must begin sealing this passage." But Xianyin, without turning back, waved her hand dismissively and stated in a calm voice, "You may begin. Do not concern yourselves with us. Seize every moment." As her words fell, the distant tide of spirits had already crested the low hills of the underworld, revealing its terrifying visage. An overwhelming surge of apparitions that left all breathless. Commenced the activation of our ancestral treasures. "Seal this passage," the heads of the Shui and Zhong families shouted through gritted teeth. They then cast their ancestral treasures into the air. Immediately, all members of both families fervently channeled their spiritual energy. The Celestial Master Seal and the Judge's sword emanated a brilliant radiance, forming intricate formations around them, as the Celestial Master Seal and Judge's sword served as their focal points, rapidly constructing the array. The tide of spirits from the underworld approached with alarming speed, intensifying the despair in the hearts of the Zhong and Shui families. They understood that Xian Yin and her companions could not hold back the onslaught, nor could their formation be completed. The Dragon Kingdom was truly on the brink of annihilation. At that very moment, on the mid-slope of Qingqing Mountain, a thick black mist began to rise. Hundreds of spectral soldiers, led by a formidable general, hastened towards the passageway to the netherworld at the mountain summit. Chapter 59, 100 verses. 100,000. Like invincible celestial warriors. As the spectral soldiers advanced, the once vibrant forest fell into an eerie silence. The creatures within rendered mute. The commander of the spectral battalion, Ma Sheng, hastened his pace while casting his gaze toward the summit of Qingqing Mountain, where an ethereal and pure ghostly aura emanated. Such concentrated, ghostly energy could only originate from the netherworld. It was said that at the mountaintop, a fissure leading to the underworld existed, likely teeming with spirits yearning to breach into the realm of the living. Turning to the spectral dispatchers beside him, he instructed, "You must return and report to His Majesty about the events unfolding here. We shall halt the spirits from the netherworld from invading the realm of the living." "Yes, General." The spectral dispatchers, without hesitation, turned to relay the message. Being lesser in rank than the spectral soldiers and not skilled in large-scale confrontations with spirits, their primary function was to deliver intelligence. As the dispatchers departed, Ma Sheng's expression gradually transformed into one of gravitas. Addressing his spectral soldiers, he declared, "The time has come for us to serve His Majesty." With his words hanging in the air, he surged ahead, reaching the mountaintop, where he beheld the vast passage to the netherworld and the relentless tide of spirits surging from the other side. The sheer number of them was enough to instill a sense of despair. Yet, within Ma Sheng's eyes, there was no trace of fear, only exhilaration. He had long yearned for battle. Meanwhile, the once despairing spirit tamers and cultivators, upon hearing the synchronized clash of metal, turned to see the orderly ranks of spectral soldiers clad in black armor. The blood-red eyes of these soldiers exuded an imposing aura akin to towering mountains, suffocating the spirit tamers and cultivators. A member of the Shui family, unable to contain himself, retreated 2 steps, his pallor evident as he queried, "Is this truly the legendary spectral army?" Though both the Zhong and Shui families remained reclusive, They had still received information from the outside world. They had heard tales of the Changhuang Temple in Rongqing countless times, yet this was their first encounter with the spectral soldiers of the underworld, and at such proximity. Faced with this overwhelming pressure and malevolent energy, trepidation gripped their hearts. For a moment, nearly everyone from the Zhong and Shui families stood transfixed in place. Ma Sheng, observing the obstruction posed by the members of the Zhong and Shui families, bellowed, "The spectral army advances. Mortals, step aside at once." His voice reverberated atop Qingcheng Mountain, jolting the Zhong and Shui families back to reality. As they beheld the spectral soldiers drawing near, panic washed over them, leaving their faces ashen. "Quick, step aside!" shouted Cui Yulin, the head of the Cui family, urging the others. Finally roused from their stupor, the members of both families hastily retreated, clearing a path. With this, Ma Sheng paid no further heed to the Zhong and Shui families, leading his 100 spectral soldiers boldly into the passageway of the netherworld. As they stepped into the moment, the spectral warriors felt a surge of ethereal power coursing through them, their battle fervor intensifying, as if they were intrinsically linked to the very essence of this netherworld. Meanwhile, Xianin and the venerable celestial master, having witnessed the arrival of the spectral soldiers, were acutely aware of the formidable strength that the deities of the underworld possessed. Thus, upon sighting the spectral warriors, they promptly cleared a path for them, retreating back to the realm of the living to avoid encumbering the spectral forces. The 100 generals of the spectral army paid no heed to Xianin and his companions, their gaze fixated on the oncoming tide of spirits, surging forth like a tsunami. As the ghostly wave drew nearer, the cacophony of wails and howls filled the air, overwhelming the very atmosphere. Ma Sheng, one of the spectral generals, felt the ghostly flames flickering wildly in his eyes, and with a burst of sanguine light in his pupils, he rallied his troops with a thunderous cry. "Warriors, form ranks. Charge with me. To battle!" Leading the charge, he brandished his spear and plunged into the heart of the ghostly tide. Followed resolutely by his legion of spectral soldiers, their eyes aglow with a fierce crimson light, brimming with malevolence and a thirst for blood. They formed a formidable phalanx, akin to a sharpened blade, piercing straight into the ghostly onslaught. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhong Hai, who stood beside the celestial master, could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Though they are denizens of the underworld, can such a small force truly withstand such a vast tide of spirits?" This sentiment resonated with the others, who shared a sense of trepidation as they turned to observe the advancing spectral warriors. The formation they had established appeared as a mere vessel adrift upon a tempestuous sea, seemingly at the mercy of the monstrous waves that threatened to engulf them. Yet, the celestial master, shaking his head, responded, "The deities of the underworld cannot be measured by conventional standards. Furthermore, the underworld is not solely reliant on this contingent. It is bolstered by the presence of powerful entities such as the city god and the enigmatic Wuchang. This tide of spirits may indeed be repelled." Reassured by his words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could hold the line, the Dragon Kingdom would be spared from annihilation. They resumed their gaze toward the infernal realm, witnessing the spectral soldiers having formed their battle array, charging headlong into the ghostly tide. In an instant, any specter that came into contact with the spectral warriors was swiftly vanquished, dissipating like ephemeral illusions into a wisp of smoke. The spectral soldiers remained unscathed, suffering not a scratch. Within mere moments, they had already dispatched thousands of spirits, causing the once mighty wave of ghosts to diminish in scale. Although new spirits continued to join the fray, they were being eliminated at a rate far outpacing their arrival. At this pace, within an hour or two, the tide of spirits would be entirely obliterated by this 100-strong battalion of spectral warriors. Witnessing the scene, the head of the Zhong family could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. He murmured to himself, "Truly, these are the spectral soldiers of the underworld, exhibiting such formidable prowess. Slaying these apparitions is almost as effortless as dispatching poultry." The others echoed his sentiments. A mere 100 spectral soldiers could withstand such a multitude of phantoms, an unprecedented sight indeed. Indeed, this was just 100 spectral soldiers. Should all the soldiers of the Netherworld be summoned, they would undoubtedly sweep through the entire realm of Yin and Yang, vanquishing all spirits in their path. While they were still reeling from this revelation, in the realm of the Underworld, the two colossal S-rank apparitions that had initially charged towards the passage to the Underworld, upon witnessing the might of the spectral soldiers, erupted in fury. Dare to obstruct us. Perish. The two gigantic specters lunged towards the formation of spectral soldiers. Observing this, Xian was immediately alarmed. This is dire. Those are two S-rank apparitions, and among the spectral soldiers, only the strongest is of S-rank. The rest are merely half-step S-rank, and the casualties may be severe. The others were swiftly engulfed in tension. However, Ma Sheng, the 100 generals of the spectral soldiers, revealed a faint smirk upon seeing the two colossal specters charge. You wish for us to perish. Absurd. In the next instant, he raised his long spear, and the energies of the 100 spectral soldiers coalesced into a singular force. A 100-foot-tall black tiger materialized from the ether, its body shimmering with dark radiance. Although it was but an illusory form, its might resonated as if it were a true divine beast. Upon witnessing this, the fierce aura emanating from the two colossal specters dissipated instantaneously. Without uttering a word, they turned to flee. The black tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, shaking the very heavens. This sound, capable of instilling dread in both gods and spirits, rendered the apparitions as if ensnared by a binding spell, their movements momentarily stilled. The two fleeing giants, though not entirely immobilized, found their escape drastically hindered, their speed reduced to a crawl. In the next heartbeat, the black tiger extended its massive claws towards the two specters. With a resounding thud, a giant paw print, spanning dozens of feet, appeared upon the ground. Yet the two colossal specters had already been reduced to mere dust beneath the might of the tiger's paw, their souls scattering into the winds. Such ferocity! The powers derived from the military formation could annihilate two S-rank apparitions in an instant, akin to celestial soldiers descending upon the mortal realm. Xian and the venerable celestial master stood agape, struck dumb by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the spirit tamers present in Rongqing, though previously acquainted with the might of the spectral soldiers' formations, were equally astounded. However, after the initial shock, the weight in their hearts was lifted. With the spectral soldiers of the city god's temple exhibiting such strength, the threat of the ghost tide would surely dissipate in no time. Charge! Ma Xing, wielding his obsidian spear, guided the 100-foot black tiger into the fray of the ghost tide. As the black tiger's paw descended, it left in its wake a multitude of fallen spirits, as effortlessly as one might crush mere ants. In the blink of an eye, the number of spectral beings, akin to a tsunami, had diminished by half. A considerable number of these spirits began to regain their senses, fleeing in disarray. Yet, amidst the chaos, as the spectral generals and their legion continued to surge through the tide of phantoms, a profound disturbance stirred within a distant valley of the Underworld. Amongst the countless corpses scattered throughout the valley, the remains of a serpent-like dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, suddenly convulsed. Within its hollow eye sockets, two glowing green flames ignited, illuminating the darkness. Its gaze seemed to pierce through the valley, locking onto the location of the spectral soldiers, the denizens of the Underworld. Had they not perished? Its low, resonant voice echoed throughout the valley, while its form coiled with an inexhaustible aura of ghostly energy, transforming into a thick, obsidian mist that lifted its dragon-like remains skyward, propelling them towards the spectral warriors. Chapter 60. The Clash of Dragons and Tigers. The city god arrives. Outside the grand hall of the city god Essene Temple, the head of the Speed Reporting Division, along with an urgent official, hastily approached the entrance. Minister Lin Yin of the Speed Reporting Division seeks to report an important matter. Hearing the urgency in their voices, Yi Bei, who had been engrossed in ancient texts, set his book aside. Come in, he beckoned. Upon hearing Yi Bei's summons, the head of the Speed Reporting Division hurriedly entered the hall, accompanied by a subordinate. Yi Bei rose and inquired, have there been results from the patrol? Having sensed a foreboding, He had dispatched the Speed Reporting Division along with 500 soldiers to survey the surrounding area within 1,000 miles. It seemed now that their efforts bore fruit. "Yes, Your Majesty," the head of the Speed Reporting Division reported, bowing deeply. "At the summit of Qingcheng Mountain, a fissure leading to the Underworld has been opened, unleashing a tide of over 100,000 malevolent spirits attempting to breach the realm of the living. General Ma Sheng has already led 100 of his soldiers through the fissure to impede their advance, but the outcome remains uncertain." The head of the Speed Reporting Division delivered his report with utmost diligence, fully aware that his colleagues could be in grave danger. For the Underworld is far from a benign domain. While ordinary spirits might not pose a significant threat, even an army of 200,000 to 300,000 could falter against the might of the soldiers. However, should a formidable spectral entity of the SS rank emerge, it would spell doom for General Ma Sheng and his troops. A fissure leading to the Underworld? Yi Bei's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. He resolved to personally investigate this rift. During his previous foray into the Underworld through the Ghost Gate, he had not encountered any spirits, thus failing to glean any secrets of the Netherrealm. Now, with the rift opened and an abundance of spirits present, he believed he might uncover some of the long-hidden mysteries of the Underworld. "All deities, soldiers, swiftly accompany me to Qingcheng Mountain to vanquish the spirits. Officials shall remain in Rong City to oversee the patrols." As soon as Yi Bei's command echoed, numerous figures transformed into shadows and darted from various corners of the temple, gathering in the vast courtyard outside the Grand Hall. The bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, alongside the black and white impermanents, stood at the forefront. Behind them were 100 elite soldiers mounted on colossal spectral steeds, accompanied by 500 ordinary soldiers. Upon stepping out of the Grand Hall, Yi Bei was met with deep bows and salutations from all the deities and soldiers. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Satisfied, Yi Bei nodded in acknowledgement and soared into the sky. The deities followed suit, ascending alongside him, while the soldiers surged forward, shrouded in swirling black mist. Hastening along the ground, the thunderous hooves of the enormous spectral steeds resonated harmoniously with the metallic clinks of the soldiers' armor. Meanwhile, Wang Zhensheng, the temple priest who had been resting in the side hall, was abruptly awakened. Since assuming his role as priest, he had begun to experience extraordinary changes, influenced by the dispersed divine power of the deities of the city god temple. He could now perceive spirits and observe the retreating figures of the soldiers with newfound clarity. He muttered to himself, "The city god has surprisingly brought so many spectral soldiers into battle this time. It seems that some significant event has transpired. I hope the common folk remain safe." Within the city of Rome, the local ghost tamers and practitioners from various sects witnessed the numerous spectral figures passing by. They dared not show any hint of disrespect and hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Atop Qingcheng Mountain, Xian Yin and the members of the Zhong and Shui families were intently gazing through the ghostly passage at the battlefield within. At that moment, the colossal black tiger, conjured by the spectral soldiers' formations, relentlessly hunted down the fleeing spirits. The situation on the battlefield had turned decidedly one-sided. Led by 100 generals, 100 spectral soldiers had thoroughly routed the tide of 100,000 spirits, leaving them utterly defenseless. Originally numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it was estimated that only 20,000 to 30,000 spirits remained, with most having already fled. In proximity to this ghostly passage, merely 2,000 to 3,000 spirits were still being pursued by the spectral soldiers. This spectacle left all present in a state of profound shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Are we truly going to survive this time?" Lu Zheng asked in a daze, his voice stirring the others from their stupor. Xian Yin nodded gravely and said, "With the presence of these spectral soldiers from the Underworld, it is unlikely that any other spirits will dare approach. Once these spectral soldiers finish their hunt and depart, we can seal the spatial passage once more." Upon hearing these words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The Dragon Kingdom would finally be spared from annihilation by the tide of spirits. They and their loved ones would be able to live on. A resounding roar echoed from the Underworld as a modest hill was shattered by the massive black tiger. The last few hundred spirits met their demise. Then, General Ma Sheng, wielding a long spear, pointed slightly towards the heavens. Instantly, the towering black tiger, perched atop the crumbled hillside, opened its cavernous maw and inhaled deeply. Countless spectral winds surged forth, drawing in innumerable lingering soul energies, which were swallowed whole by the black tiger, ultimately coalescing into black soul crystals in the hands of General Ma Sheng. A smile broke across Ma Sheng's face, for previously, Yi Bei had decreed that they could bring back living malevolent spirits to cast into the 9U's soul refining cauldron for potion crafting, or collect soul energy after defeating spirits to enhance their cultivation. The very next moment, he turned to the weary spectral soldiers and proclaimed, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Let us return to the city god-s realm for alchemical pursuits." Upon hearing the prospect of enhancing their cultivation through elixirs, the spectral soldiers felt a surge of renewed vigor. After all, only by elevating their cultivation could they aspire to attain the position of Yin God. A soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a worthy soldier. As they were about to dismantle their military formation and prepare for their return, a series of deep, eerie sounds echoed from the distant sky. It resembled the lowing of cattle, yet was intermingled with the authoritative roar of a tiger, sending shivers through the very souls of those who heard it. Upon catching wind of this sound, even the cultivators and spirit manipulators of lesser prowess in the mortal realm felt an overwhelming discomfort, instinctively covering their ears, yet torrents of blood still flowed from their orifices. Observing this, Xian Yin and the venerable heavenly master hastily employed their techniques to insulate themselves from the demonic resonance, providing some relief to the crowd. "What on earth is that?" Qi Hung inquired, perplexed. The serene monk, upon hearing his question, wore a grim expression and replied, "The sound resembles that of cattle mixed with the roar of a tiger. This is the voice of a Jiao dragon. But how could such a creature exist in the underworld? It is a being of myth. Its rightful habitat should be the vast oceans and rivers of the mortal realm." Upon hearing the heavenly master's explanation, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically. After all, the Jiao dragon is a formidable entity from mythology, and should they encounter it, their fate would likely be one of consumption. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the General Ma Sheng and the spectral soldiers also bore grim visages. Being in the underworld, devoid of the world's barriers, they could more acutely sense the perilous power contained within that strange sound. They perceived a deadly threat emanating from it, signifying that they might perish here. Yet, they did not retreat. The power of their spectral essence surged forth, and the 100-foot-tall shadow of the black tiger, a manifestation of their military formation, grew increasingly corporeal. As the sound drew nearer, a foul wind swept through the sky, and drops of dark, putrid rain began to fall upon the spectral soldiers. They looked up to behold a 100-foot-long skeletal Jiao dragon soaring through the clouds. At this sight, General Ma Sheng bellowed, "Attack!" He then brandished his spear and charged toward the dragon in the sky. The black tiger roared, lunging fiercely at the skeletal Jiao. In an instant, amidst the murky realm of the underworld, dark clouds gathered, and a violent wind transformed the desolate landscape into a massive sandstorm. The next moment, the dragon and the tiger clashed violently, akin to mythical beasts engaged in a desperate struggle. There was no embellishment, only the primal collision of their forms. Each shockwave had the capacity to obliterate nearby hills, creating a scene reminiscent of world-ending destruction. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, the heavenly master furrowed his brow at this spectacle. Reflecting, it is said that when a Jiao dragon dies, its corpse descends into the underworld, where it regains sentience and transforms into a ghostly Jiao. The creature known as the dragon was formidable in life, and even in death, its remains have transformed into a ghostly dragon, likely reaching an SS level of power. The spectral soldiers, it seems, are not a match for this ghostly beast. Upon hearing this, the spirit's previously relaxed demeanor became heavy once more. Indeed, as the venerable celestial master had predicted, within merely a few minutes, the colossal black tiger conjured by the spectral soldiers had already begun to falter, its form being shredded by the claws of the skeletal dragon. At this moment, despair loomed as they approached the brink of collapse. roaring in derision. The skeletal dragon emitted a mocking sound. The renowned elite spectral soldiers of the underworld are not as formidable as they seem. If your strength is merely this, then I shall send you to my temple of 5 viscera. The ghostly flames flickered in the dragon's eye sockets, casting a disdainful gaze upon the spectral warriors. Regardless of how fiercely the spectral generals, led by Ma Sheng, resisted, within moments, the colossal black tiger finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the skeletal dragon. Let me savor the essence of the underworld soldiers. It opened its massive jaws, lunging towards the spectral warriors below. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the realm of the living were left aghast. At that moment, not far from the outer reaches of Qingqing Mountain, a golden light appeared in the heavens, followed by several streaks of black light, racing towards the passage to the underworld. In an instant, the golden light and the accompanying shadows plunged into the realm of the dead. As they landed, thunderous roars echoed within a radius of several hundred miles in the desolate underworld. Tremors reverberated through the ground. An endless gray mist and dust of the underworld, along with the black clouds of ghostly energy enveloping the skeletal dragon, were instantaneously dispersed. Subsequently, a figure emanating a golden radiance, engulfed in divine flames, gradually materialized. Chapter 61. The city god subdues the serpent with one hand. Are there accomplices? As Xianin and the others observed the dismantling of the Yin soldiers' formation, an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped them. Fear gripped some, rendering their bodies weak and trembling. After all, prior to the arrival of the Yin soldiers, they had endured the depths of despair, believing that the Dragon Kingdom would succumb to the tide of ghosts and face extinction. However, the emergence of the Yin soldiers reignited a flicker of hope within them. Yet, when the skeletal dragon tore apart the 100-foot black tiger, it plunged them back into utter hopelessness. The pendulum of joy and sorrow left them reeling. Now, witnessing the city god arriving with the Yin deities, an immense hope surged within their hearts once again. Xianin, with flushed cheeks and palpable excitement, exclaimed, "The city god has arrived. The Dragon Kingdom shall not perish." At that moment, some among them, lacking composure, were so overwhelmed that they rolled their eyes and nearly fainted. Meanwhile, upon sensing the arrival of their Yin sovereign, the Yin soldiers were revitalized. The once listless, ghostly forms seemed to be infused with vigor, their morale soaring as the previously scattered 100-foot black tiger began to coalesce once more. After all, with their sovereign leading the charge, they were determined to display the indomitable spirit of the Yin soldiers, even at the cost of their lives. Yi Bei, noticing the Yin soldiers regrouping their formation, waved his hand slightly, proclaiming, "Stand down. You need not fight any longer." With a limited number of Yin soldiers at his command, he wished to avoid any unnecessary losses. Understood. Upon receiving Yi Bei's command, the Yin soldiers halted their formation, bowing respectfully in his direction. The Yin soldiers exhibited unwavering obedience to their Yin sovereign, without a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, under the leadership of General Ma Sheng, the Yin soldiers stationed themselves beside the passage to the underworld, guarding against any ghostly entities that might stealthily infiltrate the realm of the living. Meanwhile, Yi Bei's gaze shifted to the skeletal dragon swirling in the sky. Initially, the dragon appeared majestic amidst the clouds, resembling a true dragon. Yet, as the black mist dissipated, its true form revealed itself, presenting a grotesque, skeletal figure. The skeletal dragon, in turn, scrutinized Yi Bei and the Yin deities beside him, while the presence of the Yin deities instilled a sense of unease within the dragon, knowing they shared the same realm of power. Classified within the grand category of law, SS grade, it still sensed a glimmer of potential for resistance, should escape become necessary. However, the aura emanating from Yi Bei enveloped it in an unparalleled terror that resonated deep within its very soul. The ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets danced frantically, nearly extinguishing. Moreover, it could perceive the essence of the underworld emanating from Yi Bei and the Yin deities, leaving it utterly astonished. How could these Yin deities, who had seemingly vanished from the underworld, reappear? Who are you? And why do you carry the aura of the underworld's Yin deities? It yearned to escape at this very moment, yet was acutely aware of its inability to flee, thus desiring to become a wise specter. Upon hearing these words, Ibei's brow arched in surprise. Indeed, this journey had not been in vain, as he gleaned a hint of information regarding the underworld from this spectral creature. However, he refrained from immediately questioning the corpse dragon, for he understood that such spectral beings are relentless in their pursuit of survival. It would be prudent to subdue it first before further inquiries. Consequently, he subtly beckoned, and forthwith, the sound of galloping hooves resonated across the verdant peaks of Qingqing Mountain. A cadre of formidable underworld warriors, clad in heavy armor and mounted upon colossal spectral steeds, charged forth with great vigor. The path from the mountainside to the summit was exceedingly steep, yet beneath the hooves of the spectral steeds, it appeared as level as the ground itself. The thunderous clatter of hooves upon the mountain's surface reverberated, as if the entire peak were trembling in response. Outside the passage to the underworld, Xian Yin and the others, upon hearing the cacophony, turned in astonishment, their faces painted with terror. Are these indeed the soldiers of the netherworld? How can they possess such formidable strength? The venerable celestial master could not suppress a quiver in his voice. He discerned that each of these riders, astride their massive spectral steeds, bore strength exceeding the S rank, and there were a full 100 of them. In his understanding, such overwhelming power was sufficient to sweep across the entire realm of the living. A millennium ago, during the flourishing era of cultivation, it would have been impossible to muster such a formidable force of S-rank warriors. After all, during that time, while S-ranks were numerous, they were also of a caliber capable of establishing their own sex, who would willingly serve under another. The others also sensed the might of these elite underworld soldiers, their strength rendering them speechless, leaving them frozen in place. The 100 elite soldiers, led by General Gong Yang Feng, charged past the onlookers without a single glance, plunging into the passage to the underworld and halting behind Ibei. All soldiers, heed my command. Subdue this corpse dragon and bring it back to the netherworld. Ibei spoke with an air of nonchalance. His decision to allow the elite underworld soldiers to act rather than intervening himself stemmed from a desire to witness their combat prowess and determine if they could transcend a significant rank to suppress the SS rank specter. As you command, General Gong Yang Feng saluted respectfully, then unleashed a commanding presence, rallying the elite soldiers with a thunderous order. Form ranks. Annihilate the enemy. He was the first to charge forward, brandishing a lance that pierced the sky, aimed directly at the brow of the soaring corpse dragon. The lance, like a dragon itself, transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards its target. Simultaneously, the energies of the elite underworld soldiers intertwined, their auras continuously surging. Suddenly, an imposing figure, 300 zhang in size with 3 heads and 6 arms, materialized with ferocity. Roar! The 3-headed, 6-armed apparition unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the very foundation of the netherworld, causing the ground and stones to crack under its might. With a single hand, it grasped forward, transforming the long spear originally belonging to the 100 generals into a colossal weapon of 100-fold size. Gripping it firmly, it thrust the spear fiercely toward the corpse of the dragon. Simultaneously, a battle cry erupted from its lips. Kill! The corpse dragon, ensnared by the potent aura, found no escape. In a surge of determination, it lunged toward the 3-headed, 6-armed apparition. The clash of these titanic beings was imminent. In an instant, the underworld seemed to upheave, with enormous pits forming in the ground, mountains crumbling, and rivers of molten lava flowing forth. The tremendous commotion startled numerous spirits dwelling in the underworld, particularly in the vast valley of corpses where the dragon once resided. At the very bottom of the heap of remains, great ghostly flames ignited within massive skulls. These specters, born from the bodies of demons and monsters, possessed formidable strength. Towering wolves of 30 zhang, tigers of 50 to 60 zhang, and the remains of colossal serpents stirred. The corpse tiger was the first to leap upon the valley's precipice, gazing toward the direction of the underworld passage. Such a massive disturbance could only signal ill tidings. The dragon's fate appeared grim. Its voice was deep and hoarse, akin to the sound of bones grinding against one another. Meanwhile, the corpse serpent coiled within the valley, raising its head and hissing ominously. Should we not assist it? After all, we are allies, it proposed, casting its gaze toward the corpse wolf. Yet, the corpse wolf shook its head, mockingly retorting, "Assist it? Are you jesting? It is the most troublemaking among us, always seeking chaos. If we aid it this time, it will surely create more trouble in the future. I believe it would be better for it to perish this time, to spare us from the repercussions." Upon the wolf's words, the others fell silent for a moment, then subtly nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us return to our slumber and cultivation." The corpse tiger leaped from the cliff, descending into the endless sea of bones, gradually sinking away. The corpse serpent and corpse wolf exchanged glances before also submerging into the skeletal remains, falling silent. However, at this moment, near the Underworld passage, the battle between the corpse dragon and the elite specters of the Underworld had escalated to a fever pitch. Initially, the forces were evenly matched, yet within mere minutes, the tide began to turn against the corpse dragon. In a fleeting moment, over half of its skeletal structure had fractured, and its once 100-zhang long body had dwindled to a mere 50 or 60 zhang. In the next heartbeat, several enormous hands reached out to grasp the corpse dragon, aiming to subdue it. Upon witnessing this, the dragon's eyes widened in terror. It could not be captured. The methods of the Underworld specters were brutal, more excruciating than death itself. Aware of the torturous techniques employed by the Underworld, it was resolute in its desire to evade capture. The skeletal dragon, witnessing the approaching hands poised to seize it, gritted its teeth and exclaimed, "If you wish to slay me, then let us perish together." In the next instant, the ghostly fire within its core ignited, causing fine fissures to appear. It was prepared for self-detonation, intending to take the encircling specters with it into death. Meanwhile, the onlookers, exorcists, and cultivators, observing the battle from the realm of the living, were suddenly struck with a wave of dread. A chill ascended from their feet, coursing straight to their minds. After all, this was an SS-grade specter. If it were to explode, even those in the living realm would surely meet their demise. With no chance of escape, it was over. That specter was of SS caliber, possessing immense detonation power. Would the city god truly perish here today? The head of the Chui family expressed his terror. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present turned ashen, although they were unaware of the city god's true strength. Their analyses had led them to estimate it to be of SS grade. If that were indeed the case, the city god could genuinely fall. The demise of the city god would plunge this world into yet another era devoid of hope. Not far away, Yibei remained oblivious to the exorcist's apprehensions. Had he known their thoughts, he might have chuckled aloud. At that moment, upon witnessing the skeletal dragon's intent to self-destruct, his brow arched in intrigue. He then scoffed. "You wish to self-detonate? Such a delusion." In the next heartbeat, Yibei extended his hand towards the skeletal dragon, which was brimming with chaotic, ghostly energy and on the verge of explosion. With an effortless gesture, a colossal hand, spanning 1,000 meters, materialized above the skeletal dragon's head. As Yibei moved, that immense palm swiftly enveloped the skeletal dragon entirely within its grasp. What was once poised for successful self-detonation was now subjected to an invisible force that compressed its form. Under the overwhelming divine power, the skeletal dragon, which had retained a size of several dozen meters, began to diminish rapidly. Mere seconds later, it had shrunk to the size of a mudfish, resting in Yibei's palm. The skeletal dragon, upon beholding its current state, was struck with sheer terror. You are truly a being of the annihilation realm, SSS grade. Hasn't the underworld vanished? How could such a formidable presence emerge? Who are you? Its face was a mask of disbelief. Yibei, however, paid it no heed, as it was his prerogative to interrogate the creature, not the other way around. In the next moment, he pinched it with 2 fingers, preparing to depart. At that instant, the skeletal dragon, now resembling a diminutive mudfish, gritted its teeth and produced a square bone, crushing it with a fierce claw. "Save me," it conveyed telepathically to the shattered talisman. Naturally, Yi observed its subtle movements with keen clarity, and his brow furrowed. Another ally? Subsequently, he unleashed his vast consciousness, beginning to pinpoint the location at the other end of the talisman. In this realm of shadows, Yi felt an inexplicable sense of ease, as if he were a fish in water. His spiritual perception extended far beyond that in the mortal world, magnifying by dozens, even hundreds of times. Perhaps this was the effect granted by his status as the son of the Underworld. Yi instantly comprehended the reason behind it. Meanwhile, in a valley strewn with corpses, several powerful skeletal entities, who had just succumbed to slumber in preparation for further cultivation, were abruptly roused. The skeletal tiger's eyes flickered with ghostly flames as it exclaimed, "The dragon has been captured. We must depart swiftly. Those capable of subduing it can easily overpower us." The skeletal giant wolf surged forth from the endless heaps of remains, racing towards the depths of the underworld with astounding speed. By the time the skeletal tiger and the skeletal python registered the situation, the skeletal giant wolf had already fled several kilometers away. "We must follow." The skeletal tiger and the skeletal python exchanged glances before hastily pursuing the giant wolf. However, at that moment, a colossal wave of spiritual energy swept across a radius of several thousand miles, locking onto the three skeletal beings with an iron grip. "Ah, so its accomplices are here," Yi murmured to himself. Yet, as his voice traversed the spiritual realm, it amplified 100-fold, reverberating like the voice of a celestial being, instilling terror in the hearts of the skeletal tiger, giant wolf, and their companions, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Once they were ensnared by that overwhelming presence, they found themselves immobilized, akin to being suppressed by a natural enemy. Realizing escape was futile, the skeletal giant wolf let out a mournful sigh. "Alas, this wretched mudfish has truly brought ruin upon us." It lamented that its greatest regret in life was forming an alliance with that unfortunate creature. Chapter 62. The specters yearned to seize the divine position, attaining the judge's divine rank. At this moment, the corpses of the tiger and the giant python wore expressions of profound dismay. They had never anticipated that their typically unprovocative demeanor would lead to their suppression. Truly, it is said that misfortune descends upon one unexpectedly, lamented the corpse snake. However, before it could finish its lamentation, a colossal golden hand descended swiftly from the heavens. The might it bore was akin to that of a deity, utterly beyond their capacity to resist or evade. Consequently, they neither fought back nor fled, remaining rooted in place, eyes shut in resignation, bracing for their demise. In the vicinity of 2,000 to 3,000 miles, Yi had not concealed his aura. Instead, he had completely unleashed it. Consequently, numerous gazes turned skyward, drawn to the golden hand. Upon sensing the aura emanating from it, which belonged to the underworld, expressions of bewilderment surfaced among them. The netherworld. Why does the aura of the underworld manifest once again? Could it be that the underworld is not truly extinguished? Whispers echoed throughout the netherworld. Meanwhile, within a vast cavern, the revered lord of the underworld, worshipped by the ghostly sect, abruptly opened its eyes upon sensing the aura of the golden hand. It was shrouded in darkness, devoid of facial features save for a singular, enormous eye embedded at its center, its form adorned with scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The aura of a deity. I require a divine position. It had fortuitously acquired a method of cultivation left behind by a departed nether deity. Thus, it established the ghostly sect in the mortal realm to garner incense offerings. Yet, after amassing a considerable amount of offerings, it discovered that its absorption efficiency was lamentably poor. Stagnating as time progressed, it became evident that a divine position was essential for the true mastery of the incense cultivation technique and to ascend as an immensely powerful deity. However, the nether deities of Ur had vanished, leaving no divine positions behind. Feeling despondent at the prospect of no further advancement, the sudden sensation of divine presence exhilarated it immensely. I must seize a divine rank. Even the lowest one will suffice. Any divine position can aid me in transcending to the realm of annihilation, SSS level. In the next moment, the Lord of the Underworld closed its singular eye, initiating contact with its followers in the mortal realm. It resolved to wait for its acolytes of the ghostly sect to gather information before it would act, for it was inherently cautious by nature. Meanwhile, the specters awaiting their demise beneath the golden palm, after a prolonged period, realized they had not perished. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld their forms diminishing further under the control of the vast golden hand, ultimately shrinking to the size of broad beans and being ensnared within a palm. They looked up and discerned a blurred visage obscured by golden light and divine flames. Returning to the city of the Underworld, after capturing these specters transformed from corpses, Ibe had no intention of lingering any longer. After all, he still wished to return and interrogate these individuals regarding the matters of the Underworld. He turned and, accompanied by the Een spirits and Een soldiers, stepped directly out of the realm of shadows. Upon returning to the mortal realm, he gestured slightly towards the direction of the Underworld passage. Instantly, a torrent of golden divine power surged forth, commencing the restoration of the fissures in the Underworld. In mere seconds, the once gaping cracks had been entirely mended. Subsequently, he transformed into a radiant golden light, soaring towards the celestial vault above. In the wake of Yi Bei's departure, the previously dazed onlookers gradually regained their senses. Just moments ago, when the skeletal dragon had threatened to self-destruct, they had feared that the city god and the Een spirits might perish as a result. However, they were now enveloped in an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The skeletal dragon, rather than perishing alongside the city god, had been rendered so diminutive before the deity that it was akin to a mere loach, easily toyed with. We had previously underestimated this esteemed city god. He is far from being merely SSS tier. Divine beings, indeed, cannot be fathomed by mere mortals. The venerable master sighed. The enlightened monk, too, nodded in agreement, saying, Amitba, our current cultivation is too low. Viewing the city god is like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the moon above. Perhaps when we ascend to S tier, our perception of this city god will be akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky, with no hope of comprehension. Moments later, Ibe had returned to the city god's domain, accompanied by the Een spirits and Een soldiers. Those Een soldiers who had previously slain the ghostly entities to extract their soul energy, under the leadership of the master of Een and Yang, began concocting elixirs using the 9 nether soul refining cauldron outside the Grand Hall. Ibe opened his palm, gazing at the diminutive skeletal ghosts, now resembling the size of broad beans. He turned and handed them to the black and white impermanents, instructing, ensure they are cast into the small hell. We must extract the historical truths of the underworld from them. Most ghosts are tenacious, unwilling to relent without the application of torture. They are unlikely to divulge anything otherwise. Upon hearing Yi Bei's command, the skeletal ghosts in the hands of black and white impermanents displayed expressions of sheer terror. These entities had survived from an era long past and had witnessed the harrowing realities of the 18 levels of hell. It was truly a fate worse than death. Yet, constrained by Yi Bei's divine power, they lacked the strength to take their own lives. Understood, black and white impermanents bowed respectfully to Yi Bei. Subsequently, clutching several skeletal ghosts, they proceeded towards the small hell. As soon as they stepped into the small hell, the skeletal ghosts began to weep, though no sound escaped their lips. For they were suppressed by divine power and could not shed tears, their bodies composed entirely of bones. After making the necessary arrangements, Yi Bei returned to the grand hall of the underworld. Resuming his place upon the throne, he first deposited the merits he had acquired into the Xian Huang merit cauldron for amplification. Thereafter, he turned his gaze to the system panel, which revealed that his sign-in count had reached an impressive 5 times. Without hesitation, Yi Bei directly clicked to check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. 9 nether pool. This pool is infused with the power of the 9 nether's utmost darkness, possessing the ability to imprint souls. Any Een spirit below the SSS level can leave their soul mark on the walls of the pool. Should they perish, they will be reborn here, reconstructing their Een body. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Judge's divine position. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. City God position token. With this token, a virtuous individual can transform into a city god, safeguarding the host's yin-yang order. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have received the reward. Judge's Hall. This is the place where the judge oversees cases. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. 18 Ghost Kings. These are the 18 mighty Ghost Kings guarding the Ghost Gate, preventing the living from entering the Underworld, as well as subduing any vengeful spirits attempting to escape to the realm of the living. The continuous system notifications resonated, and a broader smile spread across eBay's face. The rewards from this check-in were extraordinarily lavish. The judge's divine position alone would exponentially enhance his power. Furthermore, with the token capable of generating a city god position, his overall strength would significantly increase. The 18 Ghost Kings, each formidable in their own right, could now rival many of the Yin spirits under his command. The crowning reward, however, was the 9 Nether Pool. With this pool, should any of his Yin spirits or Yin soldiers fall to powerful malevolent spirits, they could be resurrected within the 9 Nether Pool. This meant he would no longer worry about the loss of his subordinates. Excellent. Yibai smile was uncontenable. He lifted the 9 Nether Pool and waved his hand slightly. Instantly, the 9 Nether Pool descended outside the city goddess hall, transforming into a pitch-black deep pool. Following his thoughts, he extracted a thread of soul essence from all the Yin spirits, Yin soldiers, and Yin messengers, directly imprinting it onto the walls of the 9 Nether Pool. Once this was accomplished, he fused the judge's divine position into his divine form, causing his strength to surge rapidly. His official attire transformed into a vibrant red judge's robe adorned with patterns of myriad ghosts. Subsequently, he moved his feet and found himself outside the Ghost Gate. Upon stepping inside, he beheld the stone statues of the 18 Ghost Kings within the Ghost Gate springing to life at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, all the Ghost Kings knelt before Yi Bei, proclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." Yi Bei waved his hand and commanded, "You must guard the Ghost Gate diligently, ensuring no malevolent spirits breach it and disrupt the yin-yang order. As you command." After arranging matters, Yi Bei soared into the sky, crossing the Yellow Springs Road and the Nostalgia Platform, and soon beheld a cluster of palaces, dark as ink, amidst the desert. The palaces, interconnected, are so immense that they dwarf an entire county in the mortal realm, enveloped in layers of black mist. Within this haze, phantasmagoric beasts emerge, manifestations of the protective formations guarding the Hall of Judges. Yi Bei stepped forward, directly materializing in the Grand Hall's center. Sitting upon the throne, he surveyed his surroundings with a satisfying nod. Just as he intended to explore the other chambers, the voices of the black and white impermanents echoed from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the black and white impermanents request an audience." "Enter," Yi Bei replied, his tone indifferent. He understood that they had completed their examination of the corpses. As soon as the black and white impermanents stepped into the hall, he continued to inquire, what were the results of the examination? At his words, the black and white impermanents hesitated, struggling to articulate their response. After a moment of stammering, He Wuchang finally spoke, "Your Majesty, we have failed your instructions." Just as the skeletal dragon was about to speak, an inexplicable force silenced it. "I suspect a powerful taboo from the Underworld has been imposed upon them, rendering them unable to reveal anything regarding the past of this realm's underworld, lest they be annihilated." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei furrowed his brow. The prohibition had the power to transcend the barriers between the realms. The spirit that cast this taboo was indeed formidable. Yi Bei had always sensed the depths of this world. It was confirmed. With his current strength, he could not silently eliminate an SS-class spectral being across the realm's divide. Only by tearing through space could he achieve such a feat. Why, he pondered, did these taboo spirits not venture into the mortal realm to devour living beings? After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the constraints of the heavenly order in the mortal realm prevented such taboo spirits from crossing over. Nevertheless, an unsettling weight lingered in Yi Bei's heart. It was clear that he needed to elevate his cultivation more swiftly. Should these taboo spirits breach the heavenly order's restrictions, the entire mortal world would face obliteration. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the South Sea, the disciples of the hellish sect prostrated themselves fervently within a temple. Their expressions were fervently ecstatic. After a century, their revered deity had once again manifested. The colossal statue had fully revived, its vast eye greedily surveying the devotees below, drawn by the scent of flesh and blood. However, it did not indulge immediately, but instead commanded, "I require you to investigate the cultivation levels of all the underworld deities in the mortal realm and identify the weakest among them. Should you succeed, I shall grant you entry into my divine kingdom, where you shall attain eternal life." The declaration ignited boundless excitement among the disciples gathered there. After all, the allure of immortality is an irresistible temptation for nearly everyone, with few able to decline its call. In strict adherence to our Lord's decree, the followers of the Underworld sect swiftly mobilized. Some presented freshly dismembered living beings to the Underworld deity, while others set sail towards the direction of Rome City. Chapter 63. Can mortals become Underworld messengers? The shock of the Ascendant. A day later, within the sub-branch of the Netherworld sect located in Lekking, several guardians of the sect stood by, while the sect leader, Ghost Soul, was seated in the main position. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the group of lowly acolytes before him, a surge of irritation igniting within him. He then inquired, "Where is the branch leader? What the deputy leader and the other officials? Why do they not come to see me?" Upon hearing this, the acolytes hesitated, their words tangled in confusion. At that moment, the guardian known as Old Water Ghost, observing their expressions, wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sea. He rebuked them sharply. "What is this silence? Are they truly prepared to deny the authority of the sect leader and forsake the Netherworld God? Are they planning to betray the sect?" At this pronouncement, the acolytes dropped to their knees, their foreheads touching the ground in frantic reverence. "Leader, it is not as you think. They have all gone missing. The branch leader ventured to Rongqing for vengeance, but has not returned. Subsequently, several officials ventured to find him, yet they too have vanished. We suspect they may have fallen victim to those malevolent spirits. Rumor has it that there has been a large-scale patrol of underworld soldiers and messengers near Rongqing, and few of the ghostly beings in that vicinity have managed to escape alive." The acolytes had not refrained from speaking out of unwillingness, but rather out of sheer terror. After all, if the leader were to declare, "Your branch leader is dead, how is it you still live?" they would be utterly paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing the acolytes' words, the sect leader's expression initially darkened, only to gradually brighten, culminating in a maddening laughter that left the acolytes stunned. "Excellent, excellent. The stronghold of these malevolent spirits is indeed here. If we fulfill the commands of the god, we shall attain eternal life." With that, he fixed an intense gaze upon the acolytes and commanded, "You, go capture an underworld messenger and bring them back for interrogation." The acolytes were left utterly perplexed. "Us? Surely not. How can we possibly capture a messenger? Leader, we are no match for them. Let the guardians handle it." Their protest was abruptly silenced. Bang! A series of dull thuds resounded as the heads of the acolytes burst apart, resembling blossoming flowers of flesh and blood. Useless wretches, living only to squander the air. Ghost Soul snorted disdainfully. His earlier command to capture a messenger had merely been a pretext to eliminate these acolytes. Rising from his seat, he exited the hall and turned to the guardians, stating, "The opportunity for eternal life lies before us. You must exert yourselves wholeheartedly." The guardians, their expressions solemn, clasped their hands in salute, replying, "As you command, leader." That night, Yi Bei sat upon the throne in the Hall of Judges, a great table before him upon which lay the book of life and death and the judge's pen. Dressed in a crimson judge's robe, he meticulously inscribed each stroke upon the book of life and death. After a flurry of activity, he lifted his gaze towards the specters of black and white impermanence, who stood dutifully by his side. With a calm demeanor, he addressed them, instructing, Send your soul-reaping emissaries to the outskirts of Li Family Village in the southern part of the city, and bring forth a man named Cheng Mingli to present before me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed the faces of black and white impermanents. Traditionally, once a mortal's lifespan concluded, they were swiftly escorted to the Underworld's court for judgment. Those found guilty were cast into the depths of hell, while the innocent were assigned to the small town of wrongful deaths to reside. Their sovereign had seldom engaged in such matters, so the directive to summon this Cheng Mingli was indeed unusual. Nevertheless, as servants of their master, they understood that inquiry was not their place. Obedience was paramount. Therefore, they bowed deeply and replied, "As you command." Subsequently, the two departed the grand hall of the judge and made their way to the temporary quarters of the soul-reaping emissaries. They selected 2 of these emissaries to embark on the task of retrieving the soul of Cheng Mingli. However, after a moment's contemplation, Black Impermanence advised the emissaries, "This is a person of importance to our sovereign. Be sure to show the utmost respect." "Understood, Lord Impermanence." The 2 emissaries replied in unison, albeit somewhat awkwardly. They were, in fact, the valiant warriors of the Dragon Kingdom who had perished during a previous calamity, valiantly defending the people against malevolent spirits. Their names were Lin Shun and Zhang Jianya. Having joined the Underworld for several days now, they had grown somewhat familiar with the soul-reaping process, though they remained unaccustomed to the formalities of the Underworld. Armed with the soul-reaping rope and the Een Fireblade, they stepped out of the city goddess Grand Hall and made their way along the path of nostalgia and the road to the Yellow Springs, eventually arriving at the majestic Ghost Gate. Each time they beheld its grandeur, they were struck with awe. Zhang Jinya gazed up at the towering black gates and sighed in admiration, while Lin Shen tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Let us hurry. We must not delay our sovereign's affairs. In our service to the Underworld, we must regard our master's commands as military orders. A soldier's duty is to obey, and we cannot afford to fail. Otherwise, we would tarnish the reputation of our past identities." Zhang Jian nodded in agreement. "I understand. Let's proceed." They cast a final glance at the imposing figures guarding either side of the Ghost Gate, their pupils narrowing in trepidation, before stepping through the gate and into the realm of the living. Following the address provided by Black and White Impermanence, they hastened towards the direction of Li Family Village in the southern outskirts of the city. At that moment, outside a dilapidated orphanage in Li Family Village, a sleek black car sped into the courtyard, screeching to a halt as its tires screeched against the ground, releasing puffs of white smoke. Even before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, the rear door was flung open with urgency. Draped in a cloak of black, Ning Xian leapt from the vehicle and ascended directly to the second floor of the orphanage. She found herself standing before an aged door, hesitant to push it open. Inside the room lay a frail, elderly man, laboring to draw breath, while a throng of children stood by the bedside, their eyes brimming with tears. "Grandpa Director, are you sick? I'll fetch you some medicine." One child cried. "Wah! Grandpa Director, what's wrong? Don't leave us." Several little girls clung to the old man's clothing, their eyes red from weeping. A slightly older boy squatted beside the bed, wiping his tears with his sleeve, and declared, "Grandpa Director, I'll carry you to the hospital. You must hold on," as the young boy prepared to assist the elder. The old man waved his hand in refusal, gasping intermittently, "No. No hospital. I am fine. Going to the hospital costs too much. Your tuition. Won't he be enough?" After uttering these words, he seemed to struggle for breath, his complexion paling significantly. The group of children, no more than 6 or 7 years of age, witnessing his distress, burst into sobs. Seeing the children weep stirred something within him. He longed to comfort them with a gentle touch, yet found he lacked the strength even to raise his arm. At that moment, Ning Xian stood outside the door, unable to contain her tears any longer as they streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, she pushed the door open and entered the narrow, dilapidated room. Her voice trembled as she said, "Grandpa Director, I've come back to see you." Ning Xian herself had emerged from this very orphanage. Abandoned by her parents as an infant, she had been taken in and raised by the kind-hearted grandpa and grandma Director, the latter of whom had passed away a few years prior. This place was her roots. Whenever she had the opportunity, she would visit Grandpa Director and her younger siblings, leaving behind generous donations. The majority of her earnings were devoted to the orphanage, yet she harbored no regrets. Its little Hua has returned. The old man slowly propped himself up, attempting to rise, but found himself utterly drained. Ning Xian hurried to his side, kneeling by the bed, weeping. Grandpa Director, I'll take you to the hospital. You will be well. I will ensure your recovery. If any spirit master from the Yugue Bureau in Rong City were to witness her in this state, they would be utterly bewildered. For the usually stern and proud director was now crying like a little girl. No need to go to the hospital. I know my time has come. The old man struggled to breathe, his words laborious. Yet, it seemed that Ning Xian's presence brought him a flicker of joy. He appeared more invigorated as he spoke with greater ease. Little Hua, my time has come. My strength is spent. There is no saving me. At the age of 89, I have lived a long life, and I find great fulfillment in having raised you children, providing you with an education. As he spoke, he turned a glance at the little ones nearby, still weeping. The eldest among them was around 13 or 14, while the youngest was merely 2 years old. Concern filled his eyes as he pondered the fate of these children should he pass away. Xiaohua, I have a request. I hope you can find a good home for these children, he said with a hint of pleading in his voice, addressing Ningxian. She grasped the old man's arm and nodded, assuring him, I will. I will ensure that the younger ones are well taken care of. As she spoke, she attempted to channel her magical energy into the old man, only to discover that his body had long since begun to decay, beyond the reach of any spell. This realization plunged her heart into despair. Is it truly hopeless? Meanwhile, the driver, waiting in the car for Ningxian, was about to step out for a smoke when he caught sight of a familiar figure in the rearview mirror. It was his former class leader, Zhang Jianya. The driver, once a member of the military, had transitioned to the Ghost Control Bureau after successfully mastering the art of driving spirits. Class leader, he exclaimed, hastily unlocking the car door, eager to greet his superior. But then he froze in shock. Hadn't he, the class leader, perished? How could he possibly be here? He hesitated, his hand hovering over the door lock, then quickly turned his head to see Zhang entering the orphanage alongside another individual. Upon closer inspection, he noted their peculiar attire, garments reminiscent of ancient robes, square hats atop their heads, long knives and bells at their waists, and chains in their hands. This was not the class leader. It was a grim emissary of the Underworld. He trembled involuntarily, never having been so close to a spectral figure before. Although aware that such beings typically pose no threat to the living, a primal fear welled within him. Yet, why did this specter bear such a striking resemblance to his class leader? Sitting in the driver's seat, he felt paralyzed. As the two spectral figures passed by the car, he summoned his courage to gaze at the one who resembled his class leader almost perfectly. After scrutinizing him for a couple of seconds, a tempest of realization surged within him. This specter was indeed the class leader. His heart screamed in recognition, yet he dared not utter a sound. The certainty that this ghost was his class leader stemmed from the identical scar on the specter's ear, a remnant from an injury sustained during training. How could the class leader have become an emissary of the Underworld? His mind raced with shock and a multitude of questions. Yet at that moment, Zhang Jianya, yet he paid little heed to the driver. Although he could sense the presence of a spirit medium within the vehicle, he refrained from scrutinizing further, for their primary objective was to fulfill the soul-reaping task. Together with Lin Shun, he ascended the staircase step by step, arriving at the corridor on the second floor. The soul-capturing bell at his waist emitted a clear, melodious chime. They have come to take me away. The elderly man, who had been lying in bed, seemed to have heard the sound of the bell and spoke up. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the two figures standing outside the window. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian, who was crouched beside the bed, instantly changed her expression. Following the old man's line of sight, her heart sank as she beheld the two soul-reaping emissaries. The time of Grandpa Dean's demise has truly arrived. Having encountered the denizens of the Underworld numerous times, she could distinctly perceive the unique aura of the Underworld spirits emanating from the two soul-reaping emissaries. Cheng Mingli, the time has come. It is time to depart. As Zhang Jianye's voice resonated, a transparent figure gradually emerged from the body of the elderly Cheng Mingli, much to Ning Xian's astonishment. This was none other than Cheng Mingli's soul. His form, though ethereal, appeared invigorated, free from the constraints of his frail body, allowing him to move with newfound ease. Little Hua, you shall bear the burden from now on. Rising to his feet, he gently stroked Ning Xian's head, and then his spectral form effortlessly passed through the bodies of the children, traversing the walls to stand beside Zhang Jianye and the others. He cast a lingering glance back at the children, his eyes filled with reluctance. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Ning Xian's cheeks. Meanwhile, the old man's body gradually lost its warmth, ultimately ceasing to breathe. Upon witnessing this, the children erupted into tears. Grandpa Dean, woo-woo, Grandpa Dean, please don't leave us. Hearing their cries, the elderly man's soul, as it walked along the corridor, continually turned back to look. Yet, he resolutely pressed forward, knowing that remaining by the children's side would only bring them harm, for they were now separated by realms. At that moment, Ning Xian stepped out of the dilapidated room, her gaze fixed on Cheng Mingli's soul, being escorted away by the soul-reaping emissaries. She did not attempt to intervene, aware that her own abilities were insufficient to halt them. Moreover, to intervene would undoubtedly provoke the Underworld, potentially unleashing irreversible calamity upon the Dragon Kingdom, for even deities can be incensed. Grandpa Dean, may your journey be smooth. After witnessing the fading figures of the old man and the emissaries, Ning Xian murmured softly. Then, taking a deep breath, she prepared to return to the room to attend to the old man's affairs when the driver suddenly rushed upstairs. Upon approaching Ning Xian, he spoke earnestly. Director, I have just discovered something that requires your attention. Speak on. Ning Xian turned, her tear-streaked face betraying no attempt to conceal her sorrow. Yet the driver did not lift his gaze. He merely murmured, I just saw that spectral figure as well. He bears an uncanny resemblance to my former captain, right down to the scar on his ear. However, he sacrificed himself while valiantly shielding the citizens during their evacuation from the malevolent entities. Upon hearing these words, Ning Xian, who had been enveloped in sorrow, froze in place, her mind a blank slate. After a prolonged moment, she slowly regained her composure. Are you certain? Did you not misjudge? I did not misjudge, the driver replied with unwavering certainty. After hearing this, Ning Xian exhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. A mortal can indeed become a spectral deity? Although the spectral figure is the most rudimentary of deities and lacks an official divine rank, it undeniably falls within the hierarchy of the Underworld. Furthermore, the power of these spectral beings surpasses her own. This matter must be reported to the higher authorities immediately, for this issue holds immense implications for the entire Dragon Nation. Should the veracity of this claim be confirmed, the Dragon Nation may yet discover an alternative path to salvation. Chapter 64. The Eerie Forbidden Zone in the Underworld. The Hall of Judgment. Yi Bei sat upon the judge's throne, gazing down at the three kneeling skeletal entities in the hall. The skeletal dragon, previously unable to withstand the tortures of the Underworld, had attempted to speak of past events, but was silenced by an arcane spell. Now, only the skeletal giant wolf, the skeletal giant python, and the skeletal tiger remained. Speak, if you will. Who cast the taboo spell upon the skeletal dragon? Yi Bei waved his robe and spoke in a calm tone. The three skeletal brothers trembled in fear, vividly recalling the horrifying explosion of the skeletal dragon before them. Your Majesty, we dare not speak of the affairs of the Underworld, nor utter that name. If we do, it would alert him, and we would surely perish. The skeletal giant wolf buried its head deeply to the ground, its voice quivering. It was genuinely terrified, having witnessed the dreadful punishments of the Underworld. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. Then, are you not of any use? He remarked. He then turned to the General of Chains, standing at the entrance of the hall, and commanded, General of Chains, take these wretched spirits away for disposal. Upon receiving Yi Bei's orders, the General of Chains swiftly entered the hall. As you command, Your Majesty. The two shadowy beings bowed and immediately ensnared the skeletal entities in chains, dragging them toward the exit. This sight caused the three skeletal spirits to nearly extinguish the ghostly flames in their eyes. The skeletal giant wolf, in a panic, cried out, "Your Majesty, we are of use. We are indeed of use. I know where that existence came from. I possess this secret. I beseech your Majesty to spare my life." Upon hearing this plea, Yibei raised an eyebrow and gestured for the General of Chains to halt. The skeletal giant wolf recognized its chance for survival and turned to Yibei, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, within the Underworld lies a mysterious place known as the Eerie Forbidden Zone. That existence emerged from this forbidden land. Almost no spirit that enters the Eerie Forbidden Zone has ever returned. The only one I know of who has emerged is that very existence." The Eerie Forbidden Zone? Yibei's eyes narrowed slightly, astonished to learn of such a locale in the Underworld. A formidable, taboo existence had emerged from the Eerie Forbidden Zone. Could it be that the disappearance of the former Underworld was somehow linked to this so-called Forbidden Zone? Otherwise, why would a being from the Eerie Forbidden Zone cast a taboo spell upon those knowledgeable of the former Underworld? What is the power of the being that cast the spell upon you? Yibei inquired once more. However, the skeletal giant wolf shook its head vigorously. "Your Majesty, we truly do not know. We have never even laid eyes upon that existence. 3 millennia ago, he established a mysterious altar towering to the heavens, commanding other formidable beings to seize us, those specters privy to the vanishing truths of the netherworld. They implanted within us forbidden arts. Henceforth, no one could utter a word about the past Underworld. The mere thought of it would lead to the shattering of one's soul before the words could escape the lips." After absorbing this revelation, Yibei fell silent for 2 seconds. He then gestured to the General of Chains, saying, "Take them away and confine them." He saw utility in these skeletal specters, thus refraining from executing them for the time being. He surmised that once his power reached a certain pinnacle, he would be able to suppress the forbidden arts afflicting these spirits, at which point they could reveal the truth behind the disappearance of this realm's underworld. "Yes, Your Majesty." The General of Chains promptly dragged the skeletal specters away. However, these revenants, now silent, considered their confinement a minor blessing as long as they were not annihilated. Outside the Hall of Judges, Cheng Mingli, who had just been ensnared by Zhang Jianye and his companion, felt a surge of dread as he witnessed the skeletal specters being taken away. Upon being ushered into the Hall of Judges, he trembled slightly at the sight of the surrounding spectral beings. At that moment, Yibei lifted his gaze to Cheng Mingli below, opening the Book of Life and Death. He spoke in measured tones. "Cheng Mingli, male, born in the year of the Metal Dragon on the 7th day of the 3rd month at the hour of the tiger, with a lifespan of 89 years. In your middle years, you rescued 3 abandoned infants and subsequently established an orphanage, nurturing over 300 orphans, earning commendable merit in the netherworld." After reciting the contents of the book, Yibei continued, "You have performed numerous benevolent deeds in your lifetime. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, you may ascend to become the guardian deity of your locality, reaping the offerings and safeguarding the populace. Second, you may journey to the city of minor deaths, awaiting your time to reincarnate into a fortunate existence." Upon hearing these words, both Zhang Jianye and Lin Chun were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated that this Lord of the Underworld would bestow divinity upon the elderly man. Cheng Mingli himself was equally flabbergasted. Throughout his life, he had never sought rewards for his altruistic acts. He merely felt compassion for the forsaken children, driven by a heart of empathy to care for the increasing number of orphans. Unbeknownst to him, he had nurtured over 300 children. He neither sought recognition nor recompense. The simple joy of hearing the children call him Grandpa Director was enough to satisfy him. Yet now, this great deity of the underworld was offering him a divine title, leaving him in a state of trepidation. "Sir, am I truly worthy of becoming a guardian deity?" He was not motivated by greed for the title. Rather, he yearned to continue protecting the children within the orphanage in a different capacity. Furthermore, he yearned to contribute to the villagers of Lijia village, for he had once nurtured numerous orphans who faced considerable economic hardships, and the villagers had extended their generous support to the orphanage. With ample good deeds to his credit, what was there that he could not accomplish? Yibei smiled faintly. He then waved his hand gently, causing a white token to fly from his grasp, ultimately hovering before Cheng Mingli. "Remove the token and assume your post," Yibei declared. Cheng Mingli, his emaciated hand trembling slightly, lifted the token. The moment his fingers made contact with it, a remarkable transformation overtook him. The tattered garments he wore vanished, replaced by a flowing blue robe, and a wooden staff materialized in his hand, a true visage of a land deity. "I, Cheng Mingli of Lijia Village, pay my respects to your majesty, the emperor of the Underworld." Upon merging with the divine position, Cheng Mingli instantly recognized Yi Bei's identity and promptly knelt, performing the traditional 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Yi Bei waved his hand, instructing rise. "Remember your duties as the god of wealth and virtue moving forward." With that, Yi Bei turned his gaze toward General Gan Lu below and commanded, "Jia Sa, you and your companions shall accompany him to establish the divine estate." "Yes, your majesty." General Jia Suo bowed respectfully before departing the Hall of Judgment alongside Cheng Mingli. Meanwhile, within the orphanage of Lijia Village, Ning Xian, having withdrawn her remaining funds to assist the villagers in arranging the funeral for Grandpa Director, hurriedly boarded a vehicle heading towards the Imperial Ghost Bureau in Rongqing. The old Celestial Master and Xian Yin had yet to leave Rongqing, so it was imperative for her to personally report the incident of the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives and become emissaries of the Underworld. Just as she left the orphanage, Cheng Mingli arrived in Lijia Village alongside General Jia Suo. Noticing the vehicle Ning Xian had taken, Cheng Mingli sighed. "This child has endured so much suffering. Abandoned by her parents as a child, she now bears such a heavy burden, battling with malevolent spirits daily while enduring their relentless torment." Having attained the status of god of wealth and virtue, Cheng Mingli possessed divine power, enabling him to discern Ning Xian's physical condition with clarity. If she continued to control these spirits, in no more than a decade, her soul would be utterly consumed by the vengeful spirits, vanishing from this world entirely. Upon hearing his lament, General Jia Suo smiled and remarked, "Elder Cheng, you could erase the malevolent spirit's consciousness within her, allowing her to gain full control over them, thus resolving her peril." He recalled an encounter during his first patrol, where he had witnessed 2 ghost tamers being devoured by the spirits within them, and he had successfully erased the consciousness of those spirits then. Therefore, he now proposed this solution to Cheng Mingli. Grateful for the wisdom imparted by General Jia Suo, Cheng Mingli, still unfamiliar with how to wield his newfound powers, felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation. He swiftly turned to General Jia, bowing deeply and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, General, for your guidance. I'm immensely grateful." General Jia, smiling, stepped forward and extended his hands to assist him in rising. He then remarked, "We are colleagues. There is no need for thanks. We should hasten to establish the Divine Mansion. We both need to return early to report back. I appreciate your assistance, generals." Cheng Mingli clasped his hands in acknowledgement and followed in the footsteps of General Jia. The 3 spectral deities made their way toward the village shrine of the Li family, intending to harness the power of incense to establish the land deity's mansion. Passing by the orphanage, Cheng Mingli glanced back toward the village entrance, his gaze penetrating the darkness. Catching sight of the vehicle carrying Ning Xian 5 kilometers away, he then whispered, "Child, when you return next time, the headmaster will help you eliminate your troubles." Chapter 65. The Overcast Prince Fishing. Those willing may hook on. At this moment, seated in the rear of the vehicle, Ning Xian suddenly felt a slight warmth in her ears. "Is the dean invoking my name?" she murmured softly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. It was not until the vehicle arrived at the Ghost Bureau that she gently wiped the corners of her eyes, her expression returning to its usual resolute demeanor as she alighted from the car and stepped directly into the bureau. Inside the expansive conference room on the top floor, Xian Yin, the old celestial master, and the enlightened monk had long awaited her arrival. They had already received Ning Xian's report regarding the striking resemblance between the fallen soldier, Captain Zhang Jianya, and the ghostly envoy. The driver, Xiao Zhao, who had discovered this matter, also entered the vast conference room. As the two entered, the gazes of Xian Yin and the others immediately turned towards them. The old celestial master first glanced at Ning Xian, then directed his gaze towards the driver, Xiao Zhao, and spoke. Ning Xian, this is the individual who uncovered the mortal transforming into ghost envoy incident, is it not? Zhao Ming, it is an honor to meet you, old celestial master. Xiao Zhao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed under the old celestial master's scrutiny, was taken aback. During his time in the military, he had heard tales of this venerable figure, who was one of his idols. The chance to see him up close filled him with immense joy. Indeed, old celestial master. Ning Xian slightly bowed in respect. She then turned to Xiao Zhao and instructed, Xiao Zhao, please retrieve the footage of the ghost envoy, captured by your special recording device, and compare it with the photograph of the fallen soldier. Understood. Xiao Zhao nodded, removing the compact special recording device from his chest and inserting it into his laptop like a USB drive. Shortly thereafter, he played the recorded video and paused it at the moment when the ghost envoy's face was most clearly visible, projecting it onto the large screen within the conference room. Xian Yin and the others turned anxiously to compare the two images. After a brief moment, their breaths quickened, and disbelief washed over their faces. It was truly an exact match. This ghostly envoy must indeed be Captain Zhang Jianya. The old celestial master, tugging at his white beard, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. For Captain Zhang Jianya had been but a mortal in life, yet after his sacrifice, he was enshrined as a ghost envoy by the city god temple. It is known that ghost envoys are at least a level, possessing strength comparable to the pinnacle of a level, surpassing even Ning Xian. The disparity in power between his former self and his current state could scarcely be described as anything but astronomical. After all, 100,000 mortals could not pose a threat to an A-level pinnacle being. The difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Moreover, did this not imply that humanity now had a third path in addition to cultivation and ghost taming? That path being deification? However, after the initial shock, Xian Yin was soon beset by a profound doubt. Furrowing her brow, she spoke, but the late Sergeant Zhang Jianya was posthumously designated as Yin Chai. Surely, divine beings do not act solely based on preference, do they? There must be a substantial reason behind this. The venerable monk, Shiran, glanced at the photograph and, with hands clasped in prayer, uttered Amitabha. Perhaps it is due to his virtuous deeds in life. It could also be that the fallen Sergeant Zhang possesses some extraordinary ability. Xian Yin nodded slightly and remarked, this matter must be clarified. It could provide humanity with another path. Her gaze intensified, brimming with fervor, as she exclaimed, moreover, this path is a celestial avenue. Nightfall enveloped the scene. The leader of the ghostly sect, Yu Huan, along with several followers, had arrived in Rongqing. After extensive inquiries, they had discerned the location of the city god temple. At this moment, a group was stationed on a hill several hundred meters from the temple, their eyes fixed intently on its direction. Yu Huan turned to his subordinates, the guardians of the ghostly sect, and commanded, should there be any commotion within the city god temple, or if Yin Chai or Yin God emerges, each of you shall discreetly follow one to uncover their secrets. Yes, master. The guardians responded in unison. However, one guardian, known as the Hanged Ghost, queried Yu Huan with a hint of confusion, Master, while we follow the Yin gods, what will you do? In an instant, a resounding slap echoed as Yu Huan struck the Hanged Ghost's head. Upon raising his gaze, he met Yu Huan's furious expression. What I do is of no concern to you. Your sole duty is to focus on your own tasks. Yes. The Hanged Ghost, disheartened, complied with a subdued reply. His newfound demeanor pleased Yu Huan considerably, who nodded in satisfaction before declaring, as the leader, I shall not be idle. I intend to capture several individuals from the Rongqing Ghost Bureau. They have been in constant contact with the Yin gods of the city god temple and must possess valuable insights about them. By capturing a few, we can certainly discern which Yin god is the weakest. With that, a smug grin spread across his face. The other guardians, recognizing their role, hastily flattered him, Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. At that moment, the Night Wanderer god emerged from the city god temple, leading a cadre of Yin soldiers. Upon witnessing this, Yuhuin quickly instructed his companion, the Old Water Ghost, the city god temple has a Yin god leading Yin soldiers. Follow them discreetly, do not be detected, and observe their strength when they engage. The Old Water Ghost nodded affirmatively. Understood, master. He then stealthily slipped into the shadows, trailing the Night Wanderer god and his soldiers. Meanwhile, not far away, Xian Yin and the Celestial Master, among others, stood within a modest dwelling on a hillside. The location is in close proximity to the city god temple, offering a clear view of it, which led to the acquisition by the Ghost Bureau for temporary office use. Ningxian furrowed her brow upon noticing the Old Water Ghost stealthily trailing the Night Wanderer and the Yin soldiers, and spoke. That must be a member of the folk ghost hunters, daring to follow the Yin deity. Should I intervene and apprehend him? However, the serene monk Shiran shook his head and remarked, no need for that. The Yin deity has already detected his presence. He won't be able to linger for long. At that moment, the Night Wanderer, after traversing several miles with the Yin soldiers, abruptly halted. Observing this from several hundred meters away, the Old Water Ghost felt a surge of confusion. Why had they suddenly stopped? Were they planning to capture a ghost? As he pondered this, the Night Wanderer turned and calmly instructed the two nearby Yin soldiers, go and bring back that ghost hunter trailing us. Yes, my lord. The Yin soldiers acknowledged the command and swiftly headed towards the direction of the Old Water Ghost. They moved with a billowing black mist, as if riding on clouds, their speed astonishingly rapid. Oh no, I've been discovered. The Old Water Ghost was struck with terror upon seeing the two Yin soldiers approaching his way. Fleeing, he awakened the fierce spirits within him and leapt into a nearby stream. Instantly, his form transformed into water, merging seamlessly into the stream, rendering him invisible. Within the stream, he moved at remarkable speed, covering a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers in mere seconds. Turning to glance back, he found that he had evaded the pursuing Yin soldiers, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. I can't believe I was detected so easily. Thankfully, I had the foresight to stick close to the water's edge, which enabled my smooth escape. He exhaled deeply, continuing his flight. He no longer wished to shadow these deities. After all, persisting in such pursuit would undoubtedly lead to his demise. What nonsense about eternal life? If I truly coveted immortality, I would be dead today. I must escape far away and sever ties with the Netherworld sect. I have long harbored disdain for that foolish leader. Fare thee well. He hastened along the stream, intending to flee into the ocean and never return, for he had just sensed that the two Underworld Yin soldiers were of S-class prowess. Utterly terrifying. Those deities must be at SS class. Opposing such beings meant certain death. Thus he chose to run away and abandon this endeavor. Spending all day in the Netherworld sect was less appealing than living freely abroad. With his rank strength, he could reign supreme overseas. What joy it would be to indulge in pleasures without restraint. Yet, just as the Old Water Ghost indulged in these thoughts, 2 plumes of black mist suddenly erupted from the ground ahead in the stream. From within emerged the Yin soldiers clad in black metallic armor, quickly coalescing. In an instant, a black spear thrust forth from the hands of the Yin soldier, piercing the water with precision, directly striking the Old Water Ghost, who had already melded with the stream. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he thrust upward into the air. The Old Water Spectre, now transformed into a mass of liquid, was instantly extracted from the stream by the long spear. It was over. The Old Water Spectre felt a sharp sting coursing through his being, and an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him. In an instant, his ghostly powers were shattered, and the malevolent spirits within him were confined by the formidable force of the Yin deity, rendering him an ordinary mortal. He was impaled upon the spear of the Yin soldiers, writhing like a captured insect. My lord, we have apprehended this individual, the Yin soldiers reported as they returned to the side of the Night Wanderer. The Night Wanderer glanced at the Old Water Spectre and waved his hand, saying, "Take him back for severe interrogation. We must extract all his intentions." For the Old Water Spectre, a practitioner of ghostly arts devoid of merit and brimming with resentment, the Night Wanderer showed not the slightest hint of leniency. The Een soldiers promptly escorted the old water specter back to the small hell of the city god, where he was subjected to the tortures of hell before the questioning commenced. An hour later, the night wanderer, holding the barely conscious old water specter, entered the hall of judgment. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." "Come in," Yi Bei replied calmly, his gaze falling upon the old water specter, whose deep-seated resentment caused Yi Bei to frown slightly. "Speak, what is it?" Yi Bei inquired of the night wanderer. The night wanderer forced the old water specter to kneel before him, and then bowed respectfully to Yi Bei, saying, "Your Majesty, this individual had been tracking me and has been interrogated in the small hell. He is a protector of the Netherworld sect. Recently, the deity they worship, the Lord of the Netherworld, descended upon the sect and instructed them to infiltrate Rome City to uncover the details of the Een deities and to identify the weakest among them. The Lord of the Netherworld intends to return and usurp the position of the weakest Een deity." In just a few sentences, the night wanderer summarized the revelations from his interrogation. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Usurp the position of Een deity? The Lord of the Netherworld certainly possesses audacity. Lowering his gaze, Yi Bei asked the night wanderer, "Do you know the strength of this Lord of the Netherworld?" The night wanderer pondered momentarily before responding. This individual was unaware of the Lord of the Netherworld's strength, but based on his description, "I estimate that the Lord's power is at the peak of the Law Realm SS level." Peak of the Law Realm? Yi Bei's brow knitted slightly. A ghost at the peak of the Law Realm would be easily subdued by him. However, since the last opening of the Underworld passage, he had encountered several ghosts of the Law Realm, including the Lord of the Netherworld. That made the fifth. Moreover, the Lord's power, reaching the peak of the Law Realm SS level, surpassed that of the other skeletal ghosts. It was evident that many formidable entities resided within this realm's underworld. The Origin Realm, S level, Law Realm, SS level, Annihilation Realm, SSS level, Dragon Realm, Sacred Realm, and Emperor Realm. These are the 6 realms known to Yi Bei at present, while he himself stood at the pinnacle of the Annihilation Realm. Beyond this realm, there exist 3 additional domains: the Dragon Realm, the Sacred Realm, and the Imperial Realm. He surmised that these realms also exist within the Underworld. The entity that had sown the seeds of forbidden knowledge regarding the past of the Netherworld among its denizens was likely a presence transcending the Dragon Realm. At present, Yi Bei did not possess the strength to contend with such a being. The depths of the Underworld truly seemed unfathomable. Yi Bei sighed softly, feeling an unprecedented sense of peril. His current capabilities were far from sufficient to cleanse the specters haunting both the Een and Yang realms. He must hasten to elevate his power. While Yi Bei contemplated matters of the Underworld, the night wanderer spoke up. "Your Majesty, this individual has lost his value. Shall we extract his soul and cast him into the infernal abyss?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bei shook his head slightly. "There is no need. If we were to eliminate him, the Lord of the Underworld would likely take notice, and he would not descend. Such formidable specters must be lured out for containment. The vastness of the Underworld, with its sparse population and myriad of strange locations, makes it difficult to manage if they do not emerge." With that, Yi Bei waved his hand gently, and a stream of golden light penetrated the forehead of the kneeling old water ghost. He then gazed down at the old specter and declared, "I have implanted a method within you, should I will it. Your soul shall be swiftly cast into the infernal abyss, destined for eternal torment. Therefore, you should understand what is required of you." Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, the old water ghost trembled uncontrollably. Yet, he fervently bowed his head, exclaiming, "I thank your Majesty for sparing my life. I shall draw the Lord of the Underworld out for your Majesty to handle." Having recently endured the torment of the infernal abyss, the old ghost wished never to experience it again. Thus, he readily agreed to act as a spy for the Underworld, vowing to entice the Lord of the Underworld from his domain. "Very well. When the time comes, inform them that within the village of the Leaf family in the southern city, there exists a land deity of feeble strength, easily usurped." Yi Bei was eager to play the fisherman. The bait was set, and now it remained to see if they would take the hook. Chapter 66. The Heavenly Net. the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld. As for the safety of Cheng Mingli, there was little concern. Yi Bei would personally attend to await the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld. After all, this entity was of peak law rank, nearly on par with the abilities of those shadow spirits. Therefore, Yi Bei believed that only by taking matters into his own hands could he ensure a complete and utter capture. Moreover, within the depths of the Nine Nether Pool, Cheng Mingli's soul imprint had already been inscribed upon the pool's wall. Cheng Mingli possessed strength at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, his rank. Thus, he would be capable of reassembling his shadow spirit form within the Nine Nether Pool. Yes, I have noted this, my lord. I shall ensure that matters are handled to your satisfaction. The old water ghost continued to bow repeatedly, for before him stood one whom the shadow spirits referred to as my lord. In the realm of the underworld, only one could bear such a title, the supreme deity of the underworld, the Shadow Sun, and also one of the most revered deities across the three realms. Before such an existence, it would be unthinkable not to feel fear. Yi Bei waved his hand lightly and addressed the Night Wanderer. Release him, and do remind the others, especially Cheng Mingli, not to disturb the followers of the Underworld Church, lest we alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Yes, my lord. The Night Wanderer bowed deeply to Yi Bei. He then grasped the kneeling old water ghost and strode forth toward the Hall of Judges. Moments later, the Night Wanderer crossed the Ghost Gate, emerging outside the city god temple. Surveying the surroundings, he found no other followers of the Underworld Church and promptly tossed the old water ghost aside. The old water ghost tumbled upon hitting the ground, quickly rising to bow once more before the Night Wanderer before disappearing into the shadows. This scene was witnessed clearly by Xian Yin and the others. Isn't that the Night Wanderer? Why did he let that person go? Xian Yin inquired, stepping forward and gazing in the direction where the old water ghost had vanished, her brow furrowing in contemplation. The old celestial master frowned slightly, and then, as if realizing something, his expression relaxed. With a smile, he remarked, "It must be that the city god is orchestrating a scheme. That individual has undoubtedly fallen under the city god's control. He has been cast out as bait to lure the others in for a complete capture." Upon hearing this, Xianyi nodded in sudden understanding and began to smile. Indeed, these civilian ghost tamers have committed numerous misdeeds, and they deserve to be caught in one fell swoop. At that moment, Xianyin's special communication device suddenly rang. She reached out to press the button, connecting the call. Soon, the voice of Ning Xian came through. "Lady Xianyin, I have encountered a peak A-rank ghost tamer who seeks to capture my personnel. I have him entangled, but I cannot subdue him alone. Please, Lady Xianyin, come quickly to assist." Upon hearing Ning Xian's words, Xianyin did not respond immediately, but instead lifted her gaze towards the old celestial master and the enlightened monk. Subsequently, she utilized her magical powers to transmit a message, inquiring, "The assailants targeting Ning Xian must belong to that same group. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to refrain from going, lest I hinder the grand design of the city god." The reason she chose to communicate through magical means rather than speaking directly was her fear that the combatants entangled with Ning Xian might overhear her. After all, the senses of a spirit controller are exceedingly acute. Upon receiving Xian Yin's magical transmission, the venerable master pondered for a few moments before responding through the same medium. "You must go. Otherwise, that individual may grow suspicious. However, once you arrive, you must release your full aura before you reach them. Ideally, you should frighten them away." Understood. Xianyi nodded. She then addressed Ning Xian on the other end of the line. "You must engage him first. I shall hasten my arrival with utmost speed." Following this, she abruptly severed the connection, her form transforming into a shadow as she leaped into the depths of darkness. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 kilometers away, Ning Xian wielded her sword in one hand, a faint green sword energy emanating from the blade, while intricate, elongated, mysterious patterns adorned her pale visage. She was simultaneously activating the spirit trap and channeling her magical energy, fully unleashing her combat prowess. With each swing of her sword, she struck at the specter known as the Lord of the Underworld, causing the specter considerable vexation. This is untenable. She is already a formidable foe, and now she has summoned assistance. I must retreat. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance at not having captured any spirit controllers. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Boom! He caught a glimpse of a dark shadow on the mountainside, crashing through a massive boulder and rapidly advancing towards him. This is dire. Her ally has arrived sooner than anticipated. I cannot remain here. He sensed that the approaching shadow possessed half-step S-class power, far beyond his capacity to confront. Staying here would only lead to his demise. Thus, in the next instant, he grasped the pendant resembling the Lord of the Underworld that hung at his chest and murmured a quiet prayer. "Oh, exalted Lord of the Underworld, please assist your devoted follower in escaping." In a flash, the pendant glimmered with a dark radiance, and his form, enveloped by this shadowy light, vanished from sight like an arrow released from a bow. "Chase after him," Xian Ying commanded. Ning Xian, regaining her wits, swiftly activated the spirit trap and, alongside Xian Ying, pursued the fleeing specter. 10 minutes later, the specter returned to his original location, his complexion ghastly pale, muttering curses. "Damn it, I finally shook off those two women. With my ploy to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair, did you not fall for it?" He scanned his surroundings, eager to continue his pursuit of the spirit controller he had previously encountered. However, before he could locate anyone, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was an incoming call from Old Water Ghost, and he promptly answered. "Hello? What?" "You overheard a conversation about the Yin gods and discovered which one possesses the weakest power? In the southern suburbs of Rongqing. Is there a land deity in Li Family Village? Is it of S-level strength?" Upon receiving this news, the ghostly figure's face broke into a wild expression of elation. He hurriedly opened a mapping application on his phone and discovered that Li Family Village was merely 10 kilometers away. "I shall go first. Inform the others to join me." With that, he abruptly ended the call and let out a raucous laugh. "Ha ha, having completed the task assigned by the Lord of the Underworld, I shall attain immortality." After a fit of laughter, he set off towards Li Family Village. Meanwhile, outside the city god temple, the venerable Taoist master and the serene monk Shiran were intently observing several figures enveloped in divine light streaking across the sky like meteors, vanishing in an instant. After the brilliance faded, Shiran lowered his head, clasped his hands in prayer, and said, "Amit Ba, the city god and the spirits of the underworld have mobilized. It seems we have hooked a big fish." The Taoist master nodded in agreement and proposed, "Let us also investigate." With a shared glance, the two of them headed in the direction where the spirits had disappeared. Moments later, Yi Bei and the spirits arrived above Li Family Village, gently descending about a kilometer from the land temple. He then waved his hand, and golden rays of light cascaded into every household in the village, penetrating the villagers' bodies. This was a protective charm for the villagers, ensuring their safety from the repercussions of the impending battle. After all, the Lord of the Underworld was a pinnacle existence at the S-level realm. Should he unleash his full power, the entire village would be razed to the ground. Without protection, the villagers would face certain death. Evacuating them was impractical, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicions with the Lord of the Underworld. Having completed this task, Yi Bei addressed the spirits of Heibai Wuchang beside him. "Encircle the entire village, and remember to conceal your presence." "Yes, your majesty." The spirits bowed respectfully before dispersing and concealing themselves, surrounding Li Family Village like an impenetrable fortress. Should the Lord of the Underworld dare to descend, he would find himself ensnared in this deadly trap. In truth, had they possessed the precise location of the Lord of the Underworld, it would have been simpler to dispatch 2 spirits to deal with him directly. Time ticked by. Under Yi Bei's watchful gaze, several shadowy figures stealthily entered Li Family Village. They were members of the Underworld sect. Upon entering, the ghostly figure quickly pinpointed the land temple. Qian Hufa sent a ghost to test the waters. The ghostly figure instructed cautiously. "Understood." In response, Qian Hufa produced a small gourd and blew into it. Instantly, a plume of black mist emerged, transforming into a white-clad female ghost. "To the Earth God Temple," roared the fierce Protector Qian. The female ghost in white dared not resist and drifted towards the direction of the temple. As she approached within 100 meters of the Earth God Temple, a figure clad in a blue official robe and holding a wooden staff, emerged slowly from within. It was Chung Mingli, the earth god of Li family village. He cast a fleeting glance at the members of the Underworld sect, lurking in the shadows, but chose not to expose them, having previously been informed by a spirit of Yi Bei's plans. Thus, he addressed the female ghost with a commanding voice. Vengeful spirit, dare to harm the people of Li family village? You seek death. With a swift motion of his wooden staff, a surge of white divine power erupted forth. The female ghost did not even have time to wail before she was transformed into wisps of blue smoke, her soul scattering into oblivion. After vanquishing the female ghost, Chung Mingli turned and re-entered the temple. Meanwhile, the lurking spirit was visibly exhilarated, his gaze fixed fervently upon the modest temple. He murmured in fervent admiration, "This earth god is truly only at S level. Such cultivation, the Divine Lord will surely be able to easily seize his divine position. We too shall attain eternal life." Overwhelmed with excitement, yet resisting the urge to howl at the sky, he took several deep breaths before kneeling reverently upon the ground. He then reached into his robe to retrieve the pendant of the underworld god he carried. Cradling it in both hands, he placed it upon a stone and performed the ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. "O most exalted underworld god, your disciple has fulfilled the task you bestowed. I have located an earth god of S-level strength. Please descend to this place and seize his divine position." As his words echoed, a dark red light began to emanate from the pendant, which then surged into the body of the nearby underworld sect protector. Instantly, the protector began to convulse violently, foam frothing at his mouth. It was not until a minute had passed that he abruptly opened his eyes, 2 dark red beams of light shining from them, as if they yearned to devour. Clearly, he had been possessed by the underworld god. His dark red eyes turned toward the spirit, and in a hoarse voice he inquired, "Where's that earth god?" Chapter 67. The Judge Descends, Boundless Divine Might. Upon hearing the inquiry of the Lord of the Underworld, the Soul of Shadows exclaimed with fervor, "My lord, the earth deity resides yonder. We have just tested his prowess, and he possesses only the strength of the Yuan realm, S rank." With that, the Soul of Shadows pointed towards the direction of the Earth Temple. The Lord of the Underworld, following the direction indicated by the Soul of Shadows, beheld a diminutive Earth Temple, barely the height of a man. A flicker of dark crimson light flashed in his eyes, as if his gaze pierced the void, revealing the divine abode concealed within the temple, along with the earth deity Chung Mingli of Li family village. "Ha ha! Splendid, splendid. You have done exceedingly well. This deity, indeed, possesses merely the strength of the Yuan realm. I shall claim his divine position." Upon confirming that the earth deity Chung Mingli's strength was only at the Yuan realm, S rank, the Lord of the Underworld erupted into hearty laughter. He then turned and strode purposefully towards the Earth Temple, each step covering hundreds of meters without a hint of hesitation. After all, although his current avatar had only reached the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, S rank, it remained subject to the constraints of the mortal realm, limiting its presence to a mere half an incense stick's duration. Thus, not a second could be squandered. Moreover, this was only possible due to the peculiarities of the current celestial conditions. Under normal circumstances, his stay would last less than a single character's worth of time, approximately 1.5 minutes per character. Booming thunderously, in the next moment, upon arriving at the Earth Temple, the Lord of the Underworld struck down with a mighty hand. A colossal palm of dark red, ghostly energy shattered the Earth Temple into fragments, leaving a profound imprint of a hand in the ground over 100 meters in radius. Truly, the Lord is immensely powerful. Surely, we have achieved great merit this time. The Lord should grant us ascendance to S rank, right? The Soul of Shadows was alight with excitement, while the remaining guardians were equally awestruck and exhilarated. Only the old water ghost wore a perplexed expression, internally scoffing. "Ascend to S rank? Are you dreaming? You'll soon find out what awaits you in the little hell." Yet, these words remained unspoken. Meanwhile, within the divine abode of the earth deity, Chung Mingli felt the deep fissures caused by the mighty strike. His countenance shifted dramatically. This ghostly entity truly possesses formidable strength. He swiftly stepped out of the divine abode, and upon seeing the Lord of the Underworld, he wasted no time and unleashed his full power, charging at the Lord of the Underworld. How audacious for a mere earth deity to dare strike at me. The Lord of the Underworld let out a sinister laugh. Drawing in a deep breath, his form underwent a violent transformation. He expanded the flesh and blood of the guardian into a size of 10 zhong. As scales erupted from his body, covering him entirely. Claws, each a meter long, tore through the air, propelled by an overwhelming force towards Cheng Mingli. However, Cheng Mingli remained undeterred. The two individuals immediately engaged in a frenzied battle. However, although Cheng Mingli possessed peak strength at the S level, comparable to the avatar of the Nether deity, he had never experienced combat and lacked any battle experience. Consequently, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. His divine body was marked by sharp claws, leaving deep gashes from which drops of white blood, transformed from divine power, dripped onto the ground. This vibrant, divine essence swiftly gave rise to numerous plants, only to be reduced to dust by the aftershocks of the combat moments later. At that moment, General Jia concealed his presence and approached Yi Bei from behind. He then slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the specter has descended. Shall we strike now?" His voice was naturally masked, rendering the avatar of the Nether deity oblivious to his presence. In response, Yi Bei shook his head slightly and replied, "To capture a thief, one must first seize the leader. Subduing this avatar will not significantly affect the specter. We shall wait for its true form to arrive." "Understood, Your Majesty." General Jia bowed once more and then retreated. Meanwhile, the monk Shiran and the old celestial master, who had been following Yi Bei and the deities of darkness, finally arrived at the outskirts of Li family village. From a distance, they had already sensed the tremendous commotion caused by the clash between the Nether deity and Cheng Mingli. A glimmer of Buddha light flickered in Shiran's eyes as he gazed into the village. Amitabha, the city god has indeed caught a great fish. It is an S-level peak specter. He regarded the avatar of the Nether deity with a sense of trepidation. An S-level peak specter, if allowed to rampage through the Dragon Kingdom, would find no resistance outside the deities of darkness in Rongqing. The S-level specter they had previously hunted was merely an S-, the weakest among the S-level entities. If they were to confront this specter, it would likely result in the demise of all spirit tamers and cultivators nationwide. Unable to vanquish this S-level peak specter. Yet, this S-level specter had been lured out. Why had the city god not intervened? Was his destination not here, but rather elsewhere? Shiran was puzzled and cast his gaze into the village. The next moment he was startled, his expression shifting dramatically, for he detected numerous life forces within the village. This is bad. There are still many villagers in the village who have not evacuated. Upon hearing this, the old celestial master also looked over and confirmed that indeed many people remained in the village. These homes were perilously close to the land temple, at risk of being affected at any moment. We must rescue those fighting the specter. Otherwise, if the battle escalates, all the villagers will perish. The old celestial master said with a heavy tone. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Bei had already employed measures to protect the villagers. Thus, in their eyes, there was only resoluteness. At this moment, venturing into the village to rescue individuals was akin to maneuvering beneath the very gaze of an S-level peak specter. Should that formidable entity merely raise a hand against them, their lives would be extinguished on the spot. Nevertheless, undeterred, the two individuals unleashed their respective abilities, conjuring a spectral illusion as they surged toward the village with remarkable speed. However, just as they managed to extract several villagers from their homes, they were detected by the Lord of the Underworld. With a swift claw, it intercepted Cheng Mingli's powerful assault, then cast a glance at the old master and the enlightened monk, an expression of malicious glee spreading across its visage. How audacious of these two insignificant ants to appear here, disrupting my quest for divinity. They are courting death. In the next moment, a dark crimson beam shot from its singular eye, morphing into a bizarre blood cloud in the air, teeming with a multitude of malevolent entities. The clouds swiftly descended upon the enlightened monk and the old master. Upon witnessing this, their hearts sank in terror. Yet, steeling themselves, The old master produced a grand seal, an heirloom from his sect, the ultimate treasure of a venerable ancestor at the pinnacle of the law realm, SS level, possessing astonishing power. Meanwhile, the enlightened monk brandished a scepter, equally a relic of a practitioner at the law realm, SS level. They channeled their full magical energies, even igniting the innate power within their treasures, ultimately managing to stave off the encroaching blood cloud. However, despite the formidable nature of their artifacts, their cultivation levels were insufficient. The sacrifice of the treasure's intrinsic power would only afford them a few minutes of respite. Wasting no further time, they refused to become entangled with the blood cloud, prioritizing the swift rescue of the villagers. From a short distance away, Yibei observed this unfolding scene, a satisfied smile gracing his features. These two possessed commendable character, their merits substantial. Should they meet their end someday, it would be fitting to bestow upon them a position of honor. After casting a glance at them, Yibei shifted his attention to the avatar of the Lord of the Underworld. Noticing the increasing pressure from the celestial order of the mortal realm bearing down upon it, a smile crept across Yibei's face. It is nearly time the strength of its avatar is waning under the celestial pressures to seize Cheng Mingli's divinity. It must ascend in its true form. Although this true form at the pinnacle of the law realm, SS level, could only linger in the mortal realm for mere seconds and was at risk of being vanquished by the celestial order, Yibei was certain that this so-called Lord of the Underworld would dare to risk its life to claim divinity. After all, the allure of divinity was immense. However, it seemed that certain changes had occurred in the mortal realm. The suppression of specters was not as potent as before. In the past, if a malevolent spirit of this caliber dared to descend, it would be obliterated in an instant by the celestial order of the mortal realm. When this world has transpired, Yibei gazed upward, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld, engaged in combat with Cheng Mingli, grew increasingly anxious, feeling its own strength being suppressed ever more severely. Previously, it was able to subdue the land deity Cheng Mingli with ease, but the tables have now turned. It finds itself struggling against this seemingly feeble land god. Even the two tiny ants nearby are withstanding its divine powers, striving to save the mortals. This provocation is intolerable. It must summon its true form, even at the cost of its essence. As long as I can attain divinity, I shall ascend to the realm of annihilation, SSS level. The Lord of the Nether, gritting its teeth, wore a fearsome expression. Then, with a mere thought, its aura began to surge. Initial phase of the law realm, mid-phase of the law realm, final phase of the law realm, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the law realm. Its form swelled dramatically, signifying that its true self had fully descended into the mortal realm. At this moment, the singular eye upon its visage gazed down upon Cheng Mingli, followed by a sinister grin. Have you had your fun, weakling of the underworld? Its entire being disturbed the very fabric of the heavens. The ominous clouds in the sky amassed ominously, obscuring the moonlight entirely, plunging the surrounding area into a darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. Endless thunder brewed within the clouds, seemingly poised to transform into serpents and dragons. This was the wrath of the heavenly mandate, preparing to unleash divine retribution upon this formidable entity that had descended from the underworld. Within a 100-mile radius, nearly everyone felt the cataclysmic atmosphere. Countless ordinary individuals, roused from their slumber, gazed in terror at the tumultuous skies. However, more fearful than the common folk were the spirit tamers and cultivators. As they acutely sensed the oppressive force of the thunder above, they could discern the immense, eerie aura that enveloped the air. What manner of creature has manifested in our world, causing such a tremendous celestial phenomenon? Could this be a being of the same caliber as the city god? With such a powerful entity arisen, does humanity still harbor hope? Many cultivators and spirit tamers succumbed to despair. The celestial anomalies heralded by the city god bore a striking resemblance to this occurrence. Yet this newly arrived entity was no guardian spirit, but a creature of malevolent essence. Could the city god contend with such a formidable being? This question haunted the minds of all cultivators and spirit tamers. Meanwhile, the spectral entities within the 100-mile radius rejoiced at the presence of this strange and potent aura. Such a powerful existence would undoubtedly vanquish the land deities, liberating them from the capricious reign of these spirits. The spirits of Rongqing would finally rise, no longer subjugated by the land deities. Kill, kill, kill. Eradicate every land deity within the city god temple. A multitude of spirits began to gather spontaneously, forming a tide of specters, heading towards the source of the ominous aura. They sought to ally themselves with this formidable being, for it would grant them the freedom to consume flesh at will. And at this moment, engaged in a desperate struggle against the malevolent lord of the underworld and his ominous blood cloud divine art, the venerable Taoist master and the serene saint monk, who were simultaneously striving to rescue the villagers, found themselves nearly brought to their knees by an overwhelming aura. As terror gripped their hearts, they swiftly turned their gazes towards the source of this dread. What met their eyes was a terrifying entity, shrouded in boundless dark energy, entwined with the power of the laws of the universe. Towering at a height of 100 zhang, it resembled a king of phantoms descended upon a realm. Upon witnessing this scene, both men turned pale with fright. They could sense that this colossal specter was far more formidable than the skeletal dragon they had previously encountered in the passage to the underworld, possessing at least the peak strength of an SS-level being. Such a ghoul could effortlessly vanquish the remaining undead. Moreover, given sufficient time, this one-eyed giant could annihilate all of humanity. Why was this happening? Why were increasingly powerful entities from the netherworld manifesting in our world? The venerable Taoist master felt an overwhelming sense of despair within. Where was the city god? All his hopes were now pinned on the city god's arrival, fervently wishing for him to descend and vanquish this ghoul. The expression on the Saint Monk's face mirrored his distress. Such celestial phenomena had only ever been invoked by the city god, suggesting that this ghoul was not far removed from his power. Could the city god suppress it? His heart was heavy with worry. If the city god could not subdue this entity, what fate awaited the world? At that moment, the lord of the underworld sneered at Cheng Mingli, declaring, "Enough playing. It is time for you to perish." With a colossal swipe of his claw, he tore through the very fabric of space, descending upon Cheng Mingli, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. Should this blow land, it would surely spell doom for him. Yet, Cheng Mingli displayed no sign of panic on his countenance, as if impervious to the threat of death. Instead, he gazed upward, locking eyes with the lord of the underworld. "The divine position shall be mine." Seeing Cheng Mingli seemingly rendered speechless, the lord of the underworld's excitement intensified, as if the divine position were already within his grasp. He envisioned himself breaking through to the realm of annihilation SSS level, commanding legions of spirits, and achieving the status of a ghost king. However, just as Cheng Mingli was on the brink of perishing beneath the lord of the underworld's claw, radiant beams of light erupted from around Leaf Family Village, illuminating the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Figures of the underworld gods suddenly appeared in the heavens, including the infamous black and white impermanence and the Chain General, surrounding the lord of the underworld with an imposing presence. This sight elicited a mix of astonishment and joy from the venerable Taoist master and the saint monk below, as they beheld such a multitude of underworld gods for the first time. Yet, the most astonishing of all was the figure that hovered at the center, clad in a crimson judge's robe and enveloped in golden divine flames, appearing above the lord of the underworld, radiating boundless divine might. This presence instantly dispelled the ominous celestial phenomena above. It seems as if the very heavens themselves hold a certain trepidation towards this being. Who indeed is this enigmatic entity? The venerable celestial master, his throat parched, speaks with a trembling voice. Chapter 68. With the celestial mandate in his mouth, his words command the laws. As the venerable celestial master and the enlightened monk Shiran stood guard outside the city god temple, they witnessed several ethereal figures enveloped in divine light soaring forth from within. Instinctively, they presumed it to be the city god accompanied by the spirits of the deceased. However, upon discerning the official robes adorning the foremost figure, A tempest of astonishment surged within their hearts, for they recognized that this was not the attire of the city god, but rather that of a being of higher rank, the judge of the underworld, with the descent of the spirits. The practitioners and ghost tamers fervently immersed themselves in acquiring knowledge about the realm of the dead, becoming intimately familiar with the characteristics of each spirit. Meanwhile, the monk Shiran was nearly rendered speechless, his faith wavering. Amitabha, the judge of the underworld, the supreme deity of the nether realm, the most powerful existence beneath the 10 Yama kings. It had truly manifested. Previously, they had speculated that the entire underworld had encroached upon their world, yet only the city god of Rong City remained, which had cast doubt upon their conjectures. Now, with the arrival of the divine judge of the underworld, their suspicions were unequivocally confirmed. The underworld had indeed descended, as the celestial master and the monk Shiran stood in stunned silence. The figure of Yi Bei in the sky gradually lowered his head, casting a commanding gaze upon the lord of the underworld below. He then spoke with an air of disdain. "You seek divine status? Do you deem yourself worthy?" His words bore an immense weight, each syllable crashing upon the lord of the underworld like a mountain, forcing its towering form to bend under the pressure. A series of ominous cracking sounds echoed from the lord's body, reminiscent of thunder rumbling in the heavens, reverberating through the air. As Yi Bei concluded his statement, the lord of the underworld could no longer withstand the strain and fell to his knees, creating a colossal chasm in the ground, causing tremors that resonated for miles. Peak of the annihilation realm. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? The city god should not possess such cultivation. The lord of the underworld gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, the scales upon his visage paling in fear. Having never experienced the era of the underworld's existence, he relied solely on hearsay. He had believed that the spirits in the realm of the living possessed no more than peak capabilities of the law realm. Yet he had never anticipated encountering such formidable strength. In that moment, regret flooded his mind. He lamented his greed in seeking divine status. Yet, when Yi Bei heard the Lord's inquiry, he chose not to respond. Instead, he stepped forward, treading upon the void as though it were solid ground, advancing towards the Lord of the underworld's head. With each step, golden 9-petal lotus flowers blossomed beneath his feet, while the lord of the underworld endured ever-increasing pressure. His scales cracking under the strain, his ghostly form becoming drenched in blood. "You cannot slay me. I am the brother-in-law of the Prime Minister of the Chitty Ghost Nation. If you take my life, the Prime Minister will not let you go. Spare me." The lord of the underworld struggled, akin to a colossal beast of the primordial era, causing the ground around him to fracture with massive crevices. The noise. Yi Bei placed his foot upon the head of the lord of the underworld. In the next moment, a golden 9-petal lotus blossomed. This 9-petal golden lotus is a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Should a cultivator come into contact with its essence, they might glean profound insights. However, when it descended upon this specter, it resembled the cataclysmic thunder of obliteration. In an instant, the lord of the underworld's head exploded, the laws contained within the 9-petal lotus invading its form and igniting its vast, ghostly body in flames. "Ah, spare me, spare me." The lord of the underworld howled in a frenzy, begging for mercy. Yet Yi Bei did not cast a glance in its direction. Instead, he furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." His voice echoed with the authority of celestial decree. The once thunderous lord of the underworld was instantly rendered mute, falling silent. As the power of the 9-petal lotus permeated, it began to roll frantically upon the ground. But no matter how it struggled, it could not extinguish the fire of those laws. Within mere seconds, the immense form of the lord of the underworld had been reduced to a pile of ashes, dispersing into the air. Meanwhile, the followers of the underworld sect nearby had become paralyzed with fear, their eyes devoid of color. Why did the Lord perish so easily? The specter could not comprehend. It was unimaginable that the supreme deity they revered had fallen so effortlessly and without any serious effort from the opponent. Merely a word had compelled their god to kneel, and the 9-petal lotus that emerged beneath his feet had caused him to perish on the spot. This left them in a state of profound psychological shock and dread, rendering them forgetful of the instinct to flee. At that moment, Yi Bei glanced towards the specters. Without uttering a word, his intentions were understood by the emissaries of Yin and Yang beside him. They stepped forward, appearing beside several disciples of the Underworld sect, and with a swift motion, their soul-binding chains pierced through the air like a dragon. The souls of the disciples were violently wrenched from their corporeal forms. Observing this, Yi Bei transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the heavens above. The remaining specters followed suit. Only Cheng Mingli remained, standing his ground. As the guardian of this Leaf family village, he needed to restore the damaged homes and land. However, before that, he needed to reclaim his villagers. He turned to the two venerable masters, stating, "You two, withdraw from Leaf family village and leave my villagers behind." Upon hearing this, the enlightened monk and the old master exchanged glances, then silently retracted their ghostly traps, gently placing the slumbering villagers upon the ground. Subsequently, they turned and departed without a moment's pause. As they recognized the official robes adorning the spectral figure, it became evident that he was none other than the deity of the land from Leaf family village. After departing from the village, the serene monk suddenly spoke, "Xianming, my friend, do you not find the voice of that esteemed judge to be remarkably familiar?" The celestial master was momentarily taken aback. After a brief reflection, a realization struck him, and he felt a jolt of astonishment within. It was the city god of Rongqing. Indeed, their voices were indistinguishable. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound shock mirrored in the other's eyes. They had initially perceived the red official robes worn by Yi Bei as belonging to another deity of the underworld, yet they had not anticipated that this judge was, in fact, the city god. Could it be that he had been promoted? However, according to ancient texts, the position of a judge was typically held by individuals of established names, leaving no room for others. Perhaps this city god had amassed considerable merit, prompting the supreme deity of the underworld to bestow upon him an additional judicial rank. Yet, this too seemed inconsistent with the traditional rules of the netherworld. The two pondered deeply for quite some time, but could not unravel the mystery. Perhaps the identity of this city god, no, this judge, was far more intricate than they could fathom. The celestial master gazed into the heavens, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, within Leaf family village, Cheng Mingli employed the divine powers of the land deity to gradually restore the damaged ground and houses to their original state. After an hour of diligent work, he finally completed the task. He then turned his gaze toward the orphanage and noticed his own body still lying in repose. The children had already succumbed to slumber within the morning hall. Little Hua would likely return to Leaf family village soon, at which point he could assist her in combating the affliction caused by the vengeful spirit. With that thought, he moved swiftly to the orphanage, seated himself beside his own memorial, and gently caressed the children's small heads. Under the nurturing influence of his divine energy, various ailments afflicting the children vanished completely, allowing them to sleep more peacefully. Meanwhile, Xian Yin and Ning Xian, who were in pursuit of the specter of the ghost sex leader, suddenly received a message from the celestial master, informing them that the scheme orchestrated by the city god had reached its conclusion. Xian Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Her demeanor considerably lightened. She had grown weary of the charade, fearing exposure. Thus, she relentlessly pursued the specter, persisting even after losing track. Terrified that a moment's lapse would reveal her ruse, "Ning Xian, you may return. That individual has been subdued by the city god," Xian Yin declared, extending her hand to tenderly stroke Ning Xian's head. "Child, go back and spend some time with your esteemed director. I know you long to see him again. I grant you a 3-day leave." Xian Yin harbored a deep compassion for Ning Xian, recognizing the hardships she endured, having lost a dearly beloved yet still compelled to undertake perilous missions. Yet, such was the calling of the spirit tamers. She was granted a rare 3-day leave by Lord Xian Yin to attend to the funeral, setting a precedent. As the number of official spirit tamers in the country has always been insufficient, necessitating their constant readiness. "Thank you, Lord Xian Yin." Ning Xian expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. Subsequently, she activated the ghostly passage and hastened towards Leaf family village with great eagerness. She wished to personally witness her grandfather, the dean, laid to rest, hoping to unite him with her grandmother in eternal repose, so that they would never be separated in the afterlife. Chapter 69. Has Grandfather the Dean ascended to divinity? The Hall of the Judge. In the Grand Hall, Yibei occupied the principal seat, attending to matters concerning the underworld. After a brief moment, the merit cauldron within his consciousness stirred gently. Has the augmentation of merit concluded? Yibei set aside the judge's pen and closed his eyes, allowing his awareness to delve into his consciousness. There, he observed streams of golden light, manifestations of merit swirling around him. The harvest of merit this time was quite satisfactory. With a direct command, he controlled his golden form and inhaled deeply, instantly absorbing a substantial amount of merit, which began to be refined within him. Meanwhile, Yibei turned his attention to the system interface. 3 opportunities for signing in. System, allow me to sign in. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Evil Dog Ridge. This is the 4th checkpoint leading to the underworld, specifically punishing those who senselessly harm cats, dogs, and other animals, or those who are treacherous. They will be besieged by a pack of vicious dogs, resulting in a fractured soul. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Golden Rooster Mountain. This is the 5th checkpoint leading to the underworld, specifically punishing the innocent slaughter of birds. Those guilty will have their eyes pecked out by roosters and their hearts and lungs torn asunder, causing the spirits to suffer grievously. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Leopard Tail, Bird Beak. 2 of the 10 Underworld Marshals. They govern the spirits of birds and beasts in the Netherrealm. After reviewing the details of the sign-in rewards, Yibei nodded in satisfaction. The first 2, Evil Dog Ridge and Golden Rooster Mountain, were integral to the structure of the underworld, enhancing its integrity. Moreover, Yibei sensed that to fully consolidate the divinity of the Een Emperor, everything within the underworld must be complete. This implied that the checkpoints and structures within the underworld were imbued with the authority of the Een Emperor. With a thunderous rumble, Yibei gestured, and Evil Dog Ridge and Golden Rooster Mountain silently manifested outside the lookout platform. Upon completing this, he turned his gaze to the final reward. The powers of Leopard Tail and Bird Beak were indeed formidable. Though not widely renowned, they were among the 10 Underworld Marshals and possessed immense strength, comparable